Chapter 1. In the year 1506, Saint Mariejois, slave celled, the young boy lay upon the cold floor, jolted awake by the unforgiving stone beneath him. As he reached out to rub his eyes, he discovered that his wrists were encumbered by shackles reminiscent of those seen in ancient films. In disbelief, he stared at the cuffs binding his wrists. What is this situation? He thought. Raising his gaze, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed several children, both boys and girls, scattered about, all of tender age, approximately 12 or 13 years old. They sat or reclined silently, their demeanor starkly devoid of the vivacity typical of their years. The only commonality among them was the chains that adorned their wrists and ankles. The boy continued to observe, realizing they were confined within a stone cell, guarded by individuals clad in black suits and masks. The incongruity of their attire left him utterly bewildered. The children within the cage appeared to be dressed in garments akin to those from a bygone era, yet the guards outside donned modern attire, imparting an unsettling sense of temporal disarray upon the boy that moment. It felt as though something penetrated his mind, inundating him with a torrent of information. The overwhelming influx was so intense that he feared his brain might burst from a strain. "Ah!" he cried, clutching his head in anguish. The other children mostly regarded him with indifference, shifting away to create distance, returning to their own silence. However, 3 girls observed his struggle, torn between a desire to assist and a hesitation born of fear. Among them, one petite girl adorned in a red dress and a white cloak, her hair braided at the sides, felt a pang of compassion and resolved to check on the boy's condition. The 2 older girls grasped her arm, shaking their heads in disapproval. The young girl reassured them, "Sisters, it's all right, that he, too, is a victim of the traffickers, just like us. He poses no threat. Moreover, we are new here, knowing little of our surroundings. By helping him, we may learn more and perhaps even gain an ally." Despite their trepidation, the sisters ceased to hinder her. Though she spoke with conviction, the little girl still felt trepidation as she cautiously approached the boy. Upon noticing that he bore no intent to harm others, she timidly inquired, "Are you all right?" At that moment, the boy gradually ceased his struggle, lying still on the ground, gasping for breath. The torrent of information flooding his mind encompassed memories of his past life, as well as the recollections associated with his current form that a deluge of memories surged into the young man's mind, causing him excruciating pain. Yet, amidst the turmoil, he grasped the reality of his situation and the reason for his presence in this unfamiliar realm. The youth was a transmigrator, known in his previous life as Wang Li, a mere cog in the relentless machinery of a corporate world defined by a grueling 666-work schedule. His sole passion lay in the realm of anime. After enduring a month of relentless overtime in pursuit of deadlines, he ultimately succumbed to a sudden death, awakening in this vibrant world brimming with the fervor of youthful anime, specifically the realm of pirates. However, as Wang Li assimilated the memories of this new body, he discovered that this world was far from the idyllic paradise he had imagined. The body he inhabited belonged to a 13-year-old named Chenos, whose strikingly handsome visage had drawn the attention of human traffickers. Captured and sold into slavery to the Celestial Dragons, he became nothing more than a plaything for these cruel overlords. Once ensnared as a toy for the Celestial Dragons, he endured relentless torment. The most agonizing of all was the brutal branding of the dragon's claw upon his chest, searing pain that rendered him unconscious from the sheer agony. Subsequently, he was subjected to various forms of abuse, treated with utter disdain, as though he were less than human. The previous owner of this body could not withstand such torment and ultimately perished, paving the way for Wang Li's transmigration. Wang Li lifted his gaze to the innocent girl who had inquired about his well-being. Weakly gesturing with his hand, he signaled that he was fine. The overwhelming influx of information still left his head throbbing, prompting him to disregard her concerns for the moment. The girl, seeing Wang Li's gesture, instinctively recoiled but soon realized he posed no threat. She continued, "I am Boa Hancock, also a victim of human trafficking. You need not worry, I simply wish to express my concern for you. What happened just now? Do you require assistance? Boa Hancock?" "Wait, the Empress Boa Hancock?" Wang Li abruptly raised his eyes to regard Hancock, realizing that this young girl bore little resemblance to the resplendent beauty destined to captivate the world. Could it be a mere coincidence of names? He then glanced at her 2 younger sisters, one with green hair and the other with yellow, their appearances closely mirroring those depicted in the future manga. It dawned on him that this girl was indeed the future proud Empress Hancock. "I am Chenos. I was just injured by the Celestial Dragons, which caused a temporary bout of pain in my head, but I'm fine now." As he began to introduce his former name, a torrent of unbridled fury and resentment surged within him, emotions inherited from the previous owner of this body. This animosity was not directed at Wang Li himself, but rather at the Celestial Dragons who had inflicted such torment. It felt as though the essence of Chenos was fervently imploring Wang Li. Help me vanquish the Celestial Dragons, aid me in avenging my suffering. With the memories of his predecessor intertwined with his own, Wang Li empathized deeply with Chenos' plight, as if all these horrors were unfolding within his own existence. Wang Li silently vowed within himself, "Fear not, henceforth I shall live in your name, seeking vengeance and striving to eradicate the Celestial Dragons." At that moment, Wang Li, Chenos heard Hancock's cautious inquiry by side. "Chenos, are you all right?" Hancock gazed at Chenos with trepidation, startled by the fury and resentment that had flared in his eyes moments before. Chenos closed his eyes, allowing a brief moment for composure, before expressing his gratitude to Hancock. "Thank you for your concern. I am well now." Just as Chenos intended to engage Hancock in conversation, the door of the cell swung open, and a man clad in a suit with a hawk mask entered. He spoke with an air of indifference. "Everyone, follow me to the palace of St. Charlos." Upon hearing they were to go to the palace of St. Charlos, Chenos' countenance darkened, and noticing his sudden pallor, Hancock quickly whispered, "Your expression has changed. Drastically is the palace of that Charlos truly terrifying?" With a ghostly complexion, Chenos replied, "It is exceedingly dreadful one might not return alive." Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Chenos before she quickly beckoned her two sisters to follow. She positioned herself beside Chenos, continuing to inquire, "Could you please elucidate what is happening?" As Hancock stood before him, Chenos' mind raced. In the future, Hancock would be rescued by the Fishman Fisher Tiger, subsequently aided by GOLD. Rogers' companions, and returned to Amazon Lily. If he could forge a strong bond with Hancock now, he might encounter the first mate of the Pirate King, the world-renowned powerhouse, Rayleigh, during their eventual escape. The Celestial Dragons, having dominated this world for 8 centuries, wielded their power under the protection of the formidable Navy. To vanquish them, one must attain considerable strength. In the realm of pirates, such strength could be acquired through devil fruits or the mastery of Haki. Now, as a slave, he found himself unable to obtain a devil fruit, thus seeking mentorship under Rayleigh emerged as his optimal choice. Moreover, this was a pivotal moment when the Empress was at her most vulnerable. Should he aid her now, he might secure the world's most stunning beauty as his wife. A plan was set. With resolve, Chenos began to enlighten Hancock about St. Charlos. St. Charlos is a celestial dragon, and his intent in bringing us to the palace is to derive amusement from our suffering. Each time, the games differ previously, we participated in drinking contests where slaves competed and the loser would perish. There were also competitions focused on consumption, where the one who ate the least would meet their end. Additionally, there were trials involving the consumption of devil fruits, where the more intriguing abilities were spared while the mundane faced execution. There were even bizarre contests to see who could urinate the farthest. However, these cruel entertainments are merely the lesser evils. I have witnessed 2 celestial dragons forcing their slaves into combat, a relentless series of battles until one side was completely annihilated. This is the epitome of brutality, as countless lives are extinguished with each contest. Upon hearing Chenos' account, Hancock's complexion drained of color. The notion of such deadly entertainment left her utterly shaken. Her 2 younger sisters trembled in fear behind her. In her moment of panic, Hancock suddenly pondered a pressing question that if the contest involved slaves, how had Chenos managed to survive? She inquired of Chenos, hoping he possessed some secret to evade death. Chenos, upon hearing her question, offered a wry smile. "There is no secret. I survived only because a powerful individual on our side annihilated all the opposing slaves. However, just 2 days ago, that very strong man was killed by St. Charlos for not climbing quickly enough." Hancock, her voice quivering, asked, "So, if we engage in slave combat this time, we have no strong allies, and we are likely to be killed?" Chenos sighed and nodded at Hancock. This was indeed his greatest concern. He needed to survive. Hancock had not been enslaved for long, and as long as he remained alive, there was a chance for escape, a possibility to grow stronger, and a hope for vengeance for his past self. As Chenos quietly conveyed the situation to Hancock, he observed their group. Among them were towering figures exceeding 2 meters in height, fearsome thugs exuding a menacing aura, and stunningly beautiful women. Yet, they shared a commonality. Their expressions were all dulled by despair. That moment, the man in a suit led them to the entrance of a grand palace. As the grand doors swung open, they were greeted by a lecherous man wearing a bubblehead hood, fixated on several devil fruits, intermittently querying those around him. Seeing this, Chenos breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Hancock, "It seems we are safer now. The Celestial Dragon is preoccupied with the devil fruits. He likely intends for the slaves to consume them, relishing in the effects of their abilities for his entertainment. Yet, Chenos couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the celestial dragons. A single devil fruit, outside in the world, is valued at no less than 100 million berries. Yet here, it is treated merely as a plaything. A tea this moment, Chenos recalled. That Hancock's devil fruit ability was consumed precisely at this time. It seemed that there was no imminent danger as long as they remained discreet. They could endure until rescue arrived. With this thought in mind, Chenos instructed Hancock, remain silent, and still should you be chosen, consume the devil fruit and utilize its powers as directed. There should be no peril in doing so. Hancock nodded in understanding. They were herded to the center of the hall, where St. Charlos casually seized a devil fruit and approached them, selecting who would partake of its powers. Upon spotting a towering man exceeding 2 meters in height, St. Charlos' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Come, consume it. I wish to witness the intriguing abilities of this fruit. The massive man numbly accepted the fruit and took a large bite. A wave of extreme nausea and an overwhelmingly foul taste surged into his mouth, causing his stomach to churn violently. The repulsive texture of the devil fruit nearly made him retch, but he swiftly covered his mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit and forcing the fruit down his throat. For he knew that failing to do so could result in a bullet from the Celestial Dragon. Ha ha, what a delightful display. That expression truly, the devil fruit, is the most unpalatable thing in this world. Such a reaction is simply fascinating. Observing St. Charlos' sadistic amusement, Chenos furrowed his brow. The celestial dragons truly treated humans as mere playthings, indulging in their twisted whims for entertainment. Show us your ability, St. Charlos commanded the slave, who took a deep breath and began to activate the fruit's powers. In an instant, the man transformed into a lizard nearly 2 meters long, exuding a fierce and violent aura, brandishing his claws menacingly. A bullet suddenly shot from the lizard's eye, and it collapsed, reverting back to human form. An animal-type fruit, and a revolting lizard at that. The gunshot sent a shiver through all the slaves present. The whims of the celestial dragons dictated life and death. One wrong move could lead to execution. Witnessing such a scene brought to Chenos' mind haunting memories, particularly those tied to this body. Some wounds on Chenos' skin ached subtly as these recollections resurfaced. As the saying goes, the intent to kill cannot be concealed in one's gaze. Chenos' eyes bore a murderous glint as he looked at St. Charlos, and myriad thoughts of ending his life surged within him. That moment, Chenos sensed a chilling presence sweep. He lowered his head, discreetly scanning his surroundings, and spotted a man in a suit, masked and armed with a long dagger, gazing intently in his direction. This prompted Chenos to hastily bow his head, concealing the murderous intent he harbored towards Charles Saint. Meanwhile, Charles Saint held up a fruit and directed his gaze towards Hancock, exclaiming, "It is a heart-shaped fruit, let this young lady partake in it." Hancock trembled, unsure of how to proceed. Upon recognizing the heart-shaped fruit, Chenos let out a sigh of relief and silently mouthed to Hancock, "It's all right." Being well-versed in the storyline, Chenos knew this was the very devil fruit that Hancock would later acquire, and he understood that it was during her capture by the celestial dragons that she obtained it was likely that the powers of the sweet fruit would help Hancock navigate through the impending crisis, ensuring her safety. After seeing Chenos reassure her with a silent gesture, Hancock felt, for reasons unknown, a slight alleviation of her anxiety. Taking the fruit into her hands, she summoned her courage and took a decisive bite. Though the sweet fruit appeared quite appealing, resembling a pink heart, its taste remained true to that of a devil fruit. The flavor instantly revolted Hancock, contorting her features as her facial expressions twisted in disgust. After Hancock consumed the fruit, she exuded an enchanting aura that made people unknowingly fall in love with her, becoming captivated by Hancock. The surrounding slaves, upon seeing Hancock, had hearts in their eyes, their hands tightly clasped and resting on their faces, gazing at her with infatuated expressions. St. Charlos was no exception. However, he was not thinking about possessing Hancock, but rather planning to show her off to his sister, to the celestial dragons. Even the most beautiful women are merely inferior beings and toys. Only celestial dragons are worthy of each other. It seems like an interesting fruit. Hurry up and use your powers to give me more surprises. St. Charlos shouted excitedly, dancing around at the prospect of acquiring a toy to boast about. After eating the devil fruit, Hancock immediately understood its basic ability, which was to petrify those who were infatuated with her. However, having just consumed the fruit, Hancock did not know how to use her powers, causing her to sweat profusely and worry about being killed. So, she looked at Chenos with a pleading expression, hoping that he could provide her with some assistance. Chenos looked at Hancock's bewildered expression and quickly pointed to the unfinished fruit in her hand, then formed a heart shape with both hands. Inspired by Chenos, Hancock shaped her hands into a heart and slowly presented it to a lovesick man whose eyes were filled with comfort. At that moment, Hancock felt the power of the fruit rapidly gathering in her hands, forming a pink heart that floated towards the lovesick man. Once the heart touched him, his entire body was instantly petrified. Ha ha! This is so interesting. This fruit's ability is fun. St. Charlos bounced over to the petrified man and gently pushed the statue, which fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Just like that, a living person died once again at the hands of St. Charlos, who showed no compassion for life, but instead clapped his hands in joy, shouting, just because it was fun. Damn Celestial Dragons. While reading the manga, Chenos had a strong disdain for the high and mighty trash Celestial Dragons, and after personally experiencing their malice, she believed such trash must be eliminated. Whether it was due to still adapting to the recent transmigration or because killing Celestial Dragons had become the original host's obsession, Chenos found it hard to control the murderous intent within her, and thoughts of killing Celestial Dragons kept surfacing. To hide her murderous intent, Chenos kept her head down most of the time, fearing that if others saw her, they would kill her while she was still weak. But the more she tried to avoid it, the more trouble would find her. At that moment, with her head down, Chenos saw a hand holding a devil fruit reaching out in front of her, and a cold voice commanded, "Eat it." Chenos's eyes widened instantly, but instead of fear, his heart was filled with ecstasy. When he arrived in this world, he had tried to see if he had any benefits as a traveler, such as a system or abilities from other anime worlds. Unfortunately, he found that he was just an ordinary traveler without any powers. After coming to this dangerous world, he realized that to survive, he had to become stronger. Otherwise, if pirates broke in and killed him one day, he wouldn't even be able to resist. The mainstream ways for pirates to become stronger are only three, relying on Haki, devil fruits, or swordsmanship. However, both Haki and swordsmanship require a long time to learn and cannot protect him at this stage. But the devil fruit abilities are different, even if not fully developed. They can instantly make him stronger. The trouble is, he doesn't know what kind of fruit he has eaten. He hopes it's not an animal-type fruit. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by St. Charlos. He must find a way to make the fruit abilities seem interesting. After Chenos took the fruit, he bit into it without hesitation. As soon as the fruit entered his mouth, Chenos's eyes bulged, and a foul smell surged up to his head, creating an intensely nauseating feeling that seemed to touch his soul, causing him to tremble involuntarily. However, Chenos could not care less about the taste of the fruit, which was like a mix of various seasonings and excrement. He chewed a couple of times and hurriedly swallowed it down. After eating the devil fruit, Chenos immediately felt an invisible change occurring throughout his body, although the change was not significant. Moreover, information about the fruit surged in his mind. Rebound fruit can harm and rebound absorb attacks. It was just an extremely simple piece of information and nothing more. However, Chenos felt relieved that it was a paramecia-type fruit and not a zoan type. It was not that Chenos underestimated zoan fruits. If developed well, they could be on par with any fruit. In fact, in terms of physical enhancement, they could be stronger than other fruits. Take the immortal beast Kaido, for example. He developed his zoan fruit to an extremely perverse level, which secured him his position as one of the 4 emperors, making him a being that even the Navy found difficult to kill. But that required development and awakening to become so powerful, and right now, he was facing a life-and-death crisis. If the fruit's ability did not amuse St. Charlos, he would die. Come on, show me what your ability is. St. Charlos said with an eager expression, hoping that Chenos could bring him some entertainment. However, Chenos did not demonstrate. Instead, he stood silently in place. Hancock watched Chenos with concern. After all, he was the first person she had encountered in this hell who was willing to help them. And if it weren't for Chenos just now, she might have already been killed by St. Charlos. Chenos suddenly looked up at St. Charlos. "Shoot me." "Huh?" St. Charlos looked at Chenos in surprise, completely not expecting such a request from him. The surrounding slaves also looked at Chenos in astonishment, not understanding why he would want to die. He had already consumed the fruit's power. As long as he showed it, there was hope for survival. Why would he seek death? Chenos, Hancock couldn't help but exclaim. And only after being pulled by her sister did she realize that they were in a terrifying hell where one could be killed at any moment. Young Hancock did not possess the same arrogance as the future Empress who ignored Navy orders. Her body trembled in fear, and she could only look at Chenos with worried eyes. The gazes of the surrounding slaves shifted from indifference to admiration as they wished to seek death like Chenos. To escape this hell through death. However, they lacked the courage to die and could only remain as slaves to the Celestial Dragons. Chenos shouted again at St. Charlos, "Shoot me." The smile on St. Charlos's face had vanished, replaced by indifference and disdain. "Oof, a boring trick if you want to die. Then I'll oblige." Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Hancock trembled, closing her eyes and daring not to look towards Chenos, tears streaming down her face. Her newly made friend had just died like that. But at that moment, someone among the slaves exclaimed, "Look, that guy is still alive." "Huh, really not dead? What's going on? Could this be that guy's fruit ability?" Hancock, somewhat incredulous yet expectant, looked toward Chenos. She saw a bullet suspended in front of Chenos's forehead, as if blocked by something, losing its momentum and falling to the ground. Clink, clink, clink. As the bullets fell to the ground, Chenos swallowed hard and started gasping for air. Then, a smile of surviving the ordeal appeared on his face. Having just consumed the fruit ability, Chenos had been thinking about how to make St. Charlos find it entertaining. For a celestial dragon like Charlos, who could trample on lives just to gain pleasure, it was difficult to grasp what would amuse him. To make Charlos find it interesting, it was necessary to provide him with stimulation and reversal. Only then would he feel entertained. And the most direct way to achieve stimulation and reversal was to have Charlos shoot at him. Only that way could it evoke disappointment in Charlos, making him think he was seeking death, then using the fruit's ability to catch the bullet and survive, thus creating a reversal that would surprise Charlos and save his life. However, without having tested the fruit ability, jumping straight into such an extremely dangerous attempt of catching bullets could very well lead to death. But Chenos had no choice, as his fruit ability was described too simply, with just absorption and rebounding powers. Without having developed or even familiarized himself with the fruit ability, Chenos could only think of this method to create surprise. So he had to gamble. Gamble with his life. If he won, he would live. If he lost, he would die anyway. Perhaps after death, he could even cross over again. The plan was set. Let us go. And now he had won. "St. Charlos, this is my fruit ability. I hope you like it." St. Charlos stared blankly at Chenos for a moment, then raised his gun again and continuously shot at Chenos. Bang, 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 bang. Faced with Charlos's repeated gunfire, Chenos was completely unprepared. He originally thought that as long as he demonstrated the fruit ability and surprised Charlos, he would pass. He never expected Charlos would shoot at him again, and consecutively. At that moment, Chenos's mind was completely blank. He could only concentrate all his energy to deal with the bullets coming at him. As the bullets continuously hit him, absorbing damage, he was also accumulating a large amount of energy within him. Moreover, Chenos felt that this energy was about to burst him apart. Fortunately, the revolver in Charlos's hand was made of gold, and it could only hold 6 bullets. Having fired one at the first strong man, there were only 5 bullets left. Otherwise, Chenos really felt like he was about to explode from the energy within him. Right now, he felt like he wanted to vomit after getting drunk. His whole body was tense. After firing the bullets, St. Charlos looked at Chenos, who had only some holes in his clothes but was otherwise unharmed, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! This fruit ability is fun. No matter how you shoot, nothing happens interesting." Boom! At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a celestial dragon with a square bubble on his head walked in. "Charlos, I heard your laughter from afar. It seems you've got a nice toy." Upon seeing the newcomer, St. Charlos's expression darkened. "Chalmark, you bastard. What brings you here today?" The celestial dragon, named Chalmark, laughed heartily. "Of course, I'm here to play the thrilling slave contest. Isn't it just right that some gold has fallen from the sky? We can use it as a bet for a few rounds." St. Charlos glanced at the strong man he had just shot dead, then looked at his weak slaves, feeling somewhat deflated. "Get lost. I'm not in the mood to play with you today." Chalmark looked at St. Charlos with disdain. "You're not scared, are you?" St. Charlos instantly flew into a rage, shouting at Chalmark. "Who is afraid of whom? Just right, I have an indestructible toy here. Let us have some fun." After Chenos saw someone come in, he kept wriggling his feet, trying to hide himself in the crowd, but unexpectedly, he was still remembered by St. Charles. It seems that the surprise he gave St. Charles earlier was quite significant, as he directly remembered him. St. Calmac burst into laughter, saying, "An indestructible toy? Ha! Then let my big toy smash him into meat paste, and see if he survives." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant over 3 meters tall appeared behind St. Calmac, holding a hammer larger than 2 Chenos combined, and walked into St. Charles's house. Fortunately, St. Charles's house was big enough. Otherwise, Such a large giant wouldn't fit. St. Charles commanded Chenos, "You go ahead and use your fruit ability to kill that giant." Chenos glanced at the few people around him dressed in black suits and wearing masks, and could only grit his teeth and walk towards the burly man. The people in black suits beside the Celestial Dragon were most likely CP0. Just thinking about Lucci made it clear how powerful CP0's combat ability was. Now that he had just gained fruit powers, it was impossible for him to be a match for CP0. Therefore, he could only choose to face the burly man, hoping that the other party was just an ordinary person. However, when Chenos saw the huge hammer in the man's hand, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What ordinary person can wield such a large hammer? It must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, right?" Now Chenos could only pin his hopes on his fruit ability. At this moment, Chenos' brain began to work frantically, calculating how he could win. Looking at the other party, the burly figure holding a giant hammer suggested he was a pirate who used the hammer as a weapon. Judging by the hammer's appearance, it could be inferred that the other's strength was likely terrifying. With a height of 3 meters and wielding a giant hammer, this burly man's combat style should be that of a war bulldozer, and speed was probably not his strong suit. Now, standing at about 1.5 meters tall and with a slender build, Chenos could easily outpace and outmaneuver him. Additionally, his fruit ability allowed him to absorb damage, greatly increasing his margin for error. Even if he were hit, he should be able to survive thanks to his fruit ability. Chenos' eyes quickly scanned the burly man, then furrowed his brows. The reason was simple. The man was just too muscular, with bulging muscles all over his body. It was likely that any punch from Chenos would struggle to defeat him, with the only vulnerable spot being the man's head. However, this big guy was so tall that in order to hit his head, Chenos would need to take him down first. In that case, the battle plan was to attack the man's legs first, take him down, and then seize the opportunity to strike at his head. The plan was set. Let's go. With that thought, Chenos took the initiative and charged towards the burly man. The burly man looked at Chenos, who was as small as a sprout, and sneered, raising the giant hammer in his hand to smash it down on Chenos. Boom! The man's immense strength instantly shattered the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Just then, a shadow darted past and swiftly slashed at his calf. The burly man looked down and found that Chenos had somehow evaded his hammer strike and slid into his leg. The burly man hadn't expected Chenos to be so fast. He had been worried about being taken down by Chenos and was already planning to use the giant hammer to support himself. But at that moment, Chenos had already made contact with his leg. What puzzled the burly man was that Chenos' kick had no power at all. He didn't even feel anything. The burly man tilted his head and looked at Chenos, his eyes filled with confusion, as if to say, "Is that it?" Chenos looked up at the muscular man and, after making eye contact, gave an awkward smile. In fact, Chenos had originally planned to take advantage of the moment when the muscular man was about to smash down with all his strength, focusing all his power on the giant hammer. At that moment, he intended to use a sliding shovel to knock the man's feet out from under him, causing him to lose his support and fall to the ground. Everything was going perfectly according to his plan, and he successfully slid the shovel to the man's feet. However, what Chenos didn't expect was that his own strength was so weak that he couldn't even knock the muscular man down, resulting in the awkward scene now unfolding. "Hey!" Chenos awkwardly greeted the muscular man, and just as he was about to sneak away, the muscular man had already lifted his foot and was about to stomp down on Chenos. Just as Chenos, who was originally planning to roll away to avoid it, was about to move, he suddenly stopped. At that moment, Chenos felt the energy within him that was about to burst, and a spark of inspiration struck him. Now was the perfect opportunity to take down the muscular man. Chenos pushed both hands against the ground and kicked at the strong man's feet, as if performing a carp jump. Rebound! With Chenos' furious shout, all the typhus that had been absorbed by Charles's holy gun concentrated and erupted at the tip of Chenos' toes. Boom! Chenos' feet shot through the strong man's feet like bullets, and without stopping, they pierced through the soles of the strong man's feet, instantly penetrating his entire body and finally bursting out from his shoulder. When Chenos landed from the air, he realized that he had split the strong man's entire body in two, tearing him apart. The scene fell into silence. No one expected that Chenos, who looked like a bean sprout, could actually kill the strong man, even tearing him in half. It was truly shocking. Hancock was covering her mouth, looking at Chenos in disbelief. Just a moment ago, she saw Chenos slide to the strong man's feet and thought he would be stomped to death. But she never expected Chenos to defeat the strong man in such a stunning and shocking manner. "Ha, good. What's your name again?" "It doesn't matter, you did well. I'll give you extra food tonight." Charles was incredibly surprised. At first, he didn't expect Chenos to win. He just wanted to use Chenos' newly acquired fruit ability to make his loss less embarrassing. Initially, when he saw Chenos slide to the strong man's feet and not kick him, his face looked incredibly ugly. Even if he had to lose, he didn't want to lose so disgracefully. But unexpectedly, Chenos surprised him the next second by slicing the strong man in half with one kick. Charles walked in front of St. Charmark, proudly saying, "Who was just saying they would turn my toy into mincemeat?" St. Charmark snorted coldly and pulled out a gun, aiming it at Chenos. Chenos stood still, absorbing the full power of the bullets without a scratch. Seeing Charlemagne becoming increasingly angry and embarrassed, he shouted at the CP0 beside him, "Kill that bastard." However, the CP0 remained unmoved and calmly replied, "Sir, our CP organization cannot participate in the game between two celestial dragons." St. Charlos burst into laughter again, saying, "Ha ha ha, Charlemagne, you're really embarrassing. Can't take a loss, can you? You still want to call in the CP organization? Do you think I'm like those trash outside?" Left with no choice, St. Charlemagne could only coldly huff at St. Charlos. "You wait. Next time I will bring over an even stronger toy and blow yours up." After saying that, St. Charlemagne prepared to leave. At this moment, Chenos said, "St. Charlos, aren't you and this gentleman still having a bet?" St. Charlos's eyes suddenly lit up. "Charlemagne, you stop right there. According to the bet just now, you have to hand over the heavenly gold allocated this time to me." "Ha, it seems you won't be able to buy new toys." St. Charlemagne looked at Chenos with eyes full of killing intent, staring at Chenos' face as if wanting to imprint his image in his mind. "You wait for me." After saying this, St. Charlemagne took out a golden key and tossed it to St. Charlos before turning around and leaving. Chenos regretfully slapped his mouth, wondering what he had said earlier to attract the attention of another celestial dragon. It seemed he was in big trouble now. Finally, he had returned the frustration from before. St. Charlos played with the golden key in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. Previously, St. Charlos had been bullied severely by St. Charles, who often collected powerful slaves to fight against other celestial dragon slaves. However, obtaining a slave with decent combat power was not an easy task, as most strong individuals in this world had fierce temperaments. Once caught, their first action would be to end their own lives. Therefore, the strong individuals collected by other celestial dragons were not very impressive. Last time, when St. Charlos's slave fought against St. Charles, he lost terribly, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. This time, Chenos' victory finally allowed him to hold his head high. "You there, the one who can't be killed. Yes, you come here." Seeing St. Charlos calling him, Chenos felt displeased but could only obediently approach. "Lord St. Charlos, my name is Chenos." St. Charlos waved his hand dismissively, saying names weren't important. "I'm very happy this time, so I can grant you one request." "Speak. I want to leave this place." Chenos almost blurted out his desire to leave this hellish place. Here, a careless moment could lead to death, and no one knew how bizarre the reasons for being killed could be. However, Chenos also knew that Charo Saint would never let him leave. Therefore, his mind raced to figure out what he needed to survive here. Currently, Charo Saint's impression of him was that he couldn't be killed, and it was highly likely that he would be made to fight others in the future. Thus, the most important thing now was to enhance his strength. Chenos wanted to improve his power through two main avenues. One was to develop his fruit abilities, and the other was to train in Haki. He could develop his fruit abilities whenever he wanted, but training in Haki was not something he could just decide to do. After all, he didn't have a system. Otherwise, he could have gotten a task and possibly obtained the three-color Haki without any training. "I want to learn Haki, become stronger, and fight better for Lord Charo Saint in the future." Charo Saint thought Chenos would ask for some comfortable room or delicious food as rewards. In this place, slaves could only live in cages and eat leftovers from the celestial dragons. Therefore, what the slaves wanted most were these two things. As for slaves who expressed a desire to leave, they all had only one fate: to be killed. A slave who didn't want to stay by his side, no matter how useful they were, would be ruthlessly discarded. After all, no one was irreplaceable. However, Charo Saint was surprised that Chenos would express a desire to learn Haki and fight for him, which pleased Charo Saint greatly. This toy understands. Not only did it boost his reputation, but it also understood the importance of self-improvement and continuing to fight for him. It was simply a model toy. So, Charo Saint waved his hand. "Agreed, CP0. Send someone to call this indestructible one and make him my top enforcer." CP0, "Yes, my lord." At this moment, the CP0 members felt that Charo Saint was a fool. This slave wanted to become stronger. How could it possibly mean becoming a celestial dragon's enforcer? Clearly, He wanted to find a way to escape after getting stronger. However, the CP0 members did not take Chenos seriously. Even if Chenos became stronger, he could never escape from the elite CP0. In a good mood, Charo Saint didn't bother with the toy anymore and instead went to boast about his achievements to other celestial dragons. Thus, the CP0 members took everyone back to the cages. Before the CP0 member, who had a long knife at his waist, left, he said to Chenos, "From today on, as long as it's not Charo Saint's game time, you will train in Haki with me until you learn it." Chenos hurriedly bowed to thank the person. And although the other party was only teaching him Haki out of obligation, he treated this CP0 with great respect. After all, how much he could learn in the future depended entirely on the other person's willingness to teach. Once CP0 left, Hancock immediately came to Chenos' side. "Chenos, you scared me to death just now. I thought something happened to you." Seeing the blush on Hancock's face made Chenos' heart race. The already beautiful Hancock, enhanced by her fruit ability, was incredibly captivating. Even someone like Chenos found it hard to resist. "I'm glad to have your concern, but I need to remind you of something. Your fruit ability has made you even more attractive, which isn't a good thing here. You must try to make yourself look less appealing and lower your presence." Hancock blushed, nodded quickly, and then returned to her two younger sisters. When Hancock got back to her sisters and intended to whisper something, she noticed that they were looking warily behind her. She turned around and saw several men in the cage staring at her with lustful eyes, moving closer to them. Hee. Being in the Celestial Dragon's cage isn't so bad after all. We can even encounter such a stunning girl. Yeah, since we're living a life worse than death here, we might as well find some fun to lighten things up. The people outside wouldn't care about what happened inside the cage, as long as no one died. Just then, a figure that wasn't particularly tall and was somewhat frail appeared in front of her. "Get back!" A cold voice rang out, stunning all the men. The other men in the cage frowned upon seeing Chenos, as they vividly remembered how he had split a 3-meter-tall strongman in half with a single kick. "Bro, you're really strong. How about you go first, and we'll just have a taste of the leftovers. What do you think?" Chenos did not respond to the man's words, but walked towards them instead. "She is mine. No one can touch her, understand?" After saying this, Chenos unleashed the energy within her from the gunshot, and with one step, shattered the floor before instantly passing through the man, cutting him in half. The others were so frightened that they quickly retreated to the corner, not daring to entertain any improper thoughts. After making an example of him, Chenos kept murmuring to herself, "Damn, this force is so hard to control." Chenos originally planned to unleash energy on his feet, then stop in front of that person and deliver a heavy punch to knock them out. However, he didn't expect the force of the explosion to be too great, and it passed right through that person's body. Fortunately, the intimidation effect was quite good. Chenos tore off his tattered clothes, wiped the blood from his body, and approached the Hancock sisters again. "I'll sleep in front of you tonight. If anyone dares to do anything to you, just call for me." After Chenos finished speaking, he lay down about a meter away from the three, protecting them in the corner. In this way, no matter which direction someone approached them from, he would be able to hear any movement. At this moment, the three looked at Chenos with some emotion. Having someone to protect them in such a harsh environment filled them with a sense of security. Hancock would occasionally glance at Chenos, her face flushed, unsure of what she was thinking. Finally, after biting her lip and making up her mind, she took off her cloak and walked towards Chenos. "Chenos, if you sleep like this without any clothes, you'll catch a cold. Here, put this on." Chenos looked at Hancock, who was only wearing a red short shirt and shorts, and shook his head. "I'm fine. I'm stronger than you. Nothing will happen to me. You wear it. We three sisters can cuddle and sleep. We won't catch a cold. Don't be stubborn. If you catch a cold later, no one will be able to protect us." Chenos glanced at Hancock's two sisters, then at the determined-looking Hancock, and decided not to refuse any longer, accepting the cloak and draping it over herself. After Chenos took the cloak, Hancock revealed a bright smile. It was the first time she felt genuinely happy since arriving here. Once back beside her sisters, the three embraced tightly, pressing against each other, bringing a bit of warmth to the cold confines of the prison. Although not far away lay a still warm corpse, and despite the cold stone floor and the terrifying presence of the slaves around them, they all fell into a deep sleep. This was because they had a figure standing in front of them, giving them an unprecedented sense of security. After experiencing a life-threatening crisis, everyone returned to the cage, feeling mentally relaxed and unusually fatigued, and they all fell into a deep sleep with no one causing any trouble. The night soon passed. Early the next morning, someone came and knocked on the door, waking everyone up. The CP0 guard, upon seeing the corpse in Chenos' cell, said nothing, and generously opened the cell door, allowing people inside to remove the body. At this moment, the awakened Chenos approached Hancock and her sisters, saying to them, "During the day, all the women will be assigned to clean. Remember, you can take your time while cleaning, just be careful not to break anything. And keep a smile when encountering the Celestial Dragons. No matter the situation, do not cry or shout. That will only lead to a quicker death." Hancock looked around at the male slaves with some concern, appearing very uneasy. Noticing Hancock's expression, Chenos patted her head, smiling as she said, "Don't worry. The male and female slaves work in different places. They usually have to work as automatic escalator operators and won't be with you. Besides, they wouldn't dare do anything outside. If they act up, they will definitely be the ones to die." Hancock asked in confusion, "Automatic escalator?" A flicker of anger flashed in Chenos' eyes as he explained. The automatic stairs, as the name suggests, are stairs that move by themselves. When the Celestial Dragons stand on the stairs, they can automatically reach the end without having to exert themselves to walk. The reason those stairs move is that we male slaves are pushing them from below. At this point, Chenos recalled a rather unpleasant memory from the original owner's recollections. In a pitch-black, extremely cramped, and suffocating space, countless male slaves pushed a lever that was so heavy they could only lean their bodies to move it, constantly pushing it forward. They didn't even know when they could stop. They could only keep pushing. Each time they stopped, it felt as if everyone had returned from hell to the human world. Of course, many people died beneath the automatic stairs each time, and the bodies cleared out could pile up into a small mountain. The automatic stairs, built and used at the expense of countless money and lives, were merely to spare the Celestial Dragons from the fatigue of walking. Those damned Celestial Dragons. In his past life, Chenos had watched countless anime, and there had been hardly any species as vile as the Celestial Dragons. Such scum, if not removed from this world, would only continue to trample on more people and create more tragedies. At this moment, the CP0 at the door pointed inside the cage, saying, "The man goes with him. The woman goes with her. Chenos comes with me." Upon hearing that Chenos was to follow that CP0, everyone looked at him with envious eyes, knowing that Chenos was going with that CP0 to train instead of having to work. Be careful in everything. After dropping that line, Chenos walked towards the armed CP0. Hancock and the others exchanged glances and followed the CP0 responsible for leading the female slaves out of the cage. After taking Chenos to an open area, the armed CP0 began teaching him. "Chenos, since you know Haki, you should understand that Haki is divided into 3 types: armament Haki, observation Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is extremely rare, with only 1 in a million possessing it, so we'll set that aside for now. The remaining types are armament Haki and observation Haki. Armament Haki, as the name suggests, is the ability to arm the energy contained within your body and use it to defend against blades with your bare hands or turn your fists, even your fingertips, into the most dangerous weapons. Observation Haki, as the name suggests, is the ability to sense everything around you using Haki, as if seeing with the naked eye. This way, if someone tries to attack you from behind, you will see it, greatly enhancing your self-defense capability. Now, I will first teach you the simplest form of armament Haki." Chenos began to feel excited, having watched comics and anime in his previous life. He was very curious about the power system of pirates. The armed CP0, holding a sword, extended his hand to demonstrate to Chenos. Suddenly, a layer of black enveloped the hand of the armed CP0, and then he lightly struck the ground with a punch, easily causing an explosion. Boom! Chenos raised his arms to protect his head, and when the smoke cleared, a pit more than half a meter deep appeared. He stared in shock at the armed CP0, not expecting that such a seemingly effortless punch could have such great power. If that punch had landed on his head, even with a devil fruit, his head would probably have been blown apart, right? Immediately, Chenos felt a deeper apprehension towards CP0. This was a character he had never heard of in his previous life, yet he possessed such strong power. After the demonstration, the teaching began. Armament Haki is something that everyone, even every living being, has. It is an innate ability. However, most people or creatures do not know how to use this energy. You could try opening your palm and then focusing your attention on it. You will clearly notice that your palm starts to heat up, and that is the armament Haki gathering towards your palm. What we need to do is feel this energy. Once you can sense more and more energy, you can begin to control it to flow around your body, gathering and dispersing. Chenos looked at the knife-wielding CP0 with some disbelief. Was his training method really so crude and ordinary? It was nothing like what Chenos had imagined, which was akin to the internal skills from his past life, requiring the learning of special meridians and channels, controlling internal energy to flow through the body in a specific way to unleash great power. In this world, people merely felt the energy and controlled it to flow and gather. The reasoning was quite simple. When the armed color energy gathers in a certain part, like a fist, if the gathered energy is sufficient and dense enough, it can protect the fist from damage and allow it to unleash greater power. How can one make the armed color stronger? It's simple, by constantly using it. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Only through continuous use can one become familiar with it and understand it, which will allow for the mobilization of more armed color Haki in the future. Once one can mobilize the armed color Haki throughout their body, if they wish to further strengthen it, they need to train their physique. The stronger a person's physique, the stronger their armed color Haki will be. Your current physique is simply too weak, and you'll need to train more. Alright, today's lesson is over. You can practice here, and I'll rest under the tree. If you have any questions, feel free to come ask me. Chenos. After the knife-wielding CP0 finished speaking, he really ran to the tree to rest, completely ignoring Chenos' training. As expected, how could someone who was ordered to teach seriously teach him to learn Haki? Chenos originally held a glimmer of hope for the knife-wielding CP0, expecting the other party to teach him seriously and help him quickly master Haki. However, it now seems that he was being overly optimistic. Nevertheless, the attitude of the knife-wielding CP0 has brought Chenos back to reality. Although he is a time traveler, he is not the protagonist of a novel. No one is going to line up to teach him martial arts or offer him benefits. Everything has to rely on himself. With this in mind, Chenos began to practice seriously. Chenos spread his palm wide and fixed his eyes on it. Within seconds, he felt his palm starting to heat up, as if someone had placed a hot egg in his hand. This magical sensation immediately jolted Chenos' spirit, allowing him to concentrate even more on his palm. As his focus intensified, he felt the warmth spreading slowly from the center of his palm upwards, and his palm began to change, with a small black dot gradually appearing in the center. The knife-wielding CP0, who had been resting with his eyes closed under a tree, suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Chenos. So soon? Generally, it takes an average person at least 10 days to half a month to enter such a highly concentrated state and start showing signs of gathering armament Haki. However, Chenos had only been exposed to armament Haki for less than half an hour, and 20 minutes of that was spent explaining. This means that Chenos completed the gathering of armament Haki in just 10 minutes, something that would typically take others about half a month to achieve. The knife-wielding CP0 looked at Chenos with excitement, but when he noticed the flying dragon's hoof on Chenos' chest, it was as if he had been doused with cold water, and he shook his head helplessly. If only this kid wasn't a slave of the Celestial Dragons, with his talent. He could easily enter the CP organization's special training class and become a special training member. What a pity. The CP organization would never accept anyone marked with a flying dragon's hoof. Most people with the flying dragon's hoof harbor strong hostility towards the Celestial Dragons, and their organization serves the Celestial Dragons. If someone marked with a flying dragon's hoof were to enter the CP organization, they would have the opportunity to kill many Celestial Dragons. Therefore, no matter how talented a person is, the CP organization would not accept them. The knife-wielding CP0 closed his eyes again, no longer paying attention to Chenos. After a day of training, Chenos had already grasped the basics of using and cultivating armament Haki, and he could now cover his palm with it. However, applying armament Haki in combat would still take some time. This made Chenos feel a bit anxious. The environment he was in could soon see him arranged by St. Charlos to fight others. If he didn't team master more abilities, he could very well die in battle. The progress was still too slow. The knife-wielding CP0, who was walking with Chenos towards the cage, rolled his eyes in envy after hearing Chenos' words. He had never heard of anyone gathering armament Haki in their palm within a day. He considered himself a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a guardian of the Celestial Dragons. And to become a guardian, one must at least have the strength of a vice admiral. Yet, even he had spent a full month to reach Chenos' current level. And now, Chenos was complaining that it was slow. However, his jealousy didn't make him resentful. Instead, it made him even more interested in Chenos. He wanted to know how far Chenos could go and where the real difference lay between him and true geniuses. Thus, the knife-wielding CP0 answered all of Chenos' questions, providing exhaustive knowledge and using his own experience in cultivating armament Haki to help Chenos avoid many detours. The two exchanged questions and answers, and soon they arrived at the cage. Upon returning to the cage, Chenos immediately noticed several whip marks on Hancock's body and hurried over to inquire about the situation. What happened? Hancock covered her wounds with her cloak, not allowing Chenos to see. I didn't do anything. I was clumsy and accidentally broke a plate. Fortunately, I only got a few lashes. It's nothing serious. Chenos clenched his fists in anger, but he felt powerless now. He was still too weak to confront the Celestial Dragons, and he couldn't even protect Hancock. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Chenos frowned and thought to himself, why hasn't that fisherman climbed up to Mariejois yet? When can I leave this damn place? Looking at Hancock's lacerated skin from the whip marks, Chenos furrowed his brows. Although they were just external injuries that were relatively easy to heal, the place they were in was a prison, and here, wounds could easily become infected, which would almost be equivalent to a death sentence. Don't expect the Celestial Dragons to treat you or take care of your wounds. That's impossible. Even if Hancock is a devil fruit user, in the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, she is still an inferior being, no different from other slaves. He had to find a way to treat Hancock's wounds. However, there was nothing in the cage to clean the wounds, and it was even difficult to find clean cloth to bandage them. What to do? Chenos, me fine. Just give me 2 days of rest. I'll be okay, so don't worry. But Chenos ignored Hancock's words and fell into deep thought. At that moment, he suddenly had a bright idea and remembered the ability of someone from the pirates. When he saw that scene at the time, he was extremely shocked and amazed by the wonders of devil fruit powers. That person was Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma could be said to have developed his devil fruit ability to an extremely powerful level. His devil fruit was merely a pawpaw fruit. Yet he had developed the ability to teleport, create shockwaves, and bounce back damage and fatigue from others, which was truly monstrous. Although Kuma's fate was extremely tragic, becoming a slave to the Celestial Dragons and losing his self-awareness. It was a pity that Chenos hadn't seen why Otis set up Kuma like this before he crossed over, and what foreshadowing there was. To get back on track, Kuma's development of his devil fruit ability greatly inspired Chenos. Since Kuma could develop an ability to bounce off damage and fatigue, there was no reason why his rebound ability couldn't be developed. Moreover, one of his abilities was absorption. He could try to see if he could absorb the injuries on Hancock. If this devil fruit ability were successfully developed, it would become his healing ability, greatly enhancing his sustained combat capability. Just imagine, in battle, if the enemy had reduced Chenos to low health. He could absorb all the damage and come back to full health. Then he could attack the enemy with the absorbed damage. The enemy would definitely go crazy. After fighting for so long without killing Chenos, they instead helped him gain a terrifying damage skill. Who could withstand that? Therefore, developing such a devil fruit ability was indeed very necessary. Not only could it heal Hancock, but it could also give him a powerful skill in the future. With this plan in mind, Chenos grabbed Hancock's hand and gently placed her palm on the wound on her arm. Hancock's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Chenos, what are you doing? I haven't thought it through yet. Chenos. Immediately, Chenos reacted and understood what Hancock meant. It turned out that Hancock also had feelings for him. Cerno smiled and said, don't think too much of it. I'm just trying to see if I can use my fruit ability to help heal your wound. Hancock quickly lowered her head, realizing she had misunderstood. Her entire face flushed red, and a puff of steam rose from her head. Her shy appearance made Cernos unable to hold back his laughter. After enjoying Hancock's adorable and bashful look, Cernos began to focus his attention on Hancock's wound. Chenos had previously noticed that his fruit ability was divided into 2 parts, absorption and rebounding. When using the absorption ability, a barrier forms around his entire body. This means that while using this ability, he is completely enveloped, no matter from which direction the enemy attacks him. As long as this absorption barrier is not broken and Chenos has not reached his absorption limit, the enemy cannot inflict harm on him. However, this results in a very low utilization rate of his fruit ability, as most parts of his body are not targeted. Consequently, the absorption barriers distributed across other areas are essentially wasted, and they also dilute the defensive capability of the areas that are actually being attacked. In the future, it seems possible to try concentrating the absorption ability in one place. However, now is not the time to develop the fruit's absorption capability. Therefore, Chenos can only temporarily set this idea aside and focus on how to absorb damage. Chenos released his absorption ability and attached it to Hancock's wound, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the absorption ability had already wrapped around the wound, and with just a thought, he could absorb it. Absorb. After Chenos had just used his absorption ability, he let out a muffled groan, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A wound appeared on Chenos' arm, identical to the one on Hancock's injury. Hancock, who originally felt the wound on her arm disappear, looked at Chenos in surprise, only to find that the wound had been transferred to him. "What's going on, Chenos? Are you okay?" After calling out to Chenos twice, he finally reacted. The sudden intense pain made him feel as if someone had just whipped him, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. It turned out that Hancock's earlier experience was not as easy as she had described. It was actually a severe beating. Fortunately, Hancock, being from Amazon, had a strong constitution from a young age. Otherwise, such a beating could have cost her life. "I'm fine. My devil fruit ability can indeed heal your wounds. But I haven't mastered how to use it properly yet, which is why the injury transferred to me." After Chenos finished speaking, he fell into deep thought again. It seems that his idea was correct. His rebound effect could indeed absorb the injuries on his body. However, after the absorption, the injuries were transferred back to him, which left him somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, after absorbing the damage, it should be stored within his body like other attacks he receives. When he needed it, he would release it as a powerful attack. But why did the damage directly affect him after the absorption? Chenos stared at the wound on his hand and, after thinking for a moment, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be due to the difference between tangible and intangible damage? Realizing this, Chenos suddenly understood. The attacks he had absorbed before were all absorbed in the form of force, such as the force generated by a bullet or the force experienced during an attack. However, these attacks had not caused him any real harm. They were simply absorbed by him. Now, what he was absorbing was the damage already inflicted on Hancock. The scars left by the whip, which represented tangible damage. Intangible damage could be stored within him in the form of energy to be released when needed. But he couldn't store tangible damage inside his body. Therefore, the scars from the whipping directly appeared on him. Once he understood what was happening, Chenos' eyes suddenly brightened. Since he couldn't absorb it directly, could he create an absorption sphere to take in the tangible damage and control it from a distance? Or throw the absorption sphere at his enemies? This way, he wouldn't harm himself, and he could still attack others. Most importantly, this would be a ranged attack method. If used well, it might be able to severely injure the enemy in one go. With this development idea in mind, Chenos became excited. He hadn't expected that developing fruit abilities could be such an interesting endeavor. Now that he had the idea, all that was left was to execute it. Chenos once again approached Hancock, extending his hand to rest on her arm. This time, Chenos did not directly use his absorption ability to absorb the wounds on Hancock's body. Instead, he controlled his absorption ability, trying to separate a portion of it. The absorption ability gathered in Chenos' palm, increasing in quantity, and then he slowly directed the ability downward, as if droplets of water were dripping down. Chenos controlled the ability to gather downwards, and the droplet-like ability slowly began to sink, gradually slipping away from Chenos' palm. With a soft pop, an absorption ability sphere formed. What amazed Chenos was that although the absorption ability sphere had already detached from his body, he could still control it, as if he were controlling his own fingers. He attempted to make the energy sphere float to Hancock's whip wound, gently touching the area of the injury. Once the absorption ability sphere made contact with the wound, it automatically wrapped around it, as if a hand had grasped something. With just a thought from Chenos, he could lift it. Absorb. As Chenos' thought of absorption flashed by, the scar on Hancock's arm instantly vanished, replaced by a crimson line on the absorption ability sphere. Success! Chenos clenched his fists excitedly, but he did not stop. This was because Hancock still had many whip scars on her body. Then, Chenos controlled the absorption ability sphere to glide over Hancock, absorbing the whip scars one by one into the sphere. Only after that did Chenos let out a sigh of relief. Hancock watched Chenos' careful demeanor and did not dare to disturb him. However, when she saw Chenos' focused expression, his cautious movements, and the sweat pouring down his face as he worked to heal her wounds, Hancock felt her heart melting. If Hancock initially only had a fondness for Chenos, mostly out of gratitude, seeing him working hard for her now instantly made her develop feelings of love for him. The thought of marrying someone as gentle and protective as Chenos seemed quite nice. Marriage? At that moment, Hancock suddenly realized what she was thinking, cupping her already flushed face with both hands, and quickly turned around to face away for Chenos. What on earth am I thinking? Hancock's sudden movement caught Chenos' attention. Hancock, are you okay? The embarrassment from her earlier thoughts made Hancock too shy to face Chenos. She waved her arms behind her, saying, I am fine, you come here. In her frantic waving, Hancock accidentally hit Chenos' hand that was controlling the absorption ability sphere, causing it to bounce onto Chenos' body. Chenos couldn't help but widen his eyes, but by the time he reacted, it was too late to stop the ability sphere. Suddenly, a dozen wounds exploded on Chenos' body, and blood gushed out. The dozens of whip marks instantly inflicted severe pain on Chenos, causing his pain to escalate by several times, and the intense pain nearly made him faint. Chenos, what's wrong with you? Chenos, are you okay? I didn't mean to do it just now. Chenos, don't die. Don't scare me. At that moment, Chenos was drenched in blood, and the dozen whip marks had torn his skin apart, continuously oozing blood, which frightened Hancock greatly, thinking that Chenos was about to collapse as she shook him repeatedly. As soon as Chenos opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Hancock's two younger sisters hurried over and grabbed the emotionally agitated Hancock. Sister, Chenos was fine, but if you keep shaking him like that, he might really have a problem. At this moment, Chenos was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, only able to look at Hancock's sister with a grateful gaze. After hearing his sister's words, Hancock was so startled that he quickly released his hold on Chenos. Bam! Chenos was suspended in midair, looking at Hancock in disbelief before crashing heavily to the ground. The whip marks on his body hit the hard floor, causing his eyes to bulge like a goldfish, and his facial features contorted in agony, almost making him pass out from the pain. At this moment, Hancock rushed towards Chenos again, wanted to help him up, but saw Chenos tremblingly raise his hand to stop him. I am fine. I can manage on my own. Hancock squatted on the ground, glancing at Chenos with guilt. And didn't he dare to get closer, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Chenos, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being so foolish. If I hadn't been so clumsy, I wouldn't have dropped the plate and gotten beaten. If I hadn't been beaten, Chenos wouldn't have gotten hurt trying to treat me. If I hadn't been so foolish, Chenos wouldn't have gotten hurt again. It's all my fault. Just then, Chenos' hand covered Hancock's head, gently stroking it. Silly. It's okay. Getting hurt just gives me another chance to practice my devil fruit abilities, right? Hancock looked up at Chenos with tear-filled eyes, her little mouth pouting. Crying even harder, dragged back to a corner by her two sisters, Hancock shyly buried her face in her hands, feeling embarrassed about her earlier behavior now that she had regained her composure. After Hancock's influence faded, Chenos once again controlled the absorption ability sphere to pull all the injuries out of his body, then threw the ability sphere onto the floor. The stone tiles on the floor were instantly blown apart into fragments. Chenos looked at the stone tiles on the floor, lost in thought. It seemed that the absorbed damage could not only affect a person, but also non-living things. This greatly expanded the range of his absorption healing ability. However, the current problem was that the absorption rate was too slow, making it unsuitable for combat. It could only be used for healing after the battle. Nevertheless, with such a healing ability, external injuries would become merely a means for him to deliver attacks. He never expected that the randomly acquired fruit ability would be so powerful. After healing the whip wounds, Chenos felt a deep fatigue, a sense of weakness after overexertion. His body was still too weak. Soon, Chenos collapsed on the ground, falling into a deep sleep as if he were unconscious. Hancock looked at Chenos' exhausted figure, ran over to him, sat down beside him, and draped her cloak over him. While watching Chenos sleep peacefully, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. The next day, Chenos was taken to the open space again by the knife-wielding CP0 for practice. However, this time, the knife-wielding CP0 also brought a wooden sword. Today, they would learn observation Haki. After saying this, the knife-wielding CP0 tossed a piece of cloth to Chenos. Cover your eyes, you can't see anything. Chenos also knows that observation Haki is actually about training one's sensory abilities. Therefore, he didn't ask much and directly picked up the cloth to fold it, then covered his eyes. Next, I will launch an attack on you. You can dodge based on your senses, but you cannot dodge randomly, nor can you use your devil fruit powers to defend against the attack. Do you understand? Chenos nodded to indicate that he understood. However, just after he nodded, the wooden stick had already landed on his head, causing a large bump. Hiss! Although he winced in pain, Chenos said nothing and instead carefully felt everything around him. Observation Haki and armament Haki are not the same. Although both originate from the body, they represent different types of energy. If armament Haki is the energy of the body, then observation Haki is the energy of the mind. Open your mind and feel the energy hidden in your brain. Let it be released. Mental energy? After listening to the words of the sword-wielding CP0, Chenos not only did not become tense, but instead relaxed his body. Chenos' state once again made the sword-wielding CP0 widen his eyes slightly. Unlike the armament Haki, which requires intense concentration and a tense body to feel more easily, The observation Haki is different. To activate observation Haki, one first needs to relax and disperse their attention. The more one empties their mind, the easier it is to feel everything around them. One must admit that Chenos is a genius, naturally suited for cultivating Haki. Upon hearing his words, he made the most correct response based on them. As a result, Chenos' speed of cultivating Haki will far exceed that of others. When he understood this principle, it took him a full month. Even then, he was praised by the organization's teacher for his quick entry into the practice. At this moment, the sword-wielding CP0 really wanted to know how his teacher would react if he learned that Chenos comprehended the fundamentals of observation Haki in an instant. Would the teacher go crazy with excitement over Chenos? Although the sword-wielding CP0's mind was constantly pondering other matters, the wooden sword in his hand did not stop, attacking Chenos from various angles. At first, Chenos stood still, allowing the sword-wielding CP0 to attack him. However, after sensing for a while, Chenos began to feel an extremely faint fluctuation in the darkness coming towards him. At that moment, Chenos moved, suddenly turning his body to avoid the wooden sword's attack. The sword-wielding CP0's eyes were filled with shock, looking at Chenos in disbelief, forgetting to attack. So fast. A genius. Initially thinking that Chenos' talent for armament Haki was already abnormal, he did not expect Chenos' talent for observation Haki to be even more extraordinary. In less than half an hour, Chenos had already grasped the basics of observation Haki. It should be noted that the difficulty of cultivating observation Haki is far above that of armament Haki. In the New World, almost everyone can use armament Haki, but very few can use observation Haki, which shows the difficulty of the latter. However, the better Chenos performed, the more regret the sword-wielding CP0 felt. Such a good seedling. How could it be wasted by the Celestial Dragons? Sigh. If he encountered such a good seedling outside, he would definitely be confident in cultivating them into a general. Even a hero like Carp. It's really a pity. The sword-wielding CP0 resumed his attacks, this time faster and with more tricky angles than before. Having initially grasped observation Haki, Chenos did his utmost to evade the wooden sword's attacks, but most of the attacks still landed on him. It wasn't until Chenos was panting and covered in bruises that the sword-wielding CP0 finally stopped attacking. Take a 10-minute break. Look for the shortcomings from earlier. And if you have questions, ask me during the break. After taking a breath, Chenos asked the knife-wielding CP0, Master, I clearly sensed the trick of the wooden sword just now, so why was I still unable to dodge it? Even Kinbunchika Haki can be deceived, so one should not trust at 100. It's similar to the feints we see during an attack. They are all deceptive. At that moment, you need to make your own judgment about which are feints and which are the real moves that you have actually sensed. Chenos, huh? At this moment, Chenos felt a bit strange. He had just started learning observation Haki, yet he was already skipping the teaching process and jumping straight into the advanced course. Although this was useful for him, it still felt a bit like forcing growth. However, Chenos didn't say anything. The sword-wielding CP0 was assigned to teach him, and how they taught was their business. He had no right to ask for more. Otherwise, if the sword-wielding CP0 got upset and stopped teaching, he wouldn't have any way to deal with it. Therefore, he could only silently accept the teachings of the sword-wielding CP0 and continuously work hard to learn, absorbing everything from the lessons like a sponge. Speaking of which, Chenos felt a bit sentimental. If he had been this dedicated in his past life while studying, what would Chinbei be? He would have aced it in no time. Time's up, and now it was time to start practical training. Chenos' body trembled, and his expression became serious. He knew that CP0 was very powerful, and just the oppressive feeling he gave him was hard to bear, which made him imagine how strong the opponent truly was. But being strong was the point. Only by fighting against the strong could one progress quickly and become stronger. And now, he could be dragged into a life-and-death battle at any moment. So he urgently needed to grow stronger. Next, I will attack you. You need to use the Haki and observation Haki you've learned during this time to defend and even counterattack. Are you ready? At this moment, Chenos' eyes were still covered, and he was seriously sensing everything around him, not letting any slightest movement go unnoticed. Although his eyes were blindfolded, everything around him seemed to become clearer. All sensations felt amplified. The breath of the wind, the flow of air around him, and the subtle sounds he could not catch before were now all clearly felt by Chenos. At that moment, he sensed a disturbance in a current, with irregular fluctuations appearing. Here it comes. From the left side, a wooden sword was coming down from the upper right toward his head. Chenos quickly gathered his armed color Haki on his arm and struck with his palm against the wooden sword. Although it was a clash between the wooden sword and his palm, the sound of metal colliding echoed. Damn, is he planning to kill me? Chenos quickly waved his palms, continuously blocking the attacks from the knife-wielding CP0. However, the attack speed of the knife-wielding CP0 became faster, and the force of the strikes grew stronger. In the end, even though Chenos tried his best to defend, he gradually fell behind the attack speed of the knife-wielding CP0 and was repeatedly struck by the wooden sword. I told you, you can counterattack. After hearing the words of the knife-wielding CP0, Chenos cursed inwardly. Damn, I'm blindfolded right now. I can't even see. I can only feel a little bit of the attack trajectory. How am I supposed to counterattack? Chenos suddenly froze for a moment, beginning to understand the meaning behind the knife-wielding CP0's actions. To launch a counterattack, he needed to sense at a greater distance, to perceive everything around him, using observation Haki to clearly see his surroundings. Only then could he find a way to retaliate. The knife-wielding CP0 had mentioned that observation Haki is a form of mental power. To cultivate it, one must evoke a stronger mental force, enabling the sensing of everything around. At that moment, Chenos stopped, using his fruit ability to absorb the attacks he had suffered, sinking into deep thought. To awaken mental power, one must experience intense mental stimuli. And what could provide the most intense mental stimulus? The answer is death. I already told you not to use your fruit ability. If Chenos were to remove the cloth covering his eyes, he would see that the wooden sword in the knife-wielding CP0's hand was now enveloped in an extremely strong armament Haki, giving the wooden sword a sharpness and metallic feel akin to a real weapon. It felt as though if this sword struck him, it would surely cut him in half. Yet Chenos could not see any of this. However, he could sense the killing intent emanating from the knife-wielding CP0. This was the first time Chenos felt that death was so close to him. The intense killing intent made his heart start to pound violently, and his inner voice was continuously shouting at him. Dodge. You must dodge, or you will definitely die. Thump, thump. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Chenos seemed to enter an extremely strange state. Originally blinded by the cloth, the surroundings were pitch black. But now, various black and white images began to emerge around him, as if he were watching a black and white television. Although it resembled a blurry world made of black and white lines, it allowed Chenos to see the scenery around him. Among the images he could see, the clearest was the knife-wielding CP0, who now appeared to Chenos like a god of death, exuding a fiery aura, with a wooden sword surrounded by a black stream of air, slowly approaching him. At that moment, he clearly saw the knife-wielding CP0 raise the wooden sword above his head, preparing to strike down. What struck Chenos as particularly strange was that he could see the CP0's movements, but could not sense his aura. If he relied solely on the aura to gauge the knife-wielding CP0, he would not perceive that he was being attacked. Just as the knife-wielding CP0 was about to bring the sword down on Chenos, he rolled away in the opposite direction of the strike, quickly closing the distance to the knife-wielding CP0, gathering his armament Haki in his right hand, and threw a powerful punch towards CP0's side. The knife-wielding CP0 instantly changed the direction of his swing, using the hilt of the sword to deflect Chenos' punch, easily neutralizing his attack, and then swung the sword again towards Chenos. After seeing that his attack was ineffective, Chenos transformed his fist into a palm, using the force generated by the knife handle to push against the ground, bringing his feet together as he charged towards the knife-wielding CP0. The knife-wielding CP0 remained calm in response, swinging the wooden knife in his hand. Then, using the momentum from the swing, he rotated in a circle and struck Chenos' feet with his elbow, rendering Chenos' attack ineffective once again and sending him flying away. Chenos used the elbow strike from the knife-wielding CP0 to perform several flips and distance himself from the attacker, continuing to search for an opportunity to counterattack. Just then, Chenos suddenly came out of a strange state and, feeling as if he were drunk, found himself dizzy and unable to move. Indeed, it was the first time he had entered the state of observation Haki, and he managed to hold it for so long, which was truly beyond my expectations. Let's call it a day. You lie down on the ground and rest for a while. Don't move, this dizziness will pass soon. After the knife-wielding CP0 said this, he ignored the collapsed Chenos and walked over to a tree to catch his breath. Although the knife-wielding CP0 appeared extremely calm, a storm was brewing in his heart. Chenos' talent repeatedly shattered his understanding of genius. Just now, he had been pushing Chenos hard, even releasing a killing intent, all in order to help Chenos comprehend observation Haki faster. However, the sword-wielding CP0 was already prepared for failure. He didn't genuinely intend to strike Chenos down, but merely wanted to create a situation that would allow Chenos to enter the state of observation Haki more quickly. He was even ready to teach Chenos to remember the feelings from earlier, laying a foundation for him to access observation Haki in the future. But who would have thought that Chenos would directly grasp observation Haki and even activate it for the first time, managing to exchange a few blows with him before exiting the state? It's important to note that most people struggle to adapt to the mental state when first entering observation Haki, often leading to dizziness or even fainting, especially in the initial moments of activation. He could no longer find words to describe Chenos' talent. A person with such high potential for Haki, would they really allow him to be destroyed by the Celestial Dragons? At this moment, the sword-wielding CP0 found himself torn internally. After resting, Chenos returned to the place where the slaves ate. During their training, the sword-wielding CP0 had directly invited him to eat together, even instructing the government personnel to bring over more nutritious meals. This had allowed Chenos to enjoy his meals quite a bit these past few days. However, after teaching observation Haki today, the sword-wielding CP0 received a mission and went out to execute it, leaving Chenos unable to tag along for meals and forcing him to return to the slave cafeteria. The slave cafeteria, while called a cafeteria, mostly served leftovers from the Celestial Dragons, with the cafeteria primarily providing rice. Sometimes, if the Celestial Dragons had not eaten much and there were plenty of leftovers, the slaves could have a decent meal. But at other times, if the Celestial Dragons ate a lot, whether they could have meat or other food depended on their ability to snatch it. Everyone knew that relying solely on rice might fill their stomachs, but it was far from enough to sustain them through hard labor. If they couldn't get meat, their bodies might not withstand the consumption and could die. Therefore, most of the time, the slave cafeteria resembled a battlefield. Before, Chenos didn't consume much due to his young age. Therefore, he usually went to scavenge leftover food that others didn't want, and occasionally he could find some meat. The situation with the female slaves was somewhat better, as they weren't doing heavy labor, so it didn't have the same issues as the male slave cafeteria. This also meant Chenos didn't have to worry about the situation with Hancock. By the time Chenos arrived at the cafeteria, a long line had already formed at the entrance, waiting for the doors to open. Wow, how'd this big guy end up here? When Chenos arrived in line with the team, he saw Fisher Tiger, whom he had been longing for. He had been waiting for Fisher Tiger to cause a commotion in Mariejois so that he could leave this cursed place. But who would have thought that Fisher Tiger was here now? How could he leave? At that moment, Chenos suddenly realized. He remembered a line that was briefly mentioned in both the manga and the anime. Hancock was enslaved by the Celestial Dragons for several years before finally escaping from Mariejois with Fisher Tiger's help. When he crossed over, Hancock had just been sold. So, does that mean he still had to stay in this cursed place for several more years? Chenos was directly stunned. What was he supposed to do? He was a devil fruit user and couldn't escape from Mariejois like Fisher Tiger did. In such a place filled with countless powerful individuals, trying to leave on land or by boat was nothing short of a dream. It would undoubtedly lead to death. Did he really have to endure years of torment here leave? No, absolutely not. He had to think of a way. With this thought, Chenos fell into deep contemplation. The best way to leave this place still depended on Fisher Tiger. If it weren't for Fisher Tiger causing chaos in Mariejois, setting fires everywhere and distracting most of the people, it would have been impossible to rescue so many slaves. Therefore, Fisher Tiger had to create a disturbance in Mariejois, just like in his previous life. And to make Fisher Tiger cause chaos in Mariejois, he first needed to help him escape from here. But how could he get Fisher Tiger to escape? At this moment, Chenos couldn't help but curse Oda for not drawing the manga properly. There was no explanation on how Fisher Tiger escaped, leaving him a loss for what to do. In any case, he should first establish a good relationship with Fisher Tiger and ask if he had any escape plans. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. With this thought, Chenos headed towards Fisher Tiger's position. However, as soon as Chenos moved, it alerted all the fishmen around Fisher Tiger. There were powers everywhere, and it was no different among the slaves. The fishmen were naturally 10 times stronger than humans, which meant their strength was formidable, coupled with their strong unity. This made them an untouchable presence among the slaves. Therefore, every time the fishmen lined up for food in the cafeteria, they were always at the front. Now, as Chenos approached them, those present thought he intended to challenge the fishmen's status in the cafeteria. After seeing the hostile gazes from the fishmen, Chenos remained unfazed and calmly walked up to Fisher Tiger. Before Chenos could say anything, Fisher spoke first. "Human child, this is not a place for you. It's best you go back. I have something to discuss with you." Before Fisher could continue, his fisherman's subordinate chimed in. Human child, can't you understand human language? Out of respect for Brother Fisher, I'll give you one last chance. Get lost. Facing the fisherman's harsh words, Chenos didn't even glance at him, but continued to stare at Fisher. The fisherman frowned and cursed. Damn it, humans really don't learn their lesson. It seems if I don't kill you today, there's no way to make humans remember. As soon as he finished speaking, the fisherman quickly stepped in front of Chenos and kicked towards him. Fisher merely glanced at the fisherman and didn't intervene. However, when the fisherman's foot made contact with Chenos, he found that his strength seemed to vanish, and there was an invisible barrier around Chenos that blocked his foot, preventing him from actually kicking Chenos. He.S. a devil fruit user. Be careful, retreat quickly. As Fisher finished his warning, he saw Chenos gently push the fisherman's foot aside and then kick the fisherman in the chest, sending him flying. This time, Chenos wanted Fisher's help. So he didn't use the rebound ability of his fruit, but instead used his own strength to kick, only sending the fisherman a few meters away. Seeing the fisherman being caught by other fishermen, Fisher breathed a sigh of relief. Human, what do you want? Fisher stood in front of Chenos, separating him from the other fishermen. It's important to note that not every fisherman has his level of strength. If he wasn't careful, his fisherman compatriots could very well be killed by this child in front of him. Chenos glanced around at the onlookers and said to Fisher, This isn't a place to talk. I want to have a word with you. Fisher furrowed his brow, unsure why this human child was seeking him out. However, he wasn't worried. With his rank of Major General and above, he could easily handle Chenos. So he nodded at Chenos and got up to walk towards the corner of the cafeteria. Once they reached the corner and saw that there were not many people around, Fisher said to Chenos, All right, now that there aren't many people here, go ahead and tell me. What do you want to talk about? Chenos, I want to help you escape from here. Fisher, huh? Previously, when Fisher saw Chenos come to find him, he thought it was a human fruit user coming to cause trouble for them, the fishmen. He never expected Chenos would suddenly say he wanted to help him escape. This completely stunned Fisher. Chenos continued, You heard me right. I really want to help you escape this hell. Of course, I have my own selfish motives. I just want you to find a way to come back and rescue me after you get out. Fisher, who had been somewhat skeptical of Chenos' intentions, was moved after seeing the sincerity in his eyes. He could tell that this human child truly intended to help him escape. Fisher shook his head directly, saying, It's impossible. I've tried, and there's no way out. Mariejois is built on the edge of a cliff, with a sheer drop on one side. There's absolutely no way to escape from here. Even if the water below is the sea, even if I'm a fisherman, falling down from here would definitely mean death. The exits on the other three sides are guarded by numerous world government soldiers, and we slaves can't get close at all. Getting near means certain death. There is simply no chance to escape. Chenos furrowed his brows. According to the terrain of St. Mariejois, it was a natural barrier, easy to defend, but difficult to attack. And to get out was as hard as climbing to the sky. So how did Fisher manage to escape from such a perilous environment later on? At this moment, Chenos thought of something very important. When Fisher later returned to St. Mariejois, he chose to climb the cliffs, which indicated that his previous method of escape was one way only. Where could there be a place that allows exit, but not entry? Chenos furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a while, without coming up with any good ideas, he said to Fisher, You are fish people, able to breathe underwater, which is a natural advantage. As long as you can find a way to escape outside, you can survive from the sea. In that case, even if the Celestial Dragons want to capture you back, they won't be able to. I'm just not sure how to leave here yet. But please rest assured, I will find a way. My only hope is that after I help you leave, you can come back quickly to rescue me. Chenos' whimsical words made Fisher laugh heartily. You human kid, you really know how to dream. Even if I could leave this hell, there would be no way to come back. Not to mention, I can't leave at all. You're an interesting little human. You're the first one willing to get close to us fishmen. I'll let your grandiose talk slide this time, but I hope you won't make such hope-inducing jokes next time. I'm serious. After saying this, Chenos turned and walked away, contemplating how to leave this place. As he thought, he approached a few burly human men and took away a large chicken leg from their plates, ignoring their astonished expressions as he headed straight to the cafeteria window to get food. Hey, kid, are you looking for trouble? That's my food. But Chenos, lost in thought, completely failed to hear the burly man's words and continued with his business. Seeing that Chenos ignored him, the burly man's forehead bulged with veins as he walked toward Chenos. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the food, or you'll become the food. The burly man didn't attack Chenos immediately because he had seen Chenos approach Fisher earlier. He worried that this kid might have some connection with the strongest fisher, and hitting Chenos would offend Fisher. However, Chenos seemed to have not heard him at all and continued to get his food. Even when the cafeteria uncle tried to remind Chenos, he was oblivious, completely immersed in his thoughts. "You're looking for death." The burly man glared, blood vessels in his eyes bulging, and the veins on his forehead were very prominent, looking quite terrifying. Suddenly, the burly man swung a fist down hard towards Chenos' head, determined not to stop until he smashed Chenos into the floor. At that moment, Chenos' observation Haki instinctively activated, warning him and pulling him out of his reverie. But by then, it was too late for Chenos to react. The burly man's fist was already above his head. The onlookers, emboldened, shouted excitedly, ready to witness a bloody slaughter that would add a touch of excitement to their dreary, hellish lives. Meanwhile, some timid ones covered their eyes, knowing that the upcoming scene might be exceptionally bloody, and that little kid could very well be turned into mush. Fisher, however, watched the fight between Chenos and the burly man with great interest, knowing that Chenos was a devil fruit user and couldn't be judged by normal standards. Therefore, he believed in his heart that the burly man was not Chenos' match. He was just curious about how strong that little human kid really was. Just then, the burly man's fist landed on Chenos' head. But the scene that followed surprised almost everyone. The burly man's fist hit Chenos' head, not only failing to smash him into the ground, but also not producing the watermelon-splitting scene they had imagined. Instead, the burly man's fist remained frozen on Chenos' head, unmoving, as if something was blocking him from attacking. The onlookers gasped in shock, not expecting that the little kid, barely 1.50 meters tall, could withstand the full force punch of a burly man over 2 meters tall. Moreover, it seemed effortless, as if he had suffered no harm at all. Chenos frowned. "I hate it when someone interrupts my thoughts." The strong man looked at Chenos in disbelief, then glanced at his retracted fists, not understanding why, with his immense strength, he couldn't move this little guy in front of him. Hearing Chenos' words made the strong man even more furious. He quickly swung his fists, continuously striking at Chenos' head. But no matter how hard he hit, he couldn't break the invisible barrier in front of Chenos, nor could he harm him in the slightest. This made the strong man increasingly self-conscious and timid. He gradually slowed down his punches and finally froze in place, not daring to continue attacking Chenos. "Not going to hit anymore? All right, it's my turn to strike." Chenos kicked his leg against the strong man's abdomen, releasing the energy he had accumulated, and with one kick, he sent the strong man flying. He only came to a stop after creating a dent in the wall. "Hey!" Everyone present was shocked, staring at Chenos in disbelief. They couldn't believe that such a robust strong man had been attacking Chenos for a long time without any reaction, while this seemingly frail Chenos could kick the strong man away with just one kick, making it hard for them to accept what had just happened. Faced with Chenos' overwhelming strength, everyone at the scene began to avoid him. However, one person turned around and walked toward Chenos. Chenos said impatiently to the person, "I don't want to be disturbed right now. I know the way out of this hell." Chenos suddenly looked up at the person, and upon seeing him, felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had met him somewhere before. "Who are you?" "I am Guild Tesoro, imprisoned here for 3 years. I know how to escape this hell." "Guild Tesoro?" At this moment, Chenos' pupils constricted as he remembered who this man was. Wasn't this the man who would be known in the future as the richest in the world, the Golden Emperor Tesoro, who possessed the gold fruit? This guy would control 20% of the world's berries in the future, with a wealth of 500 billion berries, equivalent to 100 Whitebeards. Chenos then recalled that this future richest man was once a slave of the Celestial Dragons and would eventually leave Mariejois during Fisher Tiger's slave liberation operation. If he could recruit Tesoro while he was still down and out, not only could Tesoro become a source of funding in the future, but he would also be a powerful subordinate. To be honest, the fact that Tesoro could appear as a major villain in the movie speaks volumes about his strength. And had it not been for Luffy's special abilities, he would have been no match for the awakened Tesoro. With this in mind, Chenos' eyes lit up, and he had already planned to bring Tesoro under his wing. "Since you know how to escape this hell, why are you still here?" In response to Chenos' question, Tesoro lowered his head. "My strength is not enough. Although I know the way, I lack the power to use it to escape. I once sought out the fishmen, intending to leave with them, but before I could get close, I was driven away." The corner of Chenos' mouth curled up. "So you came to seek someone like me who can get close to the fishmen?" Taizolo did not hide it and nodded honestly. However, Chenos asked him, "You've said that your strength is insufficient, so why should I take you out?" Facing Chenos' question, Taizolo calmly replied, "I can offer my method of getting out as a trade, allowing you to take me with you. In Mariejois, I am currently the only one who has discovered this method, and if you want to leave, you must know my way." Chenos asked Tezzalo with great interest. Aren't you afraid that I will force you to speak? At that moment, Tezzalo lifted his head and looked at Chenos with eyes filled with hatred and a hint of regret. My heart is already dead. Even if you torture me to death now, I am not afraid. If it weren't for the hatred in my heart that prevents me from dying peacefully, I would have committed suicide long ago. So please, I have a reason to leave here. Chenos asked, do you want to take revenge on the Celestial Dragons? Yes. I want to become the richest person in the world. I want to use money to trample the Celestial Dragons underfoot. Chenos burst into laughter and then said to Tezzalo in a tone filled with murderous intent, our goals are pretty similar. I intend to kill all the Celestial Dragons. Although our objectives are not exactly the same, they are fundamentally aligned. How about this? You become my crew member and join me in dealing with the Celestial Dragons. I'll help you leave this hell. All right, I'll join you. Tezzalo responded without any hesitation, directly agreeing to Chenos' invitation. In fact, Tezzalo knew that it was impossible for him to leave this hell on his own. However, with Chenos being a powerful fruit user, he had the opportunity to get close to the fishmen, which could allow him to escape this damned hell. As long as he could leave this hell and take revenge on the Celestial Dragons, he would be willing to sell his soul. Moreover, if he could really escape to the outside world, he would need someone with great strength as a backing, and the strong Chenos was the right choice. Can you trust me now? Chenos asked, referring to the way to escape. After hesitating for a moment, Tezzalo decided to trust Chenos, as he had no other option. Without Chenos, he wouldn't be able to get close to the fishmen who despise humans, nor could he leave. Thus, he had no choice but to gamble and believe that Chenos would take him away. In a place where we bathe, there is a huge drainage pipe that leads directly to the outside sewage outlet. I have verified this from the water outlet on the cliff outside. I used something I placed in the water and heard it flowing out from here. I have also gone down to check the drainage pipe. It is over 3 meters wide, allowing a fishman to easily exit through it. However, the water flow there is too swift, almost rushing straight down. With my strength, no. I should say, with the strength of everyone in Mariejois. Only a fisherman who can breathe underwater and possesses a strong physique could get out of here. Most fishermen do not have such strength, but the powerful fishman named Fisher should be able to survive the exit. Chenos pondered for a moment and then said to Tezzalo, we bathe every 3 days, and we just bathed yesterday. So we have to wait 2 more days to go to the bathhouse. 2 days later, you wait for us at the entrance of the bathhouse, and then we'll take Fisher with us to check the sewer. I believe that as long as there is a chance to escape, Fisher will not give up. All right, where do you live? If there's a chance to escape, how will I find you? I'm locked up in cell 125 in area E, so you can find me there. Chenos had just finished his meal and said to Tezzalo, let's go talk to Fisher. The 2 men approached Fisher again and discussed the escape route with him, agreeing to check the situation together in 2 days. After that, the 3 of them left separately, preparing to regroup in 3 days. The smooth progress of things made Chenos very happy, and he hummed a tune as he walked back to the cage. However, he couldn't stay happy for long, as the Celestial Dragons summoned them again to their room to prepare for a game. Chenos squinted his eyes slightly, this time playing the game. It was possible that the Celestial Dragon he had defeated before would come looking for trouble again. However, he wasn't too worried about the battle. With the armament and observation Haki he had learned recently, along with his fruit abilities, he was confident he could survive against other slaves in combat. The only thing that made Chenos a bit worried was that Celestial Dragons were incredibly wealthy and might spend money to buy devil fruits for the slaves to eat. The abilities of devil fruits were all strange and varied, and he didn't know if he would encounter a situation like Luffy's ability countering Enels. Therefore, he still needed to be a bit cautious. Chenos walked towards the Celestial Dragon's house with the other slaves. At that moment, Hancock and her sisters carefully followed behind him for a sense of security. After all, every time they went to play games in the Celestial Dragon's room, it felt like going to a battlefield. Only heaven knew if they could survive. Noticing Hancock's unease, Chenos reached out and held her small hand, hoping to provide some comfort. In fact, Chenos' feelings for Hancock had become quite strange over time. He gradually stopped seeing her as a mere paper figure and began to regard her as a living person. Hancock's somewhat slender personality also made Chenos genuinely start to like her, rather than viewing her as a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, when Hancock was held by Chenos, she transformed back into a steam girl, blushing to the point of almost fainting. Don't worry, we'll be fine. In truth, Hancock didn't really hear what Chenos was saying. She felt dizzy being led by him. Upon arriving at the Celestial Dragon's room, Chenos let go of Hancock's hand, not wanting to cause trouble for the 2 of them due to holding hands. After feeling the warmth left in her palm, Hancock became somewhat lost in thought. She secretly wished, I want to be held by Chenos forever. What am I thinking? Then, Hancock occasionally stole glances at Chenos' handsome face, and for some reason, a shy yet happy smile appeared on her face. However, Chenos was not focused on Hancock at that moment. His expression grew heavy. There were actually 5 celestial dragons in the room today. Behind these celestial dragons, dozens of slaves were kneeling, making Chenos feel somewhat uneasy. So, he tried to hide among the crowd, hoping he wouldn't be the one called out to fight today. Otherwise, with so many people, he could be worn out to death. Hey, the one who can't be killed, hurry up and come out. Today, teach these brothers who don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth a good lesson, so they know that you are invincible. Damn, it really is true that what you fear comes to pass. Chenos pulled out a smile and slowly walked toward St. Charlos. The other celestial dragons, upon seeing Chenos, all showed disdainful expressions. One female celestial dragon mocked Charlos, saying, with that small frame, you dare to say you can't be killed? Charlos, are you out of people? Do you want me to lend you a few to play with? Charlia, you bastard, how dare you talk to your brother like that? Do you believe I can have my indestructible slave take out all your slaves, leaving you with none to use? Chenos had a dark expression and complained inwardly, hey, if you guys are going to talk tough, don't include me, you jerks. At this moment, Charlemagne, who had been slapped in the face last time, stepped forward. Shalilia, don't be fooled by that slave's small frame. My slave was killed last time because he underestimated the opponent due to his small size. Why not just send out the captain's slave you borrowed from your dad and crush that small frame? Chenos lowered his head on one side, constantly cursing St. Charles in his heart. This bastard really held a grudge, even encouraging others to send out captain slaves. Captain slaves, as the name suggests, are the captains of pirate crews who, after being captured, become slaves of the celestial dragons in the world of pirates. Generally speaking, the captain is the strongest presence on a pirate ship, usually tough characters. However, it also depends on where the captain is from. If it's a captain from the EC, Chenos can relax a bit, but if it's a captain from the New World, Chenos would have to think about how to save his life. A green-haired celestial dragon impatiently said, Charles, let's just get started and end this boring game early. St. Charles said greedily, what are the stakes? The green-haired celestial dragon casually replied, as you said, the heavenly gold paid by a member country. For others, heavenly gold is an enormous wealth that they could never obtain in a lifetime, funds that a world government member country has to squeeze out of its citizens every year. But for the celestial dragons, heavenly gold is merely pocket money they receive every year, and losing a year's worth of pocket money doesn't really affect them. They might just feel a bit displeased. Hearing the agreement, St. Charles laughed heartily and poked Chenos with his cane, saying, hey, the invincible one, make sure to do well today. Knock down their slaves and win their heavenly gold. I'll treat you to a feast then. Facing Charles' generous reward, Chenos forced a smile and said, yes, I will definitely help you knock them all down. At this moment, 5 figures walked out from behind them, approaching Chenos. One looked like a boxer, another wielded a long knife, and there were 2 burly men along with an elderly one-eyed pirate wearing a captain's hat. Among these 5, except for the 2 sturdy men, the other 3 posed a strong sense of threat to Chenos, especially the elderly one-eyed pirate, whose gaze felt like that of a venomous snake, giving a chilling impression. After seeing them step into the ring, St. Charles domineeringly declared, to avoid wasting time, all of you go at once. Chenos widened his eyes and glared at Charles Saint, cursing him in his heart. Thanks to your whole family. However, no matter how Chenos cursed the other party, he still had to face reality and find a way to get through this tough situation first. Originally, Chenos was quite satisfied with his current strength and believed he could fight against any opponent. But he didn't expect that the troublesome Charles Saint had arranged 5 opponents for him directly. If it were just one of them, Chenos would still be confident in winning. But facing 5 at once, especially with 3 of them exuding a dangerous aura, was really giving Chenos a headache. Chenos secretly thought to himself, for now, the plan is to find a way to take down those 2 strong men first and reduce the number of opponents. After seeing the 2 strong men towering at 3 meters tall, Chenos's eyes lit up. Generally, the taller a person is, the slower they tend to be. Since this is the case, he can fully utilize his agility to weave between the 2 strong men, making others hesitant to attack, and then use the bodies of the 2 strong men as obstacles to engage in guerrilla warfare with the enemy. This way, if the enemy attacks, they will hurt their teammates, and if they don't attack, Chenos can counterattack, putting them in a dilemma, while he can take the opportunity to deal with the enemy. The plan is set, let's go. After the 5 surrounded Chenos, they began to slowly close in on him. Facing the encirclement, Chenos advanced rather than retreated, quickly charging towards the two strong men as per his earlier plan. St. Charles, seeing Chenos' bravery, couldn't help but boast of the other celestial dragons. Haha, did you see that? This is my slave, much stronger than your slaves. Shalilia rolled her eyes at St. Charles and said, Mine is my father's captain's slave. I hope you can still laugh later. St. Charles nonchalantly replied, Just watch. Even if it's your father's captain's slave, my indestructible slave can take him down. Just after St. Charles finished speaking, Chenos was sent flying by someone, crashing into the wall, which caved in. The other celestial dragons began to laugh at St. Charles. Your indestructible toy doesn't seem so impressive after all. Damn, what's going on? Chenos charged towards the two strong men as planned. However, before he reached them, the boxer suddenly appeared in front of Chenos and sent him flying with a single punch. The force of the boxer's punch was terrifying. Even though Chenos had the ability to absorb damage due to his fruit power, he was still sent flying. Just as Chenos had just landed and was preparing to get up to continue the attack, the knife-wielding slave appeared beside him and struck down towards Chenos with a knife, forcing Chenos to roll to the side to barely avoid the attack. However, just after he had evaded the attack, a huge snake tail whipped towards Chenos, hitting him hard and sending him flying once again. Chenos crashed into the wall again before finally stopping. After landing once more, he spat out a mouthful of blood and cautiously watched the 5 people. This attack made Chenos aware of the limitations of his fruit ability. If he exceeded the absorption limit of attacks, it would be inflicted upon him, causing injury. However, thanks to his rebound ability as a buffer, he only sustained minor injuries from the previous assault that would have killed an ordinary person. This relieved Chenos. At least he wouldn't be killed instantly, as long as he remained alive, if he could seize an opportunity to unleash the accumulated damage within him. He was confident he could take down one person with a single blow. But now, Chenos had to change that damn plan. It was likely that the opponent had seen through his intentions and wouldn't let him use those 2 strong men as obstacles. If they can't be killed, you all go after him and make sure to crush him. After witnessing Chenos being beaten so badly, Charles Saint thought he was about to lose, but was surprised to see Chenos stubbornly getting back up, which made him start boasting again. After hearing Charles Saint's words, Chenos helplessly walked toward the 5, quickly constructing a new plan in his mind. In terms of speed, I am weaker than the opposing boxer and the knife wielder. The faster I move, the easier it is for them to find openings and launch a new round of attacks against me. If that's the case, I might as well focus on defense and counterattack, maximizing the fruit ability, forcing them to attack me. Then, as soon as I seize an opportunity, I can take one of them down with a single punch. The only thing I'm thankful for is that these 5 are all physical attackers. So all the damage will be absorbed by my fruit ability, which gives me a chance to fight back. If another fruit user with strange abilities showed up, I would definitely be done for this time. The boxer, the knife wielder, and the one-eyed captain exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. They had all exerted their full strength earlier. An ordinary person would have already died, yet that skinny guy on the opposite side merely spat blood and seemed completely unscathed, without even a scratch. Combined with the Celestial Dragon's claim that he couldn't be killed, he must have a fruit ability, but seeing him spit blood meant he wasn't truly invincible. He just had strong defensive capabilities. After exchanging glances, the 3 split up and charged towards Chenos simultaneously. Chenos activated his observation Haki, constantly sensing the positions of the 3 individuals, adjusting his stance to respond to them. At that moment, the 3 appeared in front of Chenos, behind him, and to his right. The boxer's fist was coming from the back, the swordsman's blade from the right, and the serpent tail of the one-eyed captain from directly in front, all launching an attack on Chenos simultaneously. The Chenos brain quickly analyzed the situation. The snake tail could withstand it. The fist could bear it. The blade couldn't. It had to be blocked. In fact, Chenos didn't know if his rebound ability could absorb the damage from the blade, but he had no way to test it otherwise. He might very well perish in the attempt. Therefore, he could only choose to block the blade and endure the damage from the other 2. After thinking this through, Chenos gathered armament Haki in his hand, forming it into a dragon claw, and reached out towards the blade, while also unleashing the accumulated damage from within his body to intend to rebound it onto the knife holder's blade. This time, Chenos' goal was simple. He wasn't sure if the knife could harm him, so he would first disable the knife. In this way, without the knife holder should be easier to deal with. However, the power of this claw was somewhat beyond Chenos' expectations. When the dragon claw, which had unleashed its rebound ability, made contact with the blade, it shattered as if it were made of ice. Chenos didn't even feel a reduction in the ability of the dragon claw. Thus, Chenos continued to swing the dragon claw towards the knife holder. The knife holder was stunned. Although his knife was a standard Navy long knife temporarily given to him by the world government personnel, it was no inferior product. The Navy's standard long knife was a weapon designed for battles against pirates, made of materials generally much better than those used by pirates, capable of easily cutting through ordinary pirate weapons. But now, it was shattered with just a touch from that skinny guy. By the time the knife holder reacted, he found that the dragon claw that had shattered the blade was already in front of him, leaving him no way to evade and forcing him to take it head on. The knife holder reacted quickly, instantly raising his arms to protect his chest. He thought to himself that his arms might be ruined, and now he could only hope that the Celestial Dragons would spare his life for taking the fight seriously. Boom! Chenos' dragon claw directly shattered the knife holder's arms, then continued its momentum and slammed into his chest, with Chenos' rebound ability exploding, instantly creating a large hole in the knife holder's chest. The knife holder stared in disbelief at his now hollow chest, opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't utter a word before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Chenos was first swept away by the one-eyed captain's tail, and the fist fighter quickly followed, jumping high and smashing a punch into Chenos, driving him into the ground. The two strong men, who had been overlooked, seized the opportunity, each throwing a punch down at the grounded Chenos. The two strong men finally caught the chance to counterattack, bombarding the fallen Chenos with fists as large as cooking pots, causing dust to constantly rise from the ground. Just then, a figure stood up from the dust, allowing the two strong men's fists to land on him. Have you had enough? If you have, then it's my turn. The two strong men looked at Chenos, who remained completely unharmed under their attacks, and couldn't help but clench their fists, pouring all their strength into a punch aimed at Chenos' head. This time, Chenos didn't let their fists fall again. Instead, he threw his fists forward simultaneously, directly smashing against the two strong men's fists. Don't engage him in a fist fight, the one-eyed captain shouted to the two strong men as he rushed over to Chenos. Unfortunately, it was too late. Rebound. Chenos accumulated damage for half a day, which erupted all at once in his fists. The immense force generated by the rebound shattered the arms of the two strong men, and without losing momentum, it also crushed their upper bodies. The two strong men instantly died, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the boxer and the one-eyed captain also arrived at Chenos' side. The one-eyed captain had transformed into a giant python, tightly coiling around Chenos' slender body, restraining him and rendering him immobile. The boxer followed closely behind, launching an attack on the bound Chenos, with his fists raining down like a torrential storm on Chenos' head. Although Chenos had a barrier that absorbed damage, every punch from the boxer exceeded the barrier's limit, causing the overflow of damage to continuously strike Chenos' head, instantly bruising his handsome face and causing blood to spill from the corners of his mouth. After a barrage of relentless attacks, the boxer finally stopped due to exhaustion, standing in place and gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the one-eyed captain transformed into a python had not yet ceased, increasing the pressure of its constriction, intending to suffocate Chenos. At that moment, Chenos, whose appearance was completely disfigured and trapped in a desperate situation, suddenly began to laugh. I can make countless mistakes, while you can only make one. Chenos released an ability sphere that absorbed all the injuries he had sustained. The wounds that had covered his body disappeared completely. A sphere filled with countless scars slowly flew towards the one-eyed captain. Realizing the danger, the one-eyed captain quickly let go of Chenos, stopping the entanglement and attempting to escape from the ability sphere that gave him a sense of dread. However, it was too late. The distance between them was too close, and the ability sphere collided with the captain's serpentine body in an instant. A flash of orange light erupted, and countless transparent fists appeared on the one-eyed captain's snake body, relentlessly striking him. The captain's serpentine form was battered, with skin torn and numerous scales knocked off onto the ground. Bang! The one-eyed captain could no longer maintain his devil fruit transformation and reverted to his human form, barely clinging to life. Taking advantage of his weakness, Chenos was determined to finish him off. Chenos knew the importance of finishing off his opponent and gave the one-eyed captain no chance to counterattack. He swiftly moved to the one-eyed captain's side and kicked his head, causing it to explode. The boxer, who had originally taken the opportunity to advance while Chenos was attacking the one-eyed captain, immediately jumped back a few steps upon witnessing this terrifying scene, creating distance between himself and Chenos. At this time, Chenos, who was almost out of stamina, still forced himself to approach the boxer. Sonoros forced a smile on his face. It's just you left. Hurry up and end this battle. even though Cenos was already staggering while walking and gasping for breath when he spoke. The boxer still feared him and did not dare to approach. Faced with Cenos, who wouldn't fall no matter how he was attacked, and whose explosive damage was extremely terrifying, the boxer was genuinely scared. His fists, which could easily crush the enemy's head, were completely ineffective against Cenos, and the boxer had no idea how to deal with him. Seeing the boxer hesitate to attack, his master, Charlemagne, was furious. He shouted at the boxer, "You idiot! Can't you see he's about to go down? Hurry up and kill him." Originally, the boxer planned to retreat as Cenos approached, but after hearing Charlemagne's words, he was even more confused about what to do. If he attacked, he might be blown apart by Cenos. If he didn't attack, he wouldn't survive to leave this place. No matter what choice he made, it was a dead end. Just as the boxer was at a loss, a gunshot rang out. The boxer fell to the ground, with several bullet wounds piercing his body. He looked at Charlemagne in disbelief, only to see him angrily pointing a gun at him. "Trash, garbage. Not daring to approach the enemy is a complete insult to my dignity as Charlemagne. I don't want a slave like you." Watching Charlemagne's hysterical and furious demeanor, the boxer instead smiled, his previously tense expression relaxing. "I'm finally free." As he felt his life slipping away, the boxer could no longer say anything and finally mouthed to Cenos, "It's none of your business." As soon as he finished speaking, the boxer completely lost his life. However, there was no expression of pain on his face. Instead, he smiled. "Ha, how about that? I told you. My slave is invincible. Do you accept it?" Charlemagne laughed arrogantly with his hands on his hips. A few celestial dragons whose slaves had just died looked displeased at Charlemagne's arrogance, threw a heavenly gold key, which was a tribute from a country, at him, and then turned to leave his room without caring about the slaves who fought to the death for them. In a great mood after receiving 4 heavenly gold keys, Charlemagne approached Cenos, his eyes shining as he looked at him. "Invincible, you're really something. Keep it up next time. Help me win more heavenly gold. I'll give you extra food." Huh? Charlemagne's demeanor was like that of someone praising a dog that fetched a UFO, which made Cenos feel very displeased. However, Cenos still forced a smile and thanked Charlemagne. "Thank you, my lord, this is what I should do." In a good mood, Charlemagne decided not to play with the slaves anymore and took his 58th wife into the room. Then he waved his hand, instructing the CP0 personnel to take the slaves back to their cages. Cenos staggered towards the path back to the cage, but after just a few steps, he collapsed on the ground. Cenos, don't scare me." Hancock and the 3 sisters hurried to Cenos' side and helped him up. What Cenos, who had already fainted, didn't know was that a surge of energy was flowing from the fruit's ability, continuously transforming his body. Hancock's exclamation also caught the attention of St. Charlos. But after glancing at Cenos, St. Charlos ignored him completely, continuing to embrace his wife as they walked into the room. After Hancock looked to others for help, all she received were indifferent gazes. Just when Hancock felt utterly helpless, the knife-wielding CP0 approached her. "He's fine. He just exhausted himself and fainted. This is his weakest moment. So protect him." After saying this, the knife-wielding CP0 didn't linger and turned to leave. However, for Hancock, just knowing someone could inform her about Cenos' condition was enough. She thanked the knife-wielding CP0, then went to her 2 sisters, instructing them to support Cenos while she stood guard, vigilant of their surroundings. Once back in the cage, Hancock immediately had her sisters help Cenos to the corner where they usually slept, covering him with a cloak, and then position herself in front of Cenos and her sisters, keeping a watchful eye on the area. For them, there was no safe place in Mariejois. If it weren't for Cenos, they wouldn't have been able to sleep well at all. Meanwhile, Cenos was undergoing a wondrous process. The devil fruit's ability began to act on him, with absorption and rebound abilities cycling through, continuously forging his body, muscles, and cells. The rebound ability constantly harmed Cenos' body, while the absorption ability absorbed the damage caused by the rebound, making Cenos' body experience a continuous cycle of harm and recovery. Through this repeated cycle of injury and recovery, Cenos' body gradually grew stronger. Soon, some black oil began to seep from Cenos' pores, and as more and more oil oozed out, it enveloped his body, turning him completely black, as if he had donned a suit of black armor. This time, Cenos had turned misfortune into fortune. By frequently using the fruit's ability in battle and maximizing its potential, the devil fruit recognized him as its master and began to accept him actively. Gaining the fruit's acceptance allowed Cenos to unleash a stronger ability, increasing the limits of damage absorption and the accumulation of rebound energy. If Chenos' previous limits for absorption and rebound were 1, after the devil fruit's acceptance and transformation, his limits would reach 3. One should not underestimate this change from 1 to 3. It meant that Chenos' defensive and rebound capabilities had tripled, effectively strengthening his overall power by 3 times. If the current Chenos were to face those 5 people from earlier, he would definitely not experience being knocked away again, which also indicated that those 5 could not break through Chenos' defenses at all. The next morning, Chenos, who had slept soundly, felt incredibly refreshed. However, upon opening his eyes, he found everything was pitch black. Am I blind? This thought immediately reminded Chenos of the fact that he had fainted last night. Could it be that someone took advantage of his unconsciousness to blind him? Chenos quickly got up to understand the situation, but as soon as he stood up, the black armor wrapped around him shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Along with the breaking of the black armor, Chenos' clothes also disintegrated. In other words, at the moment Chenos stood up, a person completely unclothed appeared in the cage. Upon seeing Chenos in his bare state, Hancock spread her fingers to cover her face, screaming while peeking through her fingers to observe Chenos. This made Chenos look at Hancock with a face full of black lines. Helplessly, Chenos could only walk towards the other slaves in the cage. After a round of friendly conversation, a slave with a similar build to Chenos decided to donate his clothes in honor of the friendship just formed. After getting dressed, Chenos noticed that there were several lifelike, human-shaped stone sculptures added to the cage. Looking at the expressions of the stone figures, Chenos could roughly guess what had happened the night before. Chenos stood in front of Hancock and sincerely said, "Thank you." Hancock glanced at Chenos, who for some reason looked even more handsome, then shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. Helping each other is what should be done. Hancock initially wanted to say that there was no need for thanks between spouses, but after she said it, she realized that she and Chenos hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. So, she hurriedly changed her words. Seeing Hancock's cute, shy demeanor, Chenos couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Just as he was about to tease Hancock, the knife-wielding CP0 appeared at the cage door. "Let's go. It's time to start today's practice." "Okay." After saying goodbye to Hancock, Chenos left the cage and went to the training location with the knife-wielding CP0. Upon arriving at the training ground, the knife-wielding CP0 did not start practicing immediately, as usual. Instead, he stared at Chenos for a long time, making Chenos think there was something dirty on his face. Just as Chenos was about to check if there was something on his face, the knife-wielding CP0 spoke up. "You are too weak." "Huh? You're too weak. The pirates you dealt with yesterday had a bounty of only 120 million berries, which is just small fry on the sea. Yet you ended up fainting after fighting them. Moreover, in your state, if it weren't for Charlemagne's impatience in the end, shooting that slave himself, if that boxer had been a bit bolder and attacked you directly, you would have been done for." Chenos' face kept twitching. Hey, Arlong, who has occupied Nami's village for several years, is only worth 20 million berries. However, such a character is indeed considered a small fry for CP0. In the New World, such people can only serve as errand runners. But just a few days ago, I was still an ordinary person, and now being able to take on 5 and defeat 4 pirates with a bounty of 20 million is already very strong. Okay? You're too weak, so let's double the training. Today, finish 5,000 push-ups, 5,000 squats, 5,000 sit-ups, and 1,000 lifts at 100 kilograms. Only after completing that can you leave. Huh? Chenos was completely stunned. Is this the amount of training that a person can complete? And it's just for one day? Are you planning to turn me into a muscle-bound devil? I'm still just a kid. Chenos had a lot of complaints in his heart, but facing the oppressive presence of the knife-wielding CP0, he backed down and obediently went to train. However, after the training began, Chenos found that it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. He originally thought he would have to work himself to exhaustion and spend an entire day to complete the training, but he finished it in just half a day. He didn't feel overly tired, just a bit fatigued. After some exploration, Chenos felt that his fruit ability was at work, continuously absorbing and rebounding, making his training easier without expending too much energy. The absorption ability was constantly alleviating the muscle soreness caused by exercise, allowing him to feel less fatigued and endure longer. Unfortunately, the flowers and plants nearby were not so lucky. While Chenos trained, he would constantly emit some absorption orbs, which absorbed the muscle soreness and training-related injuries from him. Many flowers and plants wilted and collapsed on the ground upon encountering these orbs. This was something Chenos hadn't anticipated, and he was quite surprised, not expecting his fruit ability to function in this way. This also made him feel the potential for developing more fruit abilities. Moreover, He could sense that the fruit ability within him seemed to be becoming more active. So, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. The knife-wielding CP0 looked at Chenos in astonishment. Such a huge training volume was something he hadn't intended for Chenos to complete. He planned to use it as an excuse to teach Chenos some Navy SIG styles training methods. But he didn't expect Chenos to actually finish it. Moreover, it seemed he did so with great ease, a far cry from just a couple of days ago, when he would be exhausted after a little exercise. Was he really this talented in developing his fruit abilities? The knife-wielding CP0 had thought he had already overestimated Chenos' talent, but it turned out he had underestimated him. He approached Chenos, pondered for a moment, and said, "You did well today, completing the training ahead of schedule. Since there's still some time left, let me teach you some combat techniques, lest you get killed and others mock me for being a useless teacher, producing a waste like you." Chenos knows that the sword-wielding CP0 is doing this for his own good, not wanting him to die in battle. However, due to his tsundere personality, he is unable to express it directly. "Thank you, Master." The pupils of the sword-wielding CP0 narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth under the mask lifted slightly. In the world of pirates, the title of Master carries significant weight. People believe that once you are a master for a day, you are a father for life. Therefore, in this world, when someone calls another person master, it means they acknowledge that person's status in their heart. Hearing Chenos address him this way now implies that Chenos has placed him in a very important position in his heart, which greatly pleases the sword-wielding CP0. The sword-wielding CP0 does not resist Chenos' title and chooses to ignore it. However, this can also be seen as an acknowledgement of him being Chenos' master. In the last battle, your speed was clearly unable to keep up with the opponent, and your response was quite clumsy. If you were to face someone with combat skills, you would be doomed. Now, I will teach you some combat techniques. In fact, combat boils down to a few key points: evasion, defense, charge, and attack. As long as you master these skills proficiently, you can handle the vast majority of opponents. Chenos nodded repeatedly while listening, but the explanation from a knife-wielding CP0 made him feel somewhat strange. Avoiding, as the name implies, is about evading the enemy's attacks. To completely avoid the enemy's attacks, one needs to relax and make oneself light as paper. When the enemy attacks, one can change their form according to the airflow generated by the enemy's assault, making it impossible for the enemy to hit you. Defense is actually quite simple. It involves hardening your body as much as possible, making it as solid as iron, so that when attacked, it can't cause you significant harm. As the knife-wielding CP0 continued explaining, Chenos' eyes brightened even more. Isn't this the Navy's 6 powers? The Navy's 6 powers are among the few powerful martial arts in the pirate world. They enable an ordinary person to stand against devil fruit users and Haki practitioners. It can be considered a martial art that one learns after surpassing their limits. Of course, this applies to ordinary people. Someone like Monkey D. Luffy can learn it just by seeing it once. However, this is also related to how Luffy's body has been trained to exceed limits through Captain Garp's devilish training of love. For a devil fruit user like Chenos, adding the Navy's 6 powers would be enough to handle the vast majority of enemies. This time, Chenos found it not as simple as training Haki and developing his fruit powers. After learning from a knife-wielding CP0 for a long time, he still hadn't mastered the techniques. However, this allowed the knife-wielding CP0 to finally find some joy in teaching, eagerly showing Chenos various techniques. Are you an idiot? You can't learn such a simple technique? Don't you understand how to release all the strength from your body? Shave is a high-speed advance, continuously stepping rapidly on the ground. How can you use shave with such a slow speed? Joyful teaching always makes time fly. Just like that, the remaining half-day passed, and, for the first time, the knife-wielding CP0 felt that teaching was not enough and wanted to have another training session with Chenos. Unfortunately, this was not the training island of the CP organization, and Chenos was not a reserve member of the CP organization, but a slave of the Celestial Dragons. Even though the knife-wielding CP0 had significant power, he couldn't violate the rules set by the Celestial Dragons. That is, unless summoned by the Celestial Dragons for entertainment, slaves must return to their cages at night. The knife-wielding CP0 could only helplessly send Chenos back to the cage. Chenos also wanted to continue training because he could clearly feel that his strength was rapidly increasing through training. Not to mention anything else. Just today, as training had made Chenos' muscles bulge significantly. At this training pace, Chenos still had the chance to become a muscular powerhouse in the future. However, Chenos was not in a hurry because tomorrow was the day to go to the bathhouse, which was crucial for his potential escape. Therefore, he planned to rest well at night to recharge for any unexpected situations that might arise. Early the next morning, the slaves did not lie on the ground to rest, but all stood at the cage door waiting for it to open. In the sacred place of Mariejois, if one smelled strongly of sweat, they could very well be killed for polluting the air of Mariejois. Fortunately, the Celestial Dragons wear bubble helmets. Otherwise, the slaves who bathe only once every 3 days would probably be killed. After precise calculations by the world government, they found that if slaves bathed once every 3 days, the resulting odor would not affect the bubble helmets, and the Celestial Dragons would not breathe polluted air. This way, they could also save funds for bathing the slaves. It should be noted that in this world, where the vast majority is ocean, freshwater resources are extremely precious. Using it to wash slaves is indeed a tremendous waste. To conserve precious water resources, the world government spent a lot of money to build a massive bathhouse where the water can be recycled. This means that if you arrive late, you might end up using someone else's bathwater. Once all the slaves have bathed, the bathhouse will open the water gates to drain the used water, now turned into sewage. When the world government staff opened the cage door, the slaves rushed towards the bathhouse, and the world government staff wouldn't take care about them. Instead, they treated it like a race, with some staff betting on who would reach the bathhouse first. The reason the slaves ran so desperately to bathe was not because they loved cleanliness, but because if they arrived late and had to use someone else's bathwater, they might not be able to wash off the sweat odor. Each time, a few unfortunate ones who didn't clean themselves properly would be encountered by the Celestial Dragons and subsequently killed. This is also why everyone was so eager to rush to the bathhouse. Chenos blended into the crowd and ran to the bathhouse. By the time he reached the entrance, Tetzolo was already waiting for him, followed closely by Fisher, who also arrived at the bathhouse. Once inside, many people avoided the three of them. The reason was simple. Fisher was the strongest merman there, and Chenos had already gained a reputation for defeating 5 opponents at once last time. Moreover, those he fought against were some of the strongest slaves, people who were not to be trifled with. Tetzolo, following the two, also enjoyed the fearful glances from others. However, none of the three were concerned about what others thought. They were solely focused on finding the way out. Tetzolo led the way, bringing the two to the deepest part of the bathhouse, where it was the farthest and the least water was present. Thus, the slaves preferred to bathe near the entrance, and very few would venture to this area. Even though it was far and had little water, at least the water here was clean, so some people would still bathe here. Chenos stepped forward and said to a few people with indifferent gaze, "We occupy this place, get lost." Upon seeing Chenos, some of the people were still covered in foam. However, they didn't care much and immediately grabbed their clothes and ran away. In almost an instant, there were no other slaves left in the deepest part of the bathhouse. Only the 3 of them remained. After noticing that no one was around, Tetzolo walked to the drainage outlet on the right side of the deepest part. The drainage outlet was made of steel plates, with many long gaps in the middle. Tetzolo inserted his fingers into the gaps, grabbed the steel plate, pushed it forward, and then lifted it up. These steel plates were all fixed in place and could not be lifted at all. Therefore, everyone thought the plates were firmly attached to the ground. It wasn't that no one had noticed the drainage outlet. Many slaves had thought about escaping through here. However, they all found it impossible to lift the steel plates of the drainage outlet. Chenos was surprised to see such a hidden exit. He curiously asked Tetzolo, "How did you discover this exit?" Tetzolo scratched his head a bit awkwardly and replied, "In the past, I was weak and couldn't run fast, so I could only go to the deepest part of the bathhouse to take a bath. One time, while bathing, I accidentally slipped and pushed the drainage steel plate, which is how I found this place. That's also why I can guarantee that no one knows about it." What a lucky slip. The steel plate was over 1 meter wide, and even someone as tall and strong as Fisher, who stood over 2 meters, could easily fit through. After entering the drainage pipe, they found themselves in a huge trench, and Tetzolo led the 2 of them forward along the trench. Upon reaching a wall over 3 meters high, Tetzolo pointed at a gap in the wall and introduced it to the 2, saying, "Look, this is the drainage outlet. During bathing, it will lower down twice. When the water level rises to a certain point, this gate will drop, allowing the water to be released. However, at this point, we can't go out yet because the water here is recycled. But we can take the opportunity to observe the outlet when the gate opens." At this moment, the water level had risen very high, and the 3 of them were floating on the surface. As the water began to overflow slowly through the gap in the gate, it seemed that the gate had a sensor device, which suddenly opened, releasing the long-stored bathing water. Tetzolo skillfully floated along with the current. After being carried a distance, he grabbed onto something resembling a fence at a corner of the wall. The bottom of the fence was completely sealed with steel, while there were fist-sized gaps on top, seemingly for ventilation. However, This also allowed them to see the scene behind the fence. He shouted to the two, "Hold on here, don't get swept away. Beyond this is the place where the bathing water is recycled. There's nothing worth seeing." Fisher was worried that Chenos was a devil fruit user. Although the water here was fresh and wouldn't affect a devil fruit user, most devil fruit users couldn't swim, and the water level was relatively deep. He was concerned that Chenos might encounter problems and was about to go help him. However, Chenos was standing steadily in the water flow, completely unaffected by the current, and successfully reached the fence. It turned out that Chenos was trying to use his devil fruit ability to absorb the force of the water flow, and was surprised to find that he could actually absorb it, which gave him more ideas about developing his devil fruit powers. When they reached the fence, Teselos said to the two, "Look, the drainage outlet is right outside." Teselos pointed to the other side of the fence, indicating for the two to look over. After Chenos looked through the gap in the fence, he only saw a bottomless black hole. "Is this what you call the exit?" Chenos grabbed Teselos by the collar and angrily questioned him. The gap was impossible to gauge how deep it really was. If one were to be swept out from here, it would be no different than jumping off a building. Fisher stared intently at the bottomless exit, as if trying to see how deep it truly was. After a moment of contemplation, Fisher said, "I can get out of here." "You can't, you'll die." "I can." "You can't." "Whether I can or not, I have to. I don't want to stay in this hell any longer." Chenos didn't want Fisher to take the risk, because Fisher was his only hope of leaving here, but Fisher looked determined to leave directly. Teselos watched the two of them arguing and said to them, "Don't worry, I've calculated it in detail. Earlier on the cliff, I tested with a rope, and the distance from the top of the cliff to this outlet is about 130 meters. With Brother Fisher's physique, he can definitely leave safely. And the sea is right outside the cliff. With Brother Fisher's physique, he can absolutely escape." "Nonsense. How high is Mariejois?" 10,000 meters. Even if Brother Fisher is a fish man, falling from this height would definitely be fatal. Seneth slapped the somewhat dazed Teselos to bring him back to his senses. "Brother Fisher, let's just let this go for now and find another way to leave here." After hearing Seneth's words, Fisher smiled wryly. "Where else is there an exit? This is probably the only place we can take a risk and try. If we're lucky, we might survive. If not, at least we can escape this hell. Seneth, I know you're thinking of me, but you don't need to persuade me anymore. I'm leaving from here." Seeing Fisher's determined look, Seneth sighed and stopped trying to convince him. "Take care, Brother Fisher." Fisher nodded, opened his arms, and embraced Seneth. "You're my first human friend. If I can make it out alive this time, I will definitely come back to save you and the brothers of the Fishman tribe here. I want you to help me send a message to them. Stay alive and wait for my return." Hernost nodded heavily at Fisher's words and promised, "Okay, during your absence, I will take care of them." After hearing Hernost's promise, a smile appeared on Fisher's face. "You two should go back. Don't let anyone find you." At this point, the water level had started to decrease. If they delayed any longer, the gate might close again, and they would have to wait even longer to get out. And the later they left, the greater the risk. They had no idea what unexpected situations might arise outside. Therefore, although they were reluctant to leave Fisher, the two of them turned back while looking at Fisher, who smiled and waved goodbye to them. Once the two left, Fisher's expression became serious, filled with a sense of impending doom, as he looked towards the bottomless outlet. "Come on, let me see how deep you really are." After waiting for a while, the bathing water finally stopped circulating, and the barrier in front of Fisher began to slowly rise. As water from the bottom started to pour out towards the exit, the suction from below grew stronger, gradually affecting Fisher. However, Fisher didn't care at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. Fisher shouted boldly, "I will be back." After shouting, Fisher dove into the water and charged towards the ever-expanding outlet. After returning to the bathhouse, Chenos swung a heavy punch at Teselos' face. "Teselos, I can understand your desire to leave this place, but your eagerness will only make it impossible for us to escape." After being knocked to the ground by Chenos' punch, Teselos lowered his head and silently shed tears. "Chenos, do you know? The woman I loved most has died, killed by the Celestial Dragons. If only I could earn the money to buy her back quickly, she wouldn't have died." After hearing Teselos' cries, Chenos' anger vanished. He had seen the movie version of Teselos and Stella's love story, so he understood why Teselos was so eager to leave. Because he also wanted to take revenge on the Celestial Dragons. But now, without the Gomu Gomu fruit and still a slave, Teselos only thought about leaving this place as soon as possible. Only by escaping this hell could he have a chance to avenge Stella. "I understand your feelings. I also want to take revenge on the Celestial Dragons, but we can't be hasty. We shouldn't waste our lives in our eagerness." Teselos nodded silently, not saying anything more. After thinking for a while, Chenos said to Tizzolo. Starting today, you need to train your body and maintain good condition. If Fisher is still alive, he will come to rescue us within a year at the latest. After seeing Fisher before, Chenos realized he had misremembered the plot. So after returning, he reflected on Fisher's storyline. In his recollection, after escaping, Fisher first returned to Fishman Island, informed the Fishman King and Queen of his decision, and then came back to rescue the slaves in Mariejois. The rescue would take place a year after his escape from Mariejois. So if Fisher was still alive, he would be able to escape within a year. Therefore, he hoped nothing would happen to Tizzolo, whom he considered a crew member during this time. A year? Tizzolo looked at Chenos with some confusion, not understanding how Chenos came up with that time frame. However, he didn't get an answer from Chenos, but he didn't ask further questions, as Fisher's status was still uncertain. Subsequently, the two said nothing more and hurriedly washed up before leaving the bathhouse. After returning to the cage, Chenos began to plan how he should spend this year. First, he needed to improve his strength. Now that he had become a henchman of Charlos, he would definitely have to fight against other slaves of the Celestial Dragons, but the strength of the Celestial Dragons' slaves varied. Moreover, the Celestial Dragons often made slaves eat some devil fruits for their amusement. Therefore, he needed to quickly enhance his strength to better cope with future battles. Furthermore, if he wanted to take revenge on the Celestial Dragons in the future, strength was also a necessary condition. Without strength, even if he had the Gomu Gomu fruit, others wouldn't give him face. Secondly, he needed to develop his fruit abilities. Currently, his use of the fruit's powers was quite passive. He could only attack after being hit and accumulating a certain amount of rebound energy. He had tested that without the fruit's enhancement, he couldn't even break a stone. Therefore, he had to develop a method to accumulate energy without being hit. The development idea was to use the method he had previously used while standing in the current, absorbing the water's momentum to create a way to accumulate rebound ability at any time. Additionally, he needed to train a strong physique. This way, he wouldn't end up like the last time he fought the slave 5-man group, where he still had combat power but fainted due to excessive energy consumption after using his fruit abilities. Therefore, he had to train a strong body to support him in using the fruit's abilities for an extended period. Finally, he needed to learn how to break free from the control of sea prism stones. In other words, even after being locked up by sea prism stones, he needed to maintain a certain level of combat power. Of course, the most important point was to survive. As long as he could hold on for a year, as long as he didn't die within that year, he would have the chance to escape this hell. On the other side, on the sea surface beneath the red line, a red-skinned fishman was floating on the water. A shark swam towards him, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to enjoy this easy meal when the fishman slapped it away. The awakened fishman looked around and let out a long howl towards the sky, then dove into the water, going deeper and deeper. 1 year later, at Mariejois, in the slave training ground, two figures were rapidly darting around, colliding and then separating, only to collide again, continuously sparring. These two were Chenos and a knife-wielding CP0 agent. At this moment, the knife-wielding CP0 had drawn his sword and was ruthlessly attacking Chenos with sword techniques. One sword style, instant flash. The knife-wielding CP0 vanished from Chenos' sight, reappearing behind him. A slash aimed at Chenos' neck came down. However, Chenos was no longer the same as a year ago, facing such a sharp attack. He remained calm and delivered a punch that struck the blade of the knife-wielding CP0. Shock fist. After Chenos' fist slammed onto the blade, it only managed to block the force of the strike without allowing the blade to descend. However, Chenos' fist then erupted with a long-accumulated rebound force, sending the knife-wielding CP0 flying. Nevertheless, the knife-wielding CP0 was already well acquainted with Chenos' response tactics. In the moment he was knocked back, he forcefully stepped on the air with a moon step and charged towards Chenos again, aiming the tip of his sword at Chenos' chest, seemingly intending to deliver a fatal blow. However, Chenos showed no intention of defending himself. Instead, he extended his right index finger and executed a finger gun towards the knife-wielding CP0. After piercing Chenos' chest, the knife-wielding CP0 forcefully swung his right hand to the side, twisting his body in midair and utilizing his powerful physique along with the downward force of the sword. He managed to change direction in the air and evade Chenos' finger gun. After Chenos' finger gun pierced through, it created a sword-like beam that shot into the ground, forming a bottomless pit. Although his chest was stabbed by the knife-wielding CP0, he suffered no harm at all, not even a scratch. After landing, The knife-wielding CP0 did not continue to attack Chenos, but instead put away his knife. Very good, your Haki, devil fruit ability, and 6 styles are already quite strong. Continuing to train further has no real meaning now, and I want to defeat you. Unless I use my ultimate move, otherwise no matter how we fight now, we will remain at a stalemate. But once I use my ultimate move, you will die. I have nothing more to teach you, so the training ends here. The knife-wielding CP0 looked at Chenos with a complex expression. He did not expect Chenos to progress so significantly in just 1 year. Chenos was now strong enough that he no longer had the assurance of defeating him. A year ago, he was still excited, thinking he could train Chenos like a teacher. However, after just 3 months of teaching, Chenos was already able to use all of the Navy's 6 styles. Whereas many CP organization candidates regarded as geniuses had taken years to master them. In the remaining months, his instruction to Chenos was actually more of a battle than teaching. He had lost count of how many times he had fought Chenos. The truth was, Chenos' strength was growing increasingly formidable, and now, if he did not use his ultimate move, he could only achieve a draw with Chenos. Most importantly, even if he did use his ultimate move, he might not necessarily be able to kill Chenos. This was because Chenos' devil fruit ability was incredibly abnormal. Any damage inflicted on him could be rebounded back, returning the attack to the attacker. As Chenos put it, an eye for an eye. How could they fight? After using his ultimate move, it would be like killing himself. Just like the attack he had landed on Chenos' chest, which was then turned against him by Chenos using the finger gun. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he might have been hit by Chenos' counterattack. Cerno said with a smile, "Master, what are you talking about? You will always be my role model in learning. How could you possibly have nothing to teach me? I will spend my life learning from you." In fact, Cernos' current strength has already surpassed that of his master. Just like in the earlier battle, he didn't even use his full power, leaving enough face for his master. Cernos' flattery made the sword-wielding CP0 feel quite pleased. After patting Cernos on the shoulder, he solemnly said to him, "Stay humble and composed. It's best that you think this way. Remember, there are many people in this world who are stronger than your master. Don't become arrogant and complacent just because you have gained a bit of strength." Chenos nodded in agreement. The knife-wielding CP0 looked at Chenos with satisfaction. Originally, he just wanted to use the pretense of teaching Chenos to avoid serving those disgusting celestial dragons. But unexpectedly, he gained such an excellent disciple. Then, the knife-wielding CP0 seemed to remember something. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Chenos, "Be careful lately. It seems that Charlemagne is getting desperate and plans to take revenge on you. Pay extra attention to yourself." After hearing the news, Chenos couldn't help but furrow his brows. Although his strength had increased significantly, if a celestial dragon wanted to deal with him, he currently did not have the ability to escape from Mariejois, and all that awaited him would be death. "Master, I understand. I will lower my presence in the recent days and try to avoid encountering St. Charlemagne." The sword-wielding CP0 looked deeply at Chenos and then sighed, saying, "After today, I will be assigned to other tasks. You need to pay attention to your safety. Remember, surviving is more important than anything else." Upon hearing this sudden news of departure, Chenos did not feel sad. Instead, he smiled and replied to the sword-wielding CP0 master, "I hope that the next time we meet, it will be on the sea or on another island." However, the sword-wielding CP0 could not feel happy upon hearing Chenos' words. His heart ached so much that he felt like crying, because Chenos was a slave, and he could never leave this place in his lifetime. However, he did not show this discomfort and instead smiled at Chenos, saying, "All right, I hope we meet again on the sea next time." After saying this, the sword-wielding CP0 worried that Chenos would notice his discomfort and leaped away from the training ground. Once the sword-wielding CP0 left, Chenos furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "Why hasn't Brother Fisher come yet? It's already been a year. He can't really be dead, can he?" Just then, a staff member of the world government walked up to Chenos and coldly commanded, "Chenos, St. Charlos wants you to go to his room. Come with me." Chenos furrowed his brows and thought to himself, "Why am I being summoned at this time? It's not even their entertainment hour yet." Although he had his doubts, Chenos obediently followed the world government staff towards St. Charlos's room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Hancock was also present. Not only Hancock, but St. Charlemagne was there as well. "Ha ha ha, Charlos, since the person is already here, I will take him away," St. Charlemagne said, casting a malicious glare at Chenos, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Chenos' eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lord Charles. "Lord Charles, you. Ha, you can't be killed. I sold you to Charlemagne, and I didn't expect that you, this worn-out slave, could still fetch a good price." Chenos and Hancock were walking with their heads down towards Saint Charlemagne's room, both of them shackled by an iron chain held by Saint Charlemagne. Seated on the back of a slave, Saint Charlemagne occasionally revealed a cold smile, as if contemplating how to torment Chenos, the slave who had caused him great losses. Chenos, are we going to die? Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't die. Chenos was somewhat confused as to why Saint Charlemagne had brought Hancock over. Hancock usually listened to Chenos, deliberately making herself look less attractive, and would try her best to control the allure of her fruit abilities in front of the Celestial Dragons, fearing it would draw their attention. Yet, despite this, Hancock still caught the eye of Saint Charlemagne. Being sold by him was surely a form of revenge, intending to torment her to death. But with this situation, Hancock being bought as well meant she was also likely to be killed, right? In the story of the previous life, Hancock had lived safely until she was rescued by Fisher, eventually becoming the future Empress Hancock. Could this be a result of my changes to history? Regardless of whether it was due to Chenos altering history, he was only focused on one thing at this moment: to fight his way out. Not only did he want to escape, but he also wanted to take a few Celestial Dragons down with him as a means of venting his anger. Even if he ended up dying at the hands of the world government's experts, taking a few Celestial Dragons as collateral wouldn't be bad. However, upon seeing Hancock, Chenos' brow furrowed deeply. He didn't care if he died. Perhaps dying could lead him to another world. But what about Hancock? Did she have to perish because of him? The future world's most beautiful woman, Empress Hancock? It seemed like we were truly going to die. Since it was like this, he decided to be bold. Hancock, I like you. I've always liked you. It's your presence that has given me warmth in this hell. Even if we can't live on, I will be satisfied to die with you. Hancock's words shocked Chenos. His originally cold face, filled with murderous intent, softened. He said to Hancock, Hancock, don't worry. I will ensure you will live well. He then reached out, taking Hancock's hand in his palm, warming her cold little hand that had grown icy from fear. At this moment, Saint Charlemagne looked over at the two of them holding hands, not showing any anger. Instead, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he watched them. Soon after, they arrived at Saint Charlemagne's room. Upon entering the massive room, they could see it filled with various torturous instruments. Many world government personnel were on guard inside, led by a CP0 member, who had been somewhat bored but suddenly grew excited upon seeing Chenos. He could sense that Chenos could provide him with an exhilarating battle. Welcome to my paradise, Chenos. Saint Charlemagne grinned widely, enjoying the sight of Chenos. Let me think carefully about how to punish you, the one who caused me such great losses. Should I use this or that? As he spoke, he picked up the instruments displayed in the room. However, seeing Chenos' unchanged, indifferent expression, Saint Charlemagne irritably tossed the tools aside. He looked at the trembling Hancock and coldly said, Or should I start with this little beauty beside you? Chenos, who had maintained a blank expression, finally showed a change on his face, glaring at Saint Charlemagne with eyes full of murderous intent. Upon seeing Chenos' change in expression, Saint Charlemagne's face broke into a perverse and delighted smile. Ha ha ha, just like that. That's the expression. It's so amusing. What? Do you want to kill me? Oh, I forgot, you can't kill me now. You're still wearing seastone handcuffs. You can't move at all, huh? Saint Charlemagne mocked and insulted Chenos, planning to take revenge for the many matches Chenos had caused him to lose. Losing money was one thing, but he had to regain his face today. After a round of taunting, Saint Charlemagne finally felt somewhat relieved. At that moment, a perverse desire filled his gaze as he looked at Hancock. Bring that little beauty over to me. The world government members in the room approached Hancock. They were well accustomed to such tricks. Hancock lowered her head and spoke in a very low voice to Chenos. Chenos, I will be taken to the Celestial Dragons soon, and I might be assaulted by them. I hope you won't mind, as this is my plan. I will use the opportunity to strangle him with the chains, and if you can escape, do so. If you can't, then kill the Celestial Dragons for me. After waiting for a moment, and seeing that Chenos didn't respond, and with the world government members getting closer, she turned to look for Chenos. But when she turned her head, she found that Chenos had somehow already stood in front of her, blocking her from the world government members. Little Hancock, stop saying foolish things. I want to let anyone have the chance to take advantage of you. And I told you, I will make sure you live. Hancock's eyes welled up with tears, feeling deeply moved as she looked at Chenos. Saint Charlemagne, upon seeing this, was not angry, but rather more excited watching Chenos. What a pair of love-struck fools. My favorite thing is to play with a man's woman in front of such a passionate man. Ha ha, come on, bring Chenos down. But remember, don't kill him. The world government members shouted in unison, yes. In their minds, dealing with a fruit user restrained by Seastone was an easy task. Therefore, everyone rushed to tackle Chenos. However, they found nothing as Chenos showed no signs of being weakened by the sea stone. Instead, he moved as he normally would, dodging everyone with a flash, leaping into the air, and delivering a gale kick to several world government members. The wind blades generated by the kick instantly bisected more than a dozen world government members, who did not die immediately, but split in two, writhing on the ground in agony. Charlmuck, did you really think I couldn't kill you? How bold. You dare to call me by my name. CP0, break both his arms and legs. St. Charlmuck did not expect Chenos to be so fierce, even while wearing sea stone handcuffs, killing more than a dozen world government members with a single kick. Though he shouted bold, he was actually frightened and began to back away. He did not want to become the unfortunate one killed by a slave. CP0 appeared before Chenos in an instant, throwing a punch at him. Chenos originally wanted to use his arm to block CP0's punch. However, when he saw the spikes on CP0's gloves, he quickly shifted his arm and used sea stone to block CP0's fist. CP0, with his spiked gloves and rich combat experience, noticed Chenos using sea stone handcuffs to defend himself, and deftly redirected his punch, aiming the spikes to pierce through the gap in the handcuff chain before swinging upward. With his hands bound by sea stone, Chenos could only passively be pulled in. Meanwhile, CP0's left fist was already prepared, ready to strike Chenos in the chest again. An inexperienced fighter might have been killed in one blow by CP0. However, Chenos was no ordinary person. He had undergone over a year of life-and-death battles and had received training from a powerful CP0 instructor, making his combat experience on par with CP0's. Chenos used the momentum from CP0 to gather his strength, swinging forcefully and kicking towards CP0's left fist. This kick not only blocked CP0's lethal punch, but also allowed Chenos to leap upward, freeing himself from the spikes on CP0's right-hand glove. However, CP0 seemed to have anticipated this, letting out a loud shout, "Soru!" He quickly moved to follow Chenos, who was still in midair, and launched another punch at him. In midair, Chenos remained calm and used the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs to defend himself. He didn't get hit by the same move twice, and instead used the circular handcuffs on his arm to block. Although Chenos successfully blocked CP0's fist, he was still unable to withstand CP0's immense force, while airborne, and was slammed hard into the ground. With his hands locked by the Sea Prism Stone, Chenos couldn't use his Devil Fruit ability to absorb damage, and after hitting the ground, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, you're strong. Even after being handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone, you're still so powerful. I really wish I could unlock your handcuffs and have a proper fight. Too bad this is Mariejois. Otherwise, I would give you the key. Cernos glanced down at the sea stone with disdain and said to CP0, "Even with that thing, you are not my match." This time, Cernos took the initiative to launch an attack. CP0's face, hidden behind the mask, revealed an excited smile. Noticing Cernos' movement, he raised his fist and struck at Cernos, who had just flashed in front of him. However, Cernos was already prepared. He used the handcuffs on his wrist to block the spike, then grabbed CP0's wrist. With a flip, he used the momentum to slam CP0 hard against the ground. After that, Cernos used the rebound force from the impact to leap back into the air, positioning himself vertically above CP0, ready to strike down with his fist. The tremendous force smashed the ground, creating a cloud of dust that obscured Cernos' vision. However, based on the sensation from the earlier impact, Cernos knew that his ground attack hadn't hit CP0. "Ha, you're so strong, I really like it." CP0 howled in excitement as the smoke enveloped him. When the dust settled, the CP0 before Cernos had transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, covered in leopard patterns, with his hands and feet morphing into those of a leopard, and his masked head exhibiting some feline features. At that moment, CP0 emanated a strong sense of pressure, making Cernos feel that if he didn't respond carefully, he might very well die. Suddenly, CP0 took a light step forward and vanished from Cernos' sight. Is that Soru? No. That sensation seems to be caused by CP0's movement speed being so fast that it created a similar effect to Soru, while Chenos was still frowning and pondering countermeasures. His opponent took the initiative to launch an attack on him. At this moment, CP0's boxing gloves had already fallen off, but in their place were more agile leopard claws. CP0 swiftly darted past Chenos, leaving several bloody claw marks on him, and then disappeared again. Soon after, CP0 reappeared beside Chenos, leaving deep claw marks visible to the bone on Chenos' arm. Faced with CP0's attack, Chenos remained motionless, standing dumbly in place, as if he had given up. His eyes half closed as if he were dozing off. CP0 didn't care whether Chenos was dozing or not. It came back behind Chenos and slashed at him with a claw. Just then, Chenos suddenly moved, turning around to block CP0's claw with his sea-stone handcuffs, and then launched an attack on CP0. However, Chenos's punch only struck the air, failing to hit CP0. Good. As expected of the opponent I chose, you can actually withstand my attacks. Your observation Haki training is quite good, but this is not my maximum speed. Let's see how many hits you can defend against. As soon as he finished speaking, CP0 appeared next to Chenos and clawed at his abdomen. Chenos once again used the sea-stone handcuffs to block the leopard claw, intending to grab CP0's claw, but once again, he grabbed nothing as CP0 had vanished. Ding ding ding. CP0 continuously increased its speed, using its advantage to circle around Chenos, launching attacks on him repeatedly. At first, Chenos could still catch CP0's movements with his observation Haki, but as CP0's speed increased, Chenos began to struggle to keep up, occasionally failing to defend against the speed of the attacks, resulting in more and more wounds on his body. At this point, Chenos had turned into a bloody mess, and he stood in a large pool of blood on the ground. With excessive blood loss, his speed became even slower, barely managing to fend off CP0's attacks. After Chenos blocked another attack, he saw Saint Charlemagne sending people to capture Hancock, which made Chenos's eyes widen in shock. Charlemagne, you're seeking death. Saint Charlemagne stood with his hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. Chenos, just sit there and watch me play with your woman. Chenos was about to rush towards Hancock, but CP0 appeared in front of Chenos again, striking at him with a claw. Chenos once again used the C-prism stone handcuffs in his hands to defend. With a crack under the dozens, or even hundreds of attacks from CP0, the C-prism stone finally couldn't bear the burden and shattered. Although the sound of the crack wasn't loud, it seemed to resonate in everyone's hearts, causing everyone to look at Chenos in disbelief. CP0 reacted the fastest, pushing away forcefully from Chenos. At this moment, Charlemagne also reacted, shouting at CP0, "Don't let that guy come over. Quickly put the C-prism stone on him." CP0 shot Charlemagne a glare, thinking, of course, if they could cuff him, everyone would want to. Chenos was so fierce, even while wearing the C-prism stone handcuffs. Surviving this long under his attacks showed how powerful he was. Now that the C-prism stone was shattered, who knew how strong he was now? They were very interested in bullying weaklings, but completely uninterested in being sent to be bullied themselves. Now, CP0 had already decided that even if it meant losing face, they needed to call for reinforcements, or else they were likely to be in serious trouble tonight. At this moment, Chenos lightly slapped his own chest, and an absorption ability sphere instantly appeared in front of him, with all the external injuries on his body disappearing. He grasped the absorption ability sphere filled with damage and flashed towards Hancock. Flash step. The rebound force exploded beneath Chenos' feet, allowing him to appear beside Hancock, as if teleporting, pressing the absorption ability sphere against a world government member. And countless claw marks appeared as the world government member was instantly sliced into pieces by the absorption ability sphere. Seeing this, the world government members quickly fled. If Chenos was wearing the C-prism stone handcuffs, they wouldn't be afraid, but if he wasn't wearing them, it meant that the indestructible monster had appeared. And who would dare to stay here any longer? However, it was already too late when they turned to escape. Flash. Under the feet of Chenos, an elliptical halo formed like an air cushion. With a gentle step on the ground, it was as if he had replicated himself. The figures of Chenos appeared behind all the members of the world government at the same time, and then he used his finger gun to aim at the back of those members' hearts. In less than a second, over a dozen members of the world government had all perished under Chenos' attack. Witnessing this scene, the CP0, transformed into a leopard, broke into a cold sweat. This guy must have the strength of a Navy vice admiral. How am I supposed to deal with him? Brr bug. At this moment, the phone bug he had just called finally connected. "Hello, this is CP headquarters. May I ask what happened?" Before CP0 could finish speaking, Chenos had already appeared in front of him and knocked the phone to the ground. Moshi, may I ask what happened?" A piercing scream echoed, and then there was silence. At this time, another operator at CP headquarters picked up the call and asked anxiously, "Leopard, please respond." Leopard. The call from the CP headquarters received no reply and was abruptly disconnected. The operator, suppressing their anger, turned to the nearby staff and asked, "Where's Leopard on duty?" The staff quickly checked and replied, "At Lord Charlemagne's place." Just as the person was about to rush over to check, they noticed flames raging in the town of Mariejois, with countless sparks rising and thick smoke billowing. The person's eyes widened in realization that things had gone terribly wrong. The town was inhabited entirely by celestial dragons, and if they didn't quickly rescue them, everyone stationed in the holy land of Mariejois would be doomed. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Leopard's situation and hurriedly organized all world government personnel and CP members to head to the town for rescue. Hurry, everyone move. If any of the lords are harmed, we're all dead. All the world government personnel and CP members understood the severity of the situation. If any celestial dragon was injured, they would face harsh punishment. If any celestial dragon died, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, everyone disregarded their posts and rushed toward the town at the first opportunity. Speaking of which, Chenos was now stepping toward Charlemagne step by step. The CP-0, which had been guarding Charlemagne's life, had been completely incapacitated by Chenos, their bones all broken, ultimately dying from a pain. Charlemagne, it's your turn. Watching Chenos approach him step by step, Charlemagne backed away while hoarsely shouting at Chenos, "What do you want? You are my slave now. Kneel down before me. Someone. Where are my bodyguards? Where's CP-0? Where have you all gone? Hurry up and capture this treasonous dog slave." In the past, whenever he shouted, members of the world government and bodyguards would rush to him eagerly. But now they had all disappeared. Previously, whenever he was in danger, CP-0 would automatically appear to help him resolve any threats. But now they were also nowhere to be found, as if this room contained only him and these two dog slaves. Chenos was also waiting, but after a long time without hearing any movement, he couldn't help but grin, revealing a cold smile. He captured Charlemagne and tied him to a cross, which was originally a torture device used by Charlemagne to punish others, but unexpectedly, it was now being used on him. After binding Charlemagne, Chenos turned to Hancock and gently said, "Little Hancock, turn around and don't look. The next scene will be a bit bloody. It's best to cover your ears with both hands." Chenos, that's a celestial dragon. You can't go against the celestial dragons. That's the iron rule of this world. If the world government finds out, you will be enemies with the whole world. Are you really going to do this? Ha ha ha. Enemies with the whole world? My goal is to kill all the celestial dragons. What does it matter if I'm enemies with the world? Hancock was momentarily stunned by Chenos's bold masculinity. Born in Amazon Lily, a place that revered strength and admired power, Hancock became even more infatuated with Chenos, obediently following his instructions to turn around and cover her ears. Seeing Hancock comply, Chenos turned back, looking at Charlemagne with a gaze full of killing intent. "Isn't this usually your playground? Aren't these torture devices your toys? If that's the case, I'll let you enjoy these toys too. You often play with them. Can you tell me which one is the most fun? Or should I use them all on you?" Faced with Chenos, who was constantly selecting torture devices and exuding killing intent, Charlemagne finally understood fear and realized that no one would come to save him. Extreme terror caused Charlemagne to cry and plead with Chenos, "I can't fight you. What do you want? Wealth or status? I can give you both. Just let me go. I can make you a high-ranking official in the CP organization. I can make you a vice admiral in the Navy. If you want, I can even make you a king. Just let me." Before Charlemagne could finish, Chenos picked up the branding iron of the dragon's claw and pressed it against Charlemagne's face. "I just want you dead. Quick, here, S the key to the prison. Hurry and release the others from the other cells." A red-skinned, muscular fishman shouted after opening the fishman prison. "Yes, Boss Fisher." At that moment, it was Fisher, who had escaped from the water outlet a year ago. He had indeed survived and, just like in the original history, climbed up from the cliff of Mariejois. He quickly rushed towards the cell where Chenos was. However, when he opened the cell, he found that Chenos was not inside. "Where's Chenos?" The people in the cell shook their heads. Only Hancock's two younger sisters shouted, "Chenos and our sister were taken away by Charlos and haven't returned. Can you help us save them?" Upon hearing this, Fisher's brow furrowed deeply. Being taken away by a celestial dragon at night was ominous. However, Fisher did not hesitate too long and replied, "All right, you all escape first. I'll bring them to find you later." After saying this, Fisher did not linger and swiftly headed towards Charlos's residence. Meanwhile, the door to Charlemagne's room opened, and Chenos left the room with Hancock, heading outside. Inside the room was Charlemagne, already tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. However, Chenos did not kill him but left him alive because for Charlemagne, who had his 5 limbs severed and multiple internal injuries, living was already a form of torture. As soon as he stepped out of Charlemagne's room, Chenos saw the raging flames coming from Mariejois not far away. Chenos's lips curled up slightly. Brother Fisher really arrived just in time. After seeing the flames, Chenos's most rational action was to quickly escape from Mariejois, leaving this hell behind. However, For some reason, Chenos found himself looking towards Charlos's residence. Chenos, Mariejois is on fire. This is our chance. Let's hurry and escape. Hancock understood Chenos's thoughts and knew that since coming to Mariejois, Chenos had been tormented by Charlos, treated like a dog. When Charlos grew tired of him, he would sell Chenos to Charlmuck, who despised Chenos the most, effectively sentencing him to death. Even she wanted to kill Charlos. Yet, on one side was revenge, which could delay their escape and possibly prevent them from leaving this hell. And on the other side was fleeing, leaving this hell behind to reach the freedom of the sea. Hancock could see the intense killing intent in Chenos's eyes, almost tangible. However, they had already spent a lot of time getting revenge on Charlmuck. And spending more time on Charlos could very well mean they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Chenos looked at Hancock, a hint of apology in his eyes. I am sorry, Hancock. I want to check if Charlos is in the room. If he is, I'll kill him quickly and then leave. If he's not, I'll escape immediately. You go ahead and leave, and I'll find you later. Due to the urgency of the situation, Chenos finished speaking and, without waiting for Hancock's response, rushed towards Charlos's house. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he saw Hancock following closely behind him, seemingly intending to stand by him through thick and thin. Seeing the scene, Chenos felt a warmth in his heart and quickly appeared beside Hancock, wrapping his arms around her and rushing towards Charlos's room. Silly girl. Chenos. Hancock was suddenly embraced by Chenos, feeling so shy that she almost fainted, burying her face in Chenos's chest. With Chenos's rapid burst of speed, they quickly arrived at Charlos's house. Chenos, holding Hancock, crashed through the window and appeared in Charlos's room. However, upon entering the room, they found it completely empty, indicating that Charlos had already been taken away. Although it was a bit regrettable, Chenos couldn't do anything about it. He could only consider it fortunate for Charlos. But the next time Chenos encounters Charlos, it would be the time for him to take his life. Chenos. As soon as Chenos left the door, he saw Fisher rushing towards him, shouting his name. Beside Fisher was a handsome young man, Teselo, who was panting. The two had met on the way, and upon hearing that Chenos had been taken to the Celestial Dragons' room, Teselo, despite lacking combat ability, resolutely followed Fisher. Brother Fisher, Teselo, I'm here. Chenos quickly rushed towards the two and joined them. After seeing that Chenos was fine, Fisher's anxiety vanished from his face, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over and gave Chenos a big hug. I'm glad you're okay, my friend. Chenos is the first human friend that Fisher got to know. Although the Celestial Dragons made Fisher more disgusted with humans, Chenos is different. He can feel that Chenos truly cares for him and doesn't view him as a freak. Yes, Chenos, it's really great that you're okay. Chenos looked at the two, one of them threw a punch, and said with a smile, I can't be killed. How could I die so easily? Let's go. This isn't the place for talking. We should leave first. However, Fisher shook his head and said to them, You guys go ahead. I still need to destroy other places. I want to free all the slaves. Chenos furrowed his brow, but then looked at Fisher with determination. Brother Fisher, I will go with you. No, you must leave. I am a fishman. I can escape from where we last left off. But you can't. You are a devil fruit user. Go on, this is something I have to do. Once we all get out, you can come find me for a drink. Chenos stared into Fisher's eyes, and from Fisher's gaze, he could see his determination. He gritted his teeth and said to Fisher, I understand, big brother. I'll wait for you to come out, and we'll drink together. After hearing Chenos' response, Fisher revealed a satisfied smile. Let's go. We'll meet at Fishman Island. With that, Fisher rushed towards the rooms of other Celestial Dragons, grabbed a torch, set the house on fire, smashed it down, and continued charging towards other houses. Seeing this, Chenos did not hesitate any longer and led the two towards the exit of Mariejois. As mentioned earlier, Mariejois is guarded by world government personnel on 3 sides, making escape nearly impossible under normal circumstances. However, at this moment, the world government agents had all rushed to rescue the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, there was no one guarding the exit, allowing the 3 to successfully escape to the seaside. Fisher had already prepared many unmanned boats by the shore. Once they boarded a small boat, they could head to the Sabeti archipelago, which is not far from Mariejois. Once they reached the chaotic place of the Sabeti archipelago, even the world government would have no way to capture them again. After reuniting with Hancock's 2 sisters by the seaside, the 3 boarded the small boat and set off towards the Sabeti archipelago. Chenos and Teselo were rowing a boat together, heading towards the Sabeti archipelago, which was not far from Mariejois. Along the way, many slaves were escaping to the Sabeti archipelago, some of whom knew the area well. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about going the wrong way. They just needed to follow the others. After 3 hours of rowing, the five finally arrived at the Sabeti archipelago. However, they landed on island number 13, which was a lawless area of Sabeti, a gathering place for pirates and criminals. As soon as they set foot on the shore, a group of human traffickers approached them. "Ha, what a big haul. What's going on today? So many people delivered right to our door. And there are quite a few good goods among them. Looks like we're going to get rich." Hundreds of human traffickers, armed with guns, surrounded thousands of slaves. But these traffickers had no idea they had stirred up the wrath of the masses. Almost all the slaves had been sold to the Celestial Dragons by traffickers, which led to their hellish lives. Now that they had just escaped, these traffickers appeared again, igniting everyone's anger in an instant. "Brothers, these bastards want to send us back to hell. Tear them apart. Tear them apart." Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of gunfire rang out, hitting the ground in front of the slaves, forcing them to retreat. "Ha. Tear us apart? With you guys? All of you better surrender quietly, and I might let you suffer a little less, otherwise you'll have a hard time." At that moment, several powerful slaves stepped out from the crowd and charged at the traffickers. "We just came out of hell. You think you can send us back?" But the speed with which they charged out was matched by how quickly they were sent back. The leader of the traffickers kicked a few slaves back, as if he were swatting flies. "See, I told you to surrender quietly. Do you not understand human language?" The trafficker leader kicked at a slave, but halfway through, he was intercepted by a handsome young man who blocked the kick with his foot. "Is it hard to tear you apart?" The trafficker leader's eyes widened in shock at the sudden appearance of the young man, but in the next moment, he pulled out a gun and aimed it at the young man's head. Countless tiny bullets shot towards the young man's head, but they eerily stopped right in front of him, causing no harm. Are you a devil fruit user?" The young man grinned and said, "You guessed right. There's a reward." He lightly slapped the trafficker leader in the abdomen, creating a huge hole as if he had been shot. The young man grabbed the trafficker leader's hand with one hand and his foot with the other, pulling with all his might, tearing the trafficker leader in half. "So, is it hard to tear you apart?" After saying this, the young man looked at the other traffickers with a murderous smile. "Run. This guy's too terrifying." The traffickers saw their leader torn in half, and the one who killed him did so in such a terrifying manner, causing them to scatter in fear. The one who killed the trafficker leader was indeed Chenos. He had been unhappy about not being able to kill Charlos and had no outlet for his murderous intent. And now these traffickers were coming to provoke him, which was like walking into his gunpoint. Moreover, Chenos held a firm belief regarding human traffickers, whether in his past life or this one. No matter what these scum became traffickers for, they deserved to die. Flash! Chenos's figure kept flashing behind the traffickers, stabbing them with pinpoint accuracy before disappearing again, reappearing behind the next trafficker, continuing until all over 100 traffickers were killed. At this moment, an old man was watching Chenos while sipping his drink. The old man shook his head and said, "Good talent, but what a heavy killing intent." However, since these traffickers had done so many bad things, the old man had no interest in saving them. Just then, he spotted Hancock among the crowd, and his eyes lit up. Then he vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Even Chenos, who had decent observation Haki, completely failed to notice the old man's appearance and disappearance. After wiping out the traffickers, Chenos returned to Hancock's side. The surrounding slaves came over to thank Chenos before leaving one by one. After everyone left, Chenos looked at Hancock and her sisters, as well as Teselo. "What are your plans?" Teselo looked at Chenos with admiration and said firmly, "I want to become strong like you. I also want to make money. I want to be the richest person in this world, richer than the Celestial Dragons." Hancock looked at Chenos with some hesitation. "Chenos, I want to go home." Hancock knew that Chenos's long-held desire was to kill all the Celestial Dragons, and in this world where the Celestial Dragons were supreme, killing them was incredibly difficult. Therefore, Chenos would inevitably need to build his own power. However, as soon as she left Mariejois, she feared being captured again. Thus, she wanted to return to what she considered the safest place, Amazon Lily, which was her home, as long as she returned home. The Celestial Dragons would have no way to capture her again, but her idea would inevitably separate her from Chenos. Chenos can stay with her on Amazon Island for a while. However, it's impossible for him to stay with her there for a lifetime. This is also the reason why she feels conflicted. Seeing Hancock's troubled expression, Chenos couldn't help but smile. He ruffled Hancock's hair and said, "It's okay, you're still young. You can go back home to train for now. Teselo's strength is quite weak right now and needs time to grow stronger. And I also need to train to improve my own strength. When I come back here again, I'll come to find you. How about we explore the new world together then?" After hearing Chenos's words, Hancock finally relaxed and a bright smile appeared on her face. At that moment, Chenos remembered that Hancock's home was on Amazon Island, and Amazon Island is in the doldrums. How would they be able to get through the doldrums? It's important to know that the doldrums are full of sea kings, and ordinary ships passing through could be swallowed along with their crew by the sea kings. Chenos, feeling a bit of a headache, asked Hancock, Hancock, didn't you tell me before that your home is in the doldrums? How are we supposed to get back to your house? Now there are 5 of us, and except for Tezelo, everyone else has a devil fruit power. Directly heading to Amazon Lily is too risky. Upon hearing this, Hancock was momentarily at a loss. Her 2 sisters had eaten the snake fruit. She had eaten the sweet fruit, and the only one with combat capability, Chenos, had eaten the bounce fruit. Out at sea with this combination, 4 of them were devil fruit users, and the remaining 1 had no abilities to save them on the ocean. With such a combination, they might be wiped out by a single wave. At that moment, a piercing cry rang out. Hancock, KD Marigold, where have you run off to? Grandma, a very short figure with white wavy hair, a bright red flower tucked into the left side of her hair, and holding a snake-handled cane, rushed towards Hancock and the others. The person referred to as Grandma jumped around the 3 sisters, trying to see if they had been harmed. After being captured by the Celestial Dragons for more than a year, the sight of Grandma, who treated them as her own, brought tears to the eyes of Hancock's 3 sisters, and they hugged Grandma, crying bitterly. Grandma, we won't run off anymore. After checking on them for a while and confirming that they had not been harmed, Grandma finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she turned to look at Chenos, her anger flared up. You stinky man, did you kidnap our children? No. But Grandma wouldn't listen to Chenos' reply. She raised her cane and swung it at him. Chenos reached out to block, but at that moment, Grandma Za's cane suddenly moved. The snake body that was coiled up sprang out like a spring, slightly contracting before lunging towards Chenos' arm. The snake was incredibly fast, so much so that Chenos didn't have time to react and was bitten on the wrist. Fortunately, Chenos was already accustomed to applying his fruit ability to himself. Therefore, even after being bitten by the snake, he suffered no harm. Grandma Za, Chenos is not a bad person. He has always been protecting us. However, Grandma Za was even quicker. Before Hancock had finished speaking, she had already kicked Chenos, sending him flying. Chenos, kicked into the air, performed a flip and then steadied himself, rubbing his slightly aching chest, looking at Grandma Za in disbelief. This old lady was so aged, yet her combat ability was so formidable. However, being hit with Haki really hurt. Chenos' fruit ability, like all fruit abilities, can still be attacked by Haki even when he uses his fruit ability. Currently, Chenos' fruit ability can absorb damage caused by armed Haki, but the degree of absorption varies. Without armed Haki attacks, Chenos can absorb 100 of the damage, while with armed Haki attacks, he can only absorb 10. This results in a 10-to-1 absorption efficiency difference. This conclusion was drawn after Chenos nearly got killed in a battle against a slave who could use armed Haki. It was after that fight that Chenos realized that fruit abilities are not omnipotent. Therefore, he became more diligent in training Haki in the 6 forms. Speaking of which, this old lady is indeed the former emperor of Amazon Lily. Even though she is quite short and very old, her combat power is still astonishing. Chenos estimated that if he were to fight against Grandma Za, he would likely only manage to reach a stalemate. This discovery made Chenos more vigilant about this world. Even a minor character with little space in the original work could possess such formidable combat power. Just how terrifying must the 4 emperors, those monsters ruling over entire oceans, be? At that moment, a tempting voice of a mature woman sounded. How lively it is, with so many people here. Chenos suddenly turned his head towards the direction of the sound. Previously, he had not sensed anyone's presence with his observation Haki. However, upon seeing the newcomers, Chenos relaxed. The visitors were none other than Rayleigh and Haki, the former being the vice-captain of the Pirate King and the latter his wife, a powerful pirate in her own right. So having such strength was quite normal. Haki, with great interest, approached Chenos, took a light puff of smoke, and then blew it out near his ear. Rayleigh, this kid looks just like you did when you were young. He has quite a sharp one. Seeing his wife teasing a young and handsome man, Rayleigh was unfazed. But he asked with some surprise, I was clearly very gentle when I was young. How is this kid so filled with killing intent? Haki chuckled softly and replied to Rayleigh, don't forget how you earned the title of Dark King. It was through killing. Chenos walked towards Rayleigh, and after reaching him, he bowed deeply and said, Lord Rayleigh, please be my master. I want to kill the Celestial Dragons. Rayleigh replied without a moment's hesitation, I refuse. Huh? Why? After giving Chenos a glance, Rayleigh smiled and said, "Child, you are already quite strong. You understand observation Haki and armament Haki, and the abilities of your devil fruit can only be developed by yourself. What you lack is battle experience, which you need to accumulate in combat. I have nothing more to teach you, which is why I refuse you." All right. In fact, Chenos just wanted to give a try, to see if he could learn something from Rayleigh. It was quite normal for Rayleigh to refuse. After all, even Luffy, who possesses the straw hat, did not receive much instruction from Rayleigh. He didn't even teach Luffy advanced armament Haki techniques like flowing cherry, which Luffy only learned from Bartolomeo in Kaido's prison. This shows that Rayleigh only plays a guiding role for Luffy and doesn't teach him too much. If that's how the main character is treated by Rayleigh, it's no surprise for him. Many people in this world want to kill those scum celestial dragons, but few succeed. I really hope to see you succeed one day. Keep working hard, kid. On the other side, Hancock had already explained to Granny Jia what had happened. After hearing the explanation, Granny Jia no longer viewed Chenos with hostility, but looked at Hancock and her sisters with sympathy. Thinking about how young they were yet had suffered so much from the celestial dragons, her heart ached. Poor children. Come on, Granny Jia will take you home. Saying that, Granny Jia shouted to Rayleigh, "Rayleigh, hurry up and bring the ship over. I want to take my children home." Rayleigh and Granny Jia had been good friends for decades. He didn't mind her rudeness, knowing that she would be very sad after seeing Hancock and the others. So, he said nothing and obediently went to get the ship. When Rayleigh brought the ship over and Granny Jia and the three sisters boarded, they noticed that Chenos and Tezzalo did not get on the ship, but were standing on the shore waving at them. "Chenos, aren't you coming with us to Amazon Lily?" Chenos shook his head and said to Hancock, "Little Hancock, you should go back first. I still need to help Tezzalo get stronger. You could train well on Amazon Island. Once I gather my crew, I'll come find you." Hancock knew that even if she followed Chenos now, she would only become a burden to him. However, the sudden separation made her very reluctant. With tears in her eyes, Hancock gritted her teeth, disregarding the gazes of others, and rushed to Chenos, tightly hugging him. "I will become stronger, Chenos. You must come and pick me up then." After watching Rayleigh sail away with Grandma and the three sisters of Hancock, Haki eagerly stared at Chenos. "Are you just going to let your little wife go home alone? Aren't you afraid she'll be taken away by someone?" Chenos said with a smile, "Of course I'm afraid, but I'm even more afraid that when she is bullied, I won't have the strength to protect her and can only watch helplessly. I've had enough of that feeling." Haki exhaled a puff of smoke, liking Chenos more and more. "Little guy, if I were 40 years younger, I might even fall in love with you. Haha, being young is really great. Given how charming you are, I can give you 3 pieces of information for free." Upon hearing Haki's words, Chenos' eyes immediately lit up. Haki specialized in intelligence work, and with her help, he could save a lot of effort. "Really? I want to know the whereabouts of the gold fruit. I wonder if Sister Haki can help me." Hearing the handsome Chenos call her sister made Haki's mood much brighter. "Your words are so sweet. Are you trying to help your companion get the fruit? Let me think." After closing her eyes to recall for a moment, Haki suddenly opened them. "I remember. A while ago, there were rumors in the North Sea about a pirate who got a golden fruit. It should be the gold fruit. They will be coming to the Sabati archipelago soon, as I've heard they plan to sell it for a good price and then retire at home. However, to sell a devil fruit in the Sabati archipelago, it really depends on luck. If luck is not on their side, the devil fruit might bring them disaster." Chenos was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that the gold fruit, which he wanted to develop to awakening for the original author Tezzalo, would just come to him. However, he also noted Haki's reminder. After all, in his previous life, the gold fruit was controlled by Don Quixote da Flamingo, used to attract others to participate in his games, and in Sabati archipelago, there were forces controlled by da Flamingo. It seemed that if they wanted to obtain the gold fruit this time, they would need to pay more attention to da Flamingo. Now it was 1507, 15 years before the plot began. At this time, da Flamingo shouldn't have awakened the fruit's abilities yet. If da Flamingo had not awakened, then even if he faced da Flamingo, he would still have the strength to fight. "Sister Haki, how about I hold off on using the other 2 pieces of information for now, and use them when needed? What do you think?" Little sprite, no problem. I'll be at Haki's extortion bar on Island 13. If you need information, feel free to come over." After Haki finished speaking, she waved goodbye to the 2 of them. After Haki left, Tezzalo took a deep breath. He was scared half to death after hearing the name of the Dark King, Rayleigh. Who is Rayleigh? He is the famous vice-captain of the Pirate King. And how could a woman appearing alongside Rayleigh be an ordinary person? Therefore, Tezzalo dared not say a word just now, not even daring to breathe loudly, for fear of attracting the attention of these big figures. It wasn't until Haki left that he finally dared to breathe freely. At this moment, Tezzalo suddenly reacted and asked Chenos in surprise, "Did you just ask about the gold fruit? How did you know that was the fruit I wanted the most? Because you were the owner of that fruit in your previous life, and you developed it to the awakening stage." Of course, Chenos couldn't say such things to Tezzalo and could only say to him, "Isn't your dream to become richer than the Celestial Dragons? And if you want to improve your strength now, to be honest, it's quite difficult. The only way to become stronger is to eat a devil fruit. Since that's the case, the gold fruit, which allows you to freely control gold, is the most suitable devil fruit for you." Tezzalo looked at Chenos with some emotion. He had said these words to Chenos a year ago, and he had only said it once. He didn't expect that so much time had passed, and Chenos still remembered. Furthermore, he had even helped him plan the path to becoming stronger in the future, which made Tezzalo feel grateful towards Chenos. "Chenos, thank you." Tezzalo hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Chenos. "We're partners, so there's no need to say thank you. If you really want to thank me, then help me realize my dream." Tezzalo nodded solemnly. "Okay." The two of them talked as they walked toward the island. This was Island 13 of Sabaody, a lawless place for pirates and criminals, with almost no presence of the Navy. Therefore, it was relatively safe for Chenos at the moment. However, the two who had just escaped from Mariejois were also tired. So they found a hospitable pirate's home and borrowed a place to stay. But this pirate was excessively hospitable. Not only did he give them his house, but he also left them with over 100,000 berries as pocket money. Lying on the bed resting, Chenos looked at the sleeping Tezzalo and fell in a deep thought. In fact, during the time in Mariejois, he had been thinking about how to proceed on his future path. He wanted to take revenge on the Celestial Dragons, making them feel the pain of this world. However, the Celestial Dragons were protected by the world government and the Navy, the two largest and most powerful forces in the world. To deal with the Celestial Dragons, he had to establish a force that could resist the world government and the Navy. Given this, the paths available for Chenos to choose from were not many. One was to become a pirate, and the other was to join the Revolutionary Army. After thinking for a short while about joining the Revolutionary Army, Chenos decided against it. The reason was simple: the development was too slow. 15 years later, Monkey D. Luffy would set sail, but by that time, the Revolutionary Army still wouldn't have any major movements, only liberating a few small islands while hiding from the pursuit of the world government. For Chenos, this was far too slow. In 15 years, his strength would have grown to at least the level of a Navy admiral. With such strength, he could easily establish his own force at sea if he became a pirate. Moreover, he could cooperate with the Revolutionary Army, using his force to deal with the world government. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Why suffer now by joining the Revolutionary Army? Therefore, the only option left for Chenos was to become a pirate. After becoming a pirate, he needed to consider the matter of forming a pirate crew. Establishing a pirate crew required finding like-minded and strong partners. Only then could a powerful pirate crew be formed. Currently, two members of the crew were already determined. One was Tezzalo, who would awaken the fruit's abilities in the future, and the other was the future Empress of the Seven Warlords. If possible, Chenos also wanted to bring Fisher over and have him join his pirate crew. Since their crew members were all fruit users, having such members form a pirate crew at sea was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Therefore, he needed a strong fisherman like Fisher to be his partner. This way, their safety at sea would increase dramatically. However, there were still two problems in front of Chenos that needed to be solved. One was to help Tezzalo obtain the gold fruit abilities, and the other was to persuade Fisher, who hated humans, to become his crew member. Both of these were quite difficult and indeed a headache. Forget it. No need to think about it. As long as the plan goes smoothly, it will be fine. Early the next morning, the two of them got up early. Today, they both planned to go out to inquire about the pirate crew that obtained the gold fruit and also familiarize themselves with the situation of the Sabaody archipelago, especially the distribution of forces. They were newcomers, and their identities were quite sensitive. Once exposed, they would surely become targets for the world government and the Navy. Especially since in the original plot, nothing significant happened to the Celestial Dragons. Only the slaves were freed. Even so, the world government still captured a large number of slaves and relentlessly pursued Fisher. Moreover, in this life, Chenos had tortured a celestial dragon to death, making the nature of the situation much more serious than in his previous life. It was easy to imagine that once they showed up at this time, they would definitely be targeted by the world government. The two split up, with Chenos, being stronger, going to inquire about the pirate crew's news, while Tezzalo went to gather information about the forces on the island. After separating, Chenos did not rush to inquire about the news. Instead, he wandered around the island to familiarize himself with the environment first. It must be said that the landscapes of this world were things Chenos had never seen in his previous life, especially the unique island scenery of the Sabati archipelago. But in this strange world, it is extremely famous. The unique landscape of islands made of trees, combined with dazzling bubble coating technology, and being a must-pass place to Fishman Island, has led to unprecedented prosperity here. The characteristics of Chambord Islands have also made it a hub of wealth, attracting numerous tourists every year, resulting in hotels and bars everywhere. Even in lawless areas, there are still many inns and bars. However, the people who come to stay here are not ordinary tourists, but pirates from all over the world. Bars have historically been a gathering place for information, and many confidential pieces of information have been leaked from within them. Chenos admired the unique bubble landscape of Chambord while walking towards a crowded bar. As soon as he entered the bar, many pirates turned to look at him. Upon seeing that Chenos was alone, a few pirates' eyes lit up as they approached him. "Hey, kid, this is a pirate bar. Are you sure you're in the right place? If not, I can show you the way to wherever you want to go," one of the pirates said, pulling out a handgun and gesturing toward Chenos. Although threatened by the pirate, Chenos remained unfazed and continued to walk towards the bar counter. "Boss, a plate of seafood fried noodles and a beer, please." "Hey kid, didn't you hear me talking to you?" Chenos looked helplessly at the pirate, wondering how someone so weak could be so reckless and survive this long. He casually slapped the pirate, sending him flying out of the bar, and instantly, there was silence in the bar. However, it was less than a second before the bar erupted into noise again. Many pirates began to mock the one who had just been thrown out. "Ha ha, I won. I told you earlier that this guy was bound to get in trouble. This guy is simply desperate. Doesn't he know that some of the most dangerous people in this world are children, women, and the elderly? In this lawless place, anyone who dares to wander around alone cannot possibly be weak. Everyone, hand over your money." After Chenos proved his strength, no one in the bar continued to trouble him. At this moment, the pirate who had been knocked out by Chenos earlier walked back into the bar, but instead of seeking revenge, he avoided Chenos and returned to his friends. After seeing this, Chenos was indifferent, and the boss made the noodles quickly. In less than 2 minutes, he placed a large bowl of seafood noodles in front of Chenos. "Welcome, this drink is a gift for you on your first visit to this bar." "Thank you." After Chenos took the beer from his boss, he quietly sat down and started eating, listening to the conversations around him. The pirates wanted to enter the new world through the Red Line, so they could only coat their ships at Sabati Archipelago. During the coating process, the pirates had nothing to do but gather in the bar to chat and joke. "Have you heard? A group of pirates caused trouble in a country and captured 500 soldiers. The world government sent someone to eliminate them. And guess what? They only sent a 13-year-old kid, and that kid ended up killing both the pirates and hostages." "Ha ha ha, you really are full of it. Even if that kid lined everyone up to kill, he would probably be exhausted before he could finish." What kind of news is that? Have you heard? The Jack pirates got the gold fruit? That's the gold fruit. I heard it can control gold freely. If I had that ability, who would still want to be a pirate? I could just sell it and become a noble. How great would that be? But those fools in the Jack pirates actually planned to sell the fruit. What do you think? Are they stupid? Is that true? There is really such a thing as the gold fruit? If you have it, wouldn't you be as rich as a country? Haha, I know that news too. The Jack pirates are quite strong, but the members of their crew are all quite old. Like that old guy Jack, he must be around 50. They probably worry that having such a powerful fruit would attract too much attention and trouble from other pirates, which is why they chose to sell it. Devil fruits are worth 100 million berries each. Even if they sell it, they won't be at a loss. Each crew member could go home and be a rich man. The gold fruit? That news is boring. Have you heard? Last night, there was a fire in Mariejois, burning down many houses. But that's just the news released by the world government. Think about it. What kind of place is Mariejois? That's where the Celestial Dragons live. How could a fire just happen out of nowhere? But no one knows the truth yet. However, I suspect that something big definitely happened in Mariejois. Otherwise, the world government wouldn't be sending the Navy and CP organization all over the sea. After Chenos finished eating and paid the boss, he walked towards the person who had just mentioned the Jack pirate crew. "I'm very interested in what you said about the Jack pirate crew. Can you tell me more?" The pirate and his companions exchanged glances, each revealing a slight smile, signaling that a fat sheep had arrived and they could take advantage of him. "Friend, you should know that in the world of pirates, information is never free," the pirate said, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers. Chenos laughed and took out more than 100,000 berries that another enthusiastic pirate had given him yesterday from his pocket. "I genuinely want to gather some information from you guys. I wonder if we can step outside talk. A few pirates, upon seeing the thick stack of berries, widened their eyes and nodded eagerly at Chenos. More than an hour later, Chenos clapped his hands and walked out of a small alley. After counting the extra tens of thousands of berries he had, he couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance back at the alley. These low-level pirates were truly poor. After gathering the information, Chenos headed towards the place he had agreed upon with Tezzalo, which was precisely Shaki's extortion bar. Soon, Chenos arrived at the bar and found that Tezzalo was already waiting for him inside. After Chenos greeted Shaki, he sat down next to Tezzalo. "What have you gained?" Tezzalo said with a somewhat unpleasant expression. "The situation in Sabati Archipelago is very complicated. There are the forces of the great pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Yonko Kaido, and many small pirate crews. However, behind these small pirate crews are the shadows of aristocrats from various countries, and some are directly affiliated with the Celestial Dragons. Many people are captured by these individuals and sold to the Celestial Dragons, thus becoming slaves. The current situation is very complex. There are many entrances to the Sabati Archipelago, and islands 1 to 29 are all lawless areas. No matter which island it is, they could potentially land there. Therefore, we have no way to find them in advance. And on islands 1 to 29, there are numerous auctions. Which one they return to is uncertain. This makes it very difficult for us to find them. Moreover, once they sell the fruits to certain major forces on the island, it will be hard for us to snatch the fruits from them." Tezzalo felt a bit frustrated. Their current strength was too weak, and they struggled just to find people, let alone seize the fruits. However, at that moment, Chenos started to laugh. "Ha ha, who said we have to find them ourselves? We can completely let others help us find them." "Let others help us find them?" After hearing Chenos' words, Tezzalo initially thought Chenos meant to ask Shaki for information, and his eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. "That's useless. By the time we receive news of which island they landed on, they would have already left that place. When we go to find them again, the fruit abilities might have already been sold. Then let them not sell it." Tezzalo looked at Chenos thoughtfully. "Do you have some idea?" Chenos slowly nodded and said, "I previously asked someone for information and learned that the gold fruit was obtained by a group called the Jack Pirates. Their strength isn't too strong. The highest bounty on the ship is their captain, Cutlass Jack, with a bounty of only 50 million berries. The total bounty of all the crew members is around 100 million berries. Pirates like these are quite common in the Sabati Archipelago. What if we exaggerate the abilities of the gold fruit a little? For example, what if we say the gold fruit can turn stone into gold? Do you think that would attract countless pirates to look for them?" After Chenos finished speaking, Tezzalo suddenly realized. The strength of the Jack Pirates is not strong. If they exaggerate the abilities of the Jinji fruit a bit more, they will surely attract countless pirates to seek out the Jack Pirates. Once a battle breaks out, it will definitely draw more pirates into the fray. This way, they can easily find out which island the Jack Pirates are on. Moreover, with so many pirates fighting over the fruit, Jack and his crew won't even have the chance to sell the fruit, achieving 2 goals at once. However, there's still one problem. Chenos, your plan is good, but there is still one issue, which is strength. Can we outfight the other pirates on the island? If we can't win, everything we do will just be helping others. Regarding strength, Chenos felt somewhat confident. His combat power is equivalent to that of a pre-trained Luffy, roughly at the level of a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries or a naval rear admiral. Back in the day, the supernovas could rampage freely in the Sabati Archipelago, as other pirates were basically no match for them. This shows that most pirates in Sabati are quite mediocre. Previously, Chenos specifically asked the few pirates who provided him with information if there were any pirates on the island with a bounty over 100 million, and the answer was no. For these lower-tier pirates, a pirate with a bounty over 100 million is considered a super pirate, someone who can make a name for themselves even in the New World. Therefore, they are particularly cautious, fearing that they might inadvertently offend someone and bring disaster upon themselves. According to those pirates, there are actually very few pirates with a bounty over 100 million each year, almost only 1 or 2. Otherwise, Luffy's generation wouldn't be called the era of the worst. This means that as long as they do not disturb the naval rear admiral on the island, then his strength on this island is among the top tier, and there's a real chance to seize the devil fruit. It can only be said that right now, this is the only way we have. Otherwise, with just the 2 of us, we wouldn't even be able to find anyone, let alone have a chance to grab the fruit. It's better to take a gamble. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Tezzalo lowered his head, feeling somewhat distressed, and said to Chenos in a deep voice, "I'm sorry." Chenos looked at Tezzalo with some surprise, not understanding why he suddenly said sorry to him. Tezzalo picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one go, seemingly wanting to say something to Chenos under the influence of alcohol. It's all my fault for being so useless, for having no ability. Making you take such risks for me. I'm sorry. As soon as Chenos heard this, he burst out laughing. What are you talking about? We're partners. Taisolo looked up at Chenos, who was smiling and showed no sign of blaming him, feeling deeply moved. His previous so-called friends were only around when he had money. When he was broken down on his luck, they wouldn't even spare him a glance and would just turn away. Now he had nothing, not even a bit of skill, yet Chenos, with his formidable combat strength, could easily find stronger partners, but he didn't abandon him. Instead, he thought of Taisolo at every turn, willing to take risks to snatch the fruits for him. This brought warmth to Taisolo, who was in the cold darkness. Thank you, Chenos. With a partner like you, even if I die, it's worth it. Taisolo secretly vowed that in this life, he would only do two things. First, become richer than the Celestial Dragons and trample them underfoot with money. Second, as long as Chenos needed it, he would risk his life for him. Haha, really? Why get so sentimental? Come on, let's make a plan. Do you know? I heard that the Jack Pirates got their hands on the legendary Going fruit, which can turn anything it touches into gold. Damn, if I had such power. I could just turn stones into gold when I run out of money and be rich again. Did you know that old Jack actually got a devil fruit? Damn, that old guy isn't strong, but his luck is incredible. I heard the devil fruit they got can freely turn other things into gold. So that old guy has hit the jackpot. Haven't you heard? The Going fruit was obtained by that weak old Jack, and they plan to come to the Sabeti archipelago in the next couple of days. I was thinking about whether to go over and try to see if I could snatch that fruit that can turn things into gold. If I could get my hands on it, who needs to be a pirate or look for One Piece? I could just go back home and be a super rich guy. Taisolo and Chenos spent the next few days constantly changing their appearances and disguising themselves as different people, spreading rumors among pirates and exaggerating the abilities of the Going fruit while continuously belittling the strength of the Jack Pirates. They successfully attracted the attention of countless pirates in the Sabeti archipelago. Even news of Fishman Fisher attacking Holy Mariejois couldn't capture their interest anymore. All they talked about was topics related to the Jack Pirates and the Going fruit. Chenos and Taisolo also created countless flyers depicting the appearance of the Jack Pirate ship, Captain Jack, and his crew, spreading them among pirates, making the Jack Pirates the most well-known pirate crew in the Sabeti archipelago. After all this was done, all that was left was to wait for the Jack Pirates to arrive. During this time, Chenos also kept gathering information about the stronger pirates on the island. He personally went to observe these pirates and found that the strongest pirate only had a bounty of 95 million belly and was an animal-type bull fruit user. However, to Chenos, the opponent was still too weak and was no match for him, which reassured him somewhat. On the 15th island of the Sabeti archipelago, a pirate ship shaped like a curved saber docked on the island, immediately attracting countless gazes. Even though the ship was very cautious and docked in a secluded place, countless eyes were still watching them from the darkness. These gazes were rapidly conveying messages about their presence. The Jack Pirates have appeared. However, the members of the Jack Pirates were still unaware of all this. Captain Jack, a tall and strong man with a full white beard, stepped off the ship, his gaze sharp and vigilant as he looked around. After scanning for a while, he didn't spot a single person hiding in the shadows. The crew members of the Jack Pirates gathered around him and began moving deeper into the island. Sabeti is not a kind place. Everyone be careful. I've already contacted the buyer. As long as we deliver the fruit, they will pay us 100 million belly. Once we get the money, we can all go back home to live like rich men. The members of the Jack Pirates replied, yes. They all began to dream about how to spend their retirement life, excitement visible on their faces. Just then, a group of pirates appeared in front of the Jack Pirates, blocking their path. You're the Jack Pirates, right? Hand over the Going fruit, and we'll let you go. The Jack Pirates frowned, unsure how the news of the Going fruit had leaked, but now that they were in the Sabeti archipelago, there was no way they would hand over their retirement money. Don't dream, Jack shouted, wielding his large curved saber and charging at the pirates. As soon as they came face to face, Jack easily cut down the group of pirates. Looking at the shattered remains of the pirates, Jack sneered, with such weak strength. They dare to come out and rob? They don't know the meaning of death. In fact, Jack misunderstood these pirates. Under Chenos and Taisolo's propaganda, the Jack Pirates had been portrayed as a crew made up of nearly immobile old men. This was why these weaker pirates rushed over to rob them. After cutting down the blocking pirates, Jack and his crew continued on their way, unaware that their disaster was just beginning. When they reached a forest filled with large trees, Jack's years of experience as a pirate made him keenly sense that something was off about the place. Stop, be careful. I sense a killing intent here. One crew member of the Jack Pirates stopped to check their surroundings. After looking around for a while and finding nothing, he jokingly said to Jack, "Jack, how can you see the killing intent in this forest when you can't even see the enemies?" Jack, however, remained serious. "I'm not joking. Everyone pay attention. Listen. There are no insects or birds chirping in this forest. There's definitely something wrong." Seeing Jack so serious, the crew members also became serious. Just then, a massively built pirate wielding 2 sharp knives stepped out. As expected of a pirate who has been sailing the seas for decades. "I didn't expect you to find us even after we hid so deeply." Upon seeing the newcomer, Jack's face turned grave. "Crazy Bull Beak of the Crazy Bull Pirates. I don't think we crossed paths before. Can you let us pass?" This Crazy Bull Beak was the highest bounty pirate that Chenos had previously investigated, and he hadn't expected to learn of such a magical thing as the going fruit while waiting for the coating. Although he had already eaten a devil fruit and couldn't eat another, he could let a confidant in his crew eat it. If the going fruit really had the ability to turn stones into gold, then they would be rich. "No, Jack, you might as well hand over the going fruit. I only seek wealth and do not harm lives." Jack looked at the raging bull Beck with confusion, as if everyone knew about their pirate crew's possession of the devil fruit. "Sorry, this is our retirement fund, so if you want to fight, then let's fight," Jack said, picking up his curved sword and charging at Bullbeck. However, he only took a couple of steps before stopping. In front of him appeared several other pirate crews, and they were all somewhat well-known crews. Jack was stunned and completely at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a man dressed in a black suit sat on a cloud in midair, smirking as he looked down. "Haha, interesting." Due to the promotion by Chenos and Tezelo, the news that the gold fruit would soon arrive at Sabati Archipelago was reported to Doflamingo's faction. This news also piqued Doflamingo's interest. Having once been a celestial dragon, he knew that the ability of the gold fruit did not turn those it touched into gold. However, there were people spreading such rumors on Sabati Archipelago, indicating that someone wanted to create chaos using this information. The person creating chaos likely had 2 main objectives: to seize the devil fruit or to launch an attack on Sabati Archipelago. Although there were 2 possibilities, the second was extremely unlikely. This was because right next to Sabati Archipelago were Mariejois, the Navy headquarters, and Eni's lobby, all heavily guarded by the Navy and the world government. Even the Yonko would not foolishly attack here. Given this, their objective was simple: to seize the devil fruit. Anyone bold enough to use such a chaotic method in a place as densely populated with pirates and a large Navy presence as Sabati Archipelago must be very confident in their own strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to such tactics. However, if such a confident person was present, why not just seize the devil fruit directly? A confident person could attempt to snatch the devil fruit in a place like Sabati Archipelago, yet they chose to create chaos instead, causing the pirates here to act. This indicated that the person creating chaos had no subordinates or not enough subordinates to gather information for them. To summarize, a confident strongman wanted to obtain the devil fruit but lacked a proper faction, forcing them to use chaos to have pirates seek it out for them. Once they found it and chaos ensued, that person would know where the fruit was and could then appear to seize it. Such a person was exactly the family I needed. With this thought in mind, the man in the suit standing on the cloud let out a low, somewhat suppressed laugh, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation as he waited for that person to appear, while someone on the cloud awaited the appearance of the chaos creator. The forest below was bustling. At this moment, over a dozen pirate crews had gathered. "Ha ha ha, Captain Jack, is it the gold fruit in your hand? Quickly show it to us." An old man shouted. "You old fool, still thinking about your retirement fund at this time? If you hand over the gold fruit now, we might let you leave here with your lives." "Damn, so many pirate crews have come. There's only one gold fruit. It looks like a battle is about to break out." The faces of Jack's crew turned grim. Let alone all these pirates. They weren't even sure they could handle just Bull Beck from the Bull Pirates. Members of Jack's crew turned to him and said, "Captain, what should we do now? With so many pirate crews, if we insist on trading for the fruit, we will definitely die." Other crew members echoed, "Yes, Captain Jack. What's most important now is not thinking about retirement, but how to retreat safely. Let's give up the fruit." Jack clenched his curved sword, unwilling to accept the situation. The gold fruit was a legacy from his good brother and the vice captain of Jack's pirate crew, who sacrificed himself to help them obtain it. Jack had promised the vice captain to bring enough wealth to support his family for the rest of their lives. But now, somehow the news had leaked, leading to them being surrounded by pirate crews, ruining their retirement plans. Yet even if Jack was unwilling, he had no choice, because if they didn't give up the devil fruit now, their pirate crew wouldn't need to retire. They could directly hold a funeral feast, and it would be one organized by several villages. Jack gestured to his crew, then took a few steps forward and said to the surrounding pirates, "You are right. It seems we have to give up our retirement plans and keep working for a while longer. I'll leave the gold fruit here for you to grab. But I have one request. Let us leave here. I think you don't want more enemies competing for the fruit, right?" After Jack finished speaking, he opened the box containing the gold fruit, revealing it inside, and gently placed it on the ground. The moment it was set down, Jack leaped backward and escaped with his crew, who had retreated to the edge of the encirclement. As soon as the fruit was placed on the ground, the surrounding pirates immediately lunged towards the gold fruit. "Quick, grab it. If we get it, we could become the richest people in the world. Gop, gop, gop. Don't miss this opportunity to obtain a wealth-generating devil fruit. Get the hell away from me. The gold fruit is mine." In an instant, the scene became chaotic, with almost everyone rushing toward the gold fruit. However, halfway through, they would be attacked by other pirates. In the end, there were bodies scattered all around the gold fruit, yet no one could get within a meter of it. It was as if there were an invisible death zone around the gold fruit. Anyone who got too close would die immediately. Among all present, even the bounty of 95 million for Bullbeck did not dare to charge him recklessly. His fruit was a Zoan type, and if he was targeted, he could die too. Just then, a figure appeared outside the encirclement of pirates. Seeing that the gold fruit had not yet been taken, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally caught up. "Tezzalo, wait here for me. I'm going to grab the gold fruit." Tezzalo looked at the dozen or so pirate crews gathered, numbering several hundred pirates, and couldn't help but worry about whether Chenos could handle it. "Chenos, it's too dangerous. How about we don't? Tezzalo, trust me. The gold fruit is the most suitable fruit for you." After Chenos finished speaking, he no longer listened to Tezzalo's advice and headed straight into the death zone, surrounded by pirates. The suited man, sitting on the clouds, eyes lit up upon seeing Chenos. "He's here." The surrounding pirates also noticed Chenos and quickly raised their guns or weapons, launching an attack without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. Countless gunshots rang out as bullets flew towards Chenos. However, when these bullets reached Chenos' vicinity, they strangely halted. Rebound. With Chenos' light shout, all the bullets moved again. But instead of heading towards Chenos, they returned to where they came from, hitting the shooters. In an instant, all of the more than 100 pirates who had just attacked met their demise. Cernos coldly looked around and shouted, "I want this devil fruit. Anyone have objections?" The strange scene just now had frightened many of the pirates present, and a few chose to withdraw on the spot. After all, facing a situation where Cernos couldn't be killed by gunfire, while those who shot at him ended up dead, was truly daunting and left them without the courage to stay. Although some pirate crews chose to withdraw, many others remained, thinking simply that they might take advantage of the chaos. Sometimes, just one stroke of luck could mean that while others fought fiercely, a small player might pick up the spoils. One pirate looked around and, noticing that Cernos had no companions, shouted in excitement, "This guy is all alone. Let's go together. I don't believe we can't take him down with so many of us." "Yes, with so many of us. How can we not defeat one person? Charge. Let's go together." Hearing that Cernos had no companions, the surrounding pirates became excited, feeling emboldened, and they all raised their weapons and charged at Cernos. Cernos looked at the pirates charging towards him, a hint of disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "A bunch of weaklings. What does it matter how many of them there are?" Chenos flashed and appeared next to the golden fruit, closing the treasure chest containing it and holding it in his hand. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates had already rushed to Chenos' side and launched an attack against him. Dozens of knives slashed towards Chenos, but he didn't even bother to defend himself, simply standing silently in place. However, no matter what, those knives could not cut down. They all hovered above Chenos' head. A bunch of weaklings who can't even break through my defense die. Storm foot, circular cut. Chenos absorbed the damage while attacking with the Gale kick, greatly enhancing its power. A massive circular air blade formed and sliced through the surroundings. The first dozen or so people attacked by Chenos were instantly cut in half at the waist. After bisecting the dozen, the ring-shaped air blade did not stop but continued to cut through the area. The surrounding pirates raised their weapons to defend, but many of them couldn't react in time and were also instantly sliced in half by the sharp air blade. It wasn't until the air blade reached the outermost area and began to weaken that it was finally blocked by the pirates. Seeing the air blade flying towards him, the bullish Beck casually swung his dagger, shattering the air blade. After noticing that the surrounding pirates dared not continue their attack on Chenos, he walked towards him. As the highest bounty supernova on Sabaody Archipelago, Bullish Beck was quite confident in his strength. Even though Chenos appeared very powerful, he still did not believe he would lose to Chenos. As for Chenos being able to easily deal with so many pirates, he attributed it to Chenos's fruit ability. Such a fruit might be strong against weaklings, but against strong opponents, its effectiveness was uncertain, seeing that the surrounding pirates dared not approach. Chenos was about to leave with the gold fruit. At that moment, the Mad Bull Beck stepped forward. "Friend, are you interested in being my crew? If you become my crew, I won't compete with you for this fruit. You can do whatever you want with it. But if you refuse, then I'll have to take it by force." Chenos looked at the Mad Bull Beck with some surprise. His observation Haki allowed him to sense that Mad Bull Beck's strength was not strong at all, completely failing to bring him any sense of oppression. How could an enemy, who couldn't even create a feeling of pressure, have the courage to want him to become his crew member? He even shamelessly declared that if he didn't join, he would take it by force. Is there really someone like Shiru in this world? You want me to be your crew member? Sorry, you're just not qualified. After Chenos finished speaking, he planned to leave with the golden fruit. Just then, he heard a loud shout, "Wild Bull Charge." Upon hearing Chenos's words, the furious bull, Beck, immediately snorted out 2 puffs of white steam from his large nostrils, raised 2 sharp blades high above his head, and charged at Chenos as if he were a bull attacking with his sharp horns. Chenos watched as the crazy bull Beck held 2 sharp knives against the sides of his head, revealing a large, unprotected top of his head in a bizarre display. And he felt a moment of speechlessness. He raised his right hand, shaped it like a knife, and aimed at Crazy Bull Beck's head for a while. When Crazy Bull Beck charged at him, he delivered a knife hand strike to Beck's head. Beck's charging motion abruptly stopped, and a huge lump appeared on his head before he fainted. Looking at the unconscious Crazy Bull Beck on the ground, Chenos felt another wave of speechlessness. How did someone like this end up with such a high bounty? If it weren't for his conflict with the navy that served the Celestial Dragons, Chenos might have considered becoming a bounty hunter to raid the navy's treasury. Faced with such a non-threatening pirate, Chenos didn't plan to kill him and simply took the treasure chest to leave. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, he felt a rush of wind coming from behind him. Chenos slightly tilted his head to avoid the attack of the sharp knife. Then the rampaging Bull Beck swung his arm vigorously, lifting his entire body into the air. After making a half circle in the air, he crashed down hard onto the ground. Looking at Beck, who had now transformed into a half-human, half-bull form with 2 huge sharp horns on his head, Chenos still felt a bit speechless. Were animal types always this weak before awakening? Watching Beck with his massive horns stuck in the ground, unable to pull them out, Chenos shook his head and continued walking towards Tesalo. As Chenos took a few steps, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. At that moment, his observation Haki warned him that this suddenly appeared person had the ability to kill him. "Ha, my friend with the gold fruit. That foolish zone fruit user just gave you 2 choices, and now I will give you 2 choices as well. One is to join my family and become my family member. The other is to die. Which one do you choose?" Chenos's eyes immediately narrowed. The newcomer was very strong, so strong that the pressure alone made him feel quite uncomfortable. However, the other party was not powerful enough to completely crush him. This meant that he still had a chance to win against the opponent, but it would be very difficult. Chenos turned around and, upon seeing the newcomer, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He exclaimed in surprise, "Doflamingo? Who is Doflamingo?" He is one of the future Shichibukai, a well-known clown in the underground world, and a partner of the Yonko Kaido. He is the first big shot in the pirate world to showcase the awakened abilities of a devil fruit. If it weren't for the main character Luffy's special powers, he might not have been able to defeat Doflamingo. Can I really win against someone like him? Chenos silently questioned himself. His apprehension towards Doflamingo made him watch Doflamingo warily. At that moment, he noticed that Doflamingo was not wearing his signature pink feather coat or pointed shoes, but instead a black suit. This suddenly made Chenos realize that the current Doflamingo was not yet the powerful figure who had awakened his devil fruit abilities in the future. Although he was still strong, he was merely a bit stronger than Chenos. This discovery relieved Chenos. "Sorry, I don't have family, nor do I have the habit of being someone else's family. I can only thank you for your kindness." Doflamingo looked at Chenos with some surprise. Just moments ago, Chenos had appeared extremely cautious, his eyes even showing a hint of fear, but now that fear had dissipated and he seemed relieved, which puzzled Doflamingo. Although he didn't understand the reason behind Chenos' change in expression, he appreciated Chenos, especially his earlier display of fierceness, cruelty, and strength. Such a person would definitely become a key figure under his command. "My friend," since you just called my name, You should know that our Don Quixote family consists of partners gathered under the family name. Treating each other like family is not a bad thing. As someone without family, you can find warmth among our Don Quixote family. Would you like to reconsider joining us? No, I have my own things I want to do. Your family is strong, but it doesn't align with my interests. However, I am very interested in establishing a cooperative relationship with you. Chenos' attitude is that cooperation is acceptable, but joining is out of the question. After seeing Doflamingo, Chenos' mind began to race. For a moment, he even considered joining Doflamingo's family. After all, being part of the Don Quixote family would allow him to quickly grow stronger using their power. However, after some thought, he decided against it. While joining the Don Quixote family would indeed lead to rapid strength growth, it would also hinder his plans to establish his own influence. Within the Don Quixote family, there would be no way for him to build his own power. If he joined the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo discovered he was trying to form his own force, Doflamingo would definitely see it as betrayal and would surely take lethal action against Chenos. They would become mortal enemies. However, cooperating with someone as powerful as Doflamingo in the underground world is a completely different story. Not only would he not be restricted by Doflamingo, but he could also continue with his previous plan to build his own strength, and then later collaborate with Doflamingo to rapidly grow his influence. Doflamingo covered his face with one hand and let out a low, amused laugh. Fufufu, you really are an interesting person, but you need to think carefully. Those who cooperate with me cannot be weak, or else they will die. Chenos also laughed, saying, who will die is still uncertain. Doflamingo suddenly appeared on Chenos' right side and kicked towards him. Chenos, who had already sensed it, raised his right arm to block. However, he was still kicked several meters away by Doflamingo before he managed to steady himself. Chenos shook his slightly numb arm after being kicked and frowned at Doflamingo, who was using his Haki. His current fruit ability was still too underdeveloped. When facing someone with Haki, the absorption capacity of his fruit significantly decreased, allowing him to only absorb 10% of the damage. After this incident, it seemed he needed to make the most of his time to practice more. While Chenos was fighting, he was also thinking, but Doflamingo did not give him much time to think. He raised his index finger at Chenos and made a gesture as if he were shooting a gun. Thread shot. A thread shot out from Doflamingo's index finger, flying towards Chenos at nearly the speed of a bullet. Chenos slightly tilted his head to avoid the attack, then actively charged towards Doflamingo. Bounce step. A rebound ability erupted beneath Chenos' feet, allowing him to appear next to Doflamingo as if teleporting, and he threw a powerful punch towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo was somewhat surprised by Chenos' speed, but he remained unfazed in the face of the punch that was already right before him. He extended his left hand and waved it towards Chenos' fist, releasing many threads that formed a spider web, blocking his path. Spider's nest. Although the spider web was thrown out in an instant, it was incredibly sturdy, easily catching Chenos' punch that carried the rebound ability. Chenos lightly tapped the spider web, distancing himself from Doflamingo. Fufufu, an interesting ability, one that absorbs the enemy's attacks and then unleashes them. What a potential filled power. I just wonder what the limit of your absorption ability is. As he spoke, Doflamingo stretched his hand back and then struck out towards Chenos from a distance. Super Strike Whip. Countless fine threads extended from Doflamingo's palm, intertwining in the air to form a column as thick as a hair, hurtling towards Chenos at high speed. Doflamingo didn't even glance at the surrounding pirates as he swung the column. When it swept past the pirates' bodies, it cut through them in an instant without any obstruction. As the pirates realized something was wrong and turned to shout, trying to escape, their bodies suddenly froze, and where the column had passed through, they gradually fell apart. Their entire bodies sliced in half. Moreover, the giant tree embraced by 10 people and the swords in the pirates' hands were also cut in half by the column. The other surviving pirates, witnessing this scene, fled in panic. Monster, is this something a human can do? That's the great pirate, Doflamingo. However, neither Doflamingo nor Chenos paid attention to the fleeing pirates. To them, those pirates were just useless minions. At the moment the Super Strike Whip was about to hit, Chenos maximized his observation Haki. These extremely fine threads had a remarkably sharp attack, making them deadly weapons. A careless move could result in being sliced by the threads, losing a part of one's body. Yet, facing such an attack, Chenos instead laughed. He not only did not dodge or evade, but extended his palm to block the path of the column. Doflamingo was surprised by Chenos' action, but had no intention of stopping his attack, continuing to swing the column towards Chenos. When the column was just 10 centimeters from Chenos' palm, it was originally extremely sharp. able to cut through the bodies of pirates, swords, and even the giant tree without hindrance. But it suddenly seemed to hit something, not moving an inch, unable to harm Chenos' palm at all. Doflamingo, although he had anticipated this, still felt a bit surprised. He hadn't expected one of his strongest attacks to have no effect on Chenos. However, Doflamingo had no intention of giving up the attack. Instead, he laughed heartily, controlling the column to bypass Chenos and continue extending forward, then making a turn in midair to launch an attack from behind Chenos. The tail end of the column transformed into an extremely sharp spike, aiming to stab Chenos, who seemed completely oblivious and made no defensive moves. Doflamingo's eyes widened behind his sunglasses, filled with excitement. He wanted to see if Chenos would surprise him again. The spike formed by the column stabbed straight into Chenos' body. However, just like the previous attack, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier, stopping in midair against Chenos' back, unable to advance even an inch further. Chenos laughed. The reason he dared to take such a risky action, standing still to welcome the attack, was because he had previously maximized his observation Haki and felt that there was no armament Haki wrapped around the line pillar. For Chenos, as long as the attack was not enveloped in armament Haki, he could basically ignore it. This is because ordinary physical attacks would be completely absorbed by his fruit ability. The corners of Chenos' mouth curled up as he mocked Doflamingo, saying, "Are you afraid my attack power isn't strong enough? Sending me some attack power?" After the line pillar attack failed, he fell helplessly to the ground. Doflamingo casually waved his hand, cutting the threads connected to his palm and letting them scatter on the ground. "Fufufu, you really are making me more and more interested. I don't even know your name yet. You have the right to make me remember it." Chenos. Chenos answered while using his, rapidly charging towards Doflamingo. Upon reaching Doflamingo, Chenos did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he utilized the high-speed movement to quickly flash back and forth around Doflamingo, making it difficult for him to predict from where the attack would come. When Chenos flickered back and forth, he would occasionally feign an attack, forcing Doflamingo to adjust his defensive stance in anticipation of a potential assault from Chenos. Just as Chenos reappeared, Doflamingo's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand high, striking down towards Chenos. Stringless line. Several threads descended rapidly from the air, shooting towards Chenos. The speed of these threads was so fast that even Chenos had no time to evade. However, Chenos paid no heed to the attack of the threads. Instead, his eyes brightened as he thought to himself, "Opportunity." At that moment, Chenos executed a moonwalk, stepping in midair and dashing swiftly towards Doflamingo. When Doflamingo's stringless line hit Chenos, it had no effect, just like the previous overdrive whip. All of it was absorbed and converted into his attack power. After Chenos approached Doflamingo, he supported himself with one hand on the ground and raised his legs high, then began to spin like a top. Storm of blade feet. At this moment, Chenos unleashed all the sharpness he had absorbed from Doflamingo's overcut whip into his feet. As Chenos' legs continued to spin, he released waves of air blades infused with the sharpness of the overcut whip, continuously slashing towards Doflamingo. Seeing Chenos' attack, Doflamingo not only remained calm, but burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Chenos, you are strong, and your ability is quite interesting. You are qualified to be my partner." As Doflamingo spoke, he extended his index finger towards the incoming air blades. Over whip, a line pillar, roughly the same thickness as his index finger, shot out from it towards the air blades. The air blades were instantly shattered upon contact with the line pillar. However, the line pillar was also cut into shorter pieces by the sharp air blades, scattering tiny fragments on the ground. After the line pillar traveled 3 meters, it came to a stop. Doflamingo then swung his hand, whipping the line pillar like a whip, continuously shattering the air blades that attacked him. However, while he was destroying the air blades, the line pillar in his hand began to shorten. By the time the line pillar was less than 50 centimeters long, Chenos' air blades finally came to a halt. Doflamingo panted, having managed to fend off all the air blades. However, there were simply too many of them, and their extreme sharpness forced him to expend additional stamina, requiring him to swing the line pillar with even more strength to smash the air blades. Just as Doflamingo was catching his breath, Chenos' voice rang out again. Bounce step. Chenos' figure vanished before Doflamingo's eyes. When he reappeared, Chenos was already in front of him. Finger gun. Hell puncture. Chenos extended his index finger towards Doflamingo, which was enveloped in a thick layer of armament Haki and the piercing attack damage from Doflamingo's previous use of the overheat whip, causing a black aura to emanate from Chenos' fingertip. Doflamingo looked at Chenos in disbelief, as it was the first time he felt a sense of danger from him. and his observation Haki was frantically warning him to avoid Chenos' attack, or he would be in mortal danger. However, Chenos' speed was so fast that Doflamingo could barely react, let alone defend or dodge. With no other choice, Doflamingo could only control the threads to form a web shield in front of him. The originally resilient web shield lasted less than 0.1 seconds under the attack of the finger gun. Although it was a negligible 0.1 seconds for Doflamingo, it was a life-saving moment. He managed to tilt his body and avoid the vital parts. As the two bodies crossed, Doflamingo looked down to see a large hole had been pierced through his shoulder. If it had been off by just a little, it would have shattered his heart. The intense pain caused the veins on Doflamingo's forehead to bulge as he controlled the threads to stitch up the wound on his arm. Meanwhile, Chenos looked down and found that the web shield Doflamingo had used had turned into a web loop around his neck. If Doflamingo had tightened the web loop with Haki during their crossing, it would have been enough to strangle him. In this battle, Doflamingo narrowly emerged victorious. Fufufu, Chenos. Not bad. You really are impressive. You almost killed me just now. You are now qualified to be my partner. With your addition, I believe the new world will become even more interesting. Fufufu, I'll be waiting for you in the new world. Let's stir up this world together. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and hung the threads on the clouds in the sky, and in a moment he disappeared. Watching Doflamingo come and go in a hurry, Chenos couldn't help but mutter, "What? Is he going to the bathroom?" But the next second, Chenos understood why Doflamingo was so quick to come and go. He sensed that the Navy was rushing towards this direction, led by a Marine draped in a cloak of justice. Damn, did I attract a Marine admiral? Chenos didn't have time to complain about Doflamingo anymore and turned to rush towards Tezelo's direction. Upon seeing Tezelo, he grabbed him and ran. In fact, Chenos could defeat these Marines, but winning against them wouldn't bring any benefits. Instead, it would earn him a bounty with the Marines. Right now, Chenos didn't want to attract the Marines' attention. Just look at someone as strong as Doflamingo, who was still chased all over the world by Marine Admiral Fujitora. It was only after he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea that he no longer had to worry about being hunted. Chenos grabbed the treasure chest with one hand and Tezelo with the other, disregarding the exhaustion, and ran towards the extortion bar where Shaki was. If there was a safest place in the Sabati archipelago, it would be the extortion bar. With the King of Hell, Rayleigh, stationed there, even an admiral from the Navy wouldn't be able to do anything to Chenos. When Shaki saw the two rush into the bar, a smile appeared on her face. She teased them, saying, "You two little brats have really made quite a splash on the island. It seems you'll be famous after today." Having just fought a fierce battle with Doflamingo and then hurrying with Tezelo using the Soru technique, Chenos was completely worn out and collapsed on the ground. He weakly replied, "I'd rather not be famous like this." "Chenos, I'm sorry. It's all to help me obtain the fruit. That's why you're so exhausted." After looking at the still empty extortion bar, Chenos said to Tezelo, "If we're brothers, don't be so shy. Hurry up and eat the gold fruit." After taking the fruit from Chenos, Tezelo looked at him with some emotion, then nodded heavily and said, Tezelo opened his mouth wide and took a big bite of the fruit, chewing it vigorously. However, halfway through chewing, his face suddenly turned dark, as an extremely nauseating feeling completely ignored his taste buds and surged up from the depths of his soul, making it impossible for him to resist. However, he also knew that this fruit was obtained by Chenos after a lot of hard work and even a fight with the great pirate Doflamingo. Therefore, he endured the nausea and swallowed it down with great effort. After swallowing the flesh of the fruit in his mouth, he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth again to continuously gnaw and swallow the remaining fruit in his hand. In no time, he had eaten the entire gold fruit. Chenos reached out to stop him, but Tezelo was eating too quickly. Before he could say anything, Tezelo had finished everything. That Tezelo, in fact, only needed to take a bite of the devil fruit to gain its powers. Seeing Tezelo's expression as if he had eaten poop, Chenos struggled to hold back his laughter and said to Tezelo. However, halfway through, when Chenos noticed Tezelo's face turning darker and darker, he finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. On the side, Shaki also covered her mouth and chuckled. Although Tezelo was being mocked by the two, he didn't mind at all. Instead, he kept checking his body, wanting to see if there were any changes, but after a long while, he realized that there seemed to be no difference at all. Chenos said with a smile, "Your gold fruit allows you to freely control gold. Since you don't have any gold right now, of course, you can't feel the fruit's abilities. If you want to practice your fruit abilities, we need to make some money first." Tezelo showed a confident smile and said, "Haha, since I have the gold fruit, I'll take care of making money from now on." Chenos glanced at Tezelo and said, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble to get you the gold fruit? I hope you'll make money to support me in the future." "Ha ha ha. No problem. I'll support you from now on." After joking, Chenos ordered 2 beers from Haki and sat down with Tezelo to discuss their future plans. "Tezelo, our goal is to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, we need to form a power, and the fastest way to establish a power at sea is to create a pirate crew. But right now, it's just the 2 of us, and our strength is too weak. So we need to bring in other strong individuals to join our crew, and I've already targeted our next member, Brother Fisher. Both of us are fruit users, and we need someone who has the strength to save us at sea. And Brother Fisher, as a powerful fishman, is exactly the person we need." When Tezelo first heard Chenos mention bringing Fisher along, he was very happy, because both Chenos and Fisher were important benefactors to him. If Fisher was willing to join, he would certainly be pleased. But then he furrowed his brow. "Chenos, Brother Fisher really hates humans." Chenos could discern the implication in Tezelo's words, which was that even though they had a good relationship with Fisher, it didn't necessarily mean they could get the human-hating Fisher on board. Chenos knows this as well. In the storyline of his previous life, Brother Fisher died because he was unwilling to shed human blood, but this was also related to his deep desire for death. He finally opened his heart once, only to suffer a more complete defeat. He escorted Clar, who was also a slave, back to his hometown, but was betrayed by the local residents, who revealed his whereabouts to the Navy, leaving him despondent and ultimately seeking death. However, Chenos did not want to see such a fate befall Fisher, which is why he has been persistently trying to get Fisher and Teague on board, aiming to change Fisher's tragic life. Moreover, Fisher is also the lifesaver of both him and Tezelo. Therefore, Chenos is determined to prevent Fisher from repeating the mistakes depicted in the comics. Chenos said firmly, "I will persuade Brother Fisher to come on board." Tezelo also chimed in, "All right, let's invite Brother Fisher on board together." At that moment, Haki, who was standing at the bar, was watching the 2 with great interest. After hearing their words, she took out a wanted poster. "Is this the Fisher you're talking about? He is currently wanted by the Navy with a bounty of 330 million. Speaking of which, this guy is quite a character. He caused a scene in Mariejois and even killed a Celestial Dragon. Truly impressive." Chenos looked at Haki in surprise. "Huh? Brother Fisher also killed a Celestial Dragon?" Haki stared at Chenos. "Also, as far as I know, during Fisher's rampage in the Holy Land Mariejois, only 1 Celestial Dragon died. From your use of the word also, it seems that this Celestial Dragon was killed by you, little Chenos. It looks like your big brother took the blame for you." Chenos couldn't help but hold his head. He hadn't reacted in time and thought that Fisher, like him, had killed the Celestial Dragons. But now that he thought about it, after rescuing them, the Celestial Dragons had basically been protected by the CP organization and the world government. How could Fisher possibly kill the heavily guarded Celestial Dragons? It seems that Fisher really took the blame for him. Now, there was one more reason to bring Fisher on board, to prevent him from taking the fall. If you want to find Fisher, you might want to hurry. The Navy and world government are searching for him all over the world. According to the information I received, many fishermen from Fishman Island are planning to rush to support Fisher, so that this brave hero who dares to challenge the world government won't be hunted down by the Navy alone." Chenos looked at Haki in surprise. She spent all day in the extortion bar. However, her information network was quite extensive, as she even knew about the events on Fishman Island so clearly. But Chenos quickly realized that in the original story, Fishman Chopper took Luffy and his crew to Sabedi Archipelago, and the first person they sought out was Haki. This also indicated that Haki had a very good relationship with Fishman Island. Given this, it was not surprising that Haki knew about the fishmen going to support Fisher. He said to Tezelo, "Let's go. We should also look for Brother Fisher." Tezelo didn't say anything more, stood up, and prepared to go with Chenos to find Brother Fisher. However, just as the 2 of them stood up and were about to leave, Haki smiled and said, "The fishmen can swim over to find Fisher. But how are you 2 going to get there? Do you have a boat?" Chenos suddenly slapped his forehead. And Taizwa didn't even have a boat right now. Even if they wanted to find Fisher, there was no way to get there. They couldn't just swim over as 2 devil fruit users, right? That would be like providing a meal for the fish at the bottom of the sea. Chenos suddenly became dispirited because he thought of a bigger problem. Even if they had a boat, they wouldn't know how to sail it. When Chenos possessed the original host, he was still young and had no chance to learn how to sail. As for Tezelo, he is a singer. He can sing, but if you ask him to sail, he probably wouldn't even know where the helm is. Seeing both of them looking helpless, Haki couldn't help but laugh. She had already known that they wouldn't be able to manage. "How about this? I have a friend who is planning to go to the city of Seven Waters recently. You could take a ship there. The city of Seven Waters has many excellent shipbuilders, and sailing is as easy for them as eating and drinking. Chenos and Teselo exchange a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They shouted in unison to Haki, "Thank you, Sister Haki." Haki noticed their urgency and took them to find her friend. When the two saw Haki's friend, they were taken aback. It turned out that Haki's friend was actually the king of a country, who had come to Shambadi for vacation and planned to visit Water 7 to see Master Tom's construction of a sea train. This made them marvel at Haki's extensive connections, explaining why she could succeed in the information business. Water 7 was not far from Shambadi Islands, with a total sailing time of only 2 to 3 days. However, for the two of them, it still felt a bit slow. This was because Fisher was currently being hunted by the Navy, who were searching for him everywhere. Therefore, both of them felt somewhat anxious, but anxiety was of no use. Even if they spent a day finding their companion and got their own pirate ship, it would still take them a few days to return to the Shambadi Islands. They could only turn their anxiety into motivation and train on the ship. The king's ship was very luxurious, with tableware made of gold, which finally gave Teselo the opportunity to start training his devil fruit ability. During his training, Chenos noticed that Teselo was indeed very compatible with the gold fruit. He had just started to touch gold and was already able to control it, transforming it into different shapes. He even helped the king create a life-sized, pure gold humanoid sculpture, which greatly pleased the king, who gifted Teselo 10 pounds of gold to aid in his training. Time flew by during their training, and before long, they arrived at Water 7. Upon seeing Water 7, both of them were deeply impressed by the island's unique fountain design. The entire island resembled a gigantic fountain, with several large gates around it marked with the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, indicating the docks. They followed the king's ship to dock number 1. After disembarking, the two began to take action. They had two main objectives for their visit to Water 7. One was to find a shipwright to serve as their crew member, and the other was to buy a pirate ship. They had already discussed their plan on the king's ship, with Chenos responsible for finding crew members and Teselo tasked with earning enough money to buy a ship. After agreeing on a time and place to meet, they set off in different directions. Chenos was wandering around dock number 1, hoping to find someone who could join their crew. However, after taking a tour of dock no. 1, he realized that many of the shipbuilders here had excellent shipbuilding skills, but they were not suitable as crew members due to their weak strength. It made sense, though. In this age of great navigation, a shipbuilder with both shipbuilding skills and strong abilities will be highly sought after by any pirate crew, and many would compete for them. This left Chenos feeling a bit despondent. Was he really going to settle for just anyone? Shaking his head at this thought, Chenos knew it didn't align with his ideals. According to him, the members of his ship must be strong, so they could help him deal with the Celestial Dragons in the future, rather than him having to worry about someone's safety during battle. At that moment, someone at dock number 1 caught his attention. "Sir, do you need a ship? I built a fully steel pirate ship that can definitely let you roam the seas without limits. So fast that even the Navy can't catch up." "Oh, you're with the Navy? Sorry, forget I said that. Miss, do you need a ship? I have a large ship here. It can make your journey very comfortable." "Hey, don't walk away. I'm not a creep." Chenos noticed that a person was continuously promoting the ships he built to the guests at dock number 1. The reason Chenos was paying attention to him was that he sensed a hint of threat from this person. At that moment, a pirate showed interest in the man's ship and asked, "Hey, buddy, where's your ship? I've only seen all-steel ships with the Navy. By the way, how much are you selling it for?" The man's face lit up like a blooming flower as he flashed a warm smile at the pirate. "Right outside dock number 1. The whole ship is 36 meters long, made entirely of steel, and it only costs 1 billion berries." Just as the man was about to take the pirate to see the ship, he noticed that the pirate had stopped in his tracks, completely frozen. "How much? 1 billion? Hey, big brother pirate, the price is negotiable. I can give you 2 discount. Get lost," the pirate said, turning around and leaving, completely ignoring the man's pleas. The man seemed accustomed to such rejections. He merely shrugged his shoulders in resignation and began looking for his next target. At that moment, he saw Chenos watching him, so he hurried over. "This handsome young man, I wonder if you're interested in purchasing my ship? It's made entirely of steel, a manufacturing technique only the Navy possesses, and the Freedom also has special power equipment, allowing it to sail even in windless zones." Chenos tilted his head to look at the man and smiled as he asked, "The Navy ships can pass through the calm belt, not because of power, but because they are embedded with sea prism stones at the bottom, preventing sea kings from attacking them. Does your ship also have sea prism stones embedded in its bottom?" Sea prism stones are a rare material, and only the world government can afford to equip the Navy's ships with them. Just the sea prism stones embedded in the entire bottom of a ship would cost more than 1 billion berries, which is something an ordinary person can't afford. Even among the Navy, there are not many ships with sea prism stones embedded in their bottoms. Faced with Chenos' questioning, the man immediately realized that Chenos was knowledgeable and had seen through his previous statement. However, he was unbothered and continued to promote to Chenos, "Haha, I only said that the Liberty can sail in the calm belt. I never said it could evade sea kings. The Liberty is very sturdy. Unlike that wooden ship the pirate was using earlier, the Liberty can charge through at full power and smash that pirate's ship to pieces. And after smashing the pirate's ship, the Liberty can remain completely unharmed." Chenos seemed to be captivated by the ship, his eyes shining as he said to the man, "Take me to have a look. Money is not a problem. By the way, what is your name?" Although he didn't have a single berry in his pocket, as all his money had been given to Tesalo to earn more, Chenos nonchalantly declared that money was not a problem, as if he were some noble young master. The man's eyes instantly turned into symbols of berries, and he enthusiastically replied to Chenos, "My name is Shaq. You can call me Little Shah or Little Ko. Let us go, I'll take you to sea." It seemed that no matter what world it was, those with money were the ones in charge. With money, you became Sir. Chenos shook his head and followed Shaq toward the Freedom ship. "Shaq, you don't look like a shipbuilder. How come you're selling ships here? And how could you possibly make this all-steel ship by yourself?" Shaq raised his chin and said with pride, "I'm not a shipbuilder. But I did indeed make the Freedom ship all by myself." "Oh, you're not a shipbuilder, yet you can build a ship?" Shaq proudly replied, "Actually, I'm a scientist in manufacturing. I heard that shipbuilding sells well. Because countless people want to go to sea now, I'm sure I can make money. As long as I can make money, I can buy more equipment for my research." Chenos looked at Shaq with some surprise. Shaq appeared very young, with naturally curly hair, wearing a black top hat and a casual suit, looking nothing like a scientist. Instead, he resembled a handsome young man who liked to act cool and mature. Moreover, from Shaq's previous sales pitch, there was a very unreliable vibe, completely lacking the rigor of a scientist. Seeing Chenos' skeptical gaze, Shaq was unfazed and simply smiled, saying, "When you see the Freedom later, you'll believe everything I say." Since the ship was just outside dock number 1, the two quickly arrived next to the Freedom. However, upon seeing the Freedom, Chenos' gaze towards Shaq became even more doubtful, as if he were looking at a con artist. How could Shaq possibly have built this ship by himself? The Freedom appeared to be a complete structure with no visible signs of welding. Standing over 10 meters tall, the ship was about 17 meters wide and 36 meters long. On the deck, there was a small orchard with several blooming fruit trees, next to which was a huge swimming pool and a swing. On both sides of the ship, there was a row of cannons that looked enormous, suggesting considerable firepower. At the bow of the ship, there was a giant dragon's head, with an even larger cannon in its mouth, appearing to have more firepower than a Navy ship. Upon entering the ship, the first floor featured a massive aquarium that occupied almost half the space. Opposite the aquarium were several rooms, and when opened, the room interiors were quite luxurious, easily comparable to a first-class cabin on a cruise ship. There were independent bathrooms, a bed over 2 meters wide, a large sofa, a wine cabinet, a wardrobe, and a huge safe. Between the rooms and the aquarium on the first floor, there was also a large granary primarily used for storing food, which was also quite massive. If filled with food, it could sustain 10 people for 2 years. The second floor had several more rooms, and besides the rooms, there was a huge gym, an open kitchen and dining area, a library, a medical room, and a pharmacy for storing medicine. The third floor was a large drawing room with a huge telescope, allowing those on the third floor to easily observe conditions on the sea 10 kilometers away. There was also a basement, which contained a large space for storing weapons, maintenance tools, and equipment for the ship, as well as a control room for managing the power. From these facilities, it was evident that the person who built this ship had put in a lot of effort considering every aspect, allowing a pirate crew to sail directly without any modifications. However, after seeing all this, Chenos remained silent for a long time and then said earnestly to Shaq, "It doesn't matter if we didn't build it ourselves. But we can't just say we found it after stealing a military ship and claim it as our own." Seeing that Chenos, after the tour, not only didn't believe he built the ship but also accused him of stealing it, Shaq couldn't hold back any longer. He exploded with anger, saying, "I didn't steal anything. I built this ship myself. If anything, it's the world government that stole my technology to build this ship." The corners of Chenos' mouth curled up. "Oh, the world government stole your technology? Interesting." Just as Shaq was about to explain the reason to Chenos, several men in black suits suddenly walked onto the ship. coldly staring at Shaq and Chenos. The leader, wearing sunglasses, glanced at Chenos before turning his attention back to Shaq and politely said, "Shaq, you've been on the run for a long time. It's time for you to come back to the lab. Dr. Vegapunk needs your help." Shaq shot a disdainful glance at them and said with a hint of self-mockery, "The super genius Vegapunk needs my help? Huh, I've only got that little bit of machine manufacturing knowledge. Hasn't he learned it all in a month? Vegapunk has already learned it? That means you're of no value anymore." At this point, the world government personnel all looked at Shaq with murderous intent. They didn't understand machine manufacturing, so their orders were clear. Bring Shaq back if he was valuable, kill him if he wasn't. They couldn't let outsiders know about the world government's machine research program. Since Shaq had just claimed that what he knew had already been learned by Vegapunk, he was deemed useless. At this moment, one of the men stared at Chenos and asked the leader, "Boss, what about that civilian? Should we kill him?" The leader nodded and coldly said, "Heard something he shouldn't have. Kill him too." Shaq didn't expect the world government to change their attitude so quickly. They had been polite just a moment ago, but now they were ready to kill him as soon as they thought he was of no value. What made him even more upset was that his customer Chenos would also be killed just for hearing something he shouldn't have, which made him furious. "Chenos, I'm sorry for getting you involved in this, but don't worry, I'll stop them. I won't let my customer be in danger." After saying this, Shaq didn't wait for Chenos to respond and charged towards the world government personnel. Seeing Shaq take the initiative to charge at them, the world government members showed disdain on their faces and launched an attack on Shaq together. Raging kick, finger gun. Facing their attacks, Shaq didn't dodge or evade, directly rushing towards them. As several air slashes from the raging kicks struck Shaq, they only tore holes in his clothing, revealing a silvery metallic sheen underneath, which piqued Chenos' interest. A robot? That shouldn't be possible. There shouldn't be such advanced artificial intelligence in this era. So a cyborg? The pirate world is a fascinating place where the technological development of each island varies significantly. Some islands are stuck in ancient times, while others are highly advanced and futuristic. It's as if people from different eras are trapped in the same space-time continuum. Just like the ships here, some are old wooden boats while others are advanced all-metal warships. Some people use outdated firearms, while others wield high-tech laser weapons like the pacifist. This extreme contradiction creates this interesting world. While Chenos was contemplating this, both sides had already begun an intense battle. Shaq charged close to the world government personnel, raised his palm, and then his palm split open, revealing the metallic structure inside. His palm had numerous small gun barrels, which, once exposed, fired countless bullets at high speed towards the group. Palm out a machine gun. Due to the close distance, the members couldn't dodge in time and could only brace themselves. They shouted in unison, "Iron block." The bullets continuously struck them but failed to penetrate. Instead, they ricocheted off like they were hitting iron blocks. However, this wave of attacks didn't leave the world government personnel unscathed. The bullets left pockmarks on their bodies just as they would on real iron blocks. After Shaq finished his attack, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths as they charged towards him. However, when they reached Shaq, he would simply extend his index finger towards them and fire, knocking them back. Yet, the world government personnel had all trained in the 6 styles, so Shaq's attacks didn't deal significant damage, and they began to close in on him. It seemed Shaq was slowly being surrounded, and the situation was becoming critical. It wouldn't be long before the world government personnel captured him. Even so, Chenos, watching from the side, had no intention of helping. He chose not to intervene because he wanted to see what other trump card Shaq had. He had sensed a deadly threat from Shaq earlier, and someone capable of threatening his life should have no problem dealing with these relatively average world government personnel. At this moment, the leader among the group noticed that Shaq had opened himself up to fend off the members on both sides and immediately rushed forward, aiming a finger gun at Shaq. However, when he reached Shaq, he found Shaq wearing a mischievous grin, as if his scheme had succeeded. Laser beam. Shaq's chest emitted a scorching white light, shooting towards the leader. The speed of the laser was so fast that the leader had no time to dodge and could only use iron block to defend. However, the iron block that had previously been able to block Shaq's bullets was completely ineffective against the laser and was instantly penetrated, resulting in 2 large holes in his chest, killing him on the spot. Chenos stared wide-eyed at the 2 gaping wounds on Shaq's chest. He thought to himself, this guy Shaq is ruthless, actually turning those 2 points into laser emitters. However, after a moment's thought, Chenos realized that the 2 points on a man's body are not like those on a woman's, which can nurture the next generation. It didn't seem to matter much if they were changed, but he wondered whether Shaq had modified anything below. Chenos glanced at Shaq's lower half and shivered. However, after seeing the laser beams on Shaq, Chenos understood why he felt threatened by him. His reaction fruit also had an absorption limit, and the laser beams had already exceeded the limit of what his fruit could absorb. Even though lasers were considered physical attacks, he still felt a sense of danger. The death of the leader did not drive the others away. Instead, it fueled their anger and made them attack Shaq even more fiercely. However, facing Shaq's steel-like body, they were completely helpless. Their attacks had no effect on him. On the other hand, Shaq's laser beams could take a life with a single hit. When only one member of the world government was left on the battlefield, he looked at the lifeless bodies of his fallen comrades, his eyes filled with sorrow. Shaq, I didn't expect you to be this strong. But the world government is not just us. Someone will take revenge for us. After saying that, he took out the snail phone from his pocket and pressed the dial button. Shaq almost instantly fired a laser beam, killing the man, but the snail phone had already connected. Moshi Moshi, I understand. I will avenge you. After the call connected, the other side waited a few seconds without receiving a reply and immediately realized that all the world government members on this side had been killed. Therefore, he left behind a single sentence and hung up the phone without hesitation. Shaq shot and shattered the snail phone. He knew that this action was futile, but he still wanted to do it to relieve his tense emotions. He had escaped from the world government before and understood how terrifying they were, knowing that he would soon face a higher level of pursuit from them. Shaq turned to Chenos and said apologetically, Chenos, I'm sorry, but I have to start fleeing now, so I can only ask you to leave the ship for now. If we meet again next time, I'll give you a 20% discount on my ship. After hearing Shaq's words, Chenos laughed. Why should I leave the ship? I have my eye on this ship. I want to buy it. And now I believe the ship was made by you. No, Chenos, I'm being chased by the world government right now. You just heard that. I need the ship to leave here. I can't sell it to you, understand? The question of whether I made it is not the point at all. Do you understand? Chenos nodded and picked up the phone bug to call Teslo. Hey, Teslo, come to Dock 1 immediately. I'm on a ship made entirely of steel, and we need to leave. Shaq looked at Chenos, feeling a bit confused. Is my language ability really that weak? Why can't Chenos understand what I just said? Caught in self-doubt, Shaq could only suppress his urge to explode and patiently repeat himself to Chenos. Chenos, I can't sell you the ship anymore. I also need to escape the world government's pursuit now. Could you please get off the ship? I don't want to drag you down with me. Sino smiled and said, I understand. What I mean is actually similar to what you think. I want your ship, and I also want you as my crew. Let's leave Water 7 together. I'm eager to leave too. Shark was momentarily stunned. Huh? He couldn't process it at first. He wanted the ship, wanted me to be his crew, to become a pirate? After realizing it, Shark immediately refused. Sorry, Sinos, although I know you mean well. But I really don't want to drag you and your companions down. I'm being hunted by the world government right now, and if I join your crew, it will only put you all in danger. Besides, you just heard that the world government will definitely send stronger people after me. I might not be able to handle those killing machines, you understand? If you take me with you, you'll also be hunted by the world government. Seeing Sinos nodding, Shark finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally clarified the situation. Well, I understand. I will help you take care of the people hunting you, because you are my crew. Shark went crazy, pulling at his own hair, feeling like he was about to explode. Get off my ship. At that moment, Teslo came aboard and greeted Sinos. Boss, this ship is nice. By the way, is this our new member? Hello, I'm Teslo. Please take care of me from now on. Seeing Teslo's hand extend, Shark blankly reached out to shake it. But as soon as he realized, he forcefully shook off Teslo's hand. What the hell? I haven't agreed to sell the ship to you, nor have I agreed to join. Facing Shark's roar, Sinos just smiled. Shark, let us go. Start the ship. We need to leave Water 7 first. If we don't hurry, the world government will be here soon. Quick move. Shark replied, Fine, let South just leave this place first. He thought for a moment. If he continued to entangle with Sinos, the world government's people might really come. Anyway, let's leave first. When we get to the next island, I'll throw Sinos and the others off the ship. Having made up his mind, Shark looked at Sinos helplessly and walked towards the control room. After starting the engines, Shark went to the helm on the deck and controlled the ship to slowly leave dock number 1. Once the ship reached a certain speed, he directed it towards the Sabiti archipelago, fixed the helm's direction, and let the ship sail automatically towards the archipelago. Just as Shark was about to enter the lounge to explain to Sinos that he didn't intend to join, he heard a whooshing sound in the air. Looking towards the direction of the sound, he spotted a small black dot in the sky, rapidly approaching the Liberty. Here they come. That was fast. Suddenly, Shark heard a voice beside him, startling him. Damn, do you walk without making a sound? But when he turned to look at the growing black dot, he anxiously said to Sinos, Sinos, I don't have time to mess around with you now. You and your companions should get off the ship quickly. You might still escape. However, before Shark could finish, Chenos interrupted him. I've already said, you are my crew now, and your enemies will be dealt with by me as the captain. You just need to watch from the side. Shark anxiously replied, Hey, don't be crazy. The one coming is definitely strong, sent by those people to take revenge. I might not be able to deal with them, let alone you. I'm begging you. Just get off the ship. Don't lose your life for me. But Chenos ignored him and looked up at the sky, saying, Here they come, Shark. You and Tesla stay on the ship and get familiar with it. I'll be back soon. With that, Chenos pushed off hard with his feet, leaping into the air, then stepped again in midair, charging towards the world government agent. After seeing Chenos' move, Shark realized that Chenos was not without strength, but he still worriedly watched Chenos. After all, he had seen how strong these killing machines were, especially the CP0 agents, who were all like killing machines, incredibly powerful. Even with his modified body, it would be difficult to defeat these killing machines. Tesla, seeing Shark's worried expression, couldn't help but smile and comfort him. Don't worry, Chenos is very strong. At this moment, Chenos had already reached CP0 and launched an attack. Raging kick. CP0 merely sidestepped slightly, dodging Chenos' attack. Then, with a strong push off the air, he shot towards Chenos like a cannonball. Facing CP0's aggressive attack, Chenos decided to go head-on and charged at him. Both of their fists were wrapped in armament Haki, and when they collided, the air between their fists exploded, creating a sonic boom. However, Chenos was slightly weaker in strength and was sent flying backward. Realizing CP0 was stronger than him, Chenos remained unfazed, performing a backflip in the air. Then, he pushed off the air again, using Moonwalk to charge towards CP0 once more. It seemed he still wanted to exchange blows with CP0. CP0 looked at Chenos, his eyes flashing with disdain beneath the mask, planning to teach Chenos a lesson with sheer power. So he also raised his fist and charged towards Chenos. Chenos was once again repelled and rushed towards CP0 like a fool. However, this played right into CP0's hands, as his strength surpassed that of Chenos, allowing him to engage in a series of counterpunches. Although his fists would also sustain some damage, Chenos, being the weaker one, would undoubtedly suffer greater harm. Thus, the two began to exchange punches in midair. After trading a dozen blows, CP0 moved his somewhat numb fists, watching Chenos, who was full of energy, charge at him again, and continued to rush towards Chenos for another round of punches. After exchanging dozens of punches again, he noticed that Chenos' arms were almost too weak to lift. A smirk appeared on his lips as he raised his numb arm and charged at Chenos. After yet another round of exchanging punches, CP0 sensed something was off. His fists were now too numb to lift. The accumulated damage from their exchanges caused a surge of blood to rise in his chest, making him feel like he could vomit at any moment. His internal organs felt continuously pierced by pain, indicating he had suffered serious internal injuries. As they exchanged punches, he, who had the upper hand in strength, was already in this state. The person below him in power should have been close to being knocked out by now. Yet Chenos still seemed unfazed. At that moment, he saw a mocking smile in Chenos' eyes, who said to him, I've accumulated enough power. I won't play with you anymore. Farewell. Bounce step. Chenos flashed and instantly appeared next to CP0. Upon realizing this, CP0 was about to throw a punch at Chenos. But the recent exchange of blows had left half of his body in a state of paralysis. Even though he sensed Chenos, his body couldn't react in time. At that moment, Chenos, with armament Haki covering his hands, grabbed an ability absorption sphere and pressed it against CP0's body. Chenos smiled slightly, ready to enjoy himself. When the absorption ability sphere made contact with CP0, his eyes widened in shock and the veins on his forehead bulged. His right hand, which had already endured dozens of clashes, felt as if it had just faced dozens more, causing his arm to become overwhelmed and explode with dozens of varying-sized wounds. His entire body was already paralyzed, completely unable to move, rigid as a stone, and his internal organs felt like they had suffered a tremendous impact, making him wonder if his insides were shattered. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to Chenos to buy some time for him to use life return. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood involuntarily spilled out, cutting off his words. At this moment, Chenos stood before CP0, coldly saying, Don't be a Celestial Dragon's dog in your next life. After speaking, Chenos clenched his fist, gathering the energy accumulated from hundreds of clashes along with his armament Haki into his punch. A normal punch, rebound. A black light flashed on Chenos' fist, transforming into a black meteor in the air, crashing towards CP0's chest. No, CP0 wanted to say something, but it was too late. Chenos' fist had already struck him. Upon impact, a blinding light erupted from CP0's chest, followed by a sonic boom, sending CP0 crashing down like a cannonball into the sea below. The surface of the sea instantly caved in, creating a vacuum zone with a diameter of 5 meters, while CP0 plummeted to the seabed, looking around with a desperate gaze as the seawater began to fall around him. No, unfortunately, all his bones were shattered by Chenos' punch, leaving him with just a breath as he helplessly watched the water engulf him, burying him beneath the sea. Meanwhile, Tezzalo patted Shaq's shoulder and said, "See? I told you Chenos is strong." At this moment, Shaq was gaping in disbelief at Chenos in the sky. Their earlier battle seemed to have lasted a long time, with hundreds of punches exchanged, but in reality, their speed was so fast that Shaq could hardly see their movements. In Shaq's eyes, the fight was simply Chenos charging at CP0, after which both disappeared. The brief moments they reappeared showed CP0 being affected, while Chenos remained unscathed. In the end, Chenos knocked CP0 into the sea, creating a massive crater in the water. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. What the hell? How could someone who looks younger than me be this strong? At this moment, Shaq looked at his once proud steel body, then back at Chenos in the air, exuding an invincible aura, and couldn't help but mock himself. He had just thought Chenos was a weakling, constantly shouting for him to escape. Having such a powerful captain seems pretty good. At least he can help me fend off the world government's pursuit. And they also seem quite wealthy. Otherwise, if I asked for 1 billion berries, I wouldn't have seen Chenos bargain. Wealthy and able to provide protection. Doesn't that mean I can focus on researching machines? At this point, Chenos had returned to the ship from the sky and looked at Shaq, who was continuously smiling foolishly, with several question marks popping up over his head. He turned to Tezzalo, who shrugged, indicating he didn't understand what was wrong with Shaq either. "Shaq, how about joining our pirate crew?" "Sure, I'll join." Chenos. Previously, Chenos thought it would take a lot of effort to persuade Shaq to join them, seeing how resistant he was. Unexpectedly, Shaq agreed directly. Although he didn't understand why Shaq's attitude changed so drastically, it was still a good thing for Chenos. So he happily embraced Shaq. "Haha, welcome to our pirate crew." Shaq, also pleased, hugged Chenos back and asked, "By the way, what is the name of our pirate crew?" Upon hearing Shaq's question, both Chenos and Tezzalo fell into deep thought. Before this, they had only discussed how to get a ship and find a partner who could sail. And then they had been training, especially Tezzalo, whose foundation was very weak. He was training in the 6 powers and Haki that Chenos was teaching him, and he had just gained his devil fruit, so he still needed to train and develop his fruit abilities. They hadn't considered what to name their newly formed pirate crew at all. Chenos was in the same boat. He had been thinking about the path ahead, especially how to persuade Fisher to come aboard, and hadn't thought about what to name the pirate crew. Now both of them were caught off guard by Shaq's question. Chenos said somewhat awkwardly, "Well, our pirate crew has just been established, and we haven't come up with a name yet. How about we think of a name right now?" So the three of them began to ponder on the deck. Tezzalo stroked his chin and suddenly, with a glint in his eyes, said to Chenos, "How about we call ourselves Grand Tesoro, which means treasure? I have the gold fruit, and in the future, I can definitely build a ship out of gold, making anyone who comes aboard feel like they've found a treasure. And isn't the goal of a pirate crew to seek great treasures? This fits perfectly with the pirate style. Chenos, what do you think of this name for our pirate crew?" Chenos slapped his forehead and could only say that the Golden Emperor Tesoro truly lived up to his name. In the original manga, his ship was called Grand Tesoro, and it was a massive ship 10 kilometers long, recognized by the world government. But he was just the captain. How could he choose such a name? No way. We are a pirate crew. Naming ourselves after treasure would only invite others to come and rob us. Shaq shook his head and said, "A pirate crew must have the demeanor of a pirate crew. How can we choose such a weak and powerless name as a treasure? Besides, the pirate's goal is treasure. How vulgar. We should call ourselves the Invincible Mechanical Battle Angel Pirate Crew. As long as you give me money and equipment for research, I can transform our pirate ship into a winged machine battle angel. When others see us, they'll be scared out of their wits. What do you think? Is that name powerful enough?" Shaq shouted excitedly, and as he got carried away, he danced around, gesturing the shape of a battle angel. However, when he turned around, he found both of them looking at him with disdain. Shaq said somewhat unhappily, "What's wrong with that name? You guys just don't appreciate it." After seeing that the names suggested by the two were so unreliable, Chenos decided to come up with a name himself. In pirate culture, names are usually derived from the characteristics of the crew captain, like the red hair pirates, the white beard pirates, the black beard pirates, and the straw hat pirates. But what characteristic could he use for a name? Should he name it the handsome pirate crew? Although being handsome is his characteristic, that would just invite hatred. And every day he would be bothered by those jealous of his looks. Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be annoying, since he couldn't use his most prominent characteristic. He had to choose a secondary one. Besides his handsomeness, his remaining characteristic was the ability of the bounce fruit. Since that was the case, how about calling it the bounce pirate crew? Thinking of bounce, Chenos couldn't help but recall the phrase bounce away crow's feet, and immediately discarded that idea. If he named it that, all the women in the pirate world would probably come looking for him. At that moment, Chenos suddenly thought of a name, and his eyes lit up. How about the Varys pirate crew? Both of them looked at Chenos with some confusion, not understanding why he would choose such a name for the pirate crew. Varys pirate crew, warriors? Why choose such a name? Chenos said with a smile. Dragon slayers are usually brave heroes. Upon hearing Chenos' words, Tetsolo immediately understood his meaning. He named his pirate crew the Varys pirate crew, which means the brave pirate crew, intending to use this pirate crew to slay dragons. And in this world, the evil dragons are the Celestial Dragons. Chenos wanted to slaughter the Celestial Dragons, which is why he chose this name. Tetsolo silently looked at Chenos for a while, then nodded and said, "All right, I agree. From now on, we will be called the Varys Pirates." Shaq looked at the two in confusion, not understanding why Chenos would choose such a vulgar name, and even more puzzled as to why Tetsolo would agree. Hey, come on. That name is too kitsch. Why don't you consider the invincible mechanical battle angel pirates instead? Or Tetsolo's treasure pirates would work too. It's a bit nicer than this name. Seeing Shaq's bewilderment, the two burst into laughter. Chenos said to Shaq, "Now there are 3 of us on the ship, and we are very democratic. We vote for the name. Both of us choose Varys Pirates, so your disagreement doesn't matter. Therefore, the name is approved, and from now on, we'll be called the Varys Pirates." Shaq looked at the two helplessly. The situation was stronger than him, so he had to agree. Finally, the 3 of them took out beers from the cabin, poured a cup each, and celebrated the establishment of the Varys Pirates. After a few rounds of drinks, Shaq looked at Chenos and said, "Chenos, where are we going next?" "We originally chose to go to Sabeti Archipelago just to escape the pursuit of the world government. But now that the pursuers have been taken care of by you, we can freely choose our destination." Sino said with a smile, "Our pirate crew is still too small, so we need to recruit more people. We actually have someone in mind that we want to bring into our crew, so let's go find him. Otherwise, if he starts his own pirate crew, it will be difficult for us to recruit him." After hearing Sino's mention a target, Shaq curiously asked, "Who is it?" "If he is going to start his own pirate crew, he must be quite strong, right?" "Fisher Tiger." "Who? Fisher Tiger? The one who caused a ruckus at Mariejois? The one who killed the Celestial Dragons?" Upon hearing Sino's words, Shaq spat out the drink he had just taken. "Yes, my next crew member is him." After receiving confirmation from Sino's, Shaq collapsed helplessly onto the ground. "Oh no, what kind of terrible pirate crew have I joined?" After the Varys pirate crew was officially established, Sino's directed Shaq to sail towards Fishman Island. During the journey, they found that the Freedom ship was indeed as Shaq had described. Its sailing speed was much faster than when Sino's and the others came before. Originally, it took them 3 days to reach Water 7, but on the Freedom, they only spent a day and a half to see the Sabeti Archipelago, and when they reached above Fishman Island, it only took them 2 days. Once they arrived above Fishman Island, Sino's contacted Shaki to ask for Fisher's location. Since Shaki was good friends with Jean Bay, she naturally knew where Fisher was and informed Sino's. It turned out that Fisher was on a small island not far from Fishman Island, which was not on a map, had no recorded pointer, and was often submerged by the sea. Therefore, very few people, besides the fishmen, knew about this island. It was precisely because of the island's concealment that Fisher was able to evade the Navy and the world government's pursuit, giving him time to gather companions and build a pirate ship. After obtaining the location, Sino's passed it on to Shaq, instructing him to sail to the small island. Less than an hour after heading in the direction Shaki indicated, Sino's saw the small island she mentioned. Cinerus looked through the telescope on the 3rd floor and discovered Fisher working on a pirate ship with other fishmen. He also saw many familiar faces around Fisher, such as Arlong and Jinbi, who would later become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As the Freedom approached, the merfolk on the small island also noticed Cinerus and his companions. After taking a deep breath, Arlong said to Fisher, "Big brother, it's the smell of humans. Damn humans. I'm going to kill them." As Arlong spoke, he walked toward the sea, and Jinbi, standing beside him, said to Fisher, "Big brother, I'm going to help Arlong." Seeing the ship that looked very much like a Navy warship, Fisher felt uneasy about the two of them and set down his work, diving into the sea. Arlong's speed was incredibly fast, darting towards the Freedom like a torpedo. As he approached the bottom of the Freedom, he not only didn't slow down, but accelerated towards it. Arlong collided his spiny, serrated nose against the bottom of the Freedom. If it were an ordinary wooden pirate ship, Arlong's spiny, serrated nose could easily saw the ship in half. Even a typical Steel Navy warship would have a large hole pierced by his nose, letting seawater flood into the cabin. However, this time he met his match. Yes, he really did. Arlong's once invincible spiny, serrated nose failed to create a hole in the ship this time, and instead bent his nose, causing him to cry out in pain. At this moment, Jinbi, who had caught up to Arlong, was surprised to see Arlong's attack fail. Usually, their tactic was for Arlong to saw enemy ships in half, sending them plunging into the sea, where no one could match them, and they could easily capture or slaughter their foes. But seeing that Arlong's attack had not worked, Jinbi grabbed Arlong's shoulder. "Arlong, let me do it." Jinbi concentrated all his strength and shouted, "Shark wave fist." Just as Jinbi was about to swing his powerful fist, a large hand grabbed him. "Jinbi, wait, I smell something familiar on the ship. Let me go up and take a look before deciding whether to attack." When Jinbi saw it was Fisher, he respectfully nodded to him and released the tension in his fist. However, Arlong, who was rubbing his nose, grumpily said to Fisher, "Big brother, I'm smelling human flesh. How could there be a familiar scent on a human?" Fisher patted Arlong's shoulder. "Let's go up and take a look first. It might be one of my friends." After swimming to the surface, they saw Cenos, Tezelo, and Shaq standing on the deck. Fisher's face, which had looked a bit serious upon seeing Cenos and Tezelo, suddenly broke into a wide smile. "Ha ha ha, Cenos, my good brother, did you come a drink with me?" Fisher had waited a long time for Cenos, thinking that, like other humans, he wouldn't dare come to find him after learning he was wanted by the world government. This had made him sad for a while, believing that humans were unreliable. Little did he expect, Cenos really came to find him. "Ha ha, brother Fisher, I've always wanted to have a drink with you, but I didn't have a ship to come over before, so I want to find one first." Seeing Fisher embracing a human with a big smile, both Arlong and Jinbi were shocked. It was known that Fisher had always hated humans. No, it should be said that the vast majority of fishmen despised humans. Humans treated them as outcasts and did not accept them at all. Instead, they continuously captured them, keeping them as pets or slaves, which made fishmen hate humans even more. Both Jinbi and Arlong loathed humans, especially Arlong, who believed that fishmen were 10 times stronger than humans. Compared to humans, fishmen were the superior race, so their first thought upon encountering humans was to kill them. But now, seeing Fisher smiling and putting his arm around a human, their worldview was somewhat shattered. Could it be that Brother Fisher was drugged by a human? After bringing the three onto the small island, Fisher shouted to his subordinates, "Bring out the fine wine from Fishman Island. Today I want to have a good drink with my brothers." Many of the surrounding subordinates had escaped from Mariejois, and upon seeing Cenos, they enthusiastically greeted him. During the year and more that Fisher had been away from Mariejois, Cenos had taken great care of the fishmen there, especially when others tried to occupy the fishmen's places in the cafeteria after seeing the powerful Fisher was absent. Cenos stood up and helped the fishmen defeat those who were trying to bully them, ensuring that the fishmen could still have enough to eat. Because of this, the fishmen had a good impression of Cenos. Seeing so many fishmen greet Cenos, Arlong and Jinbi were very surprised, not understanding the relationship between Cenos, Fisher, and these fishmen. However, they remained wary of Cenos and kept a close watch on the three of them, deciding in their hearts that if Cenos and his companions showed any signs of trouble, they would strike. At that moment, a naval vice admiral far away in the Sabaody archipelago received news about unusual timber transactions in Sabaody, suspecting it was likely related to Fisher, who was evading the world government's pursuit. The naval vice admiral, Kent, couldn't help but smile upon seeing the news. There were records of timber purchases, but timber could just be dropped off in the waters off Fishman Island. "Ha ha, this must be Fisher Tiger. Come, gather all forces immediately. We're going to catch the great hero Fisher Tiger." Fisher was very happy, constantly toasting with Cenos, a smile lingering on his face. Chenos also shared his recent experiences with Fisher. He noticed Fisher was happy and made sure to mention some interesting things from their journey, which caused Fisher to burst into laughter from time to time. After a few rounds of drinks, Chenos slowly became serious and said to Fisher, "Brother Fisher, you are currently being hunted by the Navy and the world government. The situation is not optimistic. What are your plans for the future?" Upon hearing Chenos' question, the smile on Fisher's face vanished. After a moment of silence, he opened his shirt to reveal the sun symbol underneath. "This is my plan for the future. I want to establish a pirate crew called the Sun. The only purpose of the Sun Pirates is to spread the ideas of liberation and freedom, and to find more people like you, to become friends with us fishmen. After listening to this, Chenos raised his drink and downed it in one go, then smashed the cup and angrily said to Fisher, "Brother Fisher, wasn't your dream to let the fishmen survive on the islands and the sea? Why has it turned into spreading nonsense now?" Upon seeing Chenos smash the cup, Jinbei and Arlong immediately rolled up their sleeves and stood up. "You bastard human! Do you dare to be disrespectful to our brother? Human, you're looking for death." Fisher held back the two who were about to attack Chenos. "Chenos is my friend. Remember that?" After seeing Fisher's somewhat angry expression, the two reluctantly sat back down. But they still glared at Chenos, clearly indicating that if he dared to be disrespectful to their brother, they would kill him. However, Chenos paid no attention to their warning. He knew that the two were not his opponents. At this moment, Jinbei was not the powerful warlord of the sea he would become in the future, nor was he the Jinbei who could throw Big Mom out. After seeing that the two no longer caused trouble, Fisher said somewhat self-deprecatingly, "That dream has no chance of being realized at all. I no longer dream of it." Chenos smiled slightly and asked Fisher, "Is there really no possibility of that dream coming true? Or is it that, influenced by those people, you, Brother Fisher, feel absolute despair towards humanity in this world and simply don't want to strive for it?" Upon hearing Chenos' words, Fisher was momentarily enraged, crushing the wine glass in his hand and slamming his fist onto the stone table, shattering it into pieces. "Yes, I have been influenced by those people. As long as they are in this world, our dream of living on the sea as the fishmen will never be realized. As long as they are around, we fishmen will always be persecuted, captured by humans to be slaves or pets. The vast majority of humans also reject us, treating us as monsters. They hate us the moment they see our appearance. In such a situation, how can I realize my dream?" Princess E.G. is continuously working to eliminate the misunderstanding of humans being cruel and brutal towards fishmen. But is that really a misunderstanding? Those are the things that have truly happened to us. That's why I want to spread the ideas of liberation and freedom, to find more humans like you, Chenos, so that future fishmen have the chance to realize my dream. Looking at Fisher, who was continuously roaring at him, Chenos was not angry. Instead, he smiled, because Fisher had finally opened his heart to him. This way, he had the opportunity to persuade Fisher to join his pirate crew. "Brother Fisher, I can help you realize your dream." Fisher suddenly looked up at Chenos, then slowly lowered his head again and sighed. "Chenos, thank you for saying that. But it's useless. I can't realize that dream. Don't waste your efforts." Chenos suddenly asked Fisher, "Brother Fisher, I also established a pirate crew called the Varys Pirates. Do you know why I chose this name?" Upon hearing Chenos' words, Shaq, who had been enjoying the delicacies of Fishman Island, also shifted his attention to Chenos. He had previously asked Chenos about it, but Chenos had not answered directly, instead telling him that he would explain the reason once he met his friends. So, Shaq suppressed his curiosity and waited for Chenos to respond. Now that he finally heard Chenos was about to answer, he perked up his ears to listen. Fisher thought seriously for a moment and then shook his head. Chenos said with a smile, "Warriors, which means heroes. What do heroes do? Heroes slay dragons." Fisher was initially confused by what Chenos was saying, but when he realized that heroes are meant to slay dragons, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chenos. Is this your dream?" Chenos shook his head and said, "Rather than calling it a dream, it's better to call it a goal. Dreams are far out of reach, but goals can be achieved step by step. Right now, I am moving toward my goal and gathering like-minded partners. And you, Brother Fisher, are the best choice for a partner. I didn't come to you just to drink. I want you to be my partner. When I achieve my dream, won't your dream be realized as well?" Fisher's eyes widened in shock. When they were at Mariejois, he had heard Chenos express his desire to kill the Celestial Dragons. However, back then, he didn't pay much attention because almost all the slaves in Mariejois had said similar things. It was just that no one had the guts to act on it. At that moment, Fisher suddenly thought of a question and asked Chenos, "Did you kill Charlemagne?" Chenos smiled and nodded. "When I killed him, I felt incredibly pleased, and I really wanted to experience that feeling again." "You crazy person." At this moment, Fisher realized that Chenos wasn't just making grand statements or bragging. He really dared to do such things. Meanwhile, Shaq, who was listening from his side, looked at Chenos with a somewhat speechless expression. "Can't you stop speaking in riddles? Can't you say something that makes people understand a bit?" He turned to Teselo beside him and asked, "What does our pirate crew's name even mean?" Chenos always talks like a riddle, making it impossible to grasp. Teselo looked at Shaq with a dumbfounded expression, which made Shaq extremely annoyed. Hey, among all the people here, I'm definitely the smartest one, okay? If you keep looking at me like that, you better watch out or I'll shoot you. Tesla disdainfully glanced at Shaq's chest. After seeing Shaq's body while bathing earlier, Tesla felt like his worldview had been completely overturned. You think you're the smartest? Chenos has made it so clear, yet you still don't understand. Are you stupid? Let me explain it to you again. If you still don't get it, then go face the wall. Warriors means heroes. We're heroes for. Shaq naturally replied, to slay dragons. Didn't Chenos say that? Tesla. He said that, and you still don't understand? How am I supposed to make you understand? Tesla helplessly said, who in this world is the evil dragon? Just as Shaq was about to answer, he suddenly froze, looking at Tesla in disbelief. The Celestial Dragons? Tesla nodded, looking as if he had found a promising student. After finally figuring out the meaning behind the pirate crew's name, Shaq went crazy. He exclaimed in shock, huh? You guys want to kill the Celestial Dragons? Shaq's scream successfully made him the center of attention on the small island, attracting everyone's gaze. Arlong and Jinbei, who had originally been confused about what Chenos was saying, suddenly understood. The human named Chenos wanted to take their older brother to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Although they also wanted to do that, like Fisher, who wanted to cause a ruckus at Mariejois, they all knew that it was a death wish. At this moment, the Fishman race did not have any sufficiently powerful leader. Even strongest Fisher was not a match for a Marine Admiral. Many capable Marine Vice Admirals might not even be able to handle them. The Fishman race was simply no match for the Marines. As long as the Marines were willing to concentrate their forces against the Fishman race, they could even wipe them out. The Marines, who had the power to annihilate the Fishman race, were just one of the forces under the world government. As for the Celestial Dragons they wanted to kill, they controlled the world government. Therefore, wanting to kill the Celestial Dragons, who held the highest power in this world, was practically akin to suicide. Jinbei walked over to Fisher and said, Big brother Tesla, this human is just a liar, planning to trick us into killing the Celestial Dragons. This is just a plan to send us to our deaths. Moreover, from what you just said, it turns out that the Celestial Dragon you killed before was actually this human's doing. Yet he wants you to take the blame, making you hunted by the Marines and the world government, while he gets away scot-free. Big brother, you treat this human as a friend, but he has betrayed you like this, and now he still wants you to kill the Celestial Dragons and die. His intentions are truly despicable. Arlong also stepped forward and said to Fisher, Big brother, this human is extremely cunning. I can see that his purpose in coming to find you is not simple. Big brother, we should kill them to eliminate future troubles, so we won't even know what happened when we were set up. After the two finished speaking, they glared at Chenos and the others with murderous intent, ready to make a move against them. Shaq quickly raised both hands and said to the two, It's not my business. I'm also a victim. I just got tricked onto their ship. I don't know anything. After saying this, Shaq stood up and bowed 90 degrees to Chenos and Fisher, apologizing, Chenos, I might have to quit the Vari's pirate crew as the price for my departure. This ship is a gift to you. Now I just hope that when you get caught by the Marines, you won't tell them that I built this ship. Also, Fishman leader, could you please give me a small boat? I need to leave here now, please. However, both of them ignored Shaq's words. Fisher glanced at Chenos and said seriously, Are you serious? Chenos nodded and said, I am very serious, and I have been preparing for this ever since I came out. Just as Chenos was about to introduce to Fisher that he had made contact with the great pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo, a barrage of cannon fire echoed across the sea. Everyone on the small island turned their gaze towards the ocean. The Navy, it's the Navy. Everyone hurry to the sea. The Navy is coming. Let's go. We need to hold off the Navy and let Brother Fisher escape. The fishermen on the island jumped into the water, ready to confront the Navy. In naval combat, they had never feared anyone. After seeing the Navy's appearance, Arlong shouted to Fisher, Big brother, look, before they arrived, the Navy had no idea where we were. But now that they are here, the Navy has come, they must have led the Navy to us. Jinbei began to kneel and clench his fists, preparing for battle. As soon as Fisher gave the order, he would charge in immediately. Fisher looked at Chenos with a hint of disbelief. Although he rationally understood that Chenos wouldn't do such a thing, the reality was indeed as Arlong said. Chenos and the others arrived, and the Navy also came. Chenos, I need an explanation. Cernos frowned after looking at the Navy on the sea. Just now, Fisher's expression clearly showed that he was intrigued. As long as he explained the situation, there was a good chance that Fisher would join their pirate crew. But who would have thought that the Navy would unexpectedly intervene, causing the situation to take another turn? Cernos dropped the line, I'll give you an explanation, and walked towards the seaside. Shaq looked at the two of them and helplessly said, Is my presence really that low? Can someone pay attention to me? The Navy is here. Hurry up and give me a small boat to leave. But Fisher was in no mood to pay attention to Shaq. All his focus was on Cernos. Chenos stepped on a naval warship with a moonwalk and delivered a powerful kick. The admiral on the warship, Kent, swung his giant axe, unleashing an air slash that shattered Chenos' kick. Seeing Kent like this, Chenos couldn't help but frown. He had seen this admiral in the Sabati archipelago, right after his battle with Don Quixote da Flamingo when this admiral had arrived. This is really troublesome. After Chenos fell onto the warship, Kent frowned and said, Navy 6. Who are you? Are you from the Navy or from the world government? Chenos coldly said, I am a pirate. Upon hearing that Chenos was a pirate, Kent's frown relaxed. Ha ha. Although I don't know why you know the Navy's 6 forms. Since you were a pirate, that makes things easier, Kent said as he charged towards Chenos. Kent was nearly 3 meters tall, with a big beard and wielding a giant axe, making him look quite intimidating due to his stout figure. However, despite his hefty appearance, Kent was surprisingly fast, rushing towards Chenos at high speed. But while Kent was quick, Chenos was even faster. He didn't confront Kent, but instead dashed towards the Navy soldiers. The fierce Navy soldiers following Kent were not intimidated by Chenos either, raising their weapons to aim at him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless gunshots rang out, as the Navy soldiers originally had no expectation that their bullets would hit Chenos. After all, according to the laws of the pirate world, bullets are hard to hit people. Of course, excluding the future Monkey D. Luffy, who without being hit, would reflect bullets back to quickly eliminate enemies. However, this time, they all saw bullets hit Chenos. But after hitting him, there was no blood, and even his clothes remained intact. Thank you for increasing my combat power. Now, are you ready to welcome slaughter? Chenos' extremely arrogant words successfully provoked the Navy once again. They opened fire on Chenos in a new round of attacks. Kent furrowed his brow upon hearing Chenos' words, realizing something was amiss. Stop firing. This is my devil fruit ability. Switch to sea floor stone bullets. However, Chenos would not give them the chance to switch to sea floor stone bullets. Continuous flash. Chenos' figure vanished, and a dozen clones of him appeared, constantly showing up behind the Navy soldiers, each one stabbing a gun into the hearts of the Navy, causing them to drop dead on the spot. In less than 10 seconds, over 300 soldiers on the Vice Admiral's warship were killed by Chenos, and Kent, witnessing the massacre of the soldiers, was furious and charged at Chenos. Although his speed was fast enough in the eyes of ordinary people and sufficient to deal with most opponents. Facing the combination of the rebound ability and the continuous flash, his speed was nothing but a joke. Ah, pirate, tell me your name. I will kill you. Chenos shook his head and said indifferently, All right, I'll satisfy your reason for dying. My name is Chenos, captain of the Varys pirate crew. Kent recalled in his mind and realized he had no memory of any pirate crew named Varys, nor of a pirate named Chenos. Otherwise, with Chenos' powerful strength, he would surely remember. However, this only fueled his anger, making him believe that Chenos was deceiving him. A cowardly rat, too afraid to reveal his real name. If that's the case, then die. Kent raised his giant axe and charged at Chenos, intending to fight him to the death and avenge his subordinates. But Chenos looked at Kent rushing towards him and shook his head again. No, I can only say you're unlucky to encounter someone who counters you. Facing my reflection fruit, the best thing for you to do is run as far away as you can. Although Chenos was speaking the truth, Kent interpreted it as mockery, which only made him angrier. His whole being was filled with rage as he raised his giant axe and swung it at Chenos. Open the sky. Kent raised the giant axe with both hands and swung it at Chenos. A powerful air slash shot towards Chenos at high speed. The force of Kent's axe splitting the sea directly in front of it in half. Not only that, but the range of this attack was incredibly far, extending over 1,000 meters before finally stopping. From the view of the split sea, one could see the depths of the ocean, everything cut in half by the air slash, be it fish, shrimp, stones, or even an unfortunate sea king that happened to pass by. All were cleaved in two. This slash was tremendously powerful. Even with Chenos' reflection fruit ability, he could not catch this attack. If hit, he might very well be split in half. However, having activated his observation Haki long ago, Chenos saw Kent raise his arm and knew what he was about to do. So, he took a leap and appeared behind Kent. Spear of finger, bullet barrage. Chenos gathered all the bullets that had shot into him by the soldiers onto his index finger. Coupled with the already powerful penetrating ability of his finger spear, Chenos' spear became even more formidable. His right arm moved so quickly that it left afterimages, continuously thrusting the spear at Kent's back. It was as if Kent was being shot at by a powerful machine gun from behind. In less than a second, his back was pierced with gory wounds. Kent, having exerted all his strength in a single attack, found himself in a brief state of rigidity due to exhaustion. However, this state was very short-lived, generally only lasting less than a second. After using this move, either the enemy would be killed on the spot, or the enemy would dodge his attack, giving him enough time to recover and prepare for the next move. Unfortunately, Kent encountered Chenos, who was extremely fast and highly effective against him. Chenos seized the opportunity to relentlessly attack Kent's back, while Kent was unable to counterattack due to his rigid state. Kent knew that if he didn't retaliate soon, he would be helplessly killed by Chenos. After the rigidity lasted for less than a second, Kent swung his axe backward. However, how could Chenos be hit by such an attack? With a flash, he reappeared behind Kent, ready to continue attacking the wound on Kent's back, intending to deliver a fatal blow. But Kent was already on guard. The swing he made earlier wasn't just a feint. He continued to swing the axe, using the momentum to rotate his body and strike at Chenos, who had appeared behind him. However, Kent didn't know that Chenos had a rather perverse master who had just taught him how to see through deceptive actions when he was learning observation Haki. Seeing Kent's axe swing coming again, Chenos remained calm, slightly crouched to avoid the blow, and grabbed Kent's arm. His body was propelled by Kent's force, allowing him to maintain a position directly facing Kent's back while avoiding being attacked. Chenos once again unleashed his finger jabs, repeatedly stabbing at Kent's heart. Kent, whose body had been hardened like steel, was left with a large hole directly leading to his heart from Chenos's relentless jabs. At this moment, Kent finally reacted. Gritting his teeth, he intended to take Chenos down with him and raised his axe to strike at his own back. Seeing Kent's axe swinging towards his back, Chenos chuckled. With his hand shaped like a dragon's claw, he viciously plunged into the large hole he had previously created, then swiftly dodged Kent's attack. Kent's desperate move not only failed to hit Chenos, but instead created a massive wound on his already bloodied back. The giant axe embedded deeply into Kent's back, and he was unable to pull it out. He turned around and cast a humiliating glance at Chenos before collapsing to the ground, dead. After seeing Kent fall, Chenos couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Kent was indeed powerful, but he had picked the wrong opponent. If a warrior like Kent appeared on the battlefield, his destructive capability would undoubtedly surpass even Chenos's. Even the formidable Fisher could find it uncertain who would win in a duel against Kent. However, who could blame him for facing Chenos, who was his natural counter, against someone much faster and more agile than him? The powerful General Kent could only die in humiliation. Chenos used a moonwalk to fly towards Fisher. He arrived in front of Fisher and tossed Kent's heart in front of him. This is my explanation. After seeing Chenos throw General Kent's heart on the ground, the fishmen on the island no longer had any doubts about Chenos. Even Arlong, who was the most averse to humans, had nothing more to say to Chenos. As the Navy Vice Admiral guarding the Sabeti archipelago, they all recognized Kent. Such a big figure could not possibly sacrifice himself just to help Chenos deceive them emotionally. If that were the case, the Navy's sacrifice would be too great. Moreover, when Arlong saw Chenos' strength, he understood that Chenos was on the same level as his big brother, and even if he wanted to deal with Chenos, he wouldn't be able to. Therefore, he stopped shouting about dealing with Chenos. Fisher directly walked up to Chenos, knelt down, and when he saw Chenos reaching out to help him, he blocked Chenos' hand. The fishmen around shouted, "Big brother!" Arlong and Jinbi rushed to Fisher's side, wanting to stop him, but they were all blocked by Fisher's hand. "You all stay back. This time it was my fault. Chenos, I apologize for my earlier doubts about you. I hope you won't refuse." After Fisher finished speaking, he knocked his head on the ground 3 times. He looked sincerely at Chenos and said, "I'm sorry, my brother. I shouldn't have doubted you just because you were human. I was wrong this time, and I apologize to you." As soon as Fisher's words fell, Chenos hurriedly helped him up. "Hey, Brother Fisher, you don't have to do this. We are brothers. If there's any misunderstanding between brothers, can't we just talk it out over a drink? Come on, let's go have a drink." After hearing Chenos' words, Fisher also smiled. "All right, let's go drink." As the two linked arms and prepared to go drink, Chenos suddenly turned his head to look at the sky, staring at a seagull. The seagull was holding a camera and continuously taking pictures of the few people, capturing everyone on the island. Shaq was confused about why the seagull was taking pictures and leaned forward, posing what he thought was a cool pose for the seagull. Chenos originally wanted to kill Seagull, but after seeing Seagull taking pictures of Shaq, he couldn't help but show a strange smile, so he ignored Seagull and turned to embrace Fisher to drink. After Seagull finished taking pictures, he flew away, leaving Shaq astonished. Hey, you haven't given me the photos yet." Tazolo, standing next to Shaq, quickly stepped away from him and shook his head, saying, "This idiot." After a few of them returned to the table, Fisher picked up a barrel of wine and poured 3 cups, then drank them one by one. Brother, I'll pour 3 cups for myself. I hope you won't blame your brother. Chenos also raised his glass and took a drink, saying, Big brother, if you keep being so polite, then we brothers won't be able to do anything. Come, let's drink together. After a few rounds of drinks, the people on the island were all drunk, sitting on the ground and chatting with each other. Seeing that they had almost finished drinking, Chenos invited Fisher again. Brother Fisher, I wonder what you thought about? Would you like to join our Varys pirate crew? In fact, after seeing Chenos kill the Navy admiral earlier, Fisher knew that Chenos was serious. So at that moment, he began to think about whether he should join Chenos's pirate crew. At this time, Jinbei and Arlong seemed to sense Fisher's turmoil and shook their heads at him. They could follow Fisher into life and death, but they couldn't follow a human into such a situation. After seeing their reactions and looking at the hopeful eyes of the fishmen around him, Fisher slowly sighed. He wanted to join Chenos's pirate crew, but he was no longer alone. He needed to consider those who followed him. Chenos, I'm sorry Chenos reached out to interrupt Fisher, smiling as he said, Brother Fisher, you actually want to join, but you can't bear to abandon these fishmen who follow you. So you're trying to refuse me, right? Fisher, not wanting to hide the truth, replied, Yes, when I was being hunted by the world government and the Navy, it was my brothers who rushed to support me. I can't abandon them. After receiving this affirmative response, Chenos' smile grew even wider. Brother, let me analyze this for you. You are currently being hunted by the Navy and the world government. If these fisherman brothers who follow you get on your ship, they will definitely also be targeted by the Navy and the world government. Right now, their strength is not very strong. To put it bluntly, if you weren't here, 2 vice admirals could wipe them all out. And if you weren't on this pirate crew, then they would at most be treated as ordinary pirates by the Navy, and their bounty wouldn't be too high, greatly reducing the danger. Arlong angrily replied, What the hell are you talking about? If the big brother isn't here, then what meaning is there for us to stay in this pirate crew? Chenos smiled at the corners of his mouth, yes. He turned to Fisher and continued, Brother Fisher, if we want to deal with the Celestial Dragons, we can't do it with just a few people. We must have our own power, and your sun pirates are the key to establishing that power. Fishman Island is one of the gateways to the New World, and the vast majority of pirates enter the New World from here. With your sun pirates, who can move freely in the sea, we can control the route from Fishman Island to the New World. This way, we can select promising pirates and let them join us. Furthermore, we can gain benefits by controlling this route and strengthen our pirate crew. The crew can also cultivate some talents. For example, Jinbei's strength is quite good and can be trained as a cadre. Most importantly, you can make this pirate crew a window for the fishmen to understand this world, instead of being confined to the seabed, relying on guesses and hearsay to understand humans. If that happens, fishmen will never be able to step out of the sea. While listening to Chenos, Fisher was initially not very interested in the idea of building power. However, upon hearing Chenos' last sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. There are various pirate crews composed of different races in this world, but there is no pirate crew made up of fishmen. If he were to establish a pirate crew roaming the seas, then the fishmen would have another window to understand the world above the seas. Although the fishmen joining the pirate crew might see the treacherous and brutal side of humans, they could also meet humans like Chenos, who are close to fishmen. As long as the fishman pirate crew spends enough time outside, it might really eliminate the misunderstandings between humans and fishmen, allowing fishmen to live on land again. Okay, I agree. At the same time, the Navy headquarters received news from the president of the news agency, Morgan's, about the murder of Rear Admiral Kent. Along with the news came several photos, with Chenos at the forefront. In the office of the fleet admiral at Navy headquarters, Steelbone Kong slammed the table after seeing the news from the news agency president, angrily shouting, Get someone to call Paulicelino over here and tell him to go to the nearby island of Fishman Island immediately and kill this pirate who murdered Rear Admiral Kent. Wait. At this time, Sengoku, who was in the fleet admiral's office, frowned as he looked at the photos. Fleet admiral, look at this photo. Sengoku pushed a photo in front of Steelbone Kong, and in the photo, Chenos and Fisher were seen with their arms around each other's shoulders, preparing to go for a drink together. Upon seeing Fisher, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but frown. Fisher Tiger, the one who caused a ruckus at Mariejois? Sengoku nodded. In fact, neither of them really wanted to deal with Fisher. They also disapproved of the Celestial Dragons turning other races and even humans into their slaves. But they couldn't stop it and had to pretend they didn't see it. Previously, when Fisher Tiger liberated the slaves, they even happily had a drink in celebration. Later, when it came to pursuing Fisher Tiger, they handled it according to the principle of business as usual sending the Navy to deal with Fisher. But based on the principle of willingness, whoever wanted to pursue Fisher Tiger could go. Of course, the higher-ups of the Navy wouldn't take such orders. Not even the Navy vice admirals were willing to take on the task. Only a few Navy rear admirals, eager for achievements, would compete for this lucrative bounty task. They knew that with Fisher Tiger's strength, Navy rear admirals couldn't handle him at all and would only allow him to escape, but that was enough for them. Even if the world government investigated later, they would have reasons to shift the blame. If the world government questioned them, they could respond, "Look, we issued a task and offered a generous reward, but no one was willing to take it. We couldn't help it." This is also why, in the original story, Fisher Tiger could cause such a significant incident and still roam the seas with the Sun Pirates for several years. Until later, when Fisher Tiger no longer wanted to live. He was killed by Navy Rear Admiral. After pondering for a while, Steelbone Kong said to Sengoku, "Pass the order down. Let Pagliusolino go after all. Just tell him I want this boy's head. Pagliusolino will know what to do." Sengoku said solemnly, "What if Fisher Tiger intervenes? Then kill them both." Sengoku glanced at Steelbone Kong and pondered for a moment before saying, "Fleet Admiral, should we draft a bounty notice for this boy first? Otherwise, if he escapes, we would have to hold another meeting to draft one." Steelbone Kong shot Sengoku a glare and roared angrily. "Just tell Pagliusolino that if he lets anyone escape, he will lose his salary and bonuses for this year. We just lost a rear admiral. This pirate must pay the price." Sengoku was used to Steelbone Kong's outbursts and calmly replied, "I'm not saying Pagliusolino will let him go. After all, a rear admiral has died. He knows the seriousness of the matter. What I'm trying to say is, this boy seems quite young, yet he can kill Kent and appear completely unscathed. Don't you find that strange? There are no secrets on these seas. Once a powerful pirate appears, we can trace their growth trajectory. But until now, our intelligence department hasn't sent any information about this boy. We don't even know his name. Coupled with his relationship with Fisher, I suspect this boy might have escaped from Mariejois. I even suspect the death of Charlemark is related to him. After all, Fisher Tiger doesn't seem like the type to torture others." After hearing Sengoku's analysis, Steelbone Kong's anger gradually subsided. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. "That's a good point. Immediately send someone to Mariejois to inquire if that group knows this person. According to your analysis, if this boy really came from Mariejois, Fisher Tiger is indeed likely to cooperate with him to deal with Pagliusolino. Although Pagliusolino's Pika Pika no Mi is very powerful, it might not necessarily be able to kill them. However, if others go, they'll probably arrive too late and the boy will have already fled. Well, pass the order. If this boy can escape Pagliusolino's grasp, then set his bounty at 150 million berries. If he escapes, then set his bounty at 200 million berries. As for the other two, since we are still unclear about their abilities, let's set a bounty of 10 million berries for now." Sengoku nodded and stood up to carry out Steelbone Kong's orders. At the Navy headquarters, Pagliusolino, after receiving Sengoku's call and orders, looked at the information passed to him by the soldiers. Oh wow, how terrifying, to be able to kill a rear admiral at such a young age. Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong and Admiral Sengoku must have forgotten that I am also a rear admiral. Seriously, aren't they afraid I might be killed? Asking me to deal with such a terrifying person and even ordering me to kill him is tough. Although he said it was scary, Pagliusolino's movements were not slow. He reached the window and disappeared into the room like a beam of light. Meanwhile, Chenos was still describing his plan to Fisher. The world government controls most of the countries in this world, but there is one place where they have very little influence: the New World. What we need to do now is to occupy an island in the New World as a base to develop our power. However, there's one thing to note. The New World is full of monsters, home to the 4 emperors among pirates, as well as many terrifying pirate crews just below them. If we want to survive in the New World, we must become stronger. This is like returning to hell, but there are many benefits as well. There are many strong individuals here. If we can establish a foothold in the New World, we can recruit many strong allies and rapidly expand our influence. Once we have a solid presence in the New World, and with our control over its entrances, we can train pirates in the first half of the Grand Line through this entrance, continuously gaining powerful pirates to join us, step by step growing stronger, and ultimately unifying the New World. Just think about it. Once we can gather all the combat power of the New World at that time, we will have enough strength to confront the Navy and the world government, and we could even attack the Holy Land, Mariejois. As soon as Chenos finished speaking, the first thought that flashed through everyone's mind was crazy. Shaq stood up again, bowed to a few people, and politely asked, "Excuse me, Chenos, may I interrupt? Brother Fisher, I have been troubling you to prepare a small boat for me. I wonder how it's coming along. It's getting late, and I should be heading back. Chenos suddenly stood up, looking seriously at Shaq. It seems you can't leave. Chenos replied, I just want to leave the pirate crew. You wouldn't want to kill me to keep me quiet, would you? Chenos looked at Shaq with a wary expression and said, dodge. Shaq immediately panicked. Damn, Chenos, are you serious? Suddenly, Chenos flashed behind Shaq, raising his palm towards the beam of light behind him. Absorb. A laser struck Chenos's palm and vanished without a trace. His expression turned serious as he slowly uttered a few words. Borichelino. At that moment, a person dressed in a white striped suit, wearing a hat, and with a pure black glove on his hand appeared on the small island, casually observing everyone. TSK, TSK, TSK. How scary. There are so many people. And even the Liberation hero Fisher Tiger. This is really troublesome. Borichelino scanned the crowd and noticed a figure trying to hide behind Chenos, raising his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Oh, isn't that Dr. Shaq from the Mechanical Science Research Institute? What are you doing here? Or have you betrayed the world government? Although Borichelino appeared indifferent and spoke slowly. At first glance, he seemed like a neighborly uncle out for a stroll. However, the sense of intimidation he brought was palpable, making everyone present hesitate to act recklessly. Chenos frowned at the appearance of Borichelino. He indeed hadn't considered everything thoroughly just now, focusing all his attention on winning over Brother Fisher. And he forgot that they were above Fishman Island, not far from the Navy headquarters. Borichelino, who would become Admiral Kizaru in the future, had appeared right after Luffy had just fought against the Celestial Dragons in the original manga. Although he was mocked as a master of human outlines and a worker who only put in as much effort as his salary dictated when facing Luffy, it was because he was up against Monkey D. Luffy, knowing he was the grandson of Garp. Otherwise, how could he have accurately hit the small key in Luffy's hand during the Marineford War, but not hit Luffy himself? Chenos doesn't have a naval hero grandpa at all. The most important thing now is to see whether Kizaru is just going through the motions or taking it seriously. If Kizaru is just going through the motions, they can still retreat unscathed. But if Kizaru gets serious, then it will be problematic. After all, with Kizaru's extremely abnormal Pika no Mi, he already possesses the strength of an admiral. It's just that the current admirals in the Navy are still in position, so he is not an admiral yet. After being discovered by Kizaru, Shaq's entire body stiffened. Then, as if he had given up, he roared at Kizaru. So what if it's me? Can't I be here? You all have Vegapunk now, so you don't need me anymore. Can't I leave? Upon hearing Shaq's words, Kizaru became somewhat serious. The scientific research department is a one-way street. If you come out, you have to die. Since you ran out, there's no choice but to kill you. Saying this, Kizaru raised his right hand, extended a finger toward Shaq, and a point of light gathered at the tip of his finger, which he shot at Shaq. Chenos stood in front of Kizaru again, reaching out to absorb the laser. At this moment, Kizaru frowned and tilted his head to look at Chenos. Previously, he was too far away to see clearly why his laser had disappeared. He thought it had been blocked. But now, seeing Chenos absorb his laser, he realized that his attack hadn't been blocked, but seemed to have vanished. Oh wow, how terrifying. He can actually block my devil fruit ability. Young pirate, what is your name? At this time, Chenos also raised his finger at Kizaru. Under Kizaru's surprised gaze, he fired a laser back at him, using his own method against him. My name is Chenos. Kizaru's eyes widened in shock, because he could feel that Chenos was using the same attack he had sent out, meaning his own attack was hitting him back. When the laser instantly pierced through Kizaru's body, Chenos did not feel happy. Instead, his frown deepened because this attack had not been effective. Kizaru's body had already turned elemental. Logia type, this is really troublesome. The elementalization of Logia types is practically invincible for those who haven't trained in Haki. No matter how others attack, they can't hit the opponent, while the opponent can easily kill them. Kizaru was even more troublesome. His devil fruit ability was the Pika no Mi, with speed that could almost reach the speed of light. Even when facing Whitebeard, who is known as the world's strongest enemy, he couldn't win, but could escape. No one could catch up to him. Long-range attacks are hard to carry Haki. Even if they do, they might not hit the opponent, because Kizaru's speed is much faster than that of bullets or air slashes. The only way to deal with him is to engage in close combat, but Kizaru, being so slippery, would never fight someone stronger than himself in close quarters. As long as he keeps kiting the enemy and maintains a certain distance, he can continuously press the enemy. This has led to Kizaru's nearly invincible situation. This is troublesome. Chenos was troubled about how to fight Kizaru. On the other hand, Kizaru was surprised by Chenos's devil fruit ability. It was the first time he encountered a fruit that could bounce back his abilities. This meant his long-range attacks would be ineffective. Let's try this move. Kizaru lightly tapped the ground and leaped high into the air. Once in midair, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, pinching his index fingers and thumbs together to form a gesture similar to OK. Hakashaku, Kei Gyoku. After the yellow ape took off, Chenos realized something was wrong and shouted to everyone, "Quick, hide behind me." Without any hesitation, everyone hid behind Chenos. At that moment, hundreds of light points had already appeared in the sky, rushing towards Chenos at high speed. Chenos stood in front of everyone, arms wide open, as an invisible barrier expanded from his body, enveloping everyone behind him and forming an intangible shield like a barrier. Absorption barrier. After hundreds of lasers shot into the absorption barrier, they were absorbed and flowed into Chenos' body. In an instant, absorbing such a massive amount of energy caused Chenos to widen his eyes, with veins bulging on his forehead and neck. Once all the lasers were absorbed, Chenos stumbled, almost unable to steady himself. He gasped for breath, as if bearing a heavy weight, making it hard for him to breathe. However, when Chenos looked back and saw that everyone was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened as they looked behind Chenos, which made him feel uneasy. A deep voice rang in Chenos' ear. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" At this moment, Kizaru's foot was already near Chenos' ear, about to kick him. Chenos' initial look of shock had vanished, replaced by a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. No, this was all part of Chenos' scheme. From the moment he saw Kizaru appear, Chenos had been contemplating how to defeat him. Yes, you read that right. A Vice Admiral-level fighter, when facing an Admiral-level fighter, was not thinking of fleeing, but rather how to defeat the opponent. Initially, Chenos considered that Kizaru's long-range attacks were very troublesome. As long as he kept shooting lasers from a distance, no matter how strong Chenos' absorption ability was, there would eventually come a moment when he would be overwhelmed. Therefore, he had to force Kizaru to come closer or engage him in close combat to seize the opportunity to counterattack. But how could he make Kizaru attack him in close combat? The answer was simple: render Kizaru's long-range attacks ineffective. Thus, after absorbing the first laser from Kizaru, Chenos began to set his plan in motion. He absorbed Kizaru's lasers and then counterattacked, making Kizaru aware of his fruit ability. At this point, given Kizaru's cautious nature, he would definitely use a large number of long-range attacks to test him. After Chenos absorbed all of Kizaru's attacks, Kizaru would think that his long-range attacks were ineffective against Chenos, leading him to attempt close combat. Having read the original manga, Chenos knew that Kizaru's close combat was always his weak point. Even his teacher Zephyr had told him that Kizaru relied too much on his fruit ability, which was so powerful that Kizaru didn't need to train his physical skills to defeat most strong fighters, and his speed kept him undefeated, leading him to neglect physical training. Kizaru's physical skills were minimal. One was the light-speed kick, and the other was using the Amentsukami sword technique to deal with enemies. The close combat ability Kizaru would likely use to test Chenos would probably be the light-speed kick, as few would start with a powerful skill attack. Of course, this was just Chenos' speculation, based on the likelihood that Kizaru would use the light-speed kick. Therefore, to increase the probability after absorbing the Yada no Kagami, Chenos deliberately displayed a state of extreme fatigue and effort, pretending to care about his companion's situation, turning his back to Kizaru. This way, Kizaru's choices became simpler. Long-range attacks were ineffective against Chenos, eliminated. The Amentsukami sword technique required preparation time and could easily miss the opportunity to exploit the enemy's weakness, eliminated. The light-speed kick could seize the enemy's weakness and attack immediately, choice. Thus, Kizaru gradually walked into Chenos' trap. The rebound ability that had long been prepared beneath Chenos erupted instantly, causing him to vanish from the yellow monkey's sight and reappear behind him. With his arm enveloped in armament Haki, he seized the yellow monkey's arm, which had extended back due to a kicking motion. And with a look of astonishment on the yellow monkey's face, he swung him up and slammed him down hard onto the ground. The light-speed Loki slam. The energy absorbed from the yellow monkey's laser exploded in Chenos' hands, his hands turning into afterimages as he repeatedly slammed the yellow monkey into the ground. Under Chenos' strikes, the small island began to tremble, and soon the ground started to shatter, with countless stones and dust swirling up, while Chenos and the yellow monkey disappeared from sight. It turned out that Chenos had created a pit in the ground by slamming the yellow monkey, and as he continued to strike, the pit became deeper and deeper, to the point where both of their figures vanished. At this moment, another silhouette rushed in from the sea. When this figure revealed itself, it looked somewhat astonished at the place where dust and mist were still swirling. "Rayleigh, you're here. The person who arrived was none other than Rayleigh. Sensing the wave of attack at the admiral level in the Sabati archipelago, he hurried over, worried that Chenos and Fisher might not be able to handle it. He saw the yellow monkey using the yada, no Kagami, and was still concerned about whether Fisher and Chenos could hold on. However, upon arrival, he sensed that Chenos was actually beating the opponent mercilessly. Rayleigh chuckled and said, "It seems I one team need help after all, haha. I can't believe Haki is so worried about little Chenos, not knowing that the little guy in her eyes is actually someone who can take on an admiral-level opponent." Meanwhile, the yellow monkey, being slammed repeatedly by Chenos, was completely dazed. He never expected to be attacked by such a small guy. Chenos used armed color Haki to grab him, leaving him unable to elementalize and escape. As for counterattacking, he had no way to fight back. His hand was caught by Chenos and was swung at light speed, rendering him completely immobile and subject to continuous pounding. When he tried to use partial elementalization to avoid the strikes, Chenos would interfere with his armed color Haki, treating him as a weapon and wrapping Haki around him, preventing him from elementalizing. This forced him to use armed color Haki to wrap his body for defense. However, the yellow ape was not a master of physical combat. His physical abilities were not strong, and after being battered like this by Chenos, he was left with half his life gone. After Chenos smashed the yellow ape, he concentrated all his Haki and rebound ability on his fist and aimed it at the yellow ape's head. However, Chenos' fist stopped above the yellow ape's head and did not come down. At this moment, the severely beaten yellow ape, still held by Chenos, saw the fist coming down and thought he was done for, but after waiting for a long time, he realized that Chenos had not struck. At first, he thought it was Rayleigh who saved him. He sensed Rayleigh's presence when he arrived, but when he opened his eyes, he found it was Chenos himself who had stopped. "Borsalino, can we make a deal? If you agree, I will spare your life. How about it?" The yellow ape stared at Chenos and realized that Chenos was not mocking him, but genuinely had such intentions. After all, a person's eyes do not lie. And at that moment, Chenos' eyes were filled with sincerity. "Go ahead. In the future, when you encounter my companions, spare them." The yellow ape looked at Chenos in surprise. He thought Chenos would make some outrageous demands as a condition. After all, compared to life, other things seemed less important. But he did not expect Chenos' request to be so simple. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "All right, I agree." After seeing the yellow ape agree, Chenos released the power from his fist, forcefully swung the yellow ape's right hand, and sent him flying away. After gaining his freedom, the yellow ape turned back and gave Chenos a deep look, as if to remember the person who defeated him, yet let him go. Then, the yellow ape transformed into a beam of yellow light and disappeared into the air. Rayleigh curiously asked Chenos, "You had the opportunity to kill Borsalino just now. He has the strength of a marine admiral. This chance is hard to come by, so why didn't you kill him?" Chenos sighed deeply as he watched the departing Kazuru. "Because I'm still too weak." Hearing Chenos call himself weak, the others around him showed puzzled expressions. After all, Chenos had just pinned a vice admiral with the strength of a general to the ground. Isn't that strength strong enough? However, Rayleigh's eyes lit up, and he asked Chenos, "Oh, why do you think your strength is weak?" Chenos smiled wryly. "My strength is really weak. Just now, I only had the chance to win because he was careless, and I took him by surprise. If Uncle Rayleigh weren't here, Borsalino would have come back to kill us for sure. Besides, as a Logia fruit user, Borsalino possesses the nearly invincible Pika no Mi. Once something happens to Borsalino, the Navy will definitely dispatch their highest combat power to deal with me. They might even mobilize all their forces to frantically hunt me down across the world, which is something I can't handle right now. At that time, all my plans would be thrown into chaos. Therefore, killing Borsalino brings me nothing but a name. The drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. Why should I kill him?" The straightforward fishman and the smart shack were both looking at Chenos with surprise. They never expected that the decision of whether to kill or not involved so much thought. If they had the chance to kill a vice admiral-level Navy officer, they would definitely not hesitate to strike. Do they consider the pros and cons and whether they can bear the consequences in everything they do? Taizolo fell into deep thought, constantly drawing nourishment and learning from Chenos. Although he was older than Chenos, he was inferior to him in many respects. This made him feel ashamed. He wanted to become someone who could help Chenos as soon as possible. After hearing Chenos' words, Rayleigh showed an appreciative look. As the former first mate of the Pirate King, he had seen countless extraordinarily talented individuals, all ambitious and eager to venture into the new world. However, in the end, they either became subordinates of the four emperors or fell into despair. And of course, many ended up with their bones scattered. Most of these exceptionally talented individuals lacked one thing: humility. They all held their abilities with pride, like Crocodile who wanted to kill Whitebeard, or Moonlight Moria who challenged Kaido of the 100 Beasts. They were all prominent geniuses at the time, but now, one is playing with sand and alabasta, and the other is controlling zombies in the illusory triangle, both beaten down and doubting life, unable to muster the courage to fight in the new world again. Chenos is also an extraordinary talent. At such a young age, he has the strength to rival a vice admiral. As long as he grows steadily, he will at least possess admiral-level strength in the future. With this strength, one could say he is already standing at the top of this world. However, Chenos has not let his powerful strength cloud his judgment. Instead, he is very clear-headed and able to recognize the situation, which is quite rare. This quality of humility will lead Chenos to a higher position. Perhaps in the future, he really has the potential to challenge the 4 emperors. This also reminded Rayleigh of the intern Shanks from the Pirate King's ship. This guy, despite having extremely strong talent, is very humble and lacks any arrogance of a strong person. Perhaps it is this quality that helped him rise to the position of Emperor of the Sea so quickly. When Chenos enters the new world, the future will definitely be interesting. It's a pity that the captain won't be able to see this scene. Haha, little Chenos is indeed humble. He is a good kid. Although you let Borsalino go, it won't make the current Navy government target you. However, you will still be closely watched by the Navy, as they want to eliminate geniuses like you. Leave here first and head to the new world. Once you get there, the Navy's threat will be lessened. Chenos nodded in agreement. They really had to leave. Their location was now exposed. If they stayed here any longer, they could face danger at any moment. All right, Uncle Rayleigh, we need your help to code our ship. We need to head to the new world as soon as possible. Rayleigh smiled and said, coding will take at least 3 days. During these 3 days, you can stay at Shaki's bar. It's a bit safer there. After 3 days, you can head to the new world. Chenos excitedly said, ha good. In 3 days, it will be time for us to conquer the new world. Meanwhile, Kizaru's figure appeared at the Navy headquarters. The surrounding soldiers were extremely shocked to see Admiral Borsalino injured, and heavily at that. In their memories, let alone being heavily injured. Admiral Borsalino rarely even suffered light injuries. Yet this time he was gravely hurt. Could it be that the fleet admiral sent Admiral Borsalino to deal with one of the 4 emperor subordinates? Admiral Borsalino, why are you covered in blood? I'll go get a doctor for you. Are you okay? However, Kizaru paid no attention to these people and did not explain anything, instead heading straight to the fleet admiral's office. Knock knock. Kizaru stood at the door of the fleet admiral's office, knocked, and then opened the door without waiting for a response. At that moment, Steelbone Kong and Sengoku were discussing matters in the office, and they were shocked to see Kizaru walking and covered in blood. Sengoku asked in surprise, Borsalino, what happened? Did you encounter Rayleigh the Dark King? That shouldn't be the case. Even if you fought him, you could have escaped if you couldn't win. How could you be so seriously injured? Kizaru shook his head gently and said, it wasn't Rayleigh the Dark King. It was Chenos, the pirate you asked me to kill. I was injured by him. Sengoku and Steelbone Kong were even more shocked upon hearing this. Are you sure? Kizaru nodded seriously and said, I was careless, and he seized an opportunity to seriously injure me. I almost died at his hands. If he hadn't let me go, I might have been dead by now. Steelbone Kong frowned and said to Kizaru, tell us the details. Then, Kizaru recounted the events to the 2 men, concluding with his assessment of Chenos. Chenos' strength is at the level of a rear admiral, possessing the ability to absorb and rebound enemy attacks. And he can also teleport short distances. It's difficult for a regular Navy rear admiral to deal with him. However, if an admiral-level officer takes action, as long as they are cautious, it shouldn't be too difficult to handle him, though it might be a bit tricky. After Kizaru finished speaking, Sengoku's expression darkened as he handed a document to Kizaru. Chenos is only 15 years old. Kizaru looked at Sengoku in disbelief. 15 years old? I actually lost to a kid. It seems I need to train hard. Kizaru laughed heartily, though there was a hint of bitterness in his laughter. A 15-year-old with the strength of a Navy rear admiral, and a prominent one at that. If allowed to grow, with age, physical enhancement, and further development of his abilities, he could ultimately become an admiral-level figure. Once he awakens his fruit abilities, he might even contend for the title of Pirate King. In the future, the Navy would have another formidable opponent to worry about. Sengoku sighed. Sigh, it's such a pity for such a talented individual to become a pirate. If only he were in the Navy. Although the Navy had produced many talented individuals, like Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kazan, all of whom could become admirals, they were already in their 40s. However, there were no equally extraordinary talents emerging in the new generation of the Navy. It could be said that since Roger opened the great age of pirates, the talent joining the Navy has been decreasing, while the number of talented individuals becoming pirates has been steadily increasing. The future of a Navy is worrying. Kizaru looked at the document and said, "It seems there's no chance to recruit Chenos to join us." Originally, Kizaru had hoped to recruit Chenos. Someone like him could potentially become a candidate for admiral in the future. This would lighten the burden on them. However, upon seeing that Chenos was a slave of the Celestial Dragons, Kizaru felt it was impossible to recruit him. They all knew that once someone became a slave of the Celestial Dragons and managed to escape, they would harbor deep hatred towards the Celestial Dragons and would wish to kill them. How could such a person agree to join? When Kizaru saw that the document stated Chenos was a toy trained by Charlos for fighting, he felt even more frustrated. A toy for fighting? That's a genius with the strength of a Navy rear admiral. Being forced into opposition against the Navy by the Celestial Dragons. After reading this, Kizaru sighed again. As he grew older and witnessed more and more dirty deeds, he became increasingly confused about the justice he once held dear. Is the Navy really just? This question has deeply rooted itself in his heart, making him increasingly pragmatic. His approach to handling many pirates has also become more casual, no longer taken seriously. Now, another talented individual has been forced to the opposing side of the Navy, reminding Kizaru of the so-called genius dragon from his time in the Navy. The seriousness on Kizaru's face vanished, returning to his usual indifferent demeanor, as if he didn't care about anything. I can't believe I got so severely beaten by a young man. How terrifying. It seems I need to take a month off to recover. Fleet Admiral, remember to give me paid leave. After saying that, Kizaru casually tossed Chenos' document on the table and walked towards the medical room. Steelbone Kong rarely scolded Kizaru and sighed as he watched Kizaru's departing figure. Sengoku also felt quite uncomfortable, forcing himself to maintain his composure as he said to Steelbone Kong, "Issue a bounty. Should we set it at 250 million berries?" Steelbone Kong pondered for a moment, his voice becoming colder as he said, "Change it to 300 million berries and issue it immediately. We must eliminate him before Chenos grows further." Sengoku nodded slightly and stood up to give the orders. Meanwhile, on Chenos' side, he was looking forward to going to the new world, while Shaq was still clamoring to leave. Hey, I didn't know your plan before. Nor did I know you intended to kill the Celestial Dragons. I just wanted to obtain research funding from you guys. Now that I haven't gotten any funding and don't owe you anything, I even gave you my ship. Is it too much to ask to leave this pirate crew I just joined less than 3 days ago? Shaq was pulling at Chenos, wanting to leave the pirate crew. For a scientist, a plan to kill the Celestial Dragons was simply too unscientific. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of the fact that he had not yet formed a deep connection with Chenos and his crew to leave first. Chenos said with a smile, "Shaq, even if I agree to let you leave the Vari's pirate group, you've already shown your face in front of Porcelino." What did Porcelino just say? The scientific research unit only allows entry, not exit. Once you come out, you have to die. If you stick with us, I can still protect you and provide you with research funding. But if you leave us, TSK, think about the consequences yourself. Shaq nonchalantly replied, "Porcelino knows about me. But they don't have my photo, so they can't issue a bounty on me. As long as I find a place where no one knows my identity to restart my research, it should be fine." Tezelo, holding back laughter, said, "Do you know what the seagull that just took your photo was doing?" "Doing what?" Shaq looked at Tezelo in confusion. He'd spent his childhood in the laboratory doing research, and, after growing up, he was discovered by the world government for his research talent and brought into the scientific research unit. Therefore, he was as naive about the outside world as a newborn. Many things that were common knowledge to the public were not well understood by Shaq. For example, the seagull was not just a seagull. It was also a newspaper seller and a photographer for pirate bounty posters. When Tezelo explained that the seagull had just taken his bounty photo, and Shaq recalled how he had been happily posing for the seagull, he felt like dying. The next day, when the seagull delivered the newspaper and bounty posters, Shaq approached the bounty poster with the hope that he might not have a bounty. However, when he saw that he had a bounty of 20 million berries, and the photo on the bounty poster was of him posing for the seagull, Shaq completely gave up and no longer insisted on leaving the pirate group. Shaq was concerned about the bounty, while Chenos was looking at the front page of the newspaper with a wry smile. The headline detailed his killing of Marine Vice Admiral Kent and specified his fruitability. However, it made no mention of his serious injury to Porcelino. When Chenos saw his bounty of 300 million right from the start, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. At the same time, because Chenos made the front page of the news, he became famous worldwide. Doflamingo, who was drinking at the family base, couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chenos' news. Fufufu, as expected of my chosen partner, Hurry up and come to the New World. Let's stir up this world together. On the Moby Dick in the New World. Marco received the newspaper from a seagull. When he saw the headline, he became interested. Old man, it seems like another remarkable newcomer has appeared on the sea. Right after debuting, he was given a bounty of 300 million berries. Whitebeard laughed when he saw the news about Chenos, saying, "Kurora, what an interesting kid. He seems quite promising, Marco. If this kid comes to the New World, go ask him if he wants to join our family." In the Big Mom Pirates, Perisparrow was also reading the newspaper. Upon seeing Chenos, he couldn't help but lick his lollipop with his long tongue. Mama, there's an interesting little brat who killed a Marine vice admiral as soon as he appeared on the sea. Should we recruit him into our pirate crew? What race is he? Perisparrow replied somewhat speechlessly, Mama, he's human, but his... Before Perisparrow could finish, Big Mom's expectant expression suddenly disappeared, turning into a terrifying scowl. Just a human. How boring. If this little brat comes to the New World, recruit him into the pirate crew. And if he doesn't agree, kill him. The red-haired pirates, upon seeing Chenos' news, Shanks showed a hint of sadness. Beckman, this kid is actually a slave. Sigh. Those celestial dragons really are despicable. Beckman quickly scanned the newspaper and, after reading it, showed a look of surprise. A battle above Fishman Island? If it's above Fishman Island, the Marines will definitely send Porcelino with the Pika Pika Nomi to deal with Chenos. The distance would only take Porcelino a few minutes to cover. Vice Admiral Kent is considered mid-level strength in the Marines. Even if he was killed, a bounty of 300 million berries shouldn't have been set. This suggests that the Marines likely sent Porcelino to confront Chenos, but ended up in a draw, or rather, Porcelino was defeated. Otherwise, the Marines wouldn't issue such a high bounty. Captain, this kid named Chenos seems to have great potential. I think we can recruit him into our pirate crew. I believe that after training for a while, Chenos can become an important force on our ship, adding to our strength against Kaido and Big Mom. Shanks looked at Beckman speechlessly. Beckman, this kid is still a slave. Look at the part of his chest that S exposed. That's definitely the mark of a celestial dragon. Boo-hoo, it's so pitiful. Beckman, with a black line on his forehead, looked at the drunken Shanks and couldn't help but pull out his gun, hitting Shanks on the head with the butt of it. You bastard, you drank until dawn again last night. Wake up. Meanwhile, Kaido, who was in Wano country, merely scoffed at the news, tossing the newspaper to the ground and continuing to drink. Not only the four emperors, but many pirates in the New World also took notice of Chenos' existence. They were all amazed by the emergence of another stunning pirate newcomer. But they didn't know which powerful faction this newcomer would join, or whether he would perish at the hands of any sea emperor. At this moment, Chenos was unaware of the various reactions to him. But even if he did know, it wouldn't matter. He didn't care about their reactions. He wanted to secure a place for himself in the New World. 3 days later, Chenos boarded the newly coated Freedom and set off for Fishman Island. Thanks to Fisher, the Fishman, they safely reached the seabed, and it only took half a day to reach Fishman Island, the final stop of the Grand Line. Chenos also plans to go to Dragon Palace with Fisher to explain their intentions to King Kempton of Fishman Island and Queen Otoheim. Fisher holds a great deal of respect for both of them, even when he intended to attack the Holy Land, Mariejois. He first informed them before proceeding with the attack. This time, as he allies with Chenos, he hopes to gain their support. After all, having their backing would make their plan much smoother. Fisher is quite popular on Fishman Island. Wherever he goes, fishmen greet him. As the group walks to the square on Fishman Island, they see Queen Otoheim, who is petite, passionately calling for people to sign a petition for the establishment of friendly relations between humans and fishmen. I have already received the approval of the world nobles to establish friendly relations between humans and fishmen. This represents a step forward for us towards the land. As long as everyone signs the petition, we can live on land. I hope everyone can sign for the future children of fishmen to see the sunlight on land. Queen Otoheim speaks loudly in the center of the square, but she receives little response, as many reject her. Seeing her being frequently turned down without giving up, Fisher feels a pang of sorrow for her. He cannot bear to see her in such a desolate state, so he quickly walks towards her to greet her. Queen Otoheim, I'm back. Upon seeing Fisher, Otoheim's face lights up with surprise. Fisher, are you okay? I was really worried about you. I'm glad you came back to Fishman Island. Cool, mate. I'll take you to meet Kempton. He will be very happy to see you. After saying this, Otoheim notices Chenos, Tezelo, and Shax standing behind Fisher. Once she sees the three, her eyes widen in surprise again. Fisher, who are these three? Seeing the surprised expression on Queen Otoheim's face, Fisher understands what she wants to know, so he nods and replies, They're my captain and companions, my human friends. Then, Fisher introduces each of the three to Odoheim. Hearing Fisher's answer, Odoheim's smile becomes even more radiant. She happily takes Chenos' hand and says, "Thank you for accepting Fisher as your crew. His thoughts can be a bit extreme, which has always made me very worried about him. I can feel your ambitions and pain. And I can also sense that you don't intend to use Fisher, but truly regard him as a partner. This makes me genuinely happy. Please take good care of Fisher in the future, help soothe his inner pain, and prevent him from having extreme thoughts." "Thank you." Cernos looked at Princess Eg and also smiled. "Don't worry, Princess Eg. I will take care of Brother Fisher. He is my crew member after all." Although his inner thoughts were overheard, Cernos did not feel anger towards Eg. A great person like her, who is committed to bridging the gap between humans and fishmen, made it impossible for Cernos to feel anger towards her. However, not feeling anger towards Eg did not mean he agreed with her ideas. Chenos continued, "Princess Odoheim, I admire your commitment to bridging the thoughts of humans and fishmen. However, I must say that your approach is somewhat naive. Relying solely on speeches and persuasion will not allow fishmen to accept humans, nor will it strengthen the relationship between fishmen and humans. If we truly want fishmen to live on land, we need to take a different path." Princess Odoheim looked at Chenos in surprise, and upon sensing the ambition in his heart, she immediately understood that Chenos was not someone who would pursue a peaceful path. She then glanced at Fisher with a worried expression. However, Fisher looked back at Odoheim with determination. Chenos was right. Merely relying on speeches and encouraging fishmen to open their hearts to accept humans was unrealistic and could potentially lead to harm for fishmen. "We need to take another path." Odoheim looked at the two of them, feeling a bit anxious, but after glancing around, she knew this wasn't the place to talk, so she led them towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, King Kempton showed surprise on his face when he saw Fisher. "Ha ha ha, Fisher, you're finally back. Remember, Fishman Island will always be your home. Don't hesitate. Come back whenever you want." Previously, he and Odoheim had worried that Fisher would refrain from returning out of concern for his identity, affecting Fishman Island. Therefore, he had sent messages to Fisher, assuring him that he could return anytime. However, Fisher had never replied, which had caused Kempton to worry about him. Fisher respected Kempton greatly and got straight to the point about Chenos' plan. "We plan to gather pirates from all over the world at the entrance of the New World, which is Fishman Island, to strengthen our pirate crew. Ultimately, we aim to form a force capable of opposing the world government and take on Mariejois. This way, we fishmen can gain the right to live on land." Kempton's expression shifted from surprise to astonishment upon hearing Fisher's words. He hadn't expected that Fisher had returned to Fishman Island for this reason. "Are you serious? To establish a force that can oppose the world government and attack Mariejois? Fisher, have you gone mad?" As Kempton bombarded him with questions, Fisher was about to respond when Chenos interjected. "King Kempton, which do you think is a more viable plan? Ours or Princess Odoheim's plan of dialogue to help Fishman Island step out of the ocean?" Kempton looked down at Princess Odoheim beside him, sighed, and shook his head. "Neither plan is reliable. However, Odoheim's plan won't negatively impact Fishman Island, while yours will." He then pointed to the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates at the entrance of Fishman Island. "Fishman Island is under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard Pirates, so your plan cannot be implemented." After hearing Kempton's words, Chenos laughed. "We do not intend to coerce other pirates to join us on Fishman Island. We simply plan to establish a place to recruit talent there, extending invitations to those pirates with potential. It won't pose any threat to Fishman Island, nor will it harm its interests. Our only request in coming to see you is to hope that you can agree to the establishment of such an office. That's all." Upon hearing Chenos' words, Kempton immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he thought Chenos was planning to use some special means to force pirates to join his crew. If that were the case, he would never agree to it. However, if it was just about setting up an office, such a small request, he would agree for Fisher's sake. "If it's just about establishing a talent recruitment office, I can agree to that. However, does this really work? You must know that the powerful pirates nowadays are all unruly characters. How could they possibly be willing to join you just because of your persuasion?" Senna smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. We are not recruiting them in a superior subordinate relationship, but rather as partners, forming a mutual aid association in the New World to help each other and fight against the four emperors, allowing new pirates to survive in the New World. This is a transitional method that Senna's came up with after thinking for a long time. Almost all pirates know that the New World is a graveyard for pirates. Countless pirates have perished there. The reason is that newcomers have no assistance in the New World. After entering, they face either the four emperors or well-established pirate crews. It's like playing a level-up game, where players generally upgrade step by step, going from one level to another. However, the new world is not like that. It is completely different, resembling a massive breeding ground for poisonous insects. But it doesn't remove the insects that have survived. Instead, they continue to exist in the new world. As a result, newcomers face these pirate crews that have survived countless brutal battles with almost no chance of winning. At this point, if there's a pirate crew that has already established itself in the new world and is willing to help the new pirate crews, not through a superior-subordinate relationship, but as collaborators coexisting together, I believe most new pirate crews entering the new world would agree. After all, this is definitely the best opportunity for them and can significantly enhance their chances of survival. Kempton pondered Chenos' idea for a while before shaking his head. It's a bit too idealistic. However, it is still a method I agree with, on the condition that you cannot use any coercive means to force others to join. If I find out, I will have the Whitebeard pirates come and forcibly expel you from Fishman Island. Is it too idealistic? Indeed, a bit. Without a strong figure to suppress it, what he calls a mutual aid association would definitely be a joke. However, Chenos is quite confident about this point. As long as he is given time to grow, he will become that powerful figure who can suppress other pirate crews. Chenos smiled and said, King Kempton, rest assured, we will definitely not use coercive means, and right now, it's just a concept. Everything will depend on us establishing a foothold in the New World first. By the way, besides the idea of forming a mutual aid association, we also plan to establish a Fishman pirate crew. Regarding this, we hope to gain King Kempton's approval. I have always believed that instead of lecturing fishmen on lofty principles that they can't comprehend, it's better to let them have real contact with humans and understand them. Once the Fishman pirate crew is established, it will allow the fishmen on Fishman Island to sail the seas. This way, they will not only come into contact with humans, but also better understand this world. Upon hearing about the establishment of the pirate crew, Kempton immediately shook his head. No, I don't agree with the establishment of a Fishman pirate crew. Kempton shook his head vigorously, refusing to agree. Right now, Princess Odoheim's efforts have improved the impression many humans have of us fishmen, and they feel pity for our situation. If we establish a Fishman pirate crew at this time, all of Odoheim's efforts will be in vain. It will ruin the fishman's image in the outside world. Hearing Kempton's words, Chenos burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. After laughing, he disdainfully said to Kempton, Is the fishman's image in the outside world really that important? No one cares. Most countries in this world don't even know what fishmen look like. They only feel pity for your circumstances. But what can they do to help the fishmen? Offer a kind word at the World Conference? So what? Their good impression and pity for you won't change the fact that you can only live in the depths of the sea. On the contrary, because fishmen have been living at the bottom of the sea for so long, they have no understanding of the outside world, and can only learn about it through legends and rumors. What is their impression of humans? Ugly, cunning, crazy, treating fishmen not as humans, but as pets. This is how fishmen perceive humans. Haha, you can't even change how you fishmen see humans, yet you want to change the impression of humans, whom you have very little contact with. I don't know whether to call you naive or foolish. Upon hearing Chenos' unfiltered criticism, Kempton's heart trembled, especially Princess Odoheim, who had been dedicated to bridging the gap between humans and fishmen over the years, explaining humans and the outside world to the fishmen. However, even now, the fishman's understanding of humans is still very one-sided. She also knew that the fishmen on Fishman Street had long been spreading rumors about how malicious humans are, even using humans as a frightening image to scare children. Deeply poisoned by such legends were people like Arlong and Hody. This led to the later events after Luffy arrived on Fishman Island. To this, Chenos could only say that such things happened because of ignorance. If they had encountered the vast outside world, they would realize their own insignificance and would not say ignorant things like humans are inherently inferior to fishmen or humans are inherently evil. The difference between Hody and Arlong is that after Arlong saw the top-tier powers in this world, although he still dreamed of fishmen being superior to humans, he only dared to bully a small village of humans in the weakest sea, the East Blue, and did so by colluding with the Navy. On the other hand, Hody, who had never seen the world, planned to take drugs to rule the world. But he couldn't even force out Luffy's big moves and was defeated by just a Gear 3rd Gum pistol, making him one of the most insignificant villains among pirates. But if we become pirates and the Fishman pirate crew goes around burning, killing, and looting, we will surely become enemies with humans. And in the end, it will be Fishman Island that suffers. Princess Odoheim said worriedly. Chenos merely laughed again. Who says pirates have to burn, kill, and loot? Why can't pirates do good and eliminate evil? Kempton and Princess Odoheim widened their eyes, looking at Chenos in disbelief. Is there really such a pirate crew? Chenos laughed and said, yes, you can establish a fisherman pirate crew, specifically to help those human villages and small islands that are invaded by pirates. Rob the pirates of their money, and help those affected humans rebuild their homes. At that time, you will not only gain the gratitude and friendship of humans, but also cultivate a group of powerful fisherman warriors. You will also allow fishmen to see the outside world and interact with kind humans, showing them that not all humans are bad, and most of them are actually good. Moreover, you can establish cooperative relationships with the humans on those small islands, trade with them, and further strengthen the relationship between fishmen and humans. Isn't that better than Princess Odoheim shouting her voice hoarse every day to no avail, only to force others to sign? After hearing Chenos' words, Kempton's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected such a brilliant way to bridge the gap with humans. Why hadn't they thought of this before? Princess Odoheim, on the other hand, lowered her head in shame. She had always wanted to bring fishmen and humans closer together, but had no substantial methods, relying only on telepathy to constantly persuade fishmen without realizing there was such a good way to connect them. Fisher, standing nearby, looked at Chenos with shining eyes. Originally, he thought Chenos wanted to form a fisherman pirate crew just to gain the power of Fishman Island and acquire a fighting force capable of battling underwater. And he was willing to agree if it could provide fishmen with more ways to engage with the outside world. He never expected that Chenos actually wanted to help fishmen build a relationship with humans. Moreover, Chenos' approach was much more sophisticated than Princess Odoheim's and was feasible, capable of genuinely bridging the gap between humans and fishmen. At that moment, Fisher felt even more aligned with Chenos. Perhaps this man could truly help fishmen step out of the ocean and live on land. After that, Kempton no longer said that fishmen could not form a pirate crew. Instead, he and Odoheim pulled Chenos along, constantly asking him various questions, as if they had 100,000 questions to ask, leaving Chenos with a headache. However, considering the importance of Fishman Island to his future plans, he patiently answered their questions one by one. By the end, the three looked at Chenos with admiration, as if he were a wise messenger sent by Poseidon to save fishmen. Finally, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the questions, Chenos took out paper and pen and drafted a plan for Fishman Island, instructing Kempton and the others to follow the plan, thus freeing himself from their incessant inquiries. Feeling a bit embarrassed by how many questions he had asked Chenos, Kempton prepared the highest standard for the banquet. After Chenos and the others had a hearty meal, Chenos urged them to hurry and set off, fearing they would catch him again and keep asking questions. Then, the Freedom ship, escorted by Kempton and his soldiers, safely passed through the underground passage of the Red Earth continent and arrived in the New World. Once in the waters of the New World, the entire world began to take on a magical quality. The sky was filled with tons of raindrops or hail the size of icebergs. Fortunately, with Chenos' fruit abilities, they navigated through the crisis unscathed. The route they took was also the most stable among the three recorded pointers. Chenos certainly did not think he could survive in the New World like Luffy, who chose the most unstable pointer. Meanwhile, the pirates in the New World were unaware that the future of the four emperors had arrived. During the voyage, Chenos stood still at the bow of the ship, appearing like a decoration of the Freedom ship. Of course, Chenos was not standing there out of boredom or to act as a decoration. He was not trying to imitate Luffy either. It was simply his way of training. Since his time at Mariejois, Chenos had been trying to absorb all the surrounding energy to recharge his rebound ability. This way, he could have enough rebound power to attack enemies without needing to absorb their attacks. After all, most of his current abilities came from his rebound ability. If absorption of energy were to be quantified as a percentage, if he absorbed 0 energy, he would only barely reach the level of a rear admiral. However, if he could absorb 100, he could unleash the power of a quasi-admiral. Just like the last time he defeated Kizaru, he absorbed Kizaru's energy to 100 with his Yada no Kagami, allowing him to unleash astonishing power and seize the opportunity to ambush Kizaru. If he hadn't fully absorbed the energy, even if he saw Kizaru's opening, he wouldn't have enough power to deal with him. What was frustrating for Chenos was that he had been practicing his energy absorption for more than a year now. Whenever he had free time, he would constantly practice this ability, but to this day, he had only made a little progress. For example, now, while standing at the bow of the ship absorbing the energy of the sea breeze, he could only absorb 10 of energy in an hour. To fully absorb the energy, he would need at least 10 hours. Moreover, he couldn't move. If he did, the absorption efficiency would decrease again, allowing him to absorb only about 5 per hour. Such a slow absorption rate felt incredibly frustrating. He might as well be a punching bag for Fisher, as he could absorb full energy in just an hour. This left Chenos feeling very confused. He didn't know how to advance his absorption ability further or how to increase the efficiency of absorption. What troubled Chenos the most was that it seemed his absorption ability had reached its limit. The amount he could absorb had maxed out, and he couldn't break through any further. It was like a bucket. It could only hold so much water. Once the water exceeded the bucket's capacity, the excess would overflow and harm him. However, this also made Chenos feel that if he could break through the absorption limit, he would undoubtedly be able to achieve true admiral-level strength, rather than the quasi-admiral strength he had after fully absorbing energy. Chenos catch. Fisher suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, holding the tail of a large fish and throwing it toward Chenos. After Chenos used his fruit ability to absorb the impact of the large fish thrown at him, he steadied it in his hand and reluctantly walked towards the kitchen. "You all wait a moment. I'll go cook first." On the Freedom, Fisher, as the boss of Fishman Street, had never cooked before. He always had others prepare food for him. Tizolo, who aspired to be a singer since childhood, could hardly be expected to learn how to cook. As for Shaq, there was even less to say. He only knew how to study machines, sail, and repair them. As for anything else, he was completely clueless. Sometimes when Shaq got absorbed in his research, if he didn't call him to eat, he could starve himself to death. Thus, only Chenos, who had crossed over from the land of gourmet food, could cook meals that were actually edible, even earning praise from the three guys who had never experienced fine cuisine. However, since everyone had a large appetite, including Chenos himself, maintaining his fruit ability required a lot of physical strength, necessitating a substantial amount of food to sustain him. Fisher, standing at 5 meters 2, also needed a lot of food to support his massive and robust body. As for Tizolo, due to Chenos's intense training, which was constantly enhancing his various abilities, his food intake had also begun to increase gradually. The one who ate the least was Shaq, as a half-robot. Food was not his primary energy source for activity. He generally relied on electricity to power his machinery. Even so, Chenos spent 4 to 5 hours each day cooking, significantly encroaching on his training time. When factoring in time for eating and sleeping, the time left for Chenos to train became even less. Therefore, Chenos planned that when they reached the next island, he would definitely find a chef to free himself from the kitchen. More than an hour later, after finally finishing the meal, Chenos let out a sigh of relief and called everyone over to eat. Just then, Tizolo, who was training in the observation room on the 3rd floor, shouted to Chenos, "Chenos, we can see the island ahead. We're about to reach the next island." Upon hearing the news, Chenos hurriedly placed the food on the table and rushed to the 3rd floor. After using the telescope to observe, he indeed saw an island through the lens, with many large birds flying in the sky above it. Chenos was excited at that moment. "Shark, full speed ahead. We must find a chef member on this island." At that time, Shark also came to the 3rd floor, calculated the distance, and said to Chenos, "No need to rush. It will take at least 2 more hours to reach that island. We can have a good meal first." Chenos was furious at that moment. "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Hurry up and push the engine to full power. I want to reach that island as fast as possible." Shaq shot Chenos a glance. "The 2 hours I mentioned is the time it takes for the ship to run at maximum power. If you're in a hurry, just go over to that island first." After spending some time together, Shaq understood what kind of person Chenos was and knew that he wouldn't do anything too harsh to his companions. At most, just give him a beating. Knowing there was no danger to his life, Shaq often took jabs at Chenos to express his dissatisfaction about being tricked onto the ship. Especially when he found out that Chenos didn't actually have a billion belly to pay him, he would almost always find an excuse to tease Chenos, showing no fear of him at all. After hearing Shaq's words, Chenos could only helplessly go downstairs to eat. When he finished his meal and cleaned the dishes, the Freedom had almost arrived at the type of island he had seen earlier. However, when the Freedom docked at the island, Chenos felt a sense of unease after seeing the appearance of the island. After Chenos arrived on the island and saw the forest composed of trees that were about 100 meters tall, so thick that it took 5 or 6 people to hug one, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This island had such towering and sturdy trees. It must be a primitive type of island. In a strange world of pirates, islands from various periods could appear, and the trees on this island clearly took decades, if not hundreds of years, to grow this tall. If this island is indeed a primitive type, then finding a suitable chef would undoubtedly be a pipe dream. It's possible that the people on this island live a primitive lifestyle hunting, and gathering. As the saying goes, now that we are here, we can only go ashore to see the situation and replenish our supplies. Taizolo said to the three, "You go explore the island. I'll stay on the ship to guard." During this time, Taizolo had become a training fanatic. His once slender body was gradually becoming more robust, and he had begun to master the use of armament Haki and observation Haki. However, his combat power was still the weakest on the ship. Even when using his devil fruit abilities, he was still no match for Shaq, which made the strong-willed Taizolo focus all his current goals on training. Hearing this, Chenos nodded and instructed Taizolo, "This is the new world, not the previous pirate paradise. If anything happens, don't be reckless, call me immediately." Seeing Chenos a bit worried about him, Taizolo felt warm in his heart. He seriously said to Chenos, "Don't worry, Chenos. I'm really scared and won't be reckless." Upon hearing Taizolo say this, Chenos felt relieved and headed to the island with Fisher and Shaq. Chenos walked while speaking. "Our goal this time is to find qualified chefs to join us. However, if you see other strong individuals with decent character, feel free to invite them as well. Other than that, you can move around freely and see if there's anything you need to buy. Also, this is a signal flare given to me by Sister Shaki. There are 2 types, one blue and one red. If you encounter someone suitable for an invitation but cannot invite them, you can fire the blue signal flare. If you encounter danger, fire the red signal flare immediately." During the 3 days of rest on Shambodi Island, Shaki gave Chenos many good things, one of which was the signal flares, and she even gave him a large number, afraid that he wouldn't have enough. After walking for a short distance, they came across a highly modernized small town with several modern factories beside it, each with long chimneys continuously emitting black smoke. Behind the factories was an enormous mountain, so high that it seemed impossible to see the top at a glance. The birds that Chenos had seen while at sea were also circling around the mountainside. Upon seeing such a modern town on the island, Chenos finally felt a bit relieved. This kind of town should have chefs available. The 3 of them walked towards the town, and upon arriving, they saw a huge pirate flag hanging at the entrance, featuring a skull with a pair of massive horns, which made Chenos furrow his brow. He said to the 2, "This is the territory of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Be careful." The 2 nodded and then split up to act independently. This time on the island, Shaq wanted to buy some mechanical parts and research equipment, for which he took all the money that others had given to Chenos. On the other hand, Fisher had no specific plans. Chenos just asked him to walk around the human island to learn about human customs and practices. Not only that, but Chenos also gave him a task, to make friends with humans. When Shaq heard that Fisher was going to make friends, he generously gave Fisher 10,000 berries as funding, hoping that he could be more generous and invite him for drinks after making some good friends. After the 2 left, Chenos took out a 10,000 berry bill from his shoe sole and smiled as he walked toward the restaurant. His goal this time being to find a chef who could free him from a kitchen. Once he reached the streets of the town, Chenos discovered that weapons were being sold everywhere. Whether it was handguns, rifles, or sniper rifles, there were even some rocket launchers and cannons. The island was also crowded with people from all over the world, bargaining with the weapon stall owners on the street. At that moment, a newly set up weapon stall immediately attracted numerous people, which piqued Chenos' curiosity. He walked over to see what kind of weapon could attract so many people. Cool me. Come, take a look. This is the Lalo heavy sniper rifle, just crafted by Master Lalo. It can explode the body of a divine eagle upon impact, with tremendous power. Come take a look. Chenos walked over and found a nearly 3-meter-long sniper rifle displayed at the weapon stall. The streamlined lines on the gun made Chenos feel as if he had returned to the time before his journey, reminiscent of the sniper rifles reported in the news. This sniper rifle was more like a sniper cannon than a gun. At that moment, a burly man picked up the sniper rifle, took a glance, and aimed it at the god eagle soaring thousands of meters in the sky. The man took aim and without hesitation pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the burly man was knocked back several steps by the terrifying recoil of the gun, while the god eagle in the sky was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. "Haha, this feels great. How much is this gun? I want it." 1,000,000 belly, the stall owner said. Before he could finish, the burly man said to the stall owner, 1,000,000? Good, I'll buy it. The stall owner did not respond to the burly man and continued, starting price. This gun was handcrafted by a master gunsmith. Just the bullet you fired earlier costs 1,000 belly each, but that bullet is on the house. Come on, everyone, you've seen the power of this gun. Starting at 1,000,000, highest bidder wins. Cernos felt that the stall owner was somewhat presumptuous. This gun had immense power. However, on the street, how many people could afford a starting bid of 1,000,000? But soon, Reality slapped Cernos in the face as the onlookers began to place bids. In no time, the price of the sniper rifle soared to over 5 million belly, ultimately being won by someone who shouted out a high price of 6 million. This made Cernos secretly click his tongue. Were the people on this island really that wealthy? However, Cernos' eyes soon lit up. Should he find some kind-hearted people to sponsor him? Although he wanted the wealthy individuals on the island to support him, Cernos didn't act immediately. Instead, he planned to go to a restaurant to see if there were any chefs available. After all, causing a scene right now would likely attract the members stationed on the island by Kaido. In fact, as long as they weren't the top executives of Kaido's 3 disasters. Cernos wasn't too afraid of the others like the 6 flying blades. Their strength was at most comparable to his own. However, they were still under the 4 emperors of Kaido. If Cernos encountered Kaido now, he would probably only be able to sober him up. It was more important to lay low and develop for now. After Chenos inquired about the most famous restaurant on the island, he headed towards it. Upon entering the restaurant, he found it indeed bustling with customers. Even during off-peak hours, the restaurant was filled with diners. However, most of the patrons were dressed simply. When Chenos looked up at the menu and prices on the wall, he understood why the restaurant was so popular. It resembled a fast food joint from later times, primarily catering to factory workers. With very affordable prices, ordinary dishes costing only 1,000 or 2,000 belly, while better dishes were around 5,000 belly. Chenos then ordered the restaurant's signature dish to give it a try. After placing his order, he noticed that the first floor was already full, so he went upstairs to a window seat to enjoy the view while waiting for his meal. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a children's rhyme from outside. Archer, Archer, 10 years of practice is not as good as half a year's skill. Archer, Archer, killing the divine eagle is not as good as me. Archer, Archer, the king of divine eagles is about to appear. Archer, Archer, no one cares like a little dog. On the street, a group of children surrounded a man over 2 meters tall, with a long bow and quiver on his back, a lean and muscular build, and shoulder-length wavy hair, continuously singing the rhyme. Sir, your signature big chicken leg is ready. Please enjoy. A waiter placed Chenos' dish down and was about to leave when Chenos called him back. Hey, what's the deal with that guy? Why are the kids surrounding him and mocking him? The waiter laughed upon seeing the man outside. Ha ha, you must be talking about Yang Yuji. This guy is the last archer on our gun island. In the past, our island was called Bow Island because we had to deal with divine eagles. The birds that fly from that huge divine eagle mountain. These divine eagles prey on humans and would come down from the mountain periodically to capture people to eat. To combat these divine eagles, the people of our island practiced archery skills. I heard that in the past, people could even shoot flaming arrows. But later, when Lord Kaido took over the island and began building a munitions factory, the people here started to use guns. They found that someone who had practiced archery for 10 years might not be able to kill a divine eagle, while someone who had practiced shooting for only 6 months could bring one down with a more powerful gun. Thus, the children came up with the saying, 10 years of practice is not as good as half a year as skill. Chenos asked in surprise. Even if he practices archery and others use guns, would they really go so far as to make up children's songs to humiliate him? The waiter shook his head helplessly, looking at Yang Yuji on the street with some sympathy. In fact, no one would say anything against practicing archery. The problem is that Yang Yuji's father is a madman who is obsessed with archery. Seeing that the people on the island gradually abandoned archery, he started to go crazy. Whenever he encountered someone on the island, he would tell them that there was a king of divine eagles on Divine Eagle Mountain, and only those who could shoot flaming arrows could kill this king. At first, everyone was very anxious because these divine eagles were already very fierce. Several pirates under Kaido had died trying to kill them. After hearing Yang Yuji's father's words, Lord Kaido even came personally, transforming into a dragon to fly up to Divine Eagle Mountain to take a look, but found nothing. However, not only did Lord Kaido not blame Yang Yuji's father for lying, he even invited him to join his pirate crew, but his father actually refused. He insisted that he needed to protect the people on the island and couldn't leave. Moreover, he trained his son Yang Yuji in archery every day. 2 years ago, Yang Yuji's mad father died, but Yang Yuji went mad along with him, constantly claiming that his father was right and that there was a king of divine eagles on the island. As a result, many people on the island gradually shifted from sympathy to mockery, and this children's song only started to be sung in the past 2 years. Chenos politely thanked the waiter, who looked at Chenos with curiosity about Yang Yuji and mysteriously said to Chenos, "Sir, your seat is just perfect. You can enjoy our island's monthly fun competition later." "All right, I have to get back to work. Enjoy your meal." "Fun competition?" Chenos, while eating a large chicken drumstick, glanced over at Yang Yuji on the street. However, after just 2 bites, Chenos frowned. The restaurant's signature dish, the large chicken drumstick, is made by flipping the meat from the chicken leg to form a shape resembling a mallet. As a result, it is called the large chicken drumstick. But the taste can only be described as average, somewhat similar to the fried chicken legs Chenos had eaten in his previous life. This method is completely typical of fast food, requiring little to no culinary skill. It seems that there are no suitable chef members for his ship in this restaurant. This troubled Chenos, as he not only failed to find a crew member, but also spent half of his limited money. At this moment, the street began to liven up, as a rather shady-looking guy carrying a black suitcase approached Yang Yuji, followed by a large crowd. They were cheering and shouting. "Yang Yuji, our brother Shurji is here to challenge you to a shooting match. Hurry up and admit defeat." The person referred to as Shurji walked up to Yang Yuji, raised his head arrogantly, and said disdainfully, "Yang Yuji, you might as well admit defeat to save me time." Yang Yuji looked at Shurji, speechlessly. "It seemed that it was you who invited me to compete. If we don't compete, that's fine, but I won't refund your money." Shurji's face changed dramatically as he hurried to Yang Yuji's side, covered his mouth, and whispered, "Bastard, I was just saying that for show. Remember to shoot a little off-target later. As long as I win, I'll give you some money." Chenos, using his observation Haki, overheard their conversation and immediately became interested. Is match fixing this open now? Moreover, Chenos wanted to see what kind of strength this guy, known as the Last Archer, actually had. His father could be invited by Kaido, so he must be quite strong, and he has been trained by a powerful father since childhood, so his strength should be decent too. If he is strong enough, perhaps he could be invited onto the ship. On the streets of Gun Island, Yang Yuji and Shurji stood side by side in the middle of the street, while 300 meters away from them stood 2 targets only 50 centimeters in size. The targets were made of cowhide, and there were some flies buzzing around them, seemingly having found a good sunbathing spot. However, standing 10 meters away, the flies on the target had already become tiny black dots. At 100 meters, not only could you not see the flies, but even the circles on the target had become somewhat blurred. From the 300 meters where the 2 stood, even the target had turned into a small black dot. For an average person, even with the aid of a scope, hitting the target would not be guaranteed. After all, factors like wind speed and recoil had to be considered. Moreover, both were standing while shooting, making it even more difficult. The crowd on the street was also drawn to this competition, with countless people crowding to watch from both sides of the street. The window where Chenos was located became an excellent viewing spot, as many customers came over to seek Chenos' permission to watch the match together. Chenos was curious about why the 2 were competing, so he agreed to the other guests' requests. However, before Chenos could ask, the guests began discussing it among themselves. Before long, Chenos understood why a gunslinger would seek out the archer Yang Yuji for a shooting competition. It turned out that this island was under the jurisdiction of Drought Jack, and the sniper rifles produced here were famous worldwide. Drought Jack would occasionally come here to take weapons for sale. Through this, he learned that there was also an archer practicing archery on the island. After seeing Yang Yuji, Drought Jack invited him to join the Beast Pirates. But Yang Yuji refused again. Drought Jack greatly admired Kaido and often imitated him in many ways, such as Kaido's exceptional tolerance for powerful talents, like Ashura, who was hailed as the strongest warrior among the Red Scabbards. Even knowing that the other party was a warrior under Kazuki Oden, Kaido did nothing to him and allowed him to live in Wano. After sensing Yang Yuji's strength, Drought Jack didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, he said that if Yang Yuji ever changed his mind and wanted to go to sea as a pirate, he could come find him anytime. Soon after, someone known as the strongest sniper on Gun Island approached Yang Yuji and publicly challenged him. Yang Yuji accepted. Although the strongest sniper on Gun Island did not defeat Yang Yuji, the match ended in a draw. However, this made that person famous again, becoming the hottest sniper on the island. In the end, he was successfully noticed by Drought Jack and invited to join the Beast Pirates. This suddenly made the entire Gun Island erupt with excitement. As a result, more and more people began to challenge Yang Yuji, and countless individuals sought matches against him. At first, many of the challengers were decent snipers who gained immense fame through their matches with Yang Yuji, with many indeed being noticed by the Beast Pirates and invited to join the crew. However, gradually, the remaining snipers were not strong enough. Even if they competed against Yang Yuji and even won, they still were not chosen by the pirates. Subsequently, no one was selected by the pirates anymore. Nevertheless, the custom of competing against Yang Yuji remained. It was as if snipers on this island did not qualify as snipers until they defeated Yang Yuji. Thus, A custom emerged on Gun Island where someone would compete against Yang Yuji every month. Seeing that preparations were complete and the people in front of the target had left, Shurji said to Yang Yuji, "The preparations are ready. As the challenger, I'll go first." Yang Yuji shrugged nonchalantly, indicating for him to start. Although Shurji looked somewhat sleazy, he was very serious about shooting. He held his gun, took a deep breath, carefully felt the airflow around him, then took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of gunshot, a black dot appeared at the center of the target 300 meters away. After firing, Shurji quickly used his scope to observe and, upon seeing that he hit the center, excitedly pumped his fist. He proudly said to Yang Yuji, "Right in the bullseye, it's your turn." After saying this, Shurji exchanged a glance with Yang Yuji, who nodded, picked up his bow and arrow, casually aimed, and shot at the target. At this moment, someone by the target shouted, "One ring, almost a miss." Upon hearing this, Shurji was overjoyed. Since Yang Yuji only hit one ring, he was almost guaranteed to win. So, he whispered to Yang Yuji, "Be a bit more serious." Yang Yuji helplessly replied, "All right, how about this? You shoot your remaining 4 shots, and I'll shoot 4 arrows in a row. This way, it will be faster, and I can get back to eat sooner. What do you think?" Shurji had no problem with this. He wanted to finish quickly to receive the cheers and praises from his friends. So, he raised his gun and began shooting at the target, achieving 3 shots with 10 rings and 1 with 9 rings. Now, even if Yang Yuji hit all the bullseyes, he could not surpass him. Shurji's little brothers, seeing how impressive Shurji was with such high scores, couldn't stop praising him. "Shurji is so strong. Haha, even if Yang Yuji gets 1 arrow, Shurji is still guaranteed to win. What else is there? Yang Yuji, why don't you hurry up and kneel to admit defeat?" The shouts from the little brothers excited Shurji even more, and he spread his arms to accept the praise around him. However, Yang Yuji remained calm and indifferent, taking out 4 arrows from his quiver, knocking them all on the bow. Then, with his veins bulging, he pulled the bowstring back to a full moon shape. Whoosh! The 4 arrows shot out, making only one sound, and they almost instantly disappeared from people's sight. When they reappeared, they had already struck the target. Upon seeing this display from Yang Yuji, the surrounding people secretly marveled at his strength. 1 ring, 3 rings, 3 rings, 7 rings, totaling 15 rings. Yang Yuji lost. Just moments ago, the crowd had been admiring Yang Yuji's impressive performance with 4 arrows in 1 draw. But when they heard that he only scored 15 rings with 5 arrows, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems Yang Yuji's strength is declining year by year. He could almost score 50 rings before, but now he can only score 15. Haha, this is hilarious. What kind of archer is this? He might as well practice shooting. Otherwise, he is getting worse each year. Hearing the crowd's ridicule, Yang Yuji ignored them and kept staring at Shurji. Shurji understood his intent and pulled out a handful of money, scattering it into the air. "Yang Yuji, it seems you don't know I pay to compete with you. But out of pity, I'll still give you the money. Take your time picking it up." After saying this, Shurji laughed proudly and left with his little brothers. After the crowd finished watching the excitement, they dispersed. Sitting by the window, Chenos smiled and said, "Yang Yuji is quite strong. We can recruit him." The people around looked at Chenos in surprise. Is this guy blind? Yang Yuji only scored 15 rings, and he still thinks he's strong? He must be a fool. I say, friend, are you a pirate from outside? If you want to recruit someone, that Shurji just now is great. Don't choose this useless Yang Yuji. Yeah, there are many decent snipers on the island if you want to pick a crew member. Besides, even if you want to invite Yang Yuji, he won't agree. After all, he has to protect Gun Island from the attack of the King of the Griffins. Haha. However, Chenos paid them no mind, jumping out of the window and using a leap to dash towards the target's location. The sudden display of strength from Chenos startled the people around him. Those on the 2nd floor exchanged glances. Someone with such strength should also be a big pirate, and surely a big pirate wouldn't make a mistake, right? Could it be that Yang Yuji really is a strong one? After a few leaps, Chenos arrived next to Yang Yuji's target. Seeing the target up close, Chenos couldn't help but laugh. It seems my intuition was right. Although I didn't find the chef, I did find the marksman. The 5 arrows on the target had all hit the wings of a fly, and on the ground were 5 wingless flies bewilderedly rubbing their heads. At a distance of 300 meters, hitting 5 flies on the target is far more impressive than hitting some ridiculous 10-ring. Moreover, Yang Yuji didn't just hit the flies, but specifically their wings. Such skill is simply monstrous. With this thought in mind, Chenos took the arrows out of the target and reappeared beside Yang Yuji. Seeing Yang Yuji still picking up money from the ground, Chenos squatted down to help him. "Yang Yuji, hello. I am Chenos, captain of the Vari's pirates, and I would like to invite you to join us. Yang Yuji didn't even look up and said to Chenos, sorry, I'm not interested in joining your pirate crew. After being rejected, Chenos was not surprised at all. Instead, he smiled and said to Yang Yuji, if I help you kill the king of the griffin, would you consider going out to sea with me? At this moment, Yang Yuji finally reacted, looking up at Chenos, do you believe in the king of the griffin? Chenos nodded and sincerely said to Yang Yuji, yes, I believe you, and I will help you defeat it. Yang Yuji's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he lowered his head and replied to Chenos, thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it, but I'm sorry, I still can't leave with you. I need to protect this island from the harm of the divine eagles. After finishing his words, Yang Yuji took the bow and arrow from Chenos' hand, then politely bowed to Chenos before turning to leave. What if I kill all the divine eagles on this island? Yang Yuji paused his steps, and after a moment of silence, he turned his back to Chenos and said, we'll talk about it then. Hearing Yang Yuji's words, Chenos immediately smiled. Haha, just wait. I will help you kill all the divine eagles, so you can join my crew without any burden. However, Yang Yuji did not stop again, but continued to walk away from Chenos step by step. Then, Chenos began asking the people on the island about the divine eagles while searching for a cook. When he casually asked a local why they didn't kill all the divine eagles, the person looked at Chenos as if he were foolish. The divine eagles on the island were unkillable. They lived on a mountain of unknown height. To kill them all, there were only two ways. One was to climb up, face the siege of the divine eagles on their territory, and defeat them. The other way was to wait for 2 days until the annual Divine Eagle Day, when the eagles would come down from the mountain to hunt humans as food. Those were the only two ways to kill them all. But the divine eagles were simply too numerous, and they attacked humans in groups. Even with the 100 beasts pirate crew present, it would be impossible to completely wipe them out. Even if a lot were killed on Divine Eagle Day each year, there would still be many eagles coming down to hunt humans the following year. If we could kill them all, we would have done it long ago. Divine Eagle Day? It seems I arrived just in time. I can save a lot of effort. For Chenos, he was not worried about being unable to kill the divine eagles. He was only concerned that their chaotic flying would prevent him from killing them all, since the divine eagles would come down in 2 days. He only needed to wait for 2 days. So, Chenos returned to the meeting point and launched a blue signal flare to summon Fisher and Sharkback. When the two saw Chenos' signal flare, they understood that he had found his companions and stopped wandering around the island to regroup with Chenos. Once everyone gathered on the ship, Chenos explained Yang Yuji's situation to the three, and they all became interested. If Yang Yuji has such strong abilities, we must bring him onto our ship. Yes, having such a powerful archer will provide us support in battles against strong enemies, greatly reducing our pressure. Haha, it's just a few birds. We'll help him kill them. The three all agreed with Chenos' idea of bringing Yang Yuji into the crew, but at that moment, Shark looked at Chenos and said, Chenos, weren't you going to find a cook? Where is he? Kinasutan was momentarily taken aback and said somewhat embarrassedly, I haven't found anyone yet, but there's still 2 days left. I'll go look on the island again. Shaq rolled his eyes at Chenosu. You didn't understand what I meant. What I mean is, since you haven't found a chef, why don't you just cook? I'm almost starving here. Chenos couldn't help but painfully cover his face, then helplessly walked towards the kitchen. As he walked, he thought to himself, I must find a chef on this island in the next 2 days. I don't want to cook anymore. The 2 days passed quickly, and during this time, Chenos had almost searched every cook and person who could cook on the island. But none met his requirements. Chenos could only resign himself to fate, hoping that on the next island, he could find a decent chef. Even if he didn't have much combat ability, as long as he could cook well, it would be enough to get him out of the kitchen. The long-awaited day of the Griffin also arrived. Today's Gun Island was different from the bustling Gun Island of the past. The merchants from various countries, street vendors, and pirates who came to buy guns were all gone. The streets were empty, not a single figure in sight. However, the people on the island had not disappeared. They were all hiding in their houses. As Chenos and the other 3 members walked down the street, they could still see the eyes of the island's residents peeking through the cracks of their doors. At that moment, a Kinder resident opened the door slightly and whispered to Chenos and the others, Hey, hurry over here. It's a matter of life and death. The Divine Eagle is coming. Find a place to hide quickly. After shouting this, the resident saw that Chenos and the others were still standing in the street, so he waved his hand at them. If you can't find a place, come hide in my house first. Hurry over. Chenos slightly bowed towards the direction of the resident to express his gratitude. Thank you, but we won't go inside to hide. Our purpose is to kill the divine vulture. You guys a bunch of fools. The resident didn't expect that Chenos and the others actually wanted to kill the divine vulture, It was simply looking for death. Seeing that Chenos no longer looked his way, he sighed and closed the door again. Chenos turned to Fisher and said, "You see, there are still good people among humans. Even strangers are willing to lend a hand to help others." Fisher's eyes lit up as he nodded at Chenos. However, most people are silent. When they are bullied, they remain silent. And when they see others being bullied, they also stay silent. Only when they're left with no choice, only when they can't go on living, do they raise their voices. Therefore, for most people, we can't rely on them, as long as they don't create trouble for us. That is the greatest help they can offer. Chenos sighed and said that in this world where force is revered, he was not optimistic about the Dragon Revolutionary Army. They spread the ideology of liberation worldwide and continuously helped some countries break free from the control of the world government, gradually moving toward their goal of overthrowing the world government and the Celestial Dragons. However, this process was too slow and not very effective. In this world, ordinary people really had little impact. Just like Chenos, who was only at the vice admiral level, no matter how many ordinary people came, he could kill them all. What could these people do to help when it came to overthrowing the world government? They could do nothing. In the end, it still relied on high-end combat power to deal with the strong of the world government, to either kill or subdue them. Only then could a change of regime be possible. Only then could the world government be overthrown. Of course, the prerequisite was that high-end combat power had to become the strongest in the world, possessing the ability to defeat everyone. Whitebeard's strength was already the strongest in the world, but in Chenos' eyes, he was still not strong enough. The combined forces of the Navy's Garp and Sengoku could still contend with him, and with the addition of the 3 admirals, victory or defeat was uncertain. But what if Whitebeard became strong enough to defeat all the strong of the Navy by himself? Would the Navy still dare to capture Ace? Would the world government still be the world government? At that time, the world government should be Whitebeard. Therefore, Chenos' goal was to become such a powerful being, someone who could take down all the strong of the world government by himself. When that time came, he could kill the Celestial Dragons at will, and he could overthrow the world government whenever he wanted. In a world where the strong are revered, the strongest should possess everything. Thinking of this, Chenos' gaze became more determined. He needed to grow stronger, continuously grow stronger, until he became the strongest. Then storm into Mariejois and make these scum feel his pain. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates on Gun Island, a tall and robust figure was present. He had golden hair tied in a ponytail and 2 braids, with a metal jaw on his mouth, and adorned with ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders. He was covered in a fur coat and wielded 2 weapons resembling shotel knives, wearing a belt with the emblem of the Beast Pirates. This person was Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates. He had just arrived at Gun Island that morning, intending to pick up a batch of sniper rifles to deliver to a small country as per Kaido's orders. Currently, this small country was on the verge of losing its battle against the rebels, and if they lost, no one would buy Kaido's weapons. Therefore, Kaido ordered Jack to hurry and send the guns to the small country to help them defend the royal city and counterattack the rebels with sniper rifles. Now that they encountered the threat of the Griffins, the workers had no way to load the goods. Thus, Jack had to wait at the headquarters. However, after waiting for a long time, Jack still did not see the Griffins coming and began to feel a bit impatient. To him, the arrival of the Griffins was not important. What mattered was completing Lord Kaido's orders. Everyone, get out and start moving the guns. Hurry up and load them onto the ship. I don't have time to waste here. A Beast Pirates officer hesitated and said to Jack, Lord Jack, but today is Griffin Day. Those Griffins will be out in force today to hunt humans. No one dares to go out. Jack's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily at the man, Are the Griffins scary, or am I scary? The Griffins will kill them. Can I kill them too? Immediately give the order for all the workers to go to the dock and move the goods. Anyone who doesn't show up will be killed. Under Jack's murderous aura, the officer broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Lord Jack, you'll see all the workers at the dock soon. After speaking, the officer immediately led a team toward the factory. Not long after, he brought over 100 workers, pulling goods toward the dock. I know today is Griffin Day, but this batch of goods is urgent for Lord Kaido. It must be loaded and leave today. Lord Drought has issued a death order. If I don't hurry up and load the goods, we'll all be killed. Hurry, everyone work faster. While the Griffin's Haven tea come out yet. We need to finish loading the goods. After that, we can all hide from the Griffins. That's the only way we can survive. The workers also understood Jack's temperament. They knew that if they couldn't finish loading the goods today, Jack wouldn't care why they didn't finish and would definitely kill them. Now, while the Griffins hadn't come, they hurriedly loaded the goods, hoping they might survive. Otherwise, if they angered Jack, they would definitely die. The workers rushed to load the goods onto the truck, and once one truck was full, they quickly transported it to the dock. At the dock, the workers were also hurrying to move the goods from the truck onto the ship, under the looming threat of the griffins returning at any moment. The workers worked with unprecedented efficiency, finishing half of the goods in less than half an hour. At this rate, they would finish loading all the goods in another half hour at most. This rapid efficiency also made Jack nod in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that people can only unleash their potential under the threat of death. Haha. This loading speed is more than double the usual. Looks like I should thank those griffins. The officer beside Jack echoed him, but his eyes kept glancing at the sky. Having been on Gun Island for many years, he understood how fierce those griffins were. Even some powerful pirates with bounties over 100 million could easily perish under the assault of numerous griffins. Not to mention him, a small fry with only a few tens of millions in bounty. In the New World, those with bounties under 100 million were basically small fries, while pirates with bounties over 100 million were already considered strong. Those with bounties over 300 million were usually captain-level figures under the four emperors. As for pirates with bounties of 500 million, they were among the most powerful at the captain level, like Ace and Little Oars. Pirates reaching 1 billion berries in bounty were either vice admirals or high-ranking officers. As for those with even higher bounties, they were legendary figures like the Golden Lion. Beyond, there were the four emperors. Of course, bounty is not the only standard to measure a strong person. However, once a person's bounty exceeds 100 million, they are undoubtedly a strong individual. This is recognized throughout the pirate world, and these griffins could surround and kill a strong person with a bounty over 100 million, indicating how formidable they were. The reason the officer followed Jack was also because he had Jack's protection. Even if the griffins attacked, he could at least keep his life under Jack's protection. Just as the officer was secretly pleased with his little cleverness, the sunlight began to slowly disappear, and a large mass of dark clouds appeared in the sky, causing the island to grow dim. The officer couldn't help but widen his eyes. Here they come. Only when all the griffins on the island moved out would it create such a darkening effect. The officer quickly picked up the horn hanging at his waist and shouted to everyone, "Hurry, hurry, move the goods onto the ship. The griffins are coming." Jack looked at the officer with appreciation. At this moment, he was still thinking about getting the workers to load the goods onto the ship first, which showed he was a good seedling. Unfortunately, his strength was a bit too weak. Then, he curiously looked up at the sky. He had been to Gun Island before and had killed these divine eagles. However, in his eyes, these divine eagles were very weak. He could take one down with a single strike. He noticed that both the workers and the pirates were very afraid of the divine eagle day, which piqued his curiosity. Could it be that these divine eagles become much stronger when they act together? At the same time, the residents of Gun Island also saw the divine eagles mobilizing and began preparing to defend themselves. Even if they hid inside their houses, the divine eagles would still attack them, using their razor-sharp claws to tear through buildings and abduct people. Therefore, the residents on the island had to fight back if they wanted to survive this divine eagle day. They opened up gaps in their all-metal roofs, and snipers extended their rifle barrels through the openings, aiming at the sky outside. As soon as the divine eagles dared to come down, they would not hesitate to shoot them down. Amidst this tense atmosphere, while all the residents on the island were nervously hiding in their homes, a figure slowly appeared on the street, carrying a huge backpack filled with arrows. This person was Yang Yuji. He arrived at the central square of the town, climbed to the highest point in the square, and instead of showing any fear, his face was filled with excitement. He murmured to himself, "This is the 20th year, the day the king of divine eagles, as my father said, will appear. Come on, let the people of the island know that we have not lied. We have always been the guardians of Bao Island." At that moment, he saw several figures appear in the square, one of whom waved at him. "Ha ha ha, Yang Yuji, we're here. Today, let us help you kill all these divine eagles, and that so-called king of divine eagles. After that, you have to come with us on the ship." Seeing that Chenos really showed up warmed Yang Yuji's heart, but he still coldly replied to Chenos, "Let us talk about it after you kill all the divine eagles. Just to let you know, there will be a lot of divine eagles later, and I won't have time to protect you." Chenos laughed and said, Who protects whom is still uncertain. Just, your safety is in my hands." Yang Yuji's lips curled up, and this time he did not refuse Chenos again. Good. Countless divine eagles appeared in the sky, emitting piercing eagle cries. And the many divine eagles cried out together, momentarily startling the heavens and silencing the clouds. At that moment, a sound that pierced the sky rang out. instantly drowning out all the sounds of the surrounding divine eagles. Regardless of Yang Yuji, Chenos, Fisher, or Jack, everyone's gaze was focused on the spot where the sound had just come from. However, there were simply too many divine eagles in the sky, and they obscured the sunlight, making it impossible to see the figure of the divine eagle that had just called out. Chenos looked at Yang Yuji with a serious expression and asked, "Was that the voice of the king of the divine eagles?" Yang Yuji nodded firmly and said excitedly, "Yes, that was the voice of the king of the divine eagles. After 20 years, it has finally appeared." However, Chenos frowned. The piercing voice that struck the soul also demonstrated the power of the king of the divine eagles, indicating that it would not be easy to deal with. It seemed they needed to be more cautious to avoid any mishaps. At that moment, the divine eagles in the sky seemed to have assembled completely. The ones at the bottom folded their wings, heads down like cannonballs, plunging vertically towards the houses in the town. The bodies of the divine eagles were enormous, and under the influence of gravitational acceleration, they fell towards the ground at an astonishing speed. The island's residents had been well prepared, aiming their guns at the divine eagles in the sky. After years of development, the sniper rifles on the island had become incredibly powerful. As long as they hit the heads of the divine eagles, they could kill one with a single shot. Before long, dozens of divine eagles had fallen under the resident sniper rifles. The residents on the island were waiting for the moment the divine eagles would slow down. At that time, the divine eagles would spread their wings to decelerate and extend their sharp claws to tear through the roofs of the residents' houses. So the islanders were all ready, planning to take down another wave of divine eagles. However, this time the divine eagles seemed different from those in the past. When they were about to reach the rooftops, they still did not spread their wings, but instead charged straight down. The unusual behavior of the divine eagles caught the residents, who were accustomed to their attack patterns, off guard. By the time they reacted and prepared to shoot, it was already too late. Countless rooftops were shattered by the first wave of divine eagles. Some of the weaker houses collapsed entirely, leaving the residents inside either dead or injured, unable to retaliate. At this moment, the cry of the king of the divine eagles echoed through the sky once again, and the second wave of divine eagles dove down headfirst. Just like the first wave, Chenos widened his eyes in disbelief. Was the king of the divine eagles commanding these eagles? Did it possess intelligence? But at that moment, Chenos couldn't think too much. If those eagles crashed into the roofs of the houses, it would surely expose more residents to their presence. At that time, the island's inhabitants would have no way to survive the attacks of the eagles. Chenos had a good impression of the island's residents, and since he needed to help Yaoji complete the mission of protecting the Gun Island and eliminating the eagles, he decided to stop observing and go save people first. Chenos jumped onto the streetlight in the central square, looking up at the sky with arms wide open. Absorb the heavens. A white circular energy absorption barrier rose up, and when it reached midair, the energy barrier suddenly expanded. As the energy barrier continued to grow, its appearance began to turn transparent. Once Chenos covered the entire town with the absorption energy barrier, it became nearly invisible. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the divine eagles crashed into Chenos's energy barrier, creating small white spots on it, which quickly disappeared as if nothing had happened. The divine eagles that hit the barrier after getting up on it looked around in confusion, appearing somewhat lost. But Chenos would not allow them to be confused. He shouted to Yang Yuji and the other 3 crew members, "I'll let them down. Take the chance to kill them." The 4 answered in unison, "Okay." At this moment, Chenos released the divine eagles that had landed on the barrier, allowing them to fall off. Yang Yuji stared at Chenos in shock. He was nearly driven mad when he first saw that the King of Eagles could control these divine eagles. If the King of Eagles used such a tactic to break through the defenses of the island's residents, countless lives would be lost. Even if he killed all the divine eagles afterward, he still wouldn't fulfill his father's dying wish to protect the islanders from harm. Fortunately, Chenos had this strange ability to break the King of Eagles' control over the divine eagle's suicidal attacks. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With this thought, Yang Yuji didn't dare to waste time. Since Chenos was blocking so many divine eagles, there would definitely be a significant consumption of energy. So they had to eliminate the divine eagles quickly. Yang Yuji's right hand turned into an afterimage as he continuously took arrows from his quiver, knocking them on his bow and shooting them out. Each of Yang Yuji's arrows accurately hit a divine eagle in the head, and most of the arrows even shot into the divine eagle's ear holes covered by feathers, killing them with a single blow. Meanwhile, Shurji, who had just seen the divine eagles smashing houses, came to the square with the idea of banding together to fight. But when he saw Yang Yuji using his bow and arrows, creating a sensation akin to a machine gun combined with a sniper rifle, his jaw dropped in shock. Is this really Yang Yuji's true strength? Every arrow Yang Yuji shot out was at super high speed. However, while shooting arrows at such high speeds, Yang Yuji was able to ensure an almost 100 hit rate, which was simply monstrous, more precise than using a sniper rifle scope. It was terrifying. No wonder the first sniper who fought Yang Yuji to a standstill was noticed by the pirate crew. Being able to barely match Yang Yuji was already an incredibly strong feat, watching Yang Yuji fiercely shooting down divine eagles. Shurji also picked up a sniper rifle and aimed at the divine eagles in the sky. He had made up his mind that next time, he wouldn't need Yang Yuji to let him win. He would train to develop even stronger shooting abilities and challenge Yang Yuji again. Fisher, Tezelo, and Shaq were also surprised by Yang Yuji's strength. Such powerful capabilities belonged to a civilian who hadn't joined any faction. If Chenos could recruit him into the pirate crew, it would be like finding a treasure. To avoid being looked down upon by future ranged attackers, the three of them planned to show off in front of Yang Yuji and also began attacking the divine eagles. Fisher approached the edge of the square's pool and slapped the water surface, sending countless splashes into the air. Gunwave. As Fisher's palm struck the airborne water splash, it was instantly propelled outward, and due to its incredible speed, it emitted a sharp whistling sound in the air. Originally just ordinary water splashes, under Fisher's Fishman Karate, they unleashed terrifying power. The splashes sliced through the air like bullets, penetrating every divine eagle in their path until they disappeared, leaving no one able to see how far those droplets had flown. After unleashing a gun wave, Fisher didn't stop. He kept striking the water splashes before him, creating countless silver lines in the air, killing over 100 divine eagles. Meanwhile, Shaq extended both hands, aiming at the divine eagles in the sky. Suddenly, his palms split open, revealing 2 gun barrels inside. Electromagnetic chain ball cannon. Shaq's palms emitted a dazzling light simultaneously, with countless electric arcs flashing before finally transforming into brilliant white light shooting into the air. However, the 2 bright spheres shot by Shaq were not fast. Instead, they moved slowly toward the divine eagles in the sky. At first, the divine eagles saw the glaring objects flying toward them and thought it was an attack, so they tried to dodge. But after a while, they realized the 2 spheres were just changing positions without causing them any harm, so they ignored the glowing spheres. However, as the 2 spheres continued to swap places, rotating in a circular motion, the divine eagles sensed something was off. But by the time they reacted, it was too late. When the rotation speed of the 2 spheres reached its peak, an even brighter white light appeared, instantly engulfing everything within a 100-meter radius. As the buzzing white light slowly faded, a blank space appeared in the sky that had been obscured by the divine eagles, allowing sunlight to shine down on Gun Island once more. All the divine eagles within the 100-meter range previously covered by the white light were killed. Shaq entered a charging state, waiting for his energy to recharge before launching another attack. Although the electromagnetic chain ball cannon had enormous power, its drawbacks were also evident: slow attack speed and massive energy consumption. Seeing the impressive performances of the other 2 crew members, Tezelo decided to test his recent training results. He took a gold nugget the size of a brick from his pocket and threw it into the air, where it instantly transformed into gold dust and vanished. After a while, a smile crept onto Tezelo's face. Brain gold. After the gold dust was absorbed by the divine eagles, it infiltrated their bloodstream and flowed into their brains. Once enough had accumulated, Tezelo controlled the gold dust to coalesce into thorn-like gold chunks. The thorn-shaped gold chunks spun rapidly, instantly shattering the divine eagle's brain, killing it immediately. After killing one divine eagle, the thorn-shaped gold chunk would turn back into gold dust, continuing to float in the air to be absorbed by the next divine eagle for another kill. Tezelo's brain gold technique was also taught to him by Chenos. In his past life, Chenos saw that Tezelo's gold dust was merely used to control or assimilate enemies, which was a terrible waste. However, using this technique devised by Chenos allowed for killing invisibly and made it extremely difficult for opponents to resist, unless the enemies notice it and instantly use armed color Haki to isolate Tezolo's control, quickly jumping into the water to make Tezolo lose control over the gold. It is extremely difficult to defend against Tezolo's attacks. Tezolo has put a lot of effort into developing this move, and now it has finally reached a stage where it can be used in actual combat. After seeing the performance of the 3, Yang Yuji was even more surprised. Each of these individuals is incredibly powerful, and any one of them would be an extremely difficult opponent to deal with in a one-on-one battle. However, these people are all crew members under Chenos. This shows just how strong Chenos' power is. Otherwise, how could Chenos have convinced these individuals to follow him? The Griffin King, upon realizing that its previous strategy to deal with the island residents have been countered, resulting in the death of many griffins, stopped controlling the griffins to launch suicide attacks. Otherwise, if this continued, the griffins would soon be wiped out. The once overwhelming flock of griffins has now started to thin out, and sunlight is beginning to shine down on the ground through the gaps in the griffins. The Griffin King, perched atop the griffins, grew increasingly angry as it saw their numbers dwindle. It commanded all the griffins to attack freely, while it would personally deal with those who had caused its plan to fail. When Chenos saw that the divine eagle no longer fell freely, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and retracted the absorption barrier. However, as soon as the absorption barrier was withdrawn, Chenos' eyes widened in an instant, and a feeling of being filled to the point of almost exploding surged in his heart. No, I must quickly expend this energy, or I will burst. The suicidal attacks of tens of thousands of divine eagles, although not as powerful as the attacks of the yellow ape, compensated with their sheer numbers, making Chenos feel that he absorbed even more energy this time than from the yellow ape's attacks, and it felt even more fulfilling. Chenos quickly stepped into the moonwalk and flew into the air, intending to release the energy that was about to explode onto the divine eagles. After a few leaps, Chenos arrived among the flock of divine eagles in the sky. Infinite flash. Countless Chenos appeared in the air at the same time, continuously pointing their fingers at the heads of the divine eagles, unleashing energy that contained rebound force. As countless Chenos flashed by, the divine eagles in the sky didn't even have time to attack the residents below before being killed by Chenos. Each divine eagle that Chenos targeted had its head explode instantly, turning into headless birds that fell down. For a moment, it actually started raining divine eagles, with countless headless divine eagles dropping from the sky. Everyone below gaped in astonishment, staring at the flickering Chenos in the sky. This is too strong, right? The divine eagles that the people on the island needed sniper rifles to kill were as fragile as paper in Chenos' hands. With just a light poke from his finger, the seemingly impenetrable defense of the divine eagles was instantly pierced. Yang Yuji's eyes widened as he looked at Chenos in disbelief. With his sharp eyesight, he could see everything clearly, no matter how far or fast the target was. But now he couldn't see Chenos' movements at all. Even in his eagle-like eyes, he could only see Chenos' afterimages. This is too fast, right? If he faced Chenos, it would be extremely difficult for him to hit Chenos with his arrows, and he would only be on the receiving end of Chenos' attacks. As a long-range shooter, once Chenos, a close combat powerhouse, got close to him, he had no chance of survival at all. Fisher, Shark, and Tezelo were also shocked watching Chenos. Hey, do you think Chenos' strength has gotten even stronger? Yeah, the boss is getting more and more monstrous. I have to keep working hard to catch up with the boss's pace. Right now, my Fishman Karate can't pose any threat to Chenos at all. His speed and fruit abilities completely counter me. There's no way to fight back. The three of them could clearly feel Chenos' progress, and this was while they were sailing. Chenos had spent a lot of time cooking. Otherwise, Chenos' strength would have become even more formidable. Meanwhile, the king of the divine eagles could no longer watch. After all, if this continued, his subordinates would be completely wiped out by Chenos. With a cry, the king of the divine eagles transformed into a black line in the air and dived towards Chenos. However, while Chenos was using infinite flash, he was surprisingly interrupted by the king of the divine eagles, who could actually keep up with Chenos' speed. This astonished Chenos. He knew how fast his flashing speed was, at least supersonic, although he could only move at supersonic speeds over short distances. The fact that the king of the divine eagles could catch up to him and launch an attack indicated that its speed was even faster than his. It can be said that it truly is the king of the divine eagles. The king of the divine eagles interrupted Chenos' attack, and, after slashing at Chenos' body with its wings, found something was off. According to the king of the divine eagles' past experience, nothing could withstand its wing slashes. Even the incredibly tough divine eagles would be instantly sliced in half by its wings. But the human it had just slashed seemed completely unharmed? What was going on? Although the king of the divine eagles was intelligent, it couldn't figure out this problem. So, not willing to believe it, it launched another attack at Chenos. It dove towards Chenos again, opening its wings to slash at him, but Chenos only smiled disdainfully, remained in place, and extended a hand to block in front of the king of the divine eagles. The momentum with which the king of the divine eagles was diving towards Chenos was instantly halted, frozen in place right in front of Chenos' hand. The king of the divine eagles? Is that all? The king of the divine eagles widened its eyes, staring at Chenos in disbelief. Having never encountered a fruit ability before, it was momentarily stunned. However, the reason the king of the divine eagles was able to evolve into a king was due to its battle experience from fighting its way out of countless divine eagles. After a moment of daze, seeing Chenos raising his fist to prepare to attack, it quickly reacted. With a flap of its wings, it surged forward, using its sharp claws to grab at Chenos' palm. However, its attack was easily blocked by Chenos, who transformed his fist into a palm, absorbing the king of the divine eagles' attack and firmly grabbing its foot. Realizing its foot was caught, the king of the divine eagles immediately understood the danger and let out a piercing cry. Chenos thought it was bad, but when he tried to dodge, it was already too late. As the cry impacted Chenos' brain, his eyes went blank, and he released his grip on the divine eagle, falling headfirst to the ground. Chenos suddenly opened his eyes and, seeing the extremely familiar prison around him, felt a bit dazed. Didn't my brother Fisher rescue me? Why am I still in the Celestial Dragons' jail? Chenos shook his head, which felt like it was about to split open, trying to recall what had just happened. However, he couldn't remember anything, and it only made his head hurt more. Chenos, are you okay? You look very pale. Are you sick? Hancock said with concern, reaching for her sleeve to wipe Chenos' sweat. At that moment, a hand grabbed Hancock, lifting her up, and lewdly said, "Little beauty, don't pay attention to this sick fool. It's time for bed, let's go." After saying that, the man continuously eyed Hancock up and down, letting out lewd laughter. Chenos stared at the man with a murderous look and said coldly, "Who gave you the guts to flirt with my woman in front of me?" The man looked at Chenos in surprise and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, your woman? No, this is a toy in our cage. And who gave you, you sick fool, the courage to speak to me like that?" After saying this, the man kicked towards Chenos' abdomen. Chenos looked disdainfully at the man, advancing instead of retreating, intending to continue walking towards him. It seemed that he hadn't killed anyone for a long time, causing these lowlifes to forget his notorious name. But the next second, when a man's foot kicked Chenos, he was sent flying, the force of the kick so great that it made Chenos spit blood. "No, that's not right. Where are my devil fruit powers? Where's my Haki? Where are my six forms? Where's the physique I worked so hard to cultivate? Why is everything gone?" At this moment, Chenos realized that his body was so emaciated that he could hardly get up from the ground, let alone deal with the enemy. What was going on? However, the person who had taken Hancock did not pay attention to Chenos. Instead, he tore Hancock's clothes apart and continuously let out lewd laughter. The male slaves beside him surrounded Hancock. Before long, Chenos heard Hancock's piercing screams. "No, get away from me. Help." A surge of overwhelming anger rose in Chenos' heart, turning his eyes a deep red, filled with killing intent. Seeking death. As Chenos' fury erupted, he heard a faint sound of glass cracking in his heart. In an instant, the crack was repaired. Just as the crack appeared, it allowed Chenos to use his leap step, enabling him to instantly appear beside those people. Chenos instinctively used the sixth style, finger gun. However, this time Chenos' finger gun did not work like a bullet step. When his finger poked the position of a male slave's heart, it surprisingly broke his own finger. Chenos looked at his severed finger, and as he heard the piercing cries of Hancock and the perverse laughter of the male slaves around him, an indescribable rage surged within him. At that moment, the male slave who had just been stabbed by Chenos turned his head, gave Chenos a disdainful glance, and sent him flying with a punch. After being punched into the wall, Chenos slowly stood up, the anger in his heart constantly pounding in his brain, causing him to completely lose his rationality. Chenos let out a roar, the sound of shattering glass echoing in his heart. Crack! A huge sound of glass breaking resonated in Chenos' mind, shock waves emanating from his body, shattering everything around him. In the cell where Chenos was imprisoned, the male slaves and the humiliated Hancock were all shattered by this shockwave. The two flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Upon hearing the soul-piercing cry of the King of Eagles, Fisher immediately clutched his head in agony. After glancing at Chenos, who was falling from the sky, he disregarded the pain that felt like it would split his head open and rushed toward Chenos. Shaq and Tezelo both clutched their heads in pain, rolling on the ground, incapacitated. On the other side, Yang Yuki was also in too much pain to attack the King of Eagles, only able to watch anxiously as Chenos fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the King of Eagles, seeing that Chenos had lost his ability to resist, revealed a human-like mocking smile. With its wings spread wide, it swiftly swooped down toward Chenos. The feathers of the king of eagles glimmered with metallic light, slicing towards Chenos like an unmatched swift blade. Fisher, who was running wildly towards Chenos, felt his eyes about to burst and shouted no. He quickly condensed a ball of water in his palm and struck it towards the king of eagles. Water strike. But the king of eagles was too fast. Fisher's water strike only hit the king of eagles' afterimage. The king of eagles ignored the strange human on the ground who posed no threat to it. Its only goal now was to kill the human that posed a life-threatening challenge. When the king of eagles flew in front of Chenos, Chenos suddenly opened his crimson eyes, locking his gaze with the king of eagles. Immediately, an invisible shockwave erupted from Chenos' head. As the invisible shockwave spread outwards, it swept across the entire island, freezing everything in place as if time had stopped. The king of eagles, originally swooping towards Chenos, clutched its head in pain, and the flying eagles all plummeted from the sky like dumplings. As for the residents of the island, they were all knocked unconscious by the shockwave, collapsing to the ground. Shaq and Tezelo, who were already suffering from the king of eagles' cry, finally couldn't bear it any longer and fainted after being hit by the shockwave. Only Young Yuki and Fisher remained, pale and struggling to hold on. Young Yuki looked around, utterly shocked. What was happening? Why was everyone down? Fisher's mouth dropped open as he stared in shock at Chenos, who was roaring in the air. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Drought Jack looked at the unconscious subordinates and eagles scattered on the ground, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed toward Chenos. Ha ha, Conqueror's Haki. What a talent. I'll bring him back to Kaido, and he will surely be pleased. Conqueror's Haki, known as a trait that only a few among millions possess, is rare even in the monster-filled New World. Although it means little to those at the level of the four emperors, they understand that anyone with Conqueror's Haki, as long as they don't die prematurely, will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse capable of guarding a territory. However, those with Conqueror's Haki are generally difficult to subdue. But once they are with some training, they can easily grow to the level of a vice admiral. This was why Jack felt excited. It had been years since a newcomer with Conqueror's Haki appeared in the New World. If he could bring one back, it would surely please Kaido. With this thought, Jack kicked his subordinate lying next to him awake, instructing him to get to work and wake up the other workers and pirates to start loading the cargo onto the ship. He then rushed towards the location of Gun Island Town. At the same time, in the dream created by the King of Eagles, Chenos, filled with overwhelming anger, saw the King of Eagles again and roared angrily at it. He was unaware that he had unconsciously unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, only knowing that he wanted to kill the King of Eagles. The energy he had absorbed from the King of Eagles' suicidal attack, which was about to explode, erupted at this moment. Infinite flash. Chenos, when he reappeared, he was already next to the King of the Eagles. He kicked the King of the Eagles, sending him flying, and then his figure disappeared again, reappearing in front of the direction the King of the Eagles was sent flying. He threw another punch, then flashed to where the King of the Eagles appeared, launching another attack. From the ground, it looked as if Chenos was playing kickball, constantly kicking the King of the Eagles around in the air. Shock fist, finger gun, storm kick. The King of the Eagles attempted a suicide rebound. Chenos continuously unleashed various attacks on the King of Griffins, relentlessly bombarding it. Even with its invulnerable wings, the King of Griffins gradually found it hard to withstand Chenos' assaults, causing feathers to fall and wounds to appear on its body, with cherry-red blood spilling out. At this moment, Fisher and Yang Yuji, who had not fainted, stared in astonishment as Chenos mercilessly tormented the King of Griffins. The King of Griffins, capable of commanding thousands of griffins to attack the island, with a speed so fast that even Fisher couldn't keep up, and a power that could induce a splitting headache with its cries, was reduced to a mere plaything under Chenos' hands, like a football being kicked around. As Chenos continued its rapid assault, it gradually began to feel fatigued, especially after unleashing its Conqueror's Haki in a fit of extreme anger, causing Chenos' speed to slow down. Meanwhile, the King of Griffins, using its wings to shield its body, appeared battered and bloodied, yet these injuries were not life-threatening. However, if it continued to be attacked by Chenos, it would surely perish. Thus, the King of Griffins contemplated retreating, planning to find an opportunity to withdraw and heal its wounds, becoming even stronger before confronting Chenos again. After being knocked away by Chenos once more, this time the King of Griffins did not fold its wings tightly as before, but spread them wide, using the force for being struck to fly towards the distance. Although its fallen feathers slowed its speed compared to before, it still flew very quickly, narrowly evading Chenos' attacks and heading straight for Griffin Mountain without looking back. It firmly believed that once it returned to the cave on Griffin Mountain, these humans would be unable to harm it. The cave was too high. The cold and lack of oxygen would make it impossible for the humans to endure, causing them to give up. Even if the humans did not give up, the high altitude was its main battlefield, and no one would be its opponent there. The King of Griffins had a well-formed plan, full of ideals. But reality was always harsh. It had not flown far when it was met by Jack, who arrived just in time and struck it back with a single slash. What was that? Jack, rushing towards Chenos, saw a black dot approaching in the air and casually drew his sword, intending to slice through it. However, the King of Griffins, able to withstand so many attacks from Chenos with its extremely hard wings, demonstrated its strong defensive capabilities. Jack's blade did not cut it in half, but instead sent it flying back. Seeing the King of Divine Eagles flying back, Chenos couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He concentrated all the remaining energy in his body into his fist and threw a punch at the King of Divine Eagles. Ordinary punch. The incredibly resilient wings of the King of Divine Eagles could no longer withstand this punch, which contained all of Chenos' strength and energy. They shattered under the attack, leaving a huge crater on its body. However, the King of Divine Eagles surprisingly did not die and even planned to use Chenos' punch force to escape. At that moment, Chenos shouted at Yang Yuji, "Yang Yuji, quick, shoot it down, don't let it escape." Yang Yuji, who had been watching on the ground, immediately held his breath, focused his mind, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow, pulling the bowstring back to its fullest. A swirl of red and black energy surrounded the arrow. With a bang, Yang Yuji aimed at the King of Griffins and released his fingers. The arrowhead suddenly vanished. When the arrowhead reappeared, it was already next to the King of Griffins. At that moment, the red and black energy surrounding the arrow erupted, forming a fire phoenix engulfed in red flames with black tail feathers, which let out a cry and charged towards the King of Griffins. Upon seeing the fire phoenix, the King of Griffins could not help but show a look of terror. If it had been at its peak, it could have avoided it with its speed, but now, severely injured, it had no way to dodge and could only watch as the fire phoenix plunged into its body. The King of Griffins let out a chilling cry, and then countless flames erupted from its body. Its wings, once as hard as iron, were instantly burned away by the flames, leaving it unable to protect itself. The King of Griffins widened its eyes, staring at Chenos and Yang Yuji, never expecting that its first appearance would end so miserably at the hands of two humans. "Ha! Another talent. What was it Yang called again? I remember you. Come join our beast pirates this time." Drought Jack couldn't help but laugh heartily after seeing Chenos and Yang Yuji team up to kill the King of Griffins. Both of them were the talents needed for their beast pirates, and they both had considerable strength. When Chenos saw Drought Jack appear, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and his brain quickly started working. Drought Jack, a prominent figure in the beast pirates, one of the three disasters, with a bounty as high as 1 billion berries. This is bad. How could this guy appear here? Drought Jack exuded an imposing presence, standing over 8 meters tall, enough to intimidate countless people. Moreover, his extremely ruthless personality and explosive temper, capable of destroying a country at a whim, only added to Drought Jack's notoriety. However, after witnessing the subsequent events, Chenos realized that Jack's strength was not as formidable as his imposing demeanor suggested. He was merely a brute who relied on the abnormal regenerative abilities of his Zoan fruit, making him fearless in the face of anyone, charging straight in. His battle record was also not impressive. Apart from winning against the snake and dog warriors on Zo Island using poison gas, he had not won against anyone else. He was merely relying on his nearly immortal physique to endure. The reason Drought Jack had such a high bounty of 1 billion berries was also due to his love for destruction, leaving ruin in his wake. This is why the World Navy set such a high bounty on Jack. With this in mind, Chenos relaxed a little. Facing such a brute, he could still deal with him using his fruit abilities and Haki. Even if he couldn't win, holding his own should not be a problem. However, Chenos was not in great shape, especially after unintentionally unleashing his Conqueror's Haki earlier. He felt a bit dizzy, and there was a sense of weakness, as if he had overexerted himself. If only he could develop the ability to absorb stamina. But when Jack approached, Chenos was stunned. How had that towering figure shrunk? At this moment, Jack was at most 4 meters tall, not even half of his comic height. Although he still looked quite tall, he lacked that strong intimidation. After a moment, Chenos suddenly slapped his forehead. The earlier influence of the King of Eagles and his Conqueror's Haki had made him a bit dizzy. making him forget that this was not the comic he had seen 15 years later. Jack was probably just a teenager now. No wonder he looked a bit immature. Then, a smile crept across Chenos' lips. Immature? Does that not mean Jack does not yet possess the powerful strength he would have in the future? In the future, Jack would only show strength slightly above that of a rear admiral, not reaching the level of an admiral, let alone that of the present day, 15 years ago. Are you the one who unleashed the Conqueror's Haki? State your name. I want to recruit you into the Beast Pirates. Jack looked at Chenos with satisfaction, then at Yang Yuji, and the more he looked, the more he felt pleased. Just the aura of them having just finished a battle was enough to show their strength. Chenos pondered while answering Jack's question. I am Chenos, the captain of Ares. You want to pull us into the Beast Pirates? Chenos has no interest in being a subordinate of the four emperors. What he wants is to dominate the entire New World and then unite the pirates of the New World to counterattack the Celestial Dragons. Chenos? The supernova with a bounty of 300 million berries right after setting sail? It seems I've struck gold. If you join the Beast Pirates, Kaido will definitely be very pleased. In the New World, the four emperors have always dominated, being the rulers of the New World. Countless new pirate supernovas gathering in the New World become the nourishment for the four emperors to strengthen their own power. By recruiting a strong and promising newcomer, their strength grows a bit, and their rule over the New World becomes more solid. Moreover, once they recruit enough newcomers, they can even seize islands from other four emperors to further expand themselves, making their influence even stronger. Therefore, supernova pirates are highly sought after in the New World. Of course, if the supernovae are unwilling to join, they will be ruthlessly destroyed to prevent them from being recruited by other four emperors. Jack the Drought. I don't recall ever agreeing to join your Beast Pirates, right? Jack's eyes turned cold as he glared at Chenos and asked, do you dare to refuse our Beast Pirates? Chenos is different from Yang Yuki. When dealing with Yang Yuki, he could learn from Kaido to treat him with respect, because Yang Yuki is within their Beast Pirates' influence and wants to protect Gun Island. But Chenos is not. He is a supernova pirate from the Paradise and will definitely not stay on one island. He will venture into the New World and is very likely to be taken in by one of the other four emperors. Refuse, die, or join. You must survive. Upon hearing Jack's extremely arrogant words, Chenos instead laughed. I refuse to join, and I refuse to die. After hearing Chenos' words, Jack grasped the two massive tusks on his shoulders and pulled them out forcefully, revealing two sickle-like Shoto knives. You only have two choices, join or die. I'll give you one last chance. Will you join our Beast Pirates? Facing the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Jack, Chenos calmly said to Fisher and Yang Yuki, I just exhausted a lot, but I have no problem standing in front. Brother Fisher will support me, and Yang Yuki, you provide long-range support from the side. Defeating him will be easy for the three of us. Fisher and Yang Yuki both nodded in agreement. And then Yang Yuki stepped back, planning to find a suitable spot for long-range attacks on Jack. Watching the three loudly conspire right in front of him made the veins on Jack's forehead bulge. It was simply disrespectful. Indeed, the pirates just arriving in the New World are extremely confident, believing they can trample the four emperors and become the new Sea Emperor, not realizing how ridiculous that is. Since that is the case, I will crush your confidence. Jack looked at Chenos, charging straight at him, with not a hint of dodging in his mind. Only by confronting Chenos head-on could this supernova realize how vast the difference between Paradise and the New World is. Jack raised the two Shoto knives and swung them down at the oncoming Chenos. The two Shoto knives, enveloped in Haki, were sharp enough to cut through gold and sever iron, but they were firmly caught in Chenos' hands. Chenos used his rebound ability as a buffer, then easily caught Jack's twin swords with his armored hands, which surprised him a bit. Jack's strength seemed to be even weaker than he had imagined. Jack, also in disbelief, looked at the twin swords caught by Chenos, knowing that his strength was quite formidable even in the New World. Moreover, as a fisherman, his natural strength was 10 times that of a human, making him rarely have any rivals in terms of power. But now his powerful strike was effortlessly caught by someone. Is that all? Originally surprised and angry, Jack became even more furious after hearing Chenos' taunt. He raised his foot, intending to kick Chenos, but was instead punched back by Fisher. 1,000-pound punch. Fisher appeared beside Chenos, and his punch, capable of shattering 1,000 tiles, hit Jack's palm, sending him flying. The two short swords in Jack's hands were firmly held by Chenos, causing Jack to lose his weapons right from the start. After Jack was sent flying, an arrow that Yan Yaoji had already aimed was shot right at Jack's chest. Jack had no time to defend against this arrow and could only use his armed color Haki to protect his chest. The arrow from Yang Yaoji continuously spun and struck Jack's chest, emitting a harsh sound like electric drills piercing through steel. By the time Jack reacted and grabbed Yang Yaoji, the arrow finally stopped. Jack's body was also carried away by Yang Yaoji's arrow, distancing him from the three. When Jack finally landed and stopped, he looked at the 3-centimeter deep wound on his chest, and his hand that grabbed the arrow was twisted and torn by the spinning force of the arrow, making his entire palm stained with blood. So strong, if all three come at me together, I have no chance. Although they had only exchanged blows briefly, Jack could discern the gap in strength between them. All three were roughly at his level, and if he faced 3 opponents alone, he would undoubtedly lose. However, this ignited Jack's ferocity. So what if that's the case? I've faced tougher opponents before, but in the end, I always come out on top. If it really comes to it, I'll just outlast them. The wound on Jack's chest, which had just been shot by Yang Yaoji, had already stopped bleeding, and the injury was scabbing over, healing rapidly. In another minute or two, the wound on his chest would be completely healed. As for the wound on his palm, it had already healed long ago. This abnormal recovery ability was the capital that allowed Zoan-type Devil Fruit users to compete against other types of Devil Fruit users. His recovery ability was among the best among Zoan-type users, and even without awakening his fruit, his healing could rival those who had awakened their abilities. This was also why he was chosen by Kaido as one of the 3 calamities. Facing 3 opponents of similar strength, and knowing that he would undoubtedly lose if they teamed up, Jack still charged fearlessly at the 3. After sending Jack flying, Chenos and the others exchanged glances, seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. How could someone so weak become one of the 3 calamities of the 4 emperors? Chenos waved his hand at the 2 and said, "Sorry, I may have overestimated him. I'll handle the next battle myself. You 2 go take down those fainted divine eagles, lest they escape." The 2 glanced at Jack, who was charging over, and nodded. Even though Chenos wasn't in peak condition, dealing with one Jack was still manageable. As Jack charged towards Chenos, he was infuriated to see Chenos waving the other 2 away, as if he had seen a red cloth before a bull, throwing him into a frenzy as he recklessly charged at Chenos. As he charged, Jack transformed into a massive mammoth, sporting a golden braid atop his head. With a reddish-brown body, a long trunk, and tusks resembling long spears, all showcasing Jack's ferocity. Wherever he went, the ground shattered, and he raised dust with his trunk, enveloping himself in a cloud of dirt. However, this move was utterly useless against Chenos, as his observation Haki had already locked onto Jack. Yet, Chenos did not immediately engage Jack. Instead, he stroked his chin with one hand, gazing thoughtfully at the charging Jack. Strong combat ability, tough skin, rapid recovery, and high stamina. Wasn't this the perfect test subject? Chenos had been developing his fruit ability, but he had hit a bottleneck. He had many ideas, but many of them could not be realized due to insufficient fruit ability development. For instance, he had thought about absorbing the stamina from his opponents to replenish his own, or absorbing all the energy around him to maintain peak condition. He considered how to enhance his absorption limits to increase his rebound attack capability, as well as absorbing Haki, rebounding energy shockwaves, and ultra-long distance teleportation. He even thought about whether he could absorb or rebound time itself, keeping him eternally youthful and in peak condition. Yet, none of these ideas had a suitable test subject. The enemies he faced were either admirals like Kizaru, who required clever tactics to barely win, or weaklings he could easily defeat. None were slightly weaker than him to serve as experimental subjects. But now this test subject had come right to his doorstep. Thinking of this, Chenos' eyes brightened as he looked at Jack. What a good opportunity. Even if he returned exhausted today, he couldn't miss such a great experimental subject. At that moment, Jack had already reached Chenos, raising his trunk to strike. Jack's trunk resembled a massive steel cable as it swung towards Chenos, producing a tremendous sonic boom in the air. However, Chenos didn't even glance at Jack, still lost in thought. Which ability should I test first? Just as Jack's trunk was about to hit Chenos, Chenos lightly tapped his toes and used the shave technique to instantly evade Jack's attack. When Chenos reappeared, he was still in the same position, maintaining his contemplative stance. What should I experiment with first? Absorption ability, to see if I can absorb the enemy's attacks when they use Haki? Or should I test the rebound ability to check the maximum attack power when absorption reaches its limit? Or perhaps see if I can combine Haki with the absorption or rebound abilities? Chenos suddenly found himself in a happy dilemma, wanting to experiment with so many things that he didn't know how to choose. Seeing that Chenos didn't take him seriously at all, Jack was infuriated. He wildly swung his trunk, wanting to teach Chenos a lesson. Jack swung his trunk madly, his head shaking like a rattle, while Chenos remained in place, as if he wasn't in this space at all. No matter how Jack attacked, he couldn't hit Chenos. After a while of attacking, Jack became so dizzy from swinging that he could feel his head spinning and had to stop to rest. At that moment, Chenos clenched his right fist against his left palm, looking enlightened. Why should I choose? Only children make choices. I want them all. Why not just study everything I want to research? With this thought, Chenos showed Jack a warm smile. Sorry, I instinctively dodged earlier and didn't notice your feelings. You can hit me now. I absolutely won't dodge. Jack's eyes nearly bulged out in anger, and he blew 2 puffs of white air from his trunk, disregarding his dizziness as he continued to swing his trunk at Chenos. He had seen disdainful people before, but never anyone so contemptuous. It was simply too arrogant. Dodging instinctively, with his trunk wrapped in a thick layer of armed color, Jack swung it fiercely at Chenos. Chenos stood still, watching the elephant trunk come at him, extending his hands in front of his head. Seeing Chenos take a defensive stance, Jack felt a surge of joy in his heart. Ha, fool. You brought this upon yourself. Since that's the case, I 1T hold back. But just as Jack's elephant trunk was about to hit Chenos's figure vanished again. After Jack's trunk swung through the air, Chenos awkwardly reappeared in the same spot. Jack glanced sideways at Chenos, who also looked at Jack with some embarrassment. Didn't you say you wouldn't dodge? Jack said to Chenos with a hint of a whimper in his voice, his eyes reddening, looking extremely aggrieved. Chenos awkwardly said, I wasn't mentally prepared just now. You come again, this time I really won't dodge. Really? Really? In fact, just now Chenos saw that Jack's trunk was wrapped in such a heavy layer of armament Haki, and if he resisted like that, his hands might end up crippled. In the beginning of the experiment, he still needed to use some clever techniques. That's why Chenos avoided that attack. However, seeing Jack's aggrieved expression made Chenos feel a bit embarrassed. Jack once again steadied his nearly collapsing psyche, swinging his trunk to attack Chenos again. Just like last time, Jack was still wrapped in a heavy layer of armament Haki. As long as Chenos really didn't dodge anymore, Jack intended to deal a heavy blow to Chenos and then have some fun with him. When Jack's trunk was about to hit Chenos again, Chenos lightly jumped up, extending his hands to block the direction of the trunk's attack. Paper drawing modification. The principle of paper drawing is to completely relax the body, making the entire body feel like a piece of paper. When attacked, it uses the airflow generated by the opponent's attack to avoid the enemy's strike. However, the paper drawing technique Chenos used this time was different from the previous one. He utilized the airflow generated by Jack's trunk attack to let his body drift along the direction of that airflow, thereby dissipating the enemy's attack power. Jack's current attack power was still very strong. If he were to be caught off guard and hit by Jack's attack, even though Chenos' body had been trained to an extreme degree, he would still be seriously injured. At the moment Jack's trunk struck Chenos' hands pressed against the trunk, and his whole body moved along the direction of the trunk's swing, as if he were originally growing on the trunk itself. Although he successfully dissipated most of Jack's attack power, and with his hands in front using absorption ability, Chenos took Jack's attack without a scratch. However, Chenos still shook his head. No, he did absorb some of Jack's attack power, just now. But he was already affected by Haki, which made the absorption efficiency too low. That strike was reduced by 70% with paper drawing, and his hands absorbed 20% of the force. It felt like the absorption ability, under the influence of Haki, could only absorb 10%. Speaking of which, Haki is like a protective layer. For example, when attacking with the hands, it not only increases the attack power, but also protects the hands from recoil damage. And now, it was this protective layer that was blocking Chenos from absorbing the damage from the enemy's attack, making Chenos feel very uncomfortable. Is there any way to bypass this protective layer of armament Haki? Chenos thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Since the armament Haki is energy that comes from the body, there was no way to bypass it. Since he couldn't dodge it, could he break through it? With this in mind, Chenos planned to experiment during Jack's next attack to see if he could absorb the damage while breaking through Jack's armament Haki. However, after waiting for a while, he still didn't see Jack attack, so he looked up at Jack. Jack was standing still, looking at Chenos with a face full of anger and grief, not attacking at all. What are you doing? If you're going to attack, hurry up and stop dawdling. Jack said angrily, didn't you say you wouldn't dodge? Why did you dodge just now? Hearing Jack sound like a wrong child, with a hint of a whimper in his voice accusing Chenos, made Chenos feel a bit speechless. But then Chenos thought, it was 13 years before Luffy set sail, and although Jack looked about 4 meters tall, he was actually just a child, a very powerful child. And dealing with a child like this, Chenos had plenty of ways. It turns out that the underlings of the Yonko Kaido are all like you, crying when they can't win. You can tell the Yonko's strength from his subordinates. Kaido actually lets a waste like you be a top executive, so he must be a waste too. If that's the case, then I can replace him. The almost tearful look on Jack's face disappeared, replaced by a fierce glare at Chenos. You can insult me, but you cannot insult Lord Kaido. If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Hit me. Jack appeared to be going crazy, continuously launching attacks at Chenos. For him, Lord Kaido was a godlike existence, and he couldn't tolerate anyone insulting him. Not even a single word. Watching Jack attack him again, Chenos smiled. This experimental subject is good. Just provoke him a bit. And he listens. Then, under Jack's attacks, Chenos kept trying various methods to see if he could break through the armament Haki. But whether he shaped the armament Haki into nails or sharp blades, he couldn't break through. The condensed armament Haki not only failed to break Jack's, but was instead shattered by Jack's armament Haki. This left Chenos with a headache. At this point, Chenos' absorption rate had reached 80%. So he decided to pause the experiment on the absorption rate, which wasn't high, and start researching other abilities. Chenos had previously been afraid to test the limit of absorption. Once he reached the limit, regardless of how strong the enemy's attack was, or whether it was wrapped in armament Haki, it could still hit Chenos and cause him harm. Moreover, once absorption reached 100%, continuing to absorb would only harm himself, meaning one attack from the enemy would result in 2 damages to him. Therefore, Chenos generally only absorbs about 80% of energy during battles. If he absorbs 100%, he must first expend some energy to fight the enemy. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for Chenos. However, Chenos' absorption limit hadn't increased for a long time. He could only absorb 1 major attack from a vice admiral level, which greatly limited his combat power. This meant that after fully absorbing energy, the damage he could unleash was only at the level of a vice admiral's major attack, and he could only use it once. After 1 outburst, he would need to fully absorb again to unleash such damage again. After the outburst, Chenos' strength would drop from quasi-vice admiral level to mid-commodore level, and the gap in strength between them was too large. Once he encountered an opponent at the vice admiral level, Chenos' chances of winning were almost 0. The last time he was able to deal with Kizaru, it can only be said that Chenos was extremely lucky and couldn't be used as a reference for his combat power. Therefore, Chenos had always wanted to expand his energy absorption limit. Only then could he become stronger. Moreover, in a monster-filled new world, he must have even stronger power, at least enough to briefly contend with a vice admiral's strength, so he could have a chance to strategically retreat without being wiped out immediately. With this in mind, Chenos decided to reduce the intensity of the paper drawing discharge to absorb more energy. Jack, who was swinging his trunk, could clearly feel that Chenos' defensive ability had weakened. When he hit Chenos' hand before, it felt like hitting a pile of cotton, always giving him a feeling of strength without a place to use it. But now, he slowly started to feel like he could actually hit something solid. This made him, who was originally a bit fatigued, become excited. Didn't expect it, huh? My stamina is actually so abundant that I can attack continuously at such high intensity. Once you can no longer defend, it will be your death. You insulted Lord Kaido. I will wear you down. However, Chenos was completely oblivious to Jack and was instead focused on his own energy storage situation. 97, 98, 99, 100. At this moment, Chenos gritted his teeth, prepared for injury, and planned to continue absorbing to see if he could expand his absorption energy limit a little. Even if he got hurt, he had to give it a try. Chenos increased the force of the paper drawing, and his whole being was highly focused, ready to face the dual damage. The sound of Jack's trunk once again created a sonic boom in the air, swinging towards Chenos. Chenos once again extended his hands to block Jack's elephant trunk, using paper drawings to reduce 80% of the force. Absorb. The armed Haki-enhanced trunk had 10% of its power absorbed by Chenos, with the remaining 10% borne by his body. Although it was only 10% of the force, it felt completely different for Chenos compared to the previous attacks he had easily received. Chenos' arms were visibly bruised, with several blood vessels bursting, causing his clothes to be shredded by the blood that erupted forth, revealing his already blood-soaked arms. Not only that, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood as the side effects of absorbing energy began to backlash against him. Despite the injuries, Chenos' eyes lit up. At this moment, his absorbed energy had reached 101, and he had broken through his limits. It seemed that while reaching his limit and breaking through it would cause him severe damage, it could also make him stronger. Chenos checked his physical condition, gritted his teeth, and decided to continue. A mere 1% breakthrough was not what he wanted. He wanted to become stronger. Jack, on the other hand, looked at Chenos in disbelief, then glanced at his own trunk. Did I break through in battle? At this moment, the two had been fighting for almost an hour, continuously launching high-intensity attacks. Even with Jack's abnormal physique, he was starting to struggle. The force of his attacks was gradually decreasing, and now his attack power was only 90% of its original strength. However, 100%, Chenos could easily withstand Jack's attacks without a scratch, but now, with only 90% of the force, Jack was able to make Chenos' arm clothing explode and cause him to spit blood. It was hard for Jack not to feel like he had broken through in the heat of battle. Nonetheless, Jack didn't care whether he had truly broken through or if Chenos had weakened. He knew that Chenos could no longer easily take his attacks. He grinned maliciously, feeling as if the energy he had consumed was replenishing, and he swung his trunk even harder, continuing to launch attacks at Chenos. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, and even as blood arrows continuously burst from Chenos' body, even as he occasionally spat out blood, and even as his clothing was in tatters. Chenos' spirit grew stronger and stronger, even shaking off the dizziness from earlier when he unleashed his conqueror's Haki. This was because he was continuously pushing his limits. He could feel the energy within him swelling to the point of almost exploding, yet it still hadn't. Instead, it was like a balloon that was being inflated more and more. 2, 3, 4. Fisher first went to wake up Shaq and Tezelo, planning to have them join him in helping to deal with the divine vultures. Otherwise, there were simply too many divine vultures on the island, and he was worried that they would escape if it was just him and Yang Yuji. If a few managed to hide away and saw how many divine vultures were on the island, they could deduce that the reproductive capacity of these vultures was incredible, and in a few years, they would likely return in force. After Shaq and Tezelo woke up, they both looked in shock towards Chenos' direction. Tezelo asked in surprise, "What was that just now?" Fisher smiled slightly, explaining to the two, "That was Conqueror's Haki, a rare ability possessed by only those with the qualities of a king, appearing once in hundreds of thousands of people. It seems we have chosen the right person. In the future, Chenos might really help us achieve our dreams." Kingly qualities? Able to help us achieve our dreams? Tezelo's eyes lit up instantly. Although he dreamed of stepping on the Celestial Dragons with money, he knew that achieving this dream was nothing but a pipe dream. However, Chenos' appearance gave him hope for realizing that dream. If he could get the devil fruit that would allow him to achieve his dreams, teach him how to cultivate the fruit's abilities, Haki, and martial arts, it would give him the foundation to get closer to his dreams. Now, Chenos was still a man with kingly qualities. In that case, I will become one of those who support Chenos as king, becoming his most capable assistant. Thinking of this, Tezelo looked over at Yang Yuji. Yang Yuji's strength was evident to all. His power was nearly above Fisher, only slightly weaker than Chenos. Having such a powerful person join would definitely be a good thing for the Varys pirates. However, for him, it was not such a good thing, because his ranking in the pirate crew had dropped again, becoming the 5th ranked member, also the weakest on Chenos' ship. He had to work even harder to become stronger. Otherwise, the earliest followers of Chenos, those who had received Chenos' strong support, would still be the weakest on the ship. Such news would only lead to Chenos being mocked by others. Thinking of this, Tezelo walked silently towards the small town, eager to kill those divine vultures quickly so he could start training and become stronger. As for Shaq, he was somewhat indifferent. He didn't care what kind of kingly qualities Chenos had. He only cared whether Chenos could provide him with research funding. However, speaking of dreams, Shaq couldn't help but think of the man who was said to be 500 years ahead of the world. And his dream was to surpass that man and become the greatest inventor in the world, to crush that man beneath him. Only then could he defend his identity as the strongest scientist. Thinking of this, he also began to take action, planning to quickly eliminate the divine vultures on the small island, then see if he could obtain some rewards from the townspeople to buy research equipment. After Fisher and Yang Yuji saw that the two had woken up and immediately went to deal with the divine vultures, they didn't hesitate any longer, splitting into 2 teams to clear the vultures. Their movements were swift, and before long, the divine vultures on the island had been eliminated. Yang Yuji, who acted the fastest, also conveniently killed all the vultures at the dock. Watching the ground covered in dead vultures, Yang Yuji finally let out a sigh of relief. The shackles his father had tied him with could finally be removed. He could finally leave this small island and experience a broader world. And all of this was thanks to the suddenly appearing young man. Without him, he might not have been able to handle this massive invasion of divine vultures, along with the divine vulture king possessing mental attack capabilities. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but gratefully glance towards the town's central square. But when he saw the scene in the square, his expression changed drastically, and he hurried towards Chenos' position. After Fisher and the other two finished clearing the divine vultures, they also rushed towards Chenos. When they arrived at the square and saw Chenos, who had become a bloodied figure covered in wounds, they were all stunned. How could such a strong person like Chenos be beaten like this? Especially Fisher, who had fought against Jack before, was very puzzled. During their encounter, he felt that Jack's strength was not that great, which is why he felt at ease to go with Yang Yuji to deal with the divine vulture. Could it be that the guy named Jack was holding back? Or was it the earlier outburst that drained Chenos too much? Regardless of the reason, he couldn't just watch his captain get hurt. Chenos, we're here to help you. Shaku and Tezelo hurried towards Chenos' position. The four of them arrived at the square almost simultaneously, but just as they were about to confront Jack, they saw Chenos raise his hand to stop them from assisting. No need to help, just stay back and watch. At that moment, Chenos' body was covered in wounds. However, it didn't look like he'd been injured by Jack. Rather, it appeared as if his own body had split open, which was extremely strange, as if something had pushed him to the point of bursting. After hearing Chenos' words, although the others looked at him with concern, they still obeyed his instructions and did not go over to help. Even though Chenos said this, Yang Yuji did not put down his bow and arrow, still aiming at Jack and ready to assist Chenos at any moment. Chenos is now unable to consider the feelings of his companions, because he is approaching a critical point and must grasp it precisely. Otherwise, once he exceeds this critical point, he will be overwhelmed and potentially explode from the terrifying energy being absorbed within him. When the absorption energy within him reaches 200%, Chenos' entire body glows like a bomb about to explode, with wounds all over his body emitting light, and his eyes, nose, and mouth also shining. It's the critical point. As he watches the elephant trunk still reaching for him, Chenos does not stand still to be hit this time. Instead, he disappears from his position. When Chenos reappears, he is in front of Jack, extending a finger and lightly tapping Jack's head. Heavenly Finger. Although Chenos' appearance has not changed, to Jack, the finger Chenos extends seems like an enormous finger thousands of meters tall, descending from the sky, intending to crush him. Jack is instantly knocked to the ground by Chenos' finger, and the terrifying energy that follows presses the entire square's ground down, continuously pushing Jack deeper into the earth. It only stops when a pit dozens of meters deep is formed in the ground. Standing above, radiating light like a deity, Chenos murmurs, somewhat dissatisfied, "I have only used 10% of my energy." Chenos used observation Haki to sense the pit underground and felt that Jack was severely injured. He had already transformed back from his mammoth form to his human form, and his bones showed varying degrees of fractures. Now, if Chenos wanted to kill Jack, he wouldn't even need to attack. Just throwing a few large stones down would be enough to crush him in his current state. Jack, with wide eyes in the pit, looked at Chenos, who appeared like a deity in the sky, in disbelief. "Since you were so powerful, why did you let me attack at the beginning? You could crush me with just a finger, so why? Are you toying with me?" Jack glared at Chenos with resentment, wanting to curse, but blood choked his throat, preventing him from speaking. At that moment, he saw Chenos glance at him with great disdain, seemingly disappointed, and then he vanished. This only fueled Jack's anger, and he tried to struggle to get up, but he found that his injuries were too severe to move at all. Once all the sounds around him faded away, Jack lay at the bottom of the pit, gazing up at the dark clouds in the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and only a circular gap directly above the pit allowed sunlight to pour down in golden beams. At that moment, a wave of fear began to rise in his heart. After Chenos left the pit, he appeared in the air above the sea outside Gun Island, still bleeding profusely, with blood flowing down his body, dripping onto the sea. The smell of blood attracted various carnivorous fish and sea kings, which quickly swam towards Chenos' location. Before long, a frenzy of fish was seen churning in the waters beneath his feet. At that moment, a massive shadow emerged on the surface of the sea, stretching several hundred meters long and nearly 100 meters wide. It seemed that this figure had also detected the scent of blood coming from Chenos in the sky. Thus, it surfaced, staring intently at Chenos. Then it submerged into the sea, seemingly leaving. However, Chenos smiled and muttered to himself, "The consumption is a bit too much. I need to eat some sea kings to replenish my strength." After saying this, Chenos gently patted his chest, and all his wounds disappeared. Behind him, a 1-meter wide energy ball appeared, filled with crimson stripes, with energy swirling within it. Just then, the sea king that had submerged earlier leapt out of the water in a dramatic fashion, opening its massive jaws to bite at Chenos in the air, apparently intending to swallow him whole. Chenos, however, remained calm, controlling the energy ball as he watched the Sea King's fierce mouth, sending the energy ball into its maw. The Sea King, having jumped into the air, froze mid-flight upon contact with the energy ball, and countless wounds erupted across its body, causing it to die instantly. But Chenos did not stop there. He delivered a powerful kick that sliced open the Sea King's abdomen, then used a shock fist to expel all its internal organs, before hoisting the Sea King to prepare for his return to Gun Island. However, as he looked at the churning sea, he noticed more fish gathering, all competing to snatch the Sea King's innards, eager to enjoy this free lunch. Chenos glanced at the sea area not far from Gun Island, worried that the situation here might attract more Sea Kings, which could potentially lead to accidental harm to Gun Island. Just then, he had accumulated a large amount of abundant energy. He extended a finger towards the sea surface below. At that moment, the energy within him surged towards Chenos' fingertip, forming an energy sphere roughly the size of his finger. Chenos then gently waved his finger towards the sea area, and the energy sphere shot toward the sea at high speed, disappearing into the turbulent waters. With a loud boom, a blinding light burst forth from the water, creating a towering column of light. When the brilliance faded, Chenos saw a pit appear on the sea surface, devoid of any seawater, reaching down to the seabed. On the sides of the pit, he could see some frightened fish quickly fleeing the area. As for all the fish that had previously been in the sea area, they had all evaporated along with the seawater. In the next second, the surrounding seawater filled the pit, and the sea surface returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. After Chenos unleashed 50% of the energy within him, he was surprised by the immense power it generated, nodding in satisfaction. This adventure had allowed him to accumulate energy that reached 200% of his previous total, stretching his body to the point of having cracks all over. As if he had undergone torture, the process was quite painful. However, the rewards were significant. If his previous strength was at the lower end of a rear admiral to the level of a quasi-vice admiral, then his current strength was at the mid-level of a rear admiral to the lower end of a vice admiral. Once he fully accumulated energy, he would have the ability to fight against a naval admiral. Of course, this would only give him a fighting chance. He wouldn't be defeated in one encounter. In a prolonged battle, he would ultimately still lose. However, for Chenos at this stage, that was already enough. With his current strength, he could establish himself in the new world, without being easily defeated by the top forces of the four emperors. In fact, right now, while he couldn't defeat the four emperors and their top forces, he could at least escape from them. He wouldn't be in a position where, upon encountering someone like Karakuri or the likes of Enel, or even a four emperor, he would have no chance to flee, with his life hanging by the opponent's mood. This was the realm Chenos desperately wanted to achieve. Once he reached it, he could survive in the new world, develop, and gradually seek the position of a four emperor. After the previous consumption and the recent use of the energy absorption ball, Chenos found his stamina almost depleted and urgently needed a large amount of food to replenish it. Therefore, he stopped hesitating and dashed towards the island of guns, dragging a giant Sea King with him. Fisher had previously seen the pillar of light shooting into the sky and couldn't help but marvel at how much stronger Chenos had become. But they were also worried due to his severe injuries. However, when they saw Chenos appear dragging a massive Sea King with him and noticed that his wounds had disappeared, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Quick, help me cook this fish, I'm starving." The four of them exchanged glances, realizing that no one knew how to cook. Not even a newly joined young Yuji, who also couldn't cook, leaving them with awkward expressions as they looked at Chenos. Chenos looked at the awkward expressions of the four people, his face falling into a stupor. Then, he roared to the sky, "Next island, I must find a chef." Fortunately, Chenos and his group were not the only ones on the island. There were other islanders as well. Yang Yaoji found the owner of the restaurant that Chenos had visited before and had him cook, which finally allowed the exhausted Chenos to breathe a sigh of relief. The islanders were also awakened, and when they came to, they looked in disbelief at the countless corpses of the divine eagles scattered across the island. What on earth happened? Why are there so many divine eagle corpses? Before I lost consciousness, I saw Yang Yaoji continuously shooting down divine eagles. Could all of these be his doing? Is there really a king of the divine eagles? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, but Yang Yaoji did not explain. He simply directed the islanders to clean up the divine eagle corpses and arrange for someone to handle the Sea King beast so that Chenos could replenish his strength. At that moment, one of the people cleaning the corpses noticed the divine eagle that had been burned to a charred state. and this divine eagle was much larger than the usual ones. As he approached to turn the charred divine eagle over for a better look, he accidentally touched it lightly, and the charred body crumbled to dust on the ground. Among the ashes, 9 golden gray feathers appeared. What is this? Could this be the king of the divine eagles? The man's exclamation caught the attention of the other islanders, who were all drawn over. When some of the older residents of the island saw the 9 golden gray feathers, their eyes widened in shock. Is there really a king of the divine eagles? Is this the golden feathered wings of the king? Everyone turned to look at the elders, who were lost in memories. When I was young, the elders had legends about the king of the divine eagles, saying that if one shot the king of the divine eagles with a flame arrow, they could obtain 9 golden feathered wings. If these 9 golden feathers were made into arrow feathers, they could enhance the power of the archer's flame bow and even shoot arrows that could set the sky ablaze. I thought it was just a story to trick children, but it turns out to be true. It seems that Yang Yaoji and his father were right. There really is a king of the divine eagles on this island, and we have misunderstood them all along. An islander suddenly realized, no wonder these divine eagles acted differently this time. It seems the king of the divine eagles was controlling them. If it weren't for Yang Yaoji, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mayor, who had been listening from the side, stepped into the crowd and said to the islanders, all these years, they have been silently protecting us, yet we have been harming them and not believing what they said. Today, we have understood the truth and must apologize to Yang Yaoji. These golden feathers are also his trophies. We should return them to him. After hearing this, the islanders felt very guilty and agreed with the mayor. Then, the mayor, holding the golden feathers, led all the island residents to Yang Yaoji and knelt down before him, apologizing. Yang Yaoji, these are the golden feathers of the king of the divine eagles. We came to present them to you after discovering them. Also, we want to apologize for misunderstanding you and your father all these years. Although we cannot make up for the harm you suffered, we hope this can ease your heart a little. Yang Yaoji looked at the mayor and the islanders kneeling before him with a complicated expression, unsure of what to say. After receiving the feathers, he said to the mayor and the islanders, well, I accept the feathers, but you don't need to apologize. Just as Yang Yaoji finished accepting the feathers, the mayor led the way and knelt down before him, shouting, I'm sorry. The islanders also knelt down, loudly apologizing to Yang Yaoji. We're sorry. You all can get up. I forgive you. As he watched the islanders kneel and apologize, Yang Yaoji's eyes became slightly moist, but he felt an unprecedented warmth in his heart. He turned to look at the place where his father was buried, and for the first time, his usually cold face changed, breaking into a big smile. Father, I have fulfilled your promise. I have protected Bao Island. The islanders, seeing the smile on Yang Yaoji's face, finally felt a bit better. Just as Yang Yaoji and the islanders were celebrating, a trembling figure approached them. Quick, give me meat. I'm starving. At that moment, they saw Chenos, who was nearly unable to walk from hunger, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The mayor laughed heartily and said, don't worry. There's plenty of meat. It will be ready soon. Tonight, we will hold a grand party. We won't go home until we are drunk. It's coming, it's coming. The meat is here. At that moment, the restaurant owner also finished cooking the Sea King meat and brought a large pot to the crowd. After seeing the meat, Chenos instantly felt revitalized and disappeared from everyone's sight in a leap. When he reappeared, he was already devouring the meat from the large pot. At that moment, Chenos didn't care that the meat and soup in the pot were still hot. He grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth. It was only after he finished eating the entire pot of meat and soup that he stopped. It was then that Chenos understood why people in One Piece could eat so much. The prolonged use of his fruit abilities had drained a large amount of his stamina, and the way to replenish it was simple: eat. When there was nothing to eat, Chenos felt like his stomach was starting to digest his muscles, a terrifying sensation as if he were eating his own flesh. Looking at his belly, which was bulging like a balloon, Chenos gently patted it. Life returned. Instantly, his previously swollen belly, resembling that of a pregnant woman, transformed back into a set of 8-pack abs. Everyone looked at Chenos in shock, especially the restaurant owner, whose jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Chenos looked at the restaurant owner with a bit of embarrassment and asked, is there more? I'm only 1/5 full. Bring me 10 more pots. The restaurant owner quickly replied, yes, plenty. Saying this, he grabbed a large pot and went to cook more for Chenos. Chenos then sat right next to the restaurant owner, and as soon as the owner finished cooking a pot, Chenos took it and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Seeing Chenos eat like a starving ghost, everyone burst into laughter. Meanwhile, amidst the joyous laughter, No one noticed that the cadres of the beast pirates had quietly sneaked into the pit where Jack was staying, rescued him, and quickly made a ship to leave the island. After a night of grand festivities, everyone drunkenly fell asleep, only to wake up the next day. Chenos and Yang Yuji arrived at his home to pack up, preparing to leave the island where he had lived for over 20 years. Yang Yuji didn't have much to take with him. Apart from his clothes, he only had his bow and arrow-making tools. Before leaving, he went to his father's grave to say goodbye, then took his belongings and set sail with Chenos. By the time they reached the ship, Fisher and the others were already waiting for them aboard. Meanwhile, the island residents gathered at the port to bid farewell to Yang Yuji and Chenos. Shurji, who had previously sparred with Yang Yuji, shouted loudly from the port, "Yang Yuji, I will start training with my bow and arrow from now on. When you return, we will have a proper match." Yang Yuji smiled and waved back at Shurji, saying, "Okay, when I come back, we will have a rematch. This time, I won't go easy on you." As the ship sailed further away, the mayor addressed the crowd, saying, "I want to change the name of our island to Bow Island. What do you all think?" The islanders nodded in agreement. At that moment, Shaq, who had set the ship to automatically sail in the most stable direction according to the compass, was grinning as he looked at the several sets of weapon-making equipment he had tricked the mayor into giving him last night. This equipment could manufacture powerful sniper cannons, allowing him to integrate sniper cannon designs into his machines. This would significantly enhance his combat power and expand his range of attack methods. Meanwhile, Taizolo was controlling the gold he had exchanged with the islanders for berries. Now, he had enough gold to form a golden armor, but it wasn't enough. He needed more gold. The more gold he had, the stronger his combat power would be. Especially after witnessing Yang Yuji's combat strength, Taizolo felt an increasing sense of crisis. He needed to become stronger quickly. As for Fisher, he was not on the ship, but swimming beneath it. Chenos was growing stronger, and according to his future plans, he intended to deal with the 4 emperors. Therefore, he also needed to make himself stronger. Otherwise, how could he help Chenos achieve his dreams in the future? Yang Yuji did not expect that everyone on the ship was training so diligently. He, too, was inspired by this atmosphere of training and began to train on the deck. If there was anyone on the ship who was the most idle, it was Chenos. He was standing at the bow of the ship, completely still, like a statue. However, Chenos was not slacking off. He was practicing his fruit abilities. This time, after surpassing the limit of his absorption ability, not only did his combat power ceiling increase, but all his other abilities were enhanced as well. Previously, if Chenos could absorb only 10% of the energy in the natural environment, now he could absorb 50%. This improvement was not just a slight enhancement, but a massive leap. It used to take him 10 hours of standing still to fully absorb energy, but now it only took 2 hours. It should be noted that the energy capacity in Chenos' body could now hold twice as much as before. With his enhanced absorption ability, he could reach peak state in just 2 hours and maintain it for a long time. Thus, even if he suddenly encountered an enemy, he could respond with the strength of a lower-tier admiral. Even in the monster-filled New World, such lower-tier admiral strength was among the top tier of combat power. Upon arriving in this world, Chenos discovered that the division of power here was quite vague, lacking clear boundaries. However, admiral-level combat power could still be categorized. The most recognized strongest was Whitebeard, who possessed the highest combat power among the top-tier admirals. In this tier, there were also Carp and Roger. The next tier of admirals had many, such as the 4 emperors Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks. The Navy admirals Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru also fell into this tier. The difference was that Akainu's strength was quite formidable, nearing the upper tier of admirals. Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks were also close to the upper tier of admirals. Overall, the 4 emperors were stronger than the Navy admirals, though the difference was limited. The only relatively mysterious individual, the world's strongest swordsman Mihawk, also belonged to this tier. The lower tier of admirals included figures like Doflamingo, Crocodile, Jinbei, and the top combat powers of the 4 emperors. The highest combat powers like Katakuri, Jin, and Marco were also close to the mid-tier of admirals. However, the gap between each tier was enormous. For instance, Whitebeard could easily defeat any of the mid-tier admirals. If he were willing to take injuries, he could even kill them. Similarly, mid-tier admirals could easily defeat lower-tier admirals, but killing lower-tier admirals would also require a price. Now, Chenos' peak state could reach lower-tier admiral strength, giving him the capital to become a powerful figure beneath the 4 emperors in the New World. However, he still needed to consider the 4 emperors' reactions. If the 4 emperors attacked, he could only retreat strategically. Thus, if he wanted to establish a foothold in the New World, He needed to gather more strong allies and establish a cooperative relationship with one of the four emperors. Big Mom was the first one he ruled out, as she was a lunatic who occasionally went berserk. Who could handle that? After much thought, Chenos also ruled out Kaido. Kaido was ambitious and ruthless, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Collaborating with such a person required extreme caution. One misstep could lead to being swallowed by them. Moreover, having just fought Jack, he would undoubtedly offend Kaido. It was likely that the first four Emperor crew to confront him would be the Beast Pirates. That left only Whitebeard and Shanks. Shanks was very mysterious in his previous life, with little information disclosed about him. His pirate crew was also an elite crew, not the massive force model of other four Emperor crews. Therefore, Chenos needed to test the waters to see if he could establish a cooperative relationship with Shanks. As for the Whitebeard pirates, that was also an option, but Chenos worried that Whitebeard might want to act like a father figure. He certainly didn't want to find himself a father for no reason, even if Whitebeard was the strongest in the world. Therefore, after much contemplation, Chenos felt that collaborating with Shanks was the most suitable choice. With this in mind, Chenos decided to establish his next goals, to find a chef and to make contact with the red-haired pirates. A few days later, Kaido of the Beast Pirates looked grimly at Jack, who was wrapped in bandages, and angrily asked, "Who did this?" Seeing his newly appointed high-ranking officer in such a state, Kaido could not contain his fury. This was simply a slap in the face. Was it Big Mom or Whitebeard? The cadre stationed at Bao Island couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at Kaido's murderous aura. However, he dared not conceal the truth and trembled as he replied, "Lord Kaido, it wasn't anyone from the four Emperor's crews. It was that strongest supernova, Chenos." Strongest supernova? Kaido suddenly recalled the recent uproar surrounding the Navy's bounty notice, which featured the strongest supernova, Chenos, who was offered a staggering bounty of 300 million berries as soon as he set sail, attracting the attention of countless pirates. However, upon hearing that it was Chenos who was involved, Kaido was not as angry as he expected. Instead, he squinted his eyes, deep in thought. After a while, he said, "Where is he? I'll go find him myself." The kneeling subordinate stiffened at Kaido's question and trembled even more. "Sir, we left Gun Island to rescue Lord Jack, so we don't know where he went afterward." The subordinate's voice grew smaller, his body shaking like a leaf, fearing that Kaido might kill him with a single swing of his kanabo. However, Kaido was not angry. Instead, he picked up a wine cup and took a swig. "You take Jack down for treatment. As for Chenos, report any news to me immediately." The subordinate felt as if he had received a reprieve and quickly bowed, saying, "Yes, Lord Kaido." He then led his men to carry Jack away for treatment. Kaido didn't even glance at Jack being carried away. Instead, he picked up a stack of bounty notices from the table and found Chenos's bounty notice, staring intently at Chenos's appearance, as if trying to engrave it in his mind. Kaido knew Jack's strength, which was roughly at the level of a low-ranking rear admiral, coupled with his freakish recovery ability. Even against mid-ranking rear admirals, Jack could win. The fact that this strongest supernova could beat Jack to such a state indicated that Chenos was at least of high-ranking rear admiral strength. If he could recruit someone like that, his Beast Pirates would gain another powerful general. Moreover, the most important point was that Chenos was very young. Possessing such strength at a young age meant he had great potential to be developed. Perhaps he could be cultivated into a battle force at the admiral level. By then, he would have 2 admiral-level combatants under his command. Thinking of this, Kaido took another large gulp of wine and laughed heartily. The strongest supernova? Not bad. Meanwhile, Chenos, who was being eyed by Kaido, was completely unaware. At that moment, he was using his fruit abilities to train his body. After Chenos faced 5 opponents alone in Mariejois, his fruit abilities unconsciously acted on him, putting him into a state of refining his essence and marrow. However, at that time, Chenos did not understand how his fruit abilities were affecting him and leading him into such a state. It was only after he regained consciousness and saw the impurities expelled from his body that he realized he had entered that state. The refining process greatly enhanced Chenos, making his body stronger, which helped him survive in subsequent battles. Otherwise, with his weak body right after his arrival, it would have been difficult for him to survive the numerous fights. This made Chenos eager to enter that state again to improve himself. After all, regular body training had become less effective for him. However, after that, no matter how Chenos tried, he could not enter that state again. The recent enhancement from his fruit abilities made Chenos decide to attempt to enter that state once more. If he could enter that state to train his body, it would definitely allow him to cultivate an even more monstrous physique. Chenos stood quietly at the bow of the ship, taking a deep breath before closing his eyes to feel carefully. He slowly controlled the rebound energy to spread to various parts of his body, trying to distribute the energy as evenly as possible, while also managing the amount of rebound energy to avoid a sudden force that could injure him. However, since it was his first attempt, Chenos still did not distribute the rebound energy to his internal organs or bones. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Rebound. At that moment, the rebound energy erupted within Chenos, as if a bomb had exploded in his body, instantly turning him into a bloody mess. The others on the ship, seeing Chenos turn into a bloodied figure again, had already gotten used to it. They merely glanced at him before continuing with their own tasks. Chenos took quite a while to recover from the intense pain of the failed experiment. In that moment, it felt as if his body was filled with countless bombs, all exploding at the same time, leaving him battered and bruised. There was hardly a place on him that didn't hurt. Fortunately, Chenos had become accustomed to pain, and his endurance was now many times greater than before he crossed over. Otherwise, that moment alone could have been enough to kill him from the pain. Chenos reached out and patted his chest, using the energy absorption sphere to absorb all his injuries. He then randomly tossed it onto a lucky fish that jumped out of the sea, which was instantly blown to a mist of blood, completely merging with the ocean. Just as Chenos was about to continue his practice, he raised his arm, but suddenly felt something was off. He extended his palm, clenched it tightly, then relaxed, and clenched it again with force. As Chenos squeezed tightly, a faint sonic boom surprisingly erupted in the air. Has his strength increased? After Chenos tested his physical strength again, he found that the power he had stagnated for a long time had increased once more. The improvement was quite significant, as he managed to boost his strength by 10% in one go. Previously, through the intense training with the CP0, his strength had reached an inhuman level, allowing him to lift a 10-ton barbell with both hands. This was also thanks to his fruit ability, which enabled his strength to grow rapidly. However, after that, his strength had plateaued. No matter how hard he trained, he couldn't make any further progress, as if his body's potential had been fully tapped out. But just now, despite being covered in wounds and in excruciating pain from the explosion, his strength suddenly increased by 10%, bringing him to a total of 11 tons. This thrilled Chenos, as it indicated that his body wasn't out of potential. It was merely that his previous training methods were no longer effective in helping him improve. However, the memory of the extreme pain made Chenos hesitate. Society expects men to be fearless. Keep going. During the following period, the crew on the ship often witnessed Chenos standing at the bow, surrounded by blood mist from the explosions. At first, Fisher was a bit worried and asked Chenos about it, but after learning that Chenos was training, he said nothing more and quietly focused on his own training. Seeing Chenos working so hard, getting battered and bruised every day, yet still pushing through, inspired the others to train even harder. In the end, even Shaq, who usually focused solely on machinery and didn't train his body, began to ask Tezelo about the 6 styles and Haki training methods, starting to train alongside his research on machines. Chenos looked at everyone working so hard and couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. Once again standing at the bow of the ship to train, a faint explosion sounded, and Chenos' body surface exploded again. However, compared to the first time, the injuries on his body no longer looked as terrifying. It was just that a cloud of blood mist would burst out from the surface of his body. Chenos knew that his body was becoming more solid, and his strength had reached around 13 tons. However, after the first increase of 10%, the effect of the second increase was much weaker, at only 7%. The following increase was just 5%, and then it gradually decreased. Now, after using the same method again, there was only 0.5% left. At this rate, Chenos' progress would soon stagnate again. This made Chenos doubt whether his method was correct. The first unconscious increase was the largest, tripling his physical abilities directly. Although his body had become very powerful now, it was difficult to improve further, yet it shouldn't have been such a small increase. Moreover, while his physical abilities were indeed superhuman, they paled in comparison to the monsters of the New World. For example, Big Mom could tear apart the strongest warriors of the giant race at a young age, possessing an unnaturally strong, innate quality. Kaido's body was trained to an extreme degree, combined with his devil fruit ability, earning him the title of the Immortal Kaido. These Emperors of the Sea were the real monsters. If the physical abilities in this world could be trained to such a level, Chenos felt he still had great potential to tap into. Therefore, this time Chenos decided not to continue training, but to try other methods, to see if it was his approach that was causing his meager improvements. Chenos took a deep breath, allowing himself to sink into the depths of his memories, intending to see if he could recall the situation at that time. Although Chenos was in a state of coma back then, he still had feelings, though these feelings were easily overlooked. At that moment, as Chenos felt his heart beating, it seemed like there was another heart beating alongside it. Chenos suddenly opened his eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. He could clearly sense that there seemed to be more than one heart within his body, or rather, the other heart was likely not his, because he knew for sure that he only had one heart. But what was that other heartbeat just now? Could be a devil fruit? The previous heartbeat seemed to have sensed Chenos' thoughts, joyfully beating again, as if responding to Chenos, confirming that his thoughts were correct. Chenos couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He had once heard someone analyze that the devil fruits are essentially fruits possessed by demons with various abilities, and each of these devil fruits has its own soul. The reason why the second stage of the devil fruit is called awakening is that it signifies a deep resonance between the demon within the fruit and the soul of the person who consumes it, allowing the dormant demon to awaken and unleash greater power, or rather, its original power. Now his devil fruit was awakened, which meant that his fruit's ability was on the verge of awakening, right? At that moment, another heartbeat within him thumped strongly, seemingly responding to Chenos. After receiving a definite answer from the devil fruit, Chenos couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because once his devil fruit awakens, his strength would undoubtedly reach a whole new level, perhaps even helping him achieve mid to high admiral level power. By then, he would have the strength to battle the four emperors. After the excitement, Chenos calmed down again. Although his fruit's ability had indicated that it was about to awaken, there was no certainty about what about to actually meant. It could awaken tomorrow, or it might take several years. Therefore, Chenos did not stop his pursuit of strength because of the devil fruit's response. On the contrary, he needed to grow even stronger. Only then could he endure until his fruit's ability awakened in the new world. Rebound and reverse fruit. Can you tell me how I initially entered the state of refining my essence? Chenos inquired about the paramecia fruit in his heart. However, after a long time, he still did not receive a response from the fruit. Soon, Chenos found himself laughing at his own actions. The devil fruit might not even be able to talk to him once it awakened, let alone the fact that it had not awakened yet. It seemed there was no way to take the lazy route. He still had to rely on his own exploration. Then, Chenos fell into memories again, and, at that moment, he suddenly recalled that when the power of the devil fruit was acting on him, his body wouldn't explode like it did now, causing him harm. If he had felt such pain back then, even if Chenos had fallen into a coma, he would have still woken up. It appeared that he had been using the power of the paramecia fruit in a rather simplistic and crude manner. There should be more refined ways to utilize this fruit. Chenos couldn't help but think of a concept often mentioned in fantasy and martial arts novels from his previous life, the idea of subtlety. Although the cultivation methods and energies used were different, the underlying principles should be similar. With this in mind, Chenos did not immediately conduct an experiment on his full body rebound ability. Instead, he extended a finger and released the rebound ability on it, gradually decreasing the intensity of the rebound force from strong to weak. He wanted to see how small a force he could control. As the rebound force continued to diminish, Chenos went from initially feeling a strong rebound force on his finger to eventually feeling nothing at all. When he reduced the force to its minimum, he instead sensed a completely different sensation on his finger than ever before. Chenos didn't know how to describe this strange sensation. He felt the rebound ability affecting the cells in his fingers. At the same time, he could sense that his fingers were slowly and gradually becoming stronger. Chenos smiled slightly. He had successfully found the best way to enhance his body. At that moment, another heart within him beat strongly once again. Chenos was controlling the rebound energy, constantly reinforcing it on his fingers, but after a short while, he felt a sensation as if his fingers were about to disintegrate. This made Chenos stop immediately. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. The rebound fruit has two main abilities. One is absorption, and the other is rebound. The absorption ability primarily serves to absorb damage, protecting the fruit user from being harmed by their own abilities. On the other hand, the primary function of rebound is to inflict damage. By continuously using the rebound ability on his fingers, it was natural that they would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, both absorption and rebound abilities needed to work simultaneously to maintain a cycle of damage absorption, redamage, reabsorption. This way, the body could be reinforced through continuous damage and recovery. It is similar to how people train their muscles by repeatedly causing slight tears and damaging the muscle structure. Once the muscles recover, they become stronger. In the following days, Chenos spread the rebound ability throughout his entire body, enveloping himself in it so that the rebound ability continuously reinforced his body. Although the reinforcement speed was much slower than his previous rough method, little by little, over time, it proved to be more effective than the crude approach. Moreover, this training method did not require him to stand still. He could train while moving. As long as Chenos formed a habit, he could even reinforce his body continuously in his sleep. Most importantly, this kind of reinforcement had almost no side effects. The only side effect was that Chenos' appetite increased, which meant he had to spend more time cooking. Well, one could say that there are gains and losses. A few days later, Yang Yuji, standing on the third-floor observation deck, spotted an island and excitedly exclaimed to everyone, "There's a small island ahead." For Yang Yuji, who had never been to sea before, this period of sailing had been quite a struggle. Even with his robust physical condition, he suffered from seasickness and ended up vomiting for 3 days. Fortunately, after gradually adapting, he got used to the bumps of sailing and did not get sick because of it. However, he still missed the stable ground, which would allow him to rest well for 2 days. As soon as Yang Yuji finished speaking, he saw a figure darting out from the ship. "I'm going to find a chef," Chenos shouted as he dashed towards the small island. The other members on the ship couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. It was a situation they couldn't avoid, as none of them could cook. Shaq also laughed, and after adjusting the direction of the ship, shouted to everyone, "Brothers, hold on tight. The Freedom is going full speed ahead." After shouting, Shaq pushed the power lever in the control room, maximizing the horsepower of the Freedom as they sped towards the island. Leading the charge, Chenos raced towards the island. Ever since his fruit ability had improved, he could absorb the energy around him. Although he couldn't achieve 100% absorption, he had a 50% absorption efficiency. After absorbing 50% of the air resistance generated during his sprint, Chenos' speed became even faster, allowing him to achieve supersonic movement. In less than a minute, he reached the small island. As soon as he arrived, Chenos curiously looked at the dock on the island. The place where there should have been a pirate flag or a navy flag was now completely empty. In the New World, most small islands are controlled by pirate forces, with only a few belonging to the world government. There are also very few islands that are neither under pirate nor world government control, such as Zoe Island of the Mink tribe and Elbaf Island of the Giant tribe. Whether it is an island of pirate forces or navy forces, there will usually be flags representing the respective force hanging at the port and the entrance of the town, to show that the island is under protection and to avoid situations like this island, which has no flags at all. Could it be that this island has such strong power that they can defend their territory? But if that were the case, there shouldn't be a place like this where flags could be hung. Thinking of this, Chenos frowned and cautiously walked further into the island. At this moment, the sky above the island was overcast with strong winds blowing, as if it would rain at any second. After Chenos arrived at the small town on the island, he found that most of the houses appeared to be somewhat dilapidated, with some looking like they hadn't been inhabited for a long time, filled with dust and cobwebs. Given that the houses on the small island were in such disrepair, it was no surprise that the streets were even worse, with only leaves blown by the wind. Not a single living creature in sight. Could this be a dead island? In the New World, there is a type of island known as a dead island, which is unsuitable for human habitation. However, this place didn't seem like one with extremely harsh weather that would make it uninhabitable for humans. Why was there no one here? Could it be that I can't find a chef on this island either? Chenos couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. He had already searched 3 islands, but he still hadn't found a single chef, which was really frustrating for him. Every day, he had to spend a lot of time handling ingredients and cooking, leaving him unable to properly train his Haki and develop his devil fruit powers. Chenos took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and activated his observation Haki to the maximum. Although this level of observation Haki couldn't provide any detailed information, it allowed Chenos to have a general sense of his surroundings and to know where people were. At that moment, Chenos suddenly sensed a group of moving creatures in the small town, which delighted him. He opened his eyes wide and rushed toward that group of people. Before long, Chenos reached the side of that group. However, upon seeing their condition, he decided not to reveal himself immediately and instead planned to observe the situation from the side. He noticed that everyone in the group was wearing black conical hats. Their bodies were tightly wrapped in black cloth, and even their eyes were covered with black veils, giving them a very eerie appearance. After careful observation, Chenos noticed that none of these people had any exposed body parts. They looked like followers of some religion. They were carrying a stretcher with a struggling person bound to it, who appeared to be in great fear, continuously trying to shout, but his mouth was covered with cloth, and his hands and feet were tightly bound to the stretcher. The group of people in black lifted him onto a pile of wood, and after securing the stretcher to the wood, the leader of the black-clad individuals said loudly, "This is a poor soul tainted by filth, now also turned into filth. To prevent others from being harmed, we must use the sacred flame to purify the filth upon him. May you, in the heavens above, bless us to eradicate all filth and slay the witch." After speaking, the leader brought a torch close to the wood pile, intending to burn the person alive. Just as he was about to throw the torch into the pile, a clear voice rang out, "Stop." However, the leader ignored it and continued to throw the torch towards the wood pile. In the next moment, the torch was caught by a pair of clean, slender hands, which then swung forcefully, extinguishing the flame. The owner of those hands was Chenos, who, although he did not understand what was happening, could not allow someone to be burned alive according to the values instilled in him during his 9 years of compulsory education. However, Chenos' intervention immediately caused an uproar among the black-clad individuals. "What are you doing? Do you know what this person is? He is tainted by the witch, and even if we don't burn him, he will die soon, and he has already become a source of contamination for the witch. If not eliminated in time, do you know what serious consequences it could bring?" The leader's roar made Chenos frown. "Witch? Filth? What is that?" In this magical world of pirates, Chenos had never heard of a profession called a witch. Based on his guess, this witch was likely a user of a devil fruit ability. But what kind of fruit ability could cause someone to become infected? A virus fruit? Chenos looked at the bound person, then reached out and grabbed him. The men in black who originally intended to attack Chenos were immediately frightened and stepped back a few paces upon seeing him touch the filthy individual. They tried to distance themselves from Chenos as much as possible. However, they didn't dare to leave entirely, fearing that if Chenos became contaminated, he would spread it to others on the island. Therefore, they could only stand at a distance, surrounding Chenos, while sending someone to the uncontaminated stronghold to call for help. The leader of the men in black said to Chenos, "Indeed, you are an outsider who knows nothing of the situation. That person has already become contaminated, and you still touched him. Now you too have been infected and will be contaminated. Submit to the purification of the sacred fire, or you will die in extreme pain." Chenos looked at the leader with a foolish expression. Is being burned alive not painful? Something's wrong with his brain. Just then, Chenos grabbed the man's hand and began to feel a strange sensation. An odd energy was invading Chenos' body through his arm. After sensing that energy, Chenos released the man's hand and looked at his infected arm. He saw that the veins on his arm had turned black and were continuously spreading upward. As the blackness spread up his arm, Chenos also felt nausea, dizziness, and other symptoms. Although it was just a very mild sensation, it still made Chenos feel something unusual in his body. Absorb. After Chenos used his fruit ability, the energy that invaded him was immediately absorbed by his absorption ability, and his arm instantly returned to its original state. The previous abnormal conditions also disappeared in an instant. Chenos smirked, thinking to himself, "Indeed, a devil fruit user." Then Chenos suddenly slapped the filth on the chest, absorbing the fruit ability from him. The filth, who had been struggling to break free from his bindings, immediately stopped, wide-eyed and unable to believe what he was seeing as he looked at Chenos. Chenos smiled and nodded at him. "You're okay now." The man's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Chenos with gratitude. He could feel that the discomfort in his body had completely disappeared. He was no longer filth. Chenos then broke the iron chains binding the man and helped him remove the cloth stuffed in his mouth. As soon as the man was freed, he knelt before Chenos, shouting, "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. I have 2 children to take care of. I can't die. Thank you for saving me. Or else, boo-hoo." Seeing the man sobbing and trying to hug his leg, Chenos could only press the man's head down to keep him away. "What has happened to this island? Who is the witch? How were you infected by her?" After hearing Chenos' questions, the man wiped his face with his sleeve and began to explain. "My name is William. This is the disease island, filled with countless germs. In the beginning, it was an island where humans could not survive. The first doctors who came here discovered that almost all germs in the world could be found here. They brought many doctors and equipment to conduct research. After years of effort, they successfully developed medicines and treatment methods to combat various germs, slowly clearing the island of contamination, making it habitable. It became a sacred place for many who wanted to become doctors, and countless people came to our disease island to study. It was also a place where many were cured. However, 8 years ago, a little girl appeared on the island. She suffered from a strange illness, with symptoms changing daily. Fever one day, diarrhea the next, and the day after that, her body would be rotting as if she were afflicted by a different disease every day. Many doctors on the island treated the little girl, but all returned empty-handed. After 2 years of treatment on Disease Island, while the girl survived, her condition worsened, with dozens of symptoms appearing in a single day, leading all doctors to believe she was beyond saving. Strangely, the girl did not die. Instead, she survived against all odds. A year later, rumors spread that the girl suddenly recovered, showing no symptoms and rapidly regaining her health. But on the day she recovered, she killed all the doctors and began spreading filth across the island. Anyone infected with this filth would develop a disease and become a source of the witch's pollution, passing it on to more people. Those infected would die within 10 days. When the news first broke, both the Yonko and the Navy sent people to the island to deal with the witch, but they returned empty-handed. No one could kill her, and many died at her hands. Thus, the island became a dead island, with the uninfected fleeing to the underground medicine storage room that had been established where they survived. After saying this, William helplessly smiled wryly. As for why I was infected by the witch, it was because she had food, and it was hard for us to obtain food living in the underground storage. I needed food to feed my children, so I took the risk to contact the witch. I thought I was careful enough, but I still got infected by her filth. From William's words, Chenos grasped the key point. This witch was a powerful individual capable of defeating the cadres of the Yonko and the Navy of the New World. Moreover, she was alone and had not joined any forces. In that case, I will not hesitate to accept her. While Chenos and William were understanding the situation, the men in black did not stop watching them. Instead, they were preparing to capture them. A fully armed team of combat personnel quickly arrived at the scene. The purification team's leader is the outsider who disrupted the purification ritual. He has already come into contact with the filth and must be purified along with it. Upon hearing the leader's words, William hurriedly said to him, "Captain Castor, I'm cured. This outsider can heal my filth. Look, I'm fine." Saying that, William tore off his sleeve, exposing his arm to the leader of the black-clad men, Castor. It was a consensus among everyone on the island that the veins of infected people would turn black and spread to the heart. So when they saw William's pale arm, devoid of any black veins, they gasped and began to murmur among themselves. Is William really cured? Can that person really heal the witch's filth? Does this mean that with the help of that outsider, we can finally eradicate the witch and stop living like ghosts in the underground? Castor stared blankly at William's arm, still somewhat in disbelief. "William, tear off your clothes. Let me see if your heart still has black veins." William unhesitatingly tore off his clothes, revealing his chest, and said to Castor, "Look, I'm cured. I really am." Just then, the purification team's leader, lost in thought, suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at William, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Purification team leader, what are you doing? Castor turned sharply to look at the purification team leader, shouting at him in anger. William is the first person to be cured. We must take it back for research. If William truly has no more of the witch's filth, then we will see hope. The people on our disease island can return to a normal life without being wrapped up completely. But now, why did the purification team leader want to harm William? Fortunately, standing next to William was Chenos. He extended his finger and lightly tapped the bullet, which stopped midair before it could touch his finger, falling to the ground. Seeing this, the purification team leader's eyes widened, and he raised his gun to fire at William and Chenos. Chenos simply took a step forward, standing in front of William with his palm outstretched. All the bullets that shot toward Chenos seemed to hit an invisible barrier, bizarrely halting in midair, before falling to the ground one after another. Watching the purification team leader's incredulous expression, Chenos found it difficult to understand. In this magical world of pirates, he could understand someone using a gun in the East Blue, as guns could deal with most enemies. He could also understand it in the Grand Line, as it could eliminate some enemies. However, in the New World, he found it hard to comprehend why so many people still use guns. One can only say that the disparity in military power in this world is too great. Even someone as strong as Kaido could be shot in the forehead with a cannon and might not wake up, while someone as weak as Pakmus almost got killed by a single bullet. It can only be said that this is truly a magical world. Chenos shook his head, taking a step and appearing beside the decontamination team leader. He grabbed the leader's gun, and with a burst of rebound energy in his hand, he instantly shattered the gun into pieces. After seeing the power of this move, Chenos nodded in satisfaction. This was a result of his mastery over the devil fruit, which greatly enhanced his control abilities, allowing him to manage the explosion range of the fruit's powers. Now, he concentrated the fruit's abilities solely on the gun for a focused explosion, wasting not a bit of rebound energy. This way, he could use less rebound energy to unleash a stronger attack. This was also one of the extra gains. Now tell me, why do you want to kill William? The decontamination team leader looked at the shattered gun in Chenos' hand. It was made of high-quality steel, strong enough to be used as a cold weapon. Yet in Chenos' grip, it crumbled like plastic foam, shattering with a single squeeze. The thought of that happening to him made the team leader swallow hard, and somewhat reluctantly. He said, "The filth, it can't be cured. It must be a lie. It has to be killed. Otherwise, if we stay like this at the base, everyone will be doomed." Chenos picked up a relatively sharp fragment from the ground and pressed it against the forehead of the decontamination captain. As the fragment pressed against the captain's forehead, it instantly pierced his skin, and a trickle of blood flowed down. Chenos said coldly, "Speak, or die." Captain of the cleansing squad shuddered and quickly replied, "The higher-ups in the base don't want the restoration at all. They're supreme beings in the base. If the disease island is restored, they will be nothing, and so will I." Chenos raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the meaning of the cleanse captain. On this not-so-powerful small island, becoming a high-ranking member of the base undoubtedly meant enjoying supreme power, much like the Celestial Dragons. The lower-class citizens dared not show any signs of resistance. They would simply be branded with the label of filth and could be killed at will. The lower-class citizens could only submit to their life and death control, so no one in the higher-ups would wish for a restoration. The cleanse captain was also one of those who enjoyed privileges. Why would he want the island to be restored? They all knew that in the New World, a place filled with monsters, once the island was restored, countless forces would come to compete for its ownership. Regardless of which force took control of the island, they would no longer be able to enjoy their current treatment. To them, what witches or filth were of no importance. Even without witches, they would create witches to maintain their authority. However, for Chenos, these high-ranking individuals were the true filth of this world. Perhaps the reason this island had turned into its current state was not solely due to that witch, but rather because of these people's greed for power. With this thought in mind, Chenos, who originally planned to directly seek out the witch and invite her to join him before heading to the next island, changed his mind. He decided to check out the base and see if they were the Celestial Dragons of the sick island. If so, he wouldn't mind practicing his skills on these people, as if they were Celestial Dragons. Meanwhile, Fisher and his group also arrived on the sick island. Upon seeing the deserted island, they couldn't help but laugh. Shaq even jokingly said, "Ha, it seems Chenos still can't find a chef on this little island." The others burst into laughter as well. Now, finding a chef had become an obsession for Chenos, and he would often mutter about it, insisting that they must find a chef on the next island. Unfortunately, the heavens were not in their favor. It seems that Chenos does not have such luck and has been unable to find it. After the jokes, Shark said to everyone, "Forget it. Let's go to the island and help him look for it. Otherwise, listening to Chenos mumble every day is driving me crazy." After saying this, Shark was the first to jump off the ship and walk towards the shore. At this moment, Fisher said to everyone, "You all go to the island this time. Although it looks deserted, be careful. I'll stay here and watch the ship." Young Yuji and Taizolo nodded at Fisher and chased after Shark. Left alone, Fisher prepared to train by the shore for a while. Recently, due to the intense competition within the Vari's pirate group, everyone has been practicing hard to become stronger. As the third strongest on the ship, Fisher felt stuck, which frustrated him. His training system was completely different from others. He practiced fishman karate, and, among fishmen, he was almost the strongest. Therefore, there was no one to teach him anything, let alone guide him on his path. Thus, his training had to rely solely on himself. Fishman's training mostly relates to water. To unleash powerful techniques, he had to figure out how to combine water with fishman karate. After condensing a ball of water in his hand, Fisher fell into deep thought while looking at it. At this moment, Fisher suddenly heard a noise and shouted at a bush on the shore. "Who is it? Come out." Fisher took a stance to strike the water, ready to unleash it at the slightest sign of danger. A girl dressed in a pure white dress, looking very beautiful, timidly came out from the bushes. However, she was not afraid of Fisher. Instead, she looked at him with sympathetic eyes. "Big brother, are you sick? Why do you have fish fins growing on you? And your whole body has turned so red? Did you catch some disease? How pitiful." Fisher felt a headache coming on. It seemed this was another human who didn't know about fishmen. However, Fisher was not angry at the girl's words. Instead, he patiently explained to her, "I'm a fishman of the red snapper variety, so I naturally have fish fins and red skin. I'm not sick." The girl tilted her head in thought, then frowned and pouted at Fisher, saying, "You're lying. There are no fishmen in the New World. It's very bad behavior to talk to a doctor like that." Fisher felt helpless. How could he explain to a human who didn't know about fishmen that he was indeed one. At that moment, Fisher lowered his guard, intending to follow Chenos' advice to make a friend on every island they visited. He planned to make this girl his target and become friends with her. Just as he was about to organize his thoughts and properly introduce the fishmen to her, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed weakly to the ground. What is happening to me? Fisher wanted to say, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the words out. It felt like his entire tongue had gone numb. Poisoned? When did this happen? How did I not notice? Just as these three questions flashed through Fisher's mind, he fainted. The girl's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. My skills have improved lately. The dosage was just right. Now it's time for the doctor's examination. With that, the girl took out a scalpel from her pocket and jumped onto Fisher's body, starting to examine him. Fishmen are generally very tall. Compared to humans, Fisher, who was over 5 meters tall, was already considered a small giant. Just as the girl was about to cut open Fisher's chest to treat him, a cold voice shouted, "Stop! Let go of Big Brother Fisher, or I'll shoot you dead with an arrow." The person who arrived was Yang Yuji, who had gone and returned. It turned out that when Yang Yuji was chasing after Shark with Taizolo, he sensed a gaze watching them. As someone who lived on Bao Island, he was very sensitive to observing gazes. Otherwise, he could easily be ambushed by a griffin. At first, Yang Yuji didn't pay much attention because this was no longer Bao Island. So he relaxed a bit and thought it was just a small animal watching them. However, after walking for a while on the island and finding no signs of life, he immediately felt something was off. In a place devoid of creatures, being watched meant danger. So Yang Yuji quickly told the two and rushed back to the port. Back to the present. Yang Yuji looked at the scalpel that was about to cut into Fisher's chest and felt relieved. If he hadn't returned in time, he might never see Big Brother Fisher again. The girl ignored Yang Yuji's arrow and stood up with her hands on her hips, pouting angrily at him. Please don't disturb a doctor while she is treating someone. It could cause problems. Upon seeing the girl's reaction, Yang Yuji's eyes lit up, and he shot his arrow without hesitation. He didn't care if the girl was a good person or a bad person. He only saw his partner, Big Brother Fisher, being knocked out and a knife pointing at him. So he decided to shoot first and ask questions later. The girl's eyes turned completely black, starting coldly at Yang Yuji, maliciously interfering with the doctor's treatment. You're a bad person. The girl ignored the arrow and charged straight at Yang Yuji. Yang Yuji's arrow reached the girl in an instant, but as it approached her, the wooden part began to rot and rapidly sprouted many black spots. By the time it reached her, the wooden arrow had already decayed. Without the tail, the arrow lost its accuracy and failed to hit the girl. Yang Yuji frowned and quickly drew 3 arrows from his quiver, shooting them at the girl, but the result was the same. He couldn't harm her at all. At this moment, the girl had already reached Yang Yuji, waved her hand, and coldly said, "Bad person, feel the pain of being sick." Yang Yuji had been waiting for the girl to get close. According to his guess, she was likely a devil fruit user like the captain, and long-range shooting wouldn't be very effective against her. Since that was the case, he decided to shoot at close range. Seeing the girl wave her hand, Yang Yuji didn't let his guard down. He pushed off the ground hard, leaped high into the air facing her, and then shot downwards with his bow drawn. It was a seamless action. After shooting the arrow, Yang Yuji flipped the bow and then forcefully pushed off the bowstring with his foot, using the rebound of the bowstring to leap back again, creating distance between himself and the girl. However, despite Yang Yuji's meticulously planned attack, the arrow indeed struck the girl as he intended, yet it still failed to harm her. The arrow passed directly through the girl's body, but it caused her no damage. The spot where she was hit looked as if it were air, simply distorting for a moment before returning to its original state. Yang Yuji couldn't help but furrow his brows, recalling a type of fruit user that Chen Nuo had introduced to him. A natural type devil fruit user. Chenos stated that these natural type devil fruit users can elementalize their bodies, making them immune to ordinary physical attacks. No matter how they are attacked, they cannot be harmed unless Haki is used. Yang Yuki previously did not know what Haki was, but after hearing Chenos' explanation, he realized that Haki is actually a cultivation method passed down by his ancestors, just with a different name. In their archery island, this cultivation technique is called Hunter God. The fire arrows he shoots from the island use Hunter God to wrap the energy within his body around the arrows, allowing them to unleash even greater power to kill the king of God Eagles. Although the Hunter God they practice is the same as the Haki energy from the outside world, their methods of use are different. Their Hunter God can better wrap around the arrows for long-range attacks, and there is basically no loss of energy. Unlike Haki, using it for long-range attacks results in significant energy depletion. However, Haki does have one advantage over Hunter God. When wrapped around the body, the attack and defense power it generates is far superior to that of Hunter God. It can only be said that the two methods of using Haki have their pros and cons, realizing that the girl might be a natural-type devil fruit user. Young Yuki instantly mobilized the energy within his body, gathering it onto the bow in his hand. Just as he was about to shoot, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Shaking his head, he knew he might have fallen victim to the girl's ability. But he decided to muster his spirit and shoot the girl first. Otherwise, with her abilities, the other companions on the ship were very likely to be affected. He couldn't just wait for Chenos to save them. That would be embarrassing. However, even as young Yuki tried his best to maintain his focus and keep his gaze steady, the dizziness only intensified, making it increasingly difficult for him to sustain the hunter god energy on the arrow. He had to shoot it out, biting his tongue to use the pain to rouse himself. He aimed at the girl and released the arrow. As the arrow was shot, the sound of its tail wing vibrating echoed in young Yuki's ears, and the arrow flew straight towards the girl. At that moment, the girl seemed to see a giant god eagle rushing towards her at high speed, intending to pounce on her. The overwhelming killing intent locked her in place, rendering her unable to move or breathe. Unfortunately, young Yuki was still affected by the girl's ability, and the arrow missed her, grazing past her head. Even so, the fierce wind generated by the arrow slicing through the air cut some of the hairpin on the side of her head, and the scattered pieces were swept away by the wind behind her. It wasn't until the arrow had passed that the girl returned to normal, gasping for breath. If it weren't for the dizziness, she would have hit her target. After shooting the arrow, young Yuki could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to the ground. Yet his eyes did not blink, fixated on the arrow. Only after seeing the arrow go astray did he reluctantly close his eyes and faint. The girl, recovering her senses, pouted at the unconscious young Yuki, walked over to him angrily, and kicked him hard with her small, delicate foot hidden under her pure white dress. However, after more than 20 years of practicing archery, young Yuki's body had become as tough as iron, and the girl's kick not only failed to vent her frustration, but also hurt her own foot. The girl hopped around, holding her foot and grimacing. Her cute appearance could only remind people of the term cute but fierce. Yet, this seemingly fierce girl had incapacitated two mid-ranking combatants on Chenos' ship, which felt quite strange. After dealing with young Yuki, the girl revealed a triumphant smile. Humph, now no one will disturb me while I treat that sick big brother. Let us get to work. With no one to interrupt her, the girl's mood shifted from cloudy to sunny. Under the sunlight, her bright smile seemed to shine like golden light. Like a child who had received candy, she held a scalpel and skipped towards Fisher. Just then, a cold voice sounded. Assimilate. Upon hearing the voice, the girl angrily looked towards its source. Why? Why must they repeatedly disturb a doctor treating a patient? Anyone who interrupts a doctor is a bad person, and bad people should experience the pain of being sick. After saying that, she intended to walk towards the source of the voice, but just as she was about to move, she found her feet had turned to gold, and her body was quickly transforming into gold as well. This discovery immediately frightened the girl. She wanted to use her devil fruit ability to restore herself, but found that her ability had no effect on gold, leaving her in despair as she watched her body slowly turn to gold. It wasn't until she had completely transformed into gold that two figures emerged from the bushes. These two were Shaq and Tezelo. They had seen young Yuki hurriedly running back and realized something was wrong, so they followed but did not reveal themselves immediately, instead observing from the shadows. Tezelo took the opportunity to spread gold dust in the air, and when the amount inhaled by the girl reached a level sufficient for assimilation, he spoke out and captured her. Shaq, looking at the fallen Fisher and young Yuki, patted his chest in relief and said to Tezelo, "Good thing you stopped me earlier. Otherwise, I would probably be lying on the ground too." Speaking of which, what kind of ability does this beautiful girl have that can take down both young Yuki and Fisher? Tezelo frowned, looking at the two, and walked over to check on them. Finally, he noticed two black veins spreading on their arms. Tezelo's expression darkened. Shaq, hurry to find Chenos. They both seem to be poisoned. I can't deal with it. After killing the devil fruit user, I can't say if their poison can be cured. So we need to see if Chenos' ability can save them. Seeing the situation of the two, Shaq also put away his playful expression and became serious. He nodded at Tezelo and took out Chenos' life paper. After confirming Chenos' direction, Shaq wasted no time and activated his jet device, quickly rushing towards Chenos' location. Meanwhile, Chenos was heading to the base with William and Castor. At that moment, Castor was filled with excitement, quickly walking towards the base. He didn't want anything else. He just wanted Chenos to lead them to eliminate the witch. Once the witch was gone, they could live a normal life. His daughter could also come out to see the sunlight and the flowers, not having to live a life completely wrapped up like him. The basement base was not far from where they purified William, only a few hundred meters away, with the exit located in a cave at the foot of a mountain. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the base. It must be said that the technology level on the sick island was quite impressive. The entrance was a highly modern stainless steel door that could be raised and lowered, and there was a surveillance snail at the entrance, motionless, monitoring the situation. There was also a place on the door for card swiping and password input. Cass took a card from his pocket, swiped it, and quickly entered the password. The password was correct, and Mr. Cass, the captain of the purification team, was congratulated for returning alive. After a burst of electronic sounds, the stainless steel door slowly rose. As the stainless steel door lifted, Chenos could see the interior of the base, but he could see nothing. The inside was a long corridor, and in the corridor, there were no living creatures other than a few surveillance phone bugs. The group walked into the corridor as if it were routine and stood still, as if waiting for something. Chenos stood still, following the actions of others. After the stainless steel door closed, a cloud of white smoke poured into the corridor, enveloping everyone. Chenos glanced at the reactions of the others, and, noticing that they showed no signs of abnormality, remained motionless, continuing to stay in place. He sniffed the smoke and found that its scent was similar to that of the disinfectant he had smelled in the hospital. Chenos thought to himself, "It seems to be disinfection. This island truly lives up to its name as the Island of Illness." With the entire island resembling a huge hospital where disinfection is required for entry and exit. This also reminded Chenos of the time before he crossed over, when a particular disease meant that masks were necessary everywhere, and he could smell disinfectant on the streets every day, as if the whole world were sick. Fortunately, the country he came from in his previous life was strong, and it didn't take long for people to stop living in isolation. However, the people on this island were not so lucky. They had been confined in an underground base for several years. Most of them had not seen the sunlight outside, and could only live in the underground base. After the disinfection, the large door at the end of the corridor finally opened, revealing the underground world where Chenos would now live. After Chenos followed Cass and the others into the base, what came into view were huge columns. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these columns were actually small houses for people to live in. The houses were extremely simple and cramped, probably only around 20 to 30 square meters. It could be expected that these houses could only accommodate a bed and a simple bathroom, along with a few spare clothes, leaving no room for anything else. However, families lived within these small houses. Inside the base, countless people were busy on the assembly line, and the entire underground base resembled a massive factory, with the products being various pharmaceuticals. Upon witnessing this scene, Chenos immediately furrowed his brow. This island was essentially a dead island, unable to trade with the outside world. What was the purpose of producing so many medicines here? He asked William this question, somewhat puzzled. William shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. But it seems the higher-ups have a way to communicate with the outside world and can exchange some food in return. Otherwise, with so many of us, we wouldn't have enough food to eat. Medicines in exchange for food?" Chenos was momentarily taken aback with laughter. It is known that whether in times of peace or war, medicine is one of the most lucrative commodities. Especially during wartime, medicine is far more valuable than gold of the same weight. Often, even if you have money, you cannot buy medicine. In a world like that of pirates, where wars are constant, medicine is incredibly precious, arguably the most valuable commodity after devil fruits. Now, the high-ranking officials on Sick Island have channels to contact the outside world, and they're trading the most precious medicines with outsiders. So how could they only trade for food and not for other things, like devil fruits or powerful combat abilities? As long as they have money, the high-ranking officials of Sick Island can completely cultivate devil fruit users to deal with the witch. Moreover, since the high-ranking officials can trade with the outside world by accumulating some wealth, they can easily invite top executives from the Yonko crews or high-ranking Navy officials to help them deal with the witch. Just because the executives of the Yonko crews and Navy vice admirals cannot handle the witch does not mean that the top executives of the Yonko crews and Navy admirals cannot. As long as they take action, helping Sick Island capture the witch would not be a difficult task, and life on Sick Island could completely return to normal. Yet, many years have passed, and the high-ranking officials of Sick Island have shown no intention of seeking help. Instead, they allow others to think of this island as a dead island. This also confirms Chenos' previous speculation that the high-ranking officials of Sick Island do not wish to restore it. They only want to maintain the status quo and live a life above others. With this thought in mind, Chenos has already sentenced these high-ranking officials of Sick Island to death in his heart. Along the way, he remained silent, following the group to the base's decontamination team leader, who at this moment had a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. This outsider has underestimated the situation, thinking there are no strong individuals on this island, and has carelessly walked into the base, simply looking for death. Although this outsider is powerful, no outsider can be stronger than the director. Even the formidable, which is no match for the director, let alone this outsider. Just wait, outsider. I want to see how you get killed by the director. Humph. Chenos continued to follow the group into the base, as Cass planned to take them to meet the ruler of the base, Director Fuming Wu. On the Sick Island, the most powerful person is the director of the hospital, which is related to the unique nature of the island. To lead everyone on this special island, one must possess exceptional medical skills and a wealth of medical knowledge. It's important to note that the Sick Island is a place where almost all kinds of viruses and diseases from around the world are gathered. Without exceptional medical skills, it is impossible to lead others in overcoming these diseases. The director has been leading everyone on the Sick Island in researching and tackling various diseases, making him the person with the highest level of medical expertise in the world. However, after entering the base, ordinary people rarely have the opportunity to interact with the director, as only a few high-ranking individuals can do so. Nevertheless, everyone on the Sick Island respects the director greatly, as he is researching how to treat the contamination. If he can succeed, they will be able to leave the base and return to life on the surface. In a sense, the director is their hope. As Chenos walked, he listened to Cass' introduction of Fuming Wu and couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was not what he had imagined. He thought the commander of the base would be a figure like a celestial dragon. However, after hearing Cass' account, Chenos immediately overturned his previous thoughts. A hospital director who had practiced medicine for decades and conquered countless diseases couldn't possibly be a mindless fool like a celestial dragon. Yet now, Fuming Wu was doing things reminiscent of the celestial dragons, secretly rounding up all the residents of the disease island and turning them into his slaves, making them work for him and generate wealth. Why was that? If Fuming Wu wasn't indulging in pleasure like the celestial dragons, then there must be some purpose behind his actions. However, Chenos had just arrived on the island and did not know much, so he could only speculate up to this point. To understand the specifics, he would need to see Fuming Wu before drawing any conclusions. The director had been in the research lab working on combating filth, but now that you have appeared, you can help us eliminate the witch. Once the witch is dead, there will no longer be any filth in this world. At that time, we can return to living on the surface again, Cass said with a face full of reverence. In fact, it wasn't just him. The vast majority of the residents on the disease island wanted to return to life on the surface. After living underground for a few years, many people would probably go insane. Seeing the reverent Cass, Chenos felt a bit reluctant to crush his hopes. According to his analysis, whether the director was someone who craved power and pleasure or had his own objectives, it was impossible for them to leave the base and return to the surface. If he hadn't come and his abilities hadn't been able to counter filth, the residents of this island might have lived underground for their entire lives. Even their descendants would be enslaved by the upper echelons of the base, but they just hadn't realized it yet. Since your director is so busy, can we actually meet him? After all, for the director, Cass, as the leader of the purification team, was just someone they used for dirty work and did not belong to the privileged class of the disease island base. Chenos didn't believe he would be able to meet Fuming Wu. Moreover, since Chenos had come to the base, he was already prepared to force his way into the upper echelons. The reason he was walking slowly with them was merely to avoid some trouble. Otherwise, if the people in the base saw him making a sudden attack, they would definitely follow Fuming Wu's orders and attack him, thinking he was an enemy, which would create a situation where everyone was an enemy. The one who loved doing this kind of thing the most was Monkey D. Luffy, but who could blame him for being the main character? People like Luffy just found trouble for themselves for no reason. He preferred a more planned approach, directly taking out all the high-ranking members of the base at their stronghold and then explaining things to the base personnel afterward. That would make things much simpler, avoiding the need to harm these innocent people and dealing with the trouble they caused. Cass confidently said, if it were a regular day, we might not be able to see the director, but with you here, someone who can kill the witch and heal filth, the director will definitely want to meet us. Chenos nodded and thought to himself, yes, knowing that someone capable of disrupting his plans would appear, Fuming Wu would definitely show up. However, his appearance was not out of joy, but because he had to kill this person. Chenos looked at Cass with a sympathetic gaze. This guy still didn't know that soon he would witness the most grotesque side of their dean. Those who knew about this matter would probably be killed by the dean to silence them, so he could continue to maintain his rule. However, Chenos did not tell Cast. After all, such a naive person should be allowed to enjoy his happiness a little longer. Otherwise, once he encountered the ugly side of this world, Chenos didn't know if he would still be able to feel happy. Cast led Chenos to a building that looked like a large square. In front of the building was a stainless steel gate similar to the base's entrance, and above the gate, there were two surveillance phone bugs watching them. One of the surveillance phone bugs, upon seeing the crowd arrive, scanned Cast from head to toe and said, "Purification Team Leader Cast, what brings you here? Was there an anomaly during the purification of filth?" Cast excitedly replied to the surveillance phone bug, "There was no anomaly, but we encountered someone who can heal filth. He has cured the filth on William, and we want to bring William to the dean for a checkup. If William is really cured, we can leave the base and return to life on the surface." The surveillance phone bug first scanned William and then lingered on his arm for a moment before shifting its gaze to Chenos, staring directly at him. After a long pause, the surveillance phone bug said, "Come in. The dean will personally check William's condition shortly." With that, the stainless steel gate slowly rose and everyone walked into the building. After seeing everyone enter, the gate slowly closed again. At this moment, the dean, Fuming Wu, had already arrived at the monitoring room, looking at the information provided by the surveillance personnel. When Fuming Wu saw Chenos' information, a smile crept onto his face. A powerful supernova with a bounty of 300 million, right, after coming out of the sea? Interesting. With that, Fuming Wu floated like a white cloud towards the building's entrance, ready to meet this strongest supernova in person. Upon entering the building, Chenos realized that rather than being the highest power center on the island, it resembled a research institute. The construction inside the building was made of glass, allowing clear visibility of the situation in other rooms from the outside. Many people in protective suits were conducting various experiments in front of machines, and the experimental equipment on the island was beyond imagination. Medicines were expensive, the machines for making medicines were expensive, and the equipment for researching medicines was even more expensive. It is hard for Chenos to imagine that so much research equipment could appear on a small island. If all this research equipment were sold, it would probably be enough to buy a small island back. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chenos couldn't help but frown. Did I guess wrong? Did Fuming Wu really want to find a treatment for the filth through research, which is why he bought so much experimental equipment? However, Chenos quickly dismissed this thought. If Fuming Wu really wanted to help the people on the island, he could use other, much quicker methods instead of the current one that requires a lot of money and a long time. But now Chenos somewhat understood why the people on the island never questioned Fuming Wu. Instead, they respected him very much, as it seemed that Fuming Wu did not spend the money on himself, but rather on this experimental equipment. Woo, welcome, welcome. I heard there's someone named William whose filth has been treated. Hurry, let me check it out. Come on, take off your clothes. A middle-aged man dressed in a hospital director's outfit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with neatly combed hair appeared. This person was Fuming Wu. He approached William, asked him to take off his clothes, and then began to examine him closely, occasionally using a silver needle to poke him. The superficial symptoms of filth had disappeared. The abnormalities in the tongue and eyes were gone, and the accumulated filth in the chest was also absent. The internal filth has also vanished. It seems he is really cured. After finishing the examination of William's body, Fuming Wu stared at the silver needle for a while. Then he showed an excited expression and said to everyone, "It's really cured. All the symptoms of filth have disappeared, and all side effects are gone. It's truly amazing. How was it treated?" After receiving Fuming Wu's affirmative answer, Cast also excitedly pumped his fist. Finally, there was a way to treat the filth. He enthusiastically said to Fuming Wu, It's him. He can help us cure the filth, and it's very fast. It ended in no time." Chenos was left speechless, thinking to himself that it was actually Fuming Wu who was quick. Fuming Wu rushed in front of Chenos, his face full of excitement, with both hands stretched out as if he wanted to grab Chenos' hands to express his gratitude. However, before Fuming Wu could grasp Chenos' hands, Chenos had already blocked him with his own hands. Chenos coldly looked at Fumiyasu and sneered. "Are you in such a hurry to make a move against me right from the start?" Fumiyasu was holding a nearly invisible silver needle between his fingers. Seeing that his little trick had been exposed, Fumiyasu wasn't embarrassed at all. Calmly, he said to Chenos, "Sorry, I originally wanted to check things out first, but since you've noticed, I'll be straightforward. As an outsider, you should know what a devil fruit user is. The one who creates filth is a disease fruit user. The filth she produces is a new type of disease that combines dozens of ailments, and no one in this world can cure it. There's only one way to heal it. The witch herself must use her fruit powers to eliminate the filth. So the question is, are you the witch? After hearing the director's words, everyone around suddenly stepped back, looking at Chenos in fear. However, Cast, who had come with Chenos, frowned and said, "Director, you must be mistaken. Everyone knows the witch is a girl, and Chenos is a big man. How could he be the witch?" In response to Cast's doubt, Fumiyasu replied directly, "I don't know if he is the witch, which is why I wanted to test him with the silver needle. The bodies of witches are composed of diseases. As long as my silver needle touches him, it will react immediately. So, Mr. Chenos, would you be willing to let me test you with my needle?" Upon hearing the director's words, Chenos secretly thought to himself that the old fox was indeed cunning. It was quite tricky. Just after meeting, Fumiyasu had thrown Chenos a very difficult choice, forcing him to decide. One option was to refuse the needle test, but if Chenos chose that, Fumiyasu could claim that Chenos was guilty and afraid to let him use the needle, subsequently accusing Chenos of being in league with the witch or disguising himself as one. In that case, he could justifiably deal with Chenos, and the others who were unaware of the truth would help Fumiyasu confront Chenos. Eventually, Chenos would find himself in a position where everyone was against him. The other choice was to let Fumiyasu use the needle, and it was obvious that this old fox would definitely tamper with it, leading to problems after the test. In other words, no matter whether Chenos chose to be tested or not, he would fall into Fumiyasu's trap. However, Chenos wasn't the kind of hot-blooded protagonist. He wouldn't make a choice just to accommodate others' opinions. His purpose for coming here was to liberate the people and let them return to the surface. For Chenos, no matter what the director's purpose was, the fact remained that he was keeping all the residents of Disease Island confined in an underground base, enslaving them to produce medicine for him to earn a fortune in exchange for medical equipment. This was a fact. The problem on Disease Island was almost equally divided between Fumiyasu and the witch, and now Fumiyasu was standing right in front of him. As long as he killed Fumiyasu, he could resolve half of the problem. Then, he just needed to persuade the witch to join their pirate crew, and all the issues on Disease Island would be resolved. The plan was perfect. Let's do it. With this thought, Chenos looked at Fumiyasu with a murderous gaze and walked step by step toward him. "I'm not here to answer a multiple-choice question." Fumiyasu saw Chenos, filled with murderous intent, approaching him and immediately shouted to those around him, "Run, lower the isolation walls, and then immediately release high-temperature steam. Hurry, this is the only way we can deal with this guy." Upon hearing Fumiyasu's words, the people around, seeing the murderous Chenos, instinctively chose to obey and ran outside. For those who were enslaved, Chenos didn't care. Their absence actually lightened his burden. Therefore, he let them leave and focused solely on Fumiyasu. Dodge! The figure of Chenos instantly appeared beside Fumingwu, throwing a punch at Fumingwu's abdomen. Shock fist. Fumingwu's eyes widened as he looked at Chenos, his body instantly transforming into a cloud of mist to evade the attack. However, Chenos had trained to the point where his actions were like a reflex, and his punches were imbued with Haki. Just as Fumingwu transformed into mist, Chenos landed a punch that reverted him back to his original form, sending him crashing against a wall made of stainless steel. Bang! Ever since his strength increased on Gun Island, even Chenos's ordinary moves now exhibited tremendous power. Just a simple shock fist sent Fumingwu crashing into the stainless steel wall, creating a dent upon impact. Cough, cough. Fumingwu struggled to stand up, feeling as if his entire waist had been nearly broken by that punch. Just as he got back on his feet, Chenos gave him no time to react, reappearing at his side, grabbing his head, and pressing it against the wall. After pinning Fumingwu's head against the wall, Chenos's palm emitted a rebound ability, coldly saying to Fumingwu, "Die, rebound shockwave." Fumingwu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chenos, unable to understand how Chenos could be so powerful. As a natural-type devil fruit user, he couldn't last more than a few seconds in Chenos's hands. At this moment, Fumingwu knew that if he didn't do something, he would really die at the hands of this suddenly appeared strongest supernova. Fumingwu's body began to boil like water, transforming into a cloud of steam. He directed this mist onto his arm and forcefully pushed against Chenos's arm that was pinning his head. Boom! Chenos furrowed his brows and looked at his arm, where there was an imprint of a hand, with blisters forming on the skin as if it had been burned. Although his shockwave had blasted a hole through the 3-meter-thick stainless steel wall, it hadn't killed Fumingwu. He managed to slip away. Interesting. Just as Chenos was about to continue dealing with Fumingwu, a large cloud of white mist rose around them, obscuring Chenos's vision and preventing him from seeing his surroundings. Moreover, this mist was extremely hot, making Chenos hesitant to open his eyes, fearing that they might get burned by the steam. Chenos immediately closed his eyes and used his observation Haki to sense the surroundings. Upon detecting the figure of Fuming Wu, he immediately started chasing after him. Fuming Wu was running while cursing. Damn, this Chenos is as strong as a monster. No wonder there's a bounty of 300 million as soon as he set sail. I was careless. However, after taking a glance back, Fuming Wu's eyes widened and he shot forward, his feet emitting steam as he accelerated into the distance. Just where Fuming Wu had just dashed from, Chenos kicked it apart and followed closely behind him. Soon after, Fuming Wu reached a door, quickly pressed a button on the wall, and a large door opened immediately. He then transformed into a cloud of mist and slipped through the gap at the bottom of the door. Once inside, Fuming Wu pressed the button again, intending to close the door, which began to descend. But at that moment, Chenos executed a sliding tackle and rushed into the door as well. Just as Chenos entered, the door slowly began to close. You've trapped yourself in a dead end. Chenos looked around the room and found that it was a sealed chamber, completely made of stainless steel with no visible gaps. Inside, there was nothing but a vast, empty space. However, Fuming Wu smiled at Chenos, regaining his previous calm confidence, and even began to introduce the room to Chenos. This room was called the Sealed Steam Room, with walls made of 10-meter thick precision steel, airtight. There was only one way to leave here, which was to press the button on the wall behind me. In other words, in this place, only one of us can survive and leave. Chenos looked at Fuming Wu with some surprise. The person who had almost been killed by him just moments ago now had the audacity to tell him that only one of them could leave alive. However, before Chenos could think it over, jets of white mist began to spray from all around the room. As soon as the mist entered the room, the temperature inside shot up immediately. At that moment, Chenos realized something was wrong and immediately rushed towards Fuming Wu. However, at that moment, Fuming Wu's body transformed into smoke, merging with the steam that was pouring into the room. Fuming Wu's voice then echoed throughout the entire room. Haha, I'm the user of the steam fruit, capable of turning into steam. Now, the steam in this entire room is my body. How are you going to hit me? As the steam thickened and the temperature rose, Chenos could only use observation Haki to sense Fuming Wu's figure. However, as Fuming Wu said, his presence was dispersed throughout the steam in the room, making it extremely difficult for Chenos to capture Fuming Wu's figure with his observation Haki. To deal with Fuming Wu, he could only wait for the moment he would strike. After waiting for a while, Chenos realized that Fuming Wu had no intention of attacking. Instead, it was as if he had vanished from the room. Just then, Chenos suddenly felt discomfort in his body, as if he were placed in a steamer. As the temperature continued to rise, Chenos's powerful body began to struggle, turning bright red, resembling a steamed shrimp. After feeling the discomfort in his body, Chenos realized that Fuming Wu didn't even need to attack him. As long as he kept him trapped in this steam room, he could slowly steam Chenos to death. Chenos stepped lightly and immediately rushed towards the door behind him, gathering a rebound energy on his fist and striking the door. When Chenos hit the door, it made a huge sound. However, the door was not significantly damaged, only showing a small dent. Ha ha ha, useless. This is 10 meters thick precision steel. You can't escape. Shaq, holding Chenos' life card, rushed towards him at high speed. Soon, Shaq arrived at the entrance of the disease island base. Looking at the tightly closed base door, Shaq furrowed his brows. He had just tried to call the phone bug, but Chenos' phone bug did not connect, probably due to the signal being blocked in this underground research lab-like place. Then Shaq came to the front of the door, looked at the electronic password lock, shook his head disdainfully, and gently pressed a button next to the electronic password lock. A stainless steel cover opened, revealing some connection ports. Shaq pulled out a data cable from his chest and connected it to the electronic password lock. In less than 3 seconds, an electronic sound rang out. Dear programmer, welcome to Check. Now entering programmer mode. Program operations can be performed. Shaq pressed 2 buttons on the electronic password lock, and the door began to slowly rise without triggering an alarm. Seeing the door open, Shaq did not stop but continued to operate on the electronic lock. Soon, the door that required disinfection to open was also unlocked. Shaq bypassed the time-wasting steps directly through the program. After both doors were opened, Shaq pressed a spot on his thigh, and some blank magnetic cards popped out. He then swiped the card at the card reader, setting the blank card to the highest base permission. This way, after entering the base, Shaq could come and go freely no matter where he wanted to go. After creating the universal card, Shaq looked at the machine with some disdain and said, "It's still the lowest level of intelligent control system. Are there really fools who buy this? What a waste of money." The reason Shaq could control the machine so easily was that the intelligent control system used in the Disease Island base was developed by him. However, this system was just the initial version and the worst version, with many system vulnerabilities. With this version, anyone with a bit of technical knowledge could enter and exit freely. If it were his latest version, even Vegapunk would not be able to invade easily. Looking at the life paper in his hand, Shaq suddenly remembered it was not the time to disdain those who were willing to buy this system, and hurriedly rushed into the base. Once inside the base, Shaq ignored the presence of others and dashed straight towards the direction where Chenos' life paper was fluctuating. Soon, Shaq reached the entrance of the Dean's laboratory where Chenos had entered. He glanced at the door, directly ignored the surveillance, and swiped his card at the entrance, causing the laboratory door to instantly open, allowing Shaq to enter. However, just as the door opened, a large group of fully armed personnel turned to look at Shaq. Shaq awkwardly looked at the 100-strong team in front of him, forced a smile, and waved his hand at them. Excuse me, I took a wrong turn. Could you tell me where the restroom is? At that moment, the leader of the decontamination team recognized that Shaq was not from the Disease Island and shouted to the decontamination team members. This is an outsider and a companion of the intruder. Kill him. All the decontamination team members raised their guns in unison, aiming at Shaq. Shaq quickly merged his arms together, blocking in front of his head. As his arms fused, a shield immediately extended from them, protecting him completely. Damn, is my luck this bad? However, Shaq did not take these lackeys seriously. He controlled a mechanical arm that extended from behind, holding a shock grenade. After the decontamination team members stopped their attack, he opened the shield and threw the shock grenade toward the decontamination team. Once the shock grenade landed in the middle of the decontamination team, it emitted a dazzling light, followed by a shockwave that spread among the team members, knocking them all unconscious. After seeing everyone faint, Shaq retracted the shield from his arms, pulled back the mechanical arm, and continued rushing towards where Chenos was located. As he ran, Shaq complained, "Chenos, seriously, it's just finding a chef. Why come to such a hidden place with so many lackeys? It's really wasting time." Upon entering the laboratory, Shaq's eyes widened as he looked at the research equipment everywhere, nearly drooling. Wow! Ultra-precision mechanical arms, nano-level research workstations, the latest generation of laser equipment. Ha 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 ha, is this heaven? This guy Chenos really knows how to find a place. I have to find a way to move all this equipment onto the ship. This way, I won't have to buy so many things I need. Shaq kept pressing his face against the glass wall, looking around and occasionally exclaiming in admiration, his eyes shining with excitement. After a while, Shaq slowly recovered from the excitement of discovering treasure, remembering his purpose for coming here, and decided to find Chenos first. However, as he was leaving, he looked back at the equipment, filled with reluctance, as if parting with a lover for just a few minutes. Following the life paper, Shaq arrived at the closed steam room where Chenos and fuming Wu had entered. Shaq frowned as he looked at the steam room. He glanced at the life paper, which was showing signs of fading. It seemed that Chenos was not in good condition, causing the life paper to display such behavior. This made Shaq a bit anxious. But he looked at the steam room in front of him and found that the system used there was not the same as the one outside, but rather a different system, developed by Vegapunk. Although this version was also an initial version, it was one that Vegapunk had helped improve after seeing the original version developed by Shaq. It had virtually no vulnerabilities. If Shaq needed to enter, he would also need some time to crack it open. Damn Vegapunk. Even here, he outdid me. What a bastard. His system was used for basic protection outside, while Vegapunk's system was used in the most core area. Although he admitted that the initial system was not as good as Vegapunk's, seeing such differential treatment still made him very unhappy. At that moment, a loud crash came from inside the door. Bang! Shaq looked at the life paper in his hand and found it had become even more wilted, which made him anxiously shout, "Chenos, are you okay?" Unfortunately, the heavy steel door blocked his voice, and it could not reach the room at all. Shaq quickly began to crack the steam room system, try to open the door as soon as possible to help Chenos. In the closed steam room, the high temperature brought by the steam caused the surrounding air to become distorted. In this enclosed environment, the temperature of the steam continued to rise, and at this moment, the temperature in the room had reached an astonishing 300 degrees. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to last even a second in such a steam room. The extreme heat would be lethal. Yet, under such high temperatures, Chenos was still punching the 10-meter-thick steel door. Chenos, a newly emerged supernova in the New World, had a bounty of 300 million right after setting sail. Impressive. Many members of the 4 Emperor's crews haven't even reached a bounty of over 100 million yet. And you achieved that as soon as you set sail. This starting point is already far beyond most pirates. Moreover, the strength you displayed earlier could even qualify you to be a captain in a 4 Emperor's crew, or possibly even a high-ranking officer. With such talent, I find it hard to bring myself to kill you. Fuming Wu watched Chenos attack the steel door without a hint of panic, casually chatting with him from the side. Chenos disdainfully said, "You, who can't last 10 seconds in my hands. If it weren't for this room, would you even have a chance to kill me? And now you actually want to recruit me? Aren't you afraid that I could go outside and take another 10 seconds to kill you?" Upon hearing Chenos' words, Fuming Wu not only did not feel humiliated, but instead burst into laughter. Haha, I'm not someone with great combat power to begin with. The reason I consumed this steam fruit was simply to give myself a certain level of self-defense. Besides, does being strong mean you can control the world? Does having great strength alone make you the king of this world? No, you're mistaken. Great strength is just a small part of becoming the king of the world. Chenos now has no time to listen to Fuming Wu's nonsense. In this world where strength is paramount, as long as you are powerful enough to make everyone tremble and unable to resist your decisions, then you can become the king of this world. Whitebeard was unable to become the king of this world, firstly because he was unwilling to do so, and secondly because he was not strong enough. Even though he is now the strongest in the world, what about one who can't defeat him? What if 2 people come together? What if Sengoku and Garp team up? If necessary, what if the 3 admirals join forces? Ultimately, Whitebeard still isn't strong enough. If he could take down everyone in the Navy by himself, then he would be the king of this world. Chenos has the same goal, to become the king of this world. If he can defeat all the fighting forces under the world government, then, at that time, what Celestial Dragons.With will all have to kneel before him. However, he is not strong enough yet. The previous increase in power gave him the strength of a lower-level admiral, which made him a bit complacent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen for Fuming Wu's scheme. This has led Chenos to start reflecting. Before he reaches the kind of indestructible physique like Kaido's, it's better not to act recklessly. Otherwise, if he dies in some obscure corner due to someone else's scheme, he would be letting down the opportunity given to him by heaven for this reincarnation. Absorb. Now, Chenos' ability to absorb energy from his surroundings has significantly improved. He can absorb the high temperature of the surrounding steam and convert it into rebound energy. However, his absorption ability is still somewhat weak, requiring 2 hours to fully absorb. If he could absorb energy in an instant, then the high-temperature steam around him would have no effect on him and couldn't harm him. It would only convert into his combat power, making him stronger. But he doesn't need to absorb to full capacity right now. He just needs enough energy to break through the big door. When he got off the ship, his energy was full. However, due to his eagerness to find a chef, he frequently used the bounce step after disembarking, which severely depleted his energy. At that time, Chenos thought that due to his power increase, it wasn't a big deal to expend some energy. He could just absorb for another 2 hours and return to peak condition. But now that he thinks about it, he was just making things harder for himself. If he had maintained his peak condition, he probably would have already killed Fuming Wu. So why would he need to listen to his nonsense here? At this moment, his internal energy is only at 30%. Once he absorbs it to 50%, using the technique he employed at sea to break this big door should pose no problem. However, Chenos glanced at his skin, which had already turned red from the heat. At this rate, his body probably wouldn't last much longer. He must absorb faster, even faster. He needs to break through this big door before reaching the critical point. As long as he gets outside, Fuming Wu will be no match for him. Chenos, you're mistaken. You are strong, but in this special environment, you're not my opponent at all. You can't hit me, and you can't escape. You can only watch as you're slowly steamed to death. So, you should understand, no matter how strong a person is, they are still human, and they have weaknesses. As long as you find the right method, even someone as strong as Whitebeard or Roger can die. Are you joking? The world's strongest Whitebeard cannot be killed by tricks like yours, and Roger is even more so. With your skills, you might not even reach them before being knocked out. Originally, Chenos planned to quietly absorb energy and then break through the door to escape. But after hearing Fuming Wu's pretentious words, he could no longer hold back. Seeing Chenos react, Fuming Wu became even more pleased. Haha, Roger, the first pirate king, so what? Isn't it because he fell ill that he ultimately had to choose to sacrifice himself to open the age of exploration? How strong is the world's strongest Whitebeard? He has been tormented by illness for years. Now his strength is slowly declining. In a few years, those Navy members who used to run away at the sight of him will be able to urinate on his head. In this world, no matter how strong someone is, they are no match for disease. As a doctor, I don't believe anyone can become powerful enough to kill everyone in the world, but disease can do that. In this world, as long as someone can control disease, they can control the world. As long as someone can control disease, no one can become their opponent. As long as someone can control disease, they can become the true king of this world. And now, I already have the means to control disease. As long as you help me, we can use disease to control this world and become the kings of this world. Chenos, join me, and let us rule this world together. At this moment, a point of light has already formed in Chenos' hand, aimed at the steel door, and thanks for the invitation, but I'll handle the matter of ruling the world myself. The light point in Chenos' hand shot towards the steel door like a laser. As soon as the light point touched the steel, it directly sank into the steel door, feeling no resistance at all. The next second, a huge pit appeared in the entire steel door, and the 10-meter thick door was blasted out a smooth, cylindrical hole, making it seem as if the door was designed that way from the start. However, although Chenos had created a massive pit in the door, he still couldn't penetrate the steel door. Watching the explosive power Chenos unleashed, Flamingo couldn't help but swallow hard. This move, even the 4 emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? If it hit him, he would probably be obliterated. Ha ha, Chenos, you couldn't escape. Now, I'll give you a choice. One is to be steamed alive, and the other is to cooperate with me obediently. Just let me plant a virus seed in you, and then you'll be my top subordinate, ruling this world with me. What do you think? At this moment, Chenos had exhausted all the energy in his body, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued, as if he were empty inside. He needed to absorb energy quickly from the surroundings, otherwise he would really die. The temperature around him had already soared to over 350 degrees. Even wood would catch fire in a steam room, let alone a human. Moreover, Chenos had already been in the room for half an hour. If it continued like this, his body would truly be cooked alive. At this moment, Chenos forced himself to gather his spirit, mobilized all his physical strength, and fully activated his fruit ability to absorb all the surrounding energy to replenish the deficiency in his body. Chenos, the witch outside, is a disease fruit user. As long as you help me defeat her and let me implant a bomb in her, we can control the diseases of this world. Just think, once we control the diseases, who will be our opponent? Then we will establish a new world government. If anyone disobeys, we will directly release diseases on their island. In the torment of illness, no one will be able to stand against us. We will ultimately rule this world. The more Flamingo spoke, the more excited he became, and the steam in the entire steam room began to stir, with the temperature rising even higher. However, at this moment, Chenos could no longer hear what Flamingo was saying. Only one thought remained in his mind. Absorb, absorb, absorb. It was uncertain whether it was Chenos' strong desire to survive and his unwavering belief that enhanced the absorption ability of the reverse fruit. But the absorption efficiency rapidly increased from the original 50%, 60%, 70%, 100%. As the absorption ability continued to strengthen, a small vortex began to form around Chenos, who was enveloped in white steam, continuously absorbing the high temperature carried by the steam and converting it into energy that flowed into his body. Under the threat of death, Chenos' absorption ability kept strengthening, and the vortex around him grew larger until it formed a tornado, spinning continuously in the sealed steam room. The high temperature in the room began to slowly decrease due to Chenos' continuous absorption, as if all the heat was being absorbed by him. These changes seemed to take a long time, but in reality, they occurred in just a brief moment. Flamingo then realized something was wrong and shouted at Chenos, "Chenos, I'll give you one last chance. Will you choose to die or submit to me?" After waiting 2 seconds and seeing that Chenos still hadn't replied, Flamingo decided not to try to persuade him anymore. Continuing like this would be too risky. A hand formed from the steam in the air and roared at Chenos. Concentrated steam cannon. Countless steam particles gathered towards the hand, forming a steam cannon that emitted white light and terrifyingly high temperatures, shooting towards Chenos. The steam cannon carried extremely terrifying heat, with temperatures reaching over 100 degrees, distorting the air along its path. Yet, under such terrifying heat, the water inside the steam cannon did not decompose. Instead, it kept rolling inside the cannon, appearing extremely eerie. Just as the steam cannon was about to strike Chenos, a hand caught it. Strangely, the steam cannon that should have exploded in this hand slowly shrank until it disappeared. And the owner of this hand was Chenos. Under the threat of death, Chenos' absorption ability grew stronger again, greatly enhancing his power to absorb the surrounding energy in a short time. As for how strong his current absorption efficiency was, he would only know after further testing. Right now, Chenos only knew that the surrounding steam no longer posed a threat to him. What did you just say? Let me choose to submit or die. Now, I give you a choice too. How do you want to die? Just then, the door behind Chenos slowly opened, and a figure shouted from outside. Chenos, are you all right? I'm here to save you. After shouting, the figure rushed into the steam room, but as soon as they stepped inside, they retreated at an even faster speed. Damn, ISNT this called a steam room? Why does it feel like an incinerator? Seeing the door open and the not-so-bright figure, Flamingo suddenly had an idea. He once again created a large amount of true energy to obscure Chenos' vision and then directed a massive flow of steam towards the figure at the door. At this moment, Chenos, who had absorbed enough energy, instantly appeared in front of that figure, extending his arm to absorb the steam. In less than a moment, all the steam was completely absorbed by Chenos. Shark, what are you doing here? Are you okay? The lying shark said confidently. I'm here to save you. Chenos glanced at Shaq, whose face was covered in blisters from the heat, then looked at the now empty steam room, managing to squeeze out a faint smile. Thank you. Due to Flamingo's body turning into steam, Chenos couldn't sense his presence in the steam-filled room at all. If the door hadn't been opened, Chenos could have used his newly strengthened absorption ability to absorb all the steam, then launched a wide-area attack, and it wouldn't have taken long to kill Flamingo. However, Shaq's interruption had allowed Flamingo to escape, but Chenos didn't mind. Although he had lost a bit this time, the gains were significant, so it was a trade-off. What are you doing here? Shaq suddenly remembered and hurriedly said to Chenos, Chenos, hurry and save Fisher and Yang Yuji. They have both collapsed under the skirt of a beautiful girl. Right now, Teselo's gold has merged with her, controlling that girl. We need to rush over and save them. Chenos. After some understanding, Chenos finally realized that Shaq was referring to both Yang Yuji and Fisher falling into the hands of the witch. And now Teselo had used the fruit's ability to assimilate them. Chenos looked at Shaq with a speechless expression. You really are a genius. However, as soon as Chenos finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly grabbed Shaq and rushed towards the location of Taizolo and the others. Just moments ago, Shaq had distracted him, allowing Fumingwu to escape. The reason Chenos was in the mood to chat with Shaq was because Fumingwu's fruit ability could only exert its powerful effects in specific environments and was ineffective outside. Whether Fumingwu encountered Yang Yuji or Fisher, they were not his opponents. However, both of them had already fallen unconscious, leaving only the weakest member on the ship, Taizolo. Although Taizolo was diligently practicing his fruit ability in Haki, he was still the weakest on the ship, and no matter how bad Fumingwu was, he was still a natural-type fruit user. In a normal battle, Taizolo might not even be a match for the opponent. Moreover, Taizolo now had to take care of two teammates who had fallen into a coma, making him an even less capable opponent. Earlier, when Fumingwu was trying to recruit Chenos, he had already revealed his intentions, which were to use Chenos' powerful force to subdue the witch and then have him place a bomb that could control the witch on her. This way, he could control the world by controlling the witch. Now, facing the risk of being chased by Chenos, he might very well go to find the witch and desperately try to see if he could control her. If successful, he would have the leverage to confront Chenos. And the witch was now with Taizolo and the others. In short, Taizolo was in danger. So Chenos hurriedly rushed towards Taizolo's location. Meanwhile, Taizolo looked at Fisher and Yang Yuji and noticed that something was wrong with them. One was icy cold and trembling, while the other was so hot that he started to smoke. Taizolo had no knowledge of medicine and could only watch the two of them in a panic, but had no way to help them. After waiting for a while and realizing that Shaq still hadn't brought Chenos back, Taizolo became increasingly anxious. The only solution he could think of was to wrap his clothes around Yang Yuji to keep him warmer and to keep fetching water from the sea to cool Fisher down. After sweating profusely, he found that the condition of the two had not improved at all and had even worsened. In desperation, Taizolo could only turn his gaze to the girl. He removed the assimilation from the girl's head, allowing her to communicate with him. You immediately release your fruit ability. Otherwise, I will kill you. After the girl recovered, she looked at Taizolo, who was threatening her with killing intent, but she was completely unconcerned. You are also a bad person for capturing the doctor and not letting him treat the patients. I will not release my ability. Taizolo did not care whether the other person was a girl or how pretty she was. The lives of his partners were far more important to him. Gold surged from him, forming a golden arm that grasped the girl in its palm. Release your ability, or else, Taizolo said while controlling the golden palm to tighten its grip. At that moment, the girl struggled in the golden palm, feeling like her body was about to be crushed. Her eyes turned black as she hissed at Taizolo, Now, the lives of your two partners are in my hands. If you kill me, they will not survive either. Taizolo immediately relaxed his grip on the golden palm a bit. If it were because of him that two powerful partners died at the hands of this unknown girl, he would have no face to confront Chenos later. Let's make a deal. You release your fruit ability, and I will let you go. How about that? The girl rolled her eyes at Taizolo and said, no way. If I release my ability, you will kill me right away. I'm not stupid. Taizolo became somewhat irritated, especially as the conditions of his two partners deteriorated. He had no mood to coax a little girl. What do you want then? The girl said, somewhat aggrieved. I just wanted to treat that tall red-skinned guy. He has mutated, and his body has grown fish fins. If he doesn't get treated soon. He probably won't last long. Yet you people keep stopping me from treating him. And now you ask me what I want? I want to ask you. What do you want? Taizolo was stunned. Huh? This girl knocked Fisher out just to treat him? She defeated Yang Yuji because he was blocking her from treating Fisher? Realizing that this was all a misunderstanding, Taizolo couldn't help but hold his head in disbelief. He directly removed the girl's assimilation ability and helplessly said to her, sorry, I didn't expect this to be a misunderstanding. Brother Fisher is a fishman, and he naturally looks like this. If you don't believe me, you can check Brother Fisher's body. He is very healthy and is not mutated. As for Brother Yang Yuji, he thought you were trying to harm Brother Fisher when he saw you knock him out, which is why he attacked you. He is not a bad person. We are all from the same pirate crew. If this is just a misunderstanding, then I think we don't need to threaten each other's lives. We can completely resolve this misunderstanding. You can check Brother Fisher's body without using a knife. After you check, you will know I'm not lying. I hope that once we resolve the misunderstanding, you will also release your fruit ability. How's that sound? After saying this, Taizolo took a few steps back to let the girl check Fisher's body, and his sincere attitude made the girl start to doubt herself. Could it be that I really got it wrong? So the girl went to check Fisher's body, and after a while, she found that what Taizolo said was indeed true. Aside from the disease caused by her disease fruit ability, Fisher was very healthy and showed no signs of mutation. At this moment, Taizolo also controlled his golden arm to take down the bounty notice from the lookout on the third floor, pulling out Fisher's bounty notice to show the girl. Each bounty notice has some small text introducing the person on it, and on Fisher Tage's bounty notice, it clearly states that he disturbed the Celestial Dragons, a heinous crime. After checking, the girl already knew that Fisher was indeed a fishman, and with the text on the bounty notice, she had no chance to refute and save face. She could only lower her head in shame and remove the disease fruit abilities for both of them. Taizolo smiled and said, it seems you haven't left this island, which is why you caused such a misunderstanding about fishmen. Your strength is good. How about joining our Vari's pirate crew and exploring the world with us? The girl was somewhat tempted, but she glanced in the direction of the inner island and sighed. Sorry. I have unfinished business on the island and need to wait until it's done before I can leave. Just then, a white mist enveloped the girl. Yoji. If you want to see the outside world, I'll take you. Fumingwu. When the girl, Lu Ji, saw that the person who had taken her was Fu Mingwu, her entire aura became terrifying. Her eyes turned black, and countless viruses began to surge towards Fu Mingwu. However, Fu Mingwu transformed into steam, and the high temperature he carried was enough to kill most viruses. Even if he couldn't kill these viruses, they posed no threat to him. Fu Mingwu laughed heartily and said, It's useless, Lu Ji, my daughter. Your attacks have no effect on me. You know that. Give up struggling and leave this island with me. Let's use your abilities to conquer the world together. Even knowing her attacks were ineffective, Lu Ji continued to unleash her fruit abilities, attacking Fu Mingwu relentlessly. I don't have a father who uses his own daughter for medical experiments, and I would never join you in conquering the world. The meaning of my life right now is to kill you. After that, Fu Mingwu ignored Lu Ji's reaction and grabbed her, intending to leave the island. After all, there was a killing god on the island waiting to kill him. The high-temperature steam grasped Lu Ji, causing her skin to blister, but Fu Mingwu paid no attention, only wanting to escape. He had already developed a cure for Lu Ji's disease, and there was nothing on this small island worth his attachment. Next, as long as he could control Lu Ji, he could use her to dominate the world. Just as Fu Mingwu was about to run away with Lu Ji, a figure appeared before them. Fu Mingwu, where do you think you're going? As the figure spoke, one hand grabbed Lu Ji, while the other formed a fist and struck the white steam that Fu Mingwu had transformed into. Upon contact with the armed Haki-encased fist, the white steam immediately revealed Fu Mingwu's body. His body turned into a shooting star, crashing down to the ground. With a loud bang, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and Fu Mingwu was knocked unconscious in the pit by the force of that punch. The figure that had just appeared was Chun Nuo, who had rushed over from the base. He was now hovering in the air with Lu Ji, looking down at the unconscious Fu Mingwu. However, unlike Monkey D. Luffy, who ignores his defeated enemies and waits for the Navy to handle the aftermath, Chun Nua directly extended his finger, condensing an energy point on it, intending to completely eliminate the threat that Fu Mingwu posed. Just as Chun Nua was about to fire the energy point, Lu Ji hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, don't kill him." Chenos looked at Lu Ji beside him with some surprise. Lu Ji, who had just been burned all over, had already recovered completely thanks to the effects of the sick fruit. With her pitiful appearance looking at Chenos, it put him in a bit of a dilemma. Fu Mingwu was definitely a cunning character. If he let this person go now, it would surely lead to endless troubles in the future. However, the person in front of him should be the witch he wanted to invite on board. If he went against the witch's wishes at this moment, it would be very difficult to invite her on board later. Just then, Taizolo below said to Chenos, "Chenos, this person is Lu Ji's father." After hearing this, Chenos could only helplessly give up the idea of killing Fu Mingwu. If he killed the father of the witch, who possessed the disease fruit, it would be absolutely impossible for her to board their ship. Understood. With no other choice, Chenos decided to land first. However, as soon as he brought Lu Ji down to the ground, she ran towards Fu Mingwu in the pit, extending her hand to use her fruit ability on him. Once the invisible power of the disease fruit affected Fu Mingwu, who had been injured and unconscious, he suddenly woke up as if stimulated by something. Lu Yi, my good daughter, hurry and save me." But at that moment, Lu Ji's eyes had turned completely black, looking at Fu Mingwu with emotionless black pupils. "I want to watch you suffer and die from disease." After saying this, Lu Ji clenched her fist tightly, unleashing the power of the fruit on Fu Mingwu. Fu Mingwu immediately felt something was wrong with his body, as if countless diseases were simultaneously erupting within him. Some parts of his body began to rot, while others started to grow tumors. Not only that, but he also felt as if half of his body had been placed in an ice cave, while the other half was in lava. Fu Mingwu wanted to use his fruit ability to free himself from the effects of the disease fruit. But just as he tried to activate his ability, he found that his injuries were too severe, and the effects of the fruit's power prevented him from using his devil fruit ability at all. Before long, Fu Mingwu's hair fell out, his teeth dropped, and his once strong body rapidly deflated like a deflated doll, while the smooth skin on his face began to develop countless wrinkles. After 10 minutes of this, Fu Mingwu was tortured to death by disease under Lu Ji's gaze. As Fu Mingwu's daughter, after killing him with her own hands, she not only felt no sadness, but instead displayed a relieved smile. After Chenos and the other members exchanged glances, they saw some surprise in each other's eyes. However, Chenos did not ask anything. Instead, he walked over to Lu Ji, patted her shoulder, and offered some comfort. Lu Ji turned to look at Chenos, pouted her lips, and without caring that it was their first meeting, she hugged Chenos and began to cry. "Woo, it's been over 10 years. I fulfilled my original wish and killed my father. I've finally done it." Chenos awkwardly raised his hands, simply watching as Lu Ji cried like a homeless child. He couldn't help but sigh and reached out to stroke Lu Ji's head. It's okay to cry. Sometimes crying isn't a bad thing. It's just a way for people to heal themselves. Originally, Lu Ji was crying hoarsely, but after hearing Chenos' words, she slowly stopped. "Are you the captain? I want to get on your ship. I want to leave this island. Can you help me?" Chenos gently touched Lu Ji's head and said, "It's what I've always wanted." After hearing Chenos' agreement, Lu Ji, who seemed to have cried quite a bit earlier, directly hugged Chenos and fell into a deep sleep. However, in her dreams, a sweet smile appeared on Lu Ji's face. At this moment, Yang Yuji and Fisher had already woken up and saw Chenos holding Lu Ji in his arms, their eyes widening in surprise. Then, the few of them exchanged glances and showed smiles that men could understand. "All right, I suddenly remembered that there is some trash on the ship that hasn't been thrown out. I'll go throw it away first. By the way, I really need to pee. Do you know where the bathroom is? Hurry, take me there." I know, I want to go too. Let's go together." Fisher, Yang Yuji, and Taizolo all found excuses to leave in perfect harmony, while only Shaq looked at Chenos with jealousy. Just as he was about to rush over to Chenos and say, "Let go of that girl. Let me come," he was covered by the mouse of the three and carried away. Kienuos looked at the four of them and couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, "These old perverts, who knows what they are thinking all day long." After saying that, Kienuos picked up Lu Ji and walked towards his room. Chenos placed Lu Ji on the bed in his room and looked at her sleeping so soundly, which made him feel a bit heartbroken. From her appearance, it seemed she hadn't had a good night's sleep in years. especially when he saw Lu Ji standing above the pit, staring intently at Fuming Wu, only blinking after witnessing Fuming Wu's complete death. It was clear just how much hatred Lu Ji held for him. Chenos gently covered her with a blanket, then quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. After leaving the room, Chenos intended to find the residents of the sick island who were still hiding in the base. Now that Fuming was dead and Liu Ji wanted to leave the island with him, the sick island could be restored to its former status as a medical sanctuary. Before long, Chenos arrived at the entrance of the base again. However, Fisher and the others were standing at the door, confronting the residents of the island. Shaq was desperately trying to persuade them, pulling at his hair. I've told you so many times, the island is safe now. If you don't believe it, come out and see for yourselves. Look at us. We're all alive and well. There's no filth, no witches here. They stood at the entrance of the base with guns aimed at Shaq, preventing him from getting closer. Ha! You outsiders don't know what's going on the island, and you're trying to persuade us to go out and die. It's simply unreasonable. If you want to stay outside, then stay out there. Don't come near our base. Yeah, the filth on the island is something no one can solve, not even the director, let alone these outsiders. If you want to die, go die on your own. The few of them were a loss, just standing there in shock. They were just ordinary people, and it wasn't worth it to hit or kill them. Besides, there was no good way to deal with them now. Just then, Chenos walked straight towards the entrance of the base. I killed your director. As soon as Chenos spoke, it immediately caused an uproar among the islanders. What? You killed the director? It's over. It's all over. We will never have hope of leaving the base in our lifetime. It's all those outsiders' fault, making us unable to leave the underground base. Kill them. The islanders were suddenly filled with indignation, drawing their guns and pointing them at Chenos. However, Chenos remained unfazed, hands in his pockets, calmly looking at everyone. Bang, 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 bang. Countless gunshots rang out. The islanders fired their bullets at Chenos as if they were free. After shooting for a while, they began to come to their senses, staring foolishly at Chenos standing in front of them. In front of Chenos, an invisible absorbing barrier formed. All the bullets hit the barrier and came to a stop, creating a wall made of bullets, which then fell to the ground as they lost momentum. The islanders swallowed hard, looking at Chenos, who seemed like a monster to them. For these ordinary people, someone who couldn't even be killed by guns was an unbeatable monster, like the witch director. At this moment, Chenos extended a finger, gathering a point of light on it, aimed at the crowd. Although they didn't know how powerful this point of light was, they did know one thing. Its power was definitely greater than that of their guns. Just as the point of light was about to be fired, Chenos adjusted his finger, shooting the light towards the distant mountains. Rebound ray. The point of light transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the mountains. After a moment of silence, the islanders began to think Chenos was just bluffing when the mountains exploded. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the entire earth began to tremble. The shockwave from the explosion knocked all the residents to the ground, with some being thrown several meters away. Once everything settled down, the islanders slowly crawled out of the base door. Looking outside, they discovered that the previous mountain had been blasted into a massive opening, reshaping it into a crescent moon. Everyone stared in astonishment at the crescent-shaped mountains, then looked at Chenos with the eyes of someone gazing at a deity. Someone with such power, if they wanted to deal with them, could simply launch an attack like that against the base. Then, everyone living in the base would die, with no need to lure them out. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility. Chenos was not lying to them. Just then, a figure burst out from the crowd. It was William, the one Chenos had saved earlier. Chenos is not lying. Our companions wouldn't lie either. Look, I was infected with the filth before, and it was Chenos who saved me. Moreover, his strength is so great that he has no need to deceive us. The islanders glanced at each other and slowly started to walk out of the base door. Chenos and his companions made way for them. And after the islanders hesitantly moved around outside for a while, the suspicion on their faces turned into excitement, and they began calling for others to come out together. After being confined in the base for several years, suddenly being able to move freely on the surface made the islanders excited. They ran around the island, many of them with tears flowing continuously, touching flowers, touching grass, basking in the sun, and breathing fresh air. Watching them, Chenos couldn't help but recall how he had also been confined at home for several months due to an illness in his previous life. When he was finally free, he too had run around like these islanders. It was somewhat relatable. To be honest, in his previous life, he had a phone to play with, a computer to use, and could binge-watch shows and read novels at home, so he never felt bored. But these islanders confined underground were not so lucky. They had no entertainment and could only live in a small space, placing their hopes on a director who didn't care about their lives. Looking back, he really was fortunate in his past life. After a moment of reflection, Chenos took his companions back into the base. And he also captured the captain of the decontamination team, asking him to lead the way. Chenos intended to see how the director established contact with the outside world. The decontamination captain had just witnessed how powerful Chenos was, so he dared not say a word and led Chenos and the others to the director's secret trading location. The decontamination captain brought them to a massive cargo elevator, which descended for a while before reaching the third underground level. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a huge underground port, where many people were busy transporting goods to warehouses across the port. However, Chenos didn't pay attention to these warehouses. Instead, he focused on the flags hanging at the port. The Beast Pirates again. It seems they're going to clash with Kaido. Who are you? Don't you know this is Lord Queen's territory? A muscular man in black armor and a horned helmet emerged from the warehouse, gnawing on a large piece of meat. Queen the Plague, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, and ranked second? Looking at the stout figure, Chenos recognized that this guy had also worked with Vegapunk and Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Judge, as a scientist. Since Queen had extensive research on viruses, he had created bioweapons such as the Mummy virus and Ice Demon virus. He was also very knowledgeable about Judge's genetic factors and battle suits, which he had modified for himself, showcasing remarkable scientific abilities. Not to mention, Queen was also a user of the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, giving him formidable combat strength. With powerful scientific capabilities combined with strong fruit abilities, Queen, as one of the 3 calamities, truly lived up to his reputation. Chenos felt a bit regretful that Queen was not on the island. Only one of Queen's subordinates was present. Otherwise, Chenos would have liked to spar with Queen to see if his strength had progressed enough to compete with the top combatants under the 4 emperors. Fisher furrowed his brows and asked Chenos what to do about Kaido's people. After thinking for a moment, Chenos said, "Kill him and raise our pirate flag." Upon hearing Chenos' words, all the crew members looked at him in shock. "Chenos, have you thought this through? Killing him is fine. But are we prepared to go to war with the Beast Pirates? Raising the pirate flag is equivalent to provoking the Beast Pirates and competing with them for territory. At that point, Kaido will go to war with us directly. Chenos, you need to be calm." Several crew members urged Chenos. Although they also wanted to compete with the Yonko and become the new Yonko, it was still too early for them, as they had not yet gathered all their crew members. Other pirate crews, even if they wanted to challenge the Yonko, would team up with other crews of similar strength to confront the Yonko, fearing that their own strength would be insufficient and that a one-on-one fight would lead to their annihilation by the Yonko. Although Chenos demonstrated tremendous strength, and they had a few crew members with Vice Admiral-level combat power, they still felt it was not enough. After all, they were facing the Yonko who stood unshakable in the New World. Chenos analyzed to them. The geographical location of the disease island is very advantageous. In the impression of most pirates, it is now a dead island, which is suitable for us to develop our strength in secret. Moreover, the 4 emperors are indeed powerful, but that does not mean they are invincible. Kaido is the strongest creature, but he is not the strongest man in that world. Right now, I am confident that even if I can't defeat Kaido, escaping is definitely not a problem. Lastly, and most importantly, just now I was locked up alone by Fumingu, who used high-temperature steam against me. In that extreme environment, under the threat of death, my fruit ability has progressed a bit again, and the absorption capacity of the fruit has greatly strengthened. This also makes me feel that my fruit is about to awaken. However, to awaken my fruit ability normally would take a very long time. But if under the threat of death, it might allow my fruit ability to awaken earlier. Once my fruit ability awakens, I will have the strength to fight against the 4 emperors. By then, the New World will no longer have just 4 emperors, but should have another Sea Emperor added. The few of them looked at Chenos with shocked eyes, not expecting Chenos to progress so rapidly, already developing to the point of almost awakening his devil fruit. At this moment, Chenos had not yet awakened his devil fruit, and the strength he displayed was already so powerful. If he really awakens the devil fruit, he would indeed have the strength to battle the 4 emperors. Fisher, with a serious expression, asked Chenos, "Do you know what it means if you don't awaken?" Cernos was silent for a moment before solemnly addressing Fisher and the other crew members. "I know that if my devil fruit ability does not awaken, the only outcome awaiting me is death. Not only that, but I might drag all of you down with me. What we are about to do is a gamble. If we win, we establish ourselves in the New World and become the 5th Emperor. If we lose, we might all die. You all know that my goal has never been just to become one of the 5 emperors. My goal is to unify the New World. Even becoming one of the 5 emperors is just the beginning for us. That's why I want to become one of the 5 emperors as soon as possible. Only then can we start laying the groundwork and begin our subsequent plans. After hearing Chenos' words, the others fell into deep shock. They had always known what Chenos' goal was, and that he had been working hard to approach that goal. However, now that Chenos had grown to the point where he was just one step away from having the combat power of a 4 emperor, they, as his crew members, were not yet prepared. As a result, they all lowered their heads, lost in thought. At that moment, one of Quinn's subordinates, who had been overlooked by the others, couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing their words. Ha ha! A bunch of newcomers to the New World dare to boast about becoming the 5th emperor and unifying the New World? That's really funny. Since that's the case, let me show you the terror of the New World. In the eyes of Quinn's subordinate, only pirates who had just come from the paradise would make such a joke. Every year, every month, and even every day, there are pirates challenging the 4 emperors, but the 4 emperors remain unshaken in the New World for a reason. It's all supported by their terrifying combat power. But now, a group of unknown pirates claims they want to use Kaido as a breakthrough and even aspire to dominate the New World. Could anything be more ridiculous than this? After saying this, Quinn's subordinate launched an attack on Chenos and the others. At that moment, Fisher lifted his head and threw a heavy punch at the incoming subordinate, sending him flying. Chenos, since you've said that, then I'll place my bets on you. I'll help you challenge for the position of the 5 emperors. Tizolo clenched his fist, and the gold powder that had infiltrated Quinn's subordinate's body exploded, creating a large hole in his abdomen. Boss, no matter where you go, I'll follow you. Even if you want to die, I'll die with you. Young Yuji drew his bow and shot a flame arrow at the Beast Pirate's flag. Together. At this moment, everyone focused their attention on Shaq. However, Shaq was squatting on the ground, rummaging through his backpack for something. When he saw everyone looking at him, he pulled out a flag of the Vari's pirates, shook it at everyone, and said, "This flag is much prettier." Everyone exchanged glances and burst into laughter. In a corner of the underground warehouse on Sick Island, a pirate was looking at Chenos with great fear. "Brew bachia. How dare you interrupt me while I'm drinking red bean soup? Speak, if it's not something important, you're dead." Hearing this, the pirate trembled and then reported the situation on the island to Quinn. "Lord Quinn, this is Sick Island. That strongest supernova has come to the island and taken down our Beast Pirates flag, replacing it with theirs." "What? Is it those reckless supernovas again?" "Wait, I'll come over right now. I happen to need some good experimental materials." After hanging up the transponder snail, the pirate breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lord Quinn comes, no matter how strong the supernova is, they are no match for Lord Quinn. However, he still needed to find a way to hide. Once Lord Quinn arrives, it will be the supernova's death sentence. Just as the pirate turned to take another look at Chenos, he found a shadow blocking his view. When he looked up, he saw Chenos pointing his index finger at his head. Chenos gently poked forward with his index finger, and his finger instantly sank into the pirate's brain. After killing the pirate, Chenos thoughtfully picked up the snail phone from the ground and put on his body. Chenos said to the crew, "Let's go. The Beast Pirates have already caught wind of our whereabouts and will come looking for us soon. We need to find the cook before they find us." The others exchanged glances and burst into laughter again. "All right, let's go find the cook." It was clear to everyone that Chenos had become obsessed with finding the cook. However, sometimes the more you desire something, the less the heavens grant it, often leading to contrary outcomes. Chenos had already searched 3 islands for the cook. He found the scientist Shaq, the sharpshooter Yeo, and the doctor Lu Ji, but still no cook. One could only say that Chenos' luck had run out a bit. Once back on the ground, the islanders seemed to have gone a little crazy. Many lay on the ground, soaking up the sun. Even though the sun was blazing and their skin turned red, they seemed blissfully unaware. Just then, someone shouted, "The witch! It's the witch, run!" The islanders panicked and rushed towards the base's entrance, only to find Chenos and the others blocking the way, preventing them from getting inside. "What are you afraid of? Lu Ji is our crew member now. She won't harm you." Upon hearing Chenos' words, the crowd remembered that while the witch was terrifying, Chenos was even more so. When Lu Ji saw the group, a joyful expression appeared on her face, and she ran towards them. The islanders quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for Lu Ji to run unhindered towards Chenos and the others. "I just woke up and saw you weren't here. I thought you had abandoned the ship. I'm glad you're still here." Seeing Lu Ji's mix of relief and fear was somewhat heart-wrenching. It seemed that over the years, Lu Ji had been living alone, which made her so anxious. Chenos gently rubbed Lu Ji's silver hair and said firmly, "You are my crew member. How can we leave you behind? As long as your pirate crew exists, none of us will abandon you or run off alone." Lu Ji looked up at Chenos, her white pupils misting over, and nodded heavily in response. Lu Ji, we are leaving this island. Before we go, do you have anything you need to take care of or pack? Lu Ji turned to look at the residents who feared her. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded again at Chenos. Then she turned to face the island's residents. Hello, everyone. I am the witch you speak of. My name is Lu Ji. In our language, Lu Ji means disease. I know you all see me as a disease and want to avoid me, but before I leave, I want to say this. I have never unleashed my powers on you, and not a single resident on this island has died because of my abilities. They all died at the hands of my father, the respected director of Fumingwu. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, the surrounding residents initially wanted to refute her. But when they saw Chenos behind Lu Ji, they held back, though their eyes were filled with doubt. Lu Ji, however, was unconcerned by their skeptical gazes. After all, she had grown accustomed to such looks over the years. I know you don't believe me. Fine, I don't expect you to. Before I leave, let me share a little story about what happened to me. I hope that after hearing it, you won't be so quick to believe others' words. Over a decade ago, my father inadvertently obtained a devil fruit called the disease fruit on this island. This fruit is said to grant the ability to control the diseases of the world. However, at that time, my father had already eaten another devil fruit and could not consume another. So he had to give this devil fruit to his younger brother. But after eating the fruit, my uncle died within 3 days. To gain the power of this devil fruit and control the diseases of the world, one must endure all diseases. If one can survive the torment of illness, they can gain the ability to control diseases. If one cannot, they die. After my uncle's death, my father was initially very sorrowful, until one day, he discovered another devil fruit on Disease Island. Eventually, he realized that this devil fruit had a peculiar affinity for this island. Whenever someone who had eaten it died, it would randomly reappear on the island. Thus, my father came up with the idea of controlling the ability users of this devil fruit to achieve his dream of controlling the world through diseases. And then he went mad. He forced all his close brothers and friends to eat the fruit, resulting in the deaths of all of them. Once he was left alone, he turned his gaze towards me, making me eat the devil fruit. What happened to me was both fortunate and unfortunate. It seemed that this devil fruit also took a liking to me. It made me suffer from various diseases every day, living in pain, yet not allowing me to die. Thus, I endured the torment of diseases for 3 years, while my father coldly watched me for 3 years. After 3 years, I recovered, and for the first time, I saw my father's ecstatic expression. Unfortunately, he was not happy because I had recovered, but because I had become a user of this devil fruit, someone who could control diseases. He wanted me to help him realize his dream of controlling the world through diseases. However, I refused, because every day I was sick. He never cared about my life or death. Instead, he continuously collected the viruses from my body. He intended to control the world through the viruses he extracted from me, even if no one could survive after eating this fruit. To him, I was merely a tool for extracting viruses. He never held any hope for my survival. When I refused, he planned to install a bomb on me, intending to use death to threaten me. He wanted to knock me unconscious. Unfortunately, the fruit's ability granted me extraordinary self-healing powers. He tried to use anesthetics to knock me out, but there is no anesthetic in the world that can put someone with the disease fruit to sleep. He intended to control me with sea stone, but by then, my body had already healed and become very strong, allowing me to escape from his grasp. After escaping, I had only one goal left, to kill him. Even if it meant dying together, I wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, my strength was still too weak. I had no way to deal with him, let alone kill him. In his quest to find a way to control me and to develop a cure for my abilities, he began to slander me as a witch, creating a foul which that made people despise and fear me. To achieve this goal, he spread special viruses created for my abilities all over the island, the so-called filth, causing countless deaths. When I wanted to help you, he stood up and said I was trying to spread filth. I wanted to save you, but you viewed me as a demon. In the end, he achieved his goal. All of you feared me. Everyone distanced themselves from me, unwilling to believe that I was the one who could save you. You treated someone who meant to harm you as your savior. You listened to his words, living underground, making medicines for him to exchange for his research funds. It's truly both pitiful and laughable. Now, you are free, and I am free. From now on, I will leave this island and never set foot here again. I hope that after hearing my story, you can recognize who your true doctor is. Who is the filth? And who is the demon in your hearts? Lu Ji spoke calmly, as if recounting a story unrelated to her. Yet her plain words made people believe her even more. If Lu Ji wanted to deceive them, she could easily use flowery language and tearful expressions to do so, but she did not. She remained calm throughout. Moreover, her words were chilling, living every day in the torment of diseases while being subjected to her father's extraction of virus samples. The most distressing part was that her father cared nothing for her life or death. Upon learning of Lu Ji's recovery, his first thought was how to control his daughter. What kind of daughter would be pushed to the point of wanting to kill her own father, using hate as support to keep herself alive? This made many islanders begin to doubt. Was Director Fuming Wu truly a bad person? Just then, Chenos stepped up beside Lu Ji and said to the crowd, "The director's research room should have his research records. You can go check and find out the truth." After hearing Chenos' words, some who viewed the director as a savior found it hard to accept. The director could be killed because the enemy was too strong. However, they could not allow the perfect image of the dean in their minds to shatter. They rushed into the dean's research room, and before long, they found the dean's research records. But upon opening the records, they were dumbfounded. The research notes of Fuming Wu were not the records of a remedy for the filth as they had thought. Instead, they documented the reactions of the islanders after being infected with the filth, its contagiousness, and the onset time of the disease. Furthermore, the records showed continuous improvements, making the filth a controllable infectious disease with the potential to unleash its power as desired. The data even detailed how long it would take to use the filth to kill a person on the small island. In addition to this, Fuming Wu was also researching how to control a person and had developed a bomb device that could be implanted in a human body. Subsequently, the islanders found a large amount of information about Fuming Wu's research on the disease fruit in the lab, along with previous research records, which completely matched what Lu Ji had said. It was only at this moment that the islanders realized that Chenos was not an invader using overwhelming force to kill their dean, but rather the savior of their disease-ridden island. Without Chenos, they could hardly imagine how long they would remain enslaved by Fuming Wu in this underground base. Moreover, the witch, whom they had always seen as the source of infection, turned out to be the only doctor capable of curing them from the deep filth. Yet this doctor had been pushed to the opposite side by them. I think we owe the witch and Lu Ji an apology. I want to apologize. What about you guys? Sigh, it turns out we were fighting against the angel who could save us while being under the devil's command, which is truly unacceptable. Let's go. Count me in. Let's apologize together. Come on, come on. I used to throw stones at Lu Ji when I was ignorant. I will also go apologize. Saying this, everyone planned to apologize to Lu Ji. Well, a large group of people appeared before Lu Ji again. This time they did not avoid her, as if she were a plague. Instead, they stood in front of Lu Ji and knelt down to apologize. Lady Lu Ji, we are sorry. We misunderstood you. All the islanders apologized loudly to Lu Ji, and after apologizing, everyone knocked their heads on the ground. The spectacular scene reminded Chenos of the ancient emperors from his past life, who accepted the homage of countless people. Lu Ji looked at everyone kneeling in apology, and a flicker of emotion passed through her eyes. I do not accept your apologies. You will forever remember this lesson in your repentance. One day later, in an unknown sea area of the New World, Chenos was studying the New World map he found in Fuming Wu's office. In the New World, Kaido often incited wars between the island nations and then profited greatly from selling weapons and pharmaceuticals. Fuming Wu was the supplier of medicines to Quinn, sending them to various islands in the New World. Therefore, the accuracy of this map could still be trusted. Although this map only roughly recorded some of Kaido's islands, it was enough for Chenos, as it at least indicated the areas under Kaido's influence. After looking at the map, Chenos discovered that among the several routes leading into the New World, Kaido occupied almost one of them. Initially, Kaido's route was almost a straight line, but by the middle section, the islands along Kaido's route began to become somewhat convoluted, with some places showing that Kaido's first island was on the left, while the next island crossed over to the far right. This also indicated that by the middle section, there was much competition among the four emperors, and even Kaido was forced into this least favorable route. The journey was long. If any issues arose on the far right island, other islands would have to travel the longest distance and take the most time to provide support. What intrigued Chenos the most on the map was that there was a Navy base along their route, which was marked on the map as being guarded by a vice admiral, with a warning sign for ordinary crew members to detour. This was quite interesting. In the New World, the Navy also occupied some strongholds, and this location was along Kaido's route. Since Kaido had not removed it, it indicated that the naval forces stationed there were strong enough to prevent Kaido from taking it down. However, if only a vice admiral was stationed there, it would not be enough to hold the island. Initially, There should have been a naval admiral stationed there. After the battle, the vice admiral was left to guard it. There should not be just one Navy base around. There should be other Navy bases that could provide support here. Chenos wants to attract the strongest members of the Beast Pirates, even Kaido himself, to help him awaken his devil fruit powers. However, he first wants to find a cook crew member, so heading to a Navy base seems like a good choice. This way, the Navy can hold off the Beast Pirates for a while. Once he finds the crew member, he can face the strongest members of the Beast Pirates or Kaido. With this in mind, Chenos instructed Shaq, set the course in this direction. We'll go to the Navy base for some fun. Shaq was focused on the new machine he had obtained on Sick Island. He glanced at the map's position, set the ship's course, and then continued working on the installation of the machine. While installing, Shaq kept muttering, "This is a big win, a huge win. I've got a lot of hard-to-find equipment this time. My machine will be ready soon." On the deck, Yang Yuji was practicing the 6 styles. For someone as physically strong as Yang Yuji, the 6 styles weren't too difficult. He particularly liked the moonwalk, which allowed him to stay in the air for a long time to attack enemies from a distance. Taizolo was also focused on training his Haki and devil fruit abilities. Seeing Chenos progress so quickly, he realized that if he didn't get stronger soon, he wouldn't be able to help Chenos in the future. Meanwhile, in front of the ship, Fisher was swimming. He hardly spent time on the ship anymore, spending most of his time in the sea, either training karate or building strength. He was only seen during meal and sleep times. As for the newly joined Lu Ji, she sat next to Chenos, looking a bit perplexed at everyone training so hard on the ship. "Chenos, why are they all training so desperately on the ship? The sick fruit has a very high mortality rate when consumed, but if one survives, even without fully developing it, the user can possess strength almost at the level of a vice admiral. Even a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters could be at risk if they encountered Lu Ji without knowing her abilities." This immense strength meant that Lu Ji hardly needed to train, having merely developed her devil fruit powers without experiencing the intense training atmosphere like on Chenos' ship. Watching her comrades train hard, Chenos smiled and said, "They're just trying to be strong enough to stand in front of their friends when danger arises and protect their safety." "Lu Ji, if I were defeated, would your strength be able to protect me?" Lu Ji suddenly realized that if she were defeated, the people on the ship would stand in front of her to protect her safety. However, if someone else were defeated, she wasn't sure if she had the confidence to do the same. "Chenos, teach me. I don't want to be the one who needs protection. I'm a doctor. I should be the one protecting you all." Upon hearing this, Chenos smiled with relief. It seemed that another person had joined the friendly training atmosphere on the ship. Meanwhile, Quinn had also mobilized his subordinates and was heading toward Chenos' direction. The sick island was extremely important to Quinn, not only because it provided him with medicine that allowed him to earn massive profits for the Beast Pirates, but also because he needed Fuming Wu to provide him with a special virus for the disease fruit. Now that he had a research direction for the virus, he was planning to develop a powerful infectious virus using this special virus to equip his biochemical weapon fleet. Originally, he thought that Sick Island was very concealed, and almost everyone regarded it as a dead island, especially since there were users of the disease fruit on the island. Even if someone reached Sick Island, it would be difficult to discover the underground base, and even harder to survive against the user of the disease fruit. This had made him never worry about the safety of Sick Island. However, now this secret base had actually been occupied. The user of the disease fruit on the island had been taken away, and Fuming Wu, who provided him with medicine, had also been killed. How could he endure this? Therefore, as soon as he received the call, he abandoned his favorite red bean soup, gathered his troops, and rushed towards Sick Island. "Lord Quinn, just ahead is the Kingdom of Craft, which is guarded by the Navy. Do we need a detour?" Quinn's face darkened as he glared at his subordinate. The fact that Sick Island had been occupied ranked first among his troubles, and everything else had to make way for this matter. He decided to charge straight through. If the Navy dared to engage, they would experience the power of his virus shells. Accelerate. If that strongest supernova escapes, I'll make you all my test subjects." Hearing that they would be used as test subjects, Quinn's subordinates trembled and shouted in unison, "Yes, Lord Quinn." The Freedom ship sailed toward the Navy-guarded Kingdom of Craft. As they were about to reach the Kingdom of Craft, Taizolo, who was training on the 3rd floor, spotted a Navy warship and jumped onto the deck, shouting to everyone, "There's a Navy warship ahead. How should we handle it?" Except for Shark, all the crew members ran to the deck upon hearing Taizolo shout, looking at Chenos. Cernos stared at the Navy in the distance and curiously asked his companions around him, "How about we become Navy for a while?" The group exchanged glances and felt it would be fun, so they all nodded in agreement. It wasn't just Cernos who spotted the Navy. The Navy also noticed Cernos' ship. Unlike the Navy before the Grand Line, The Navy and the Grand Line went after pirates like rabid dogs, crazily chasing them down. However, it was different in the New World. The Navy's power wasn't as overwhelming, and they needed to distinguish whether the pirates were independent pirate crews or those of the Four Emperors. If they dealt with an independent pirate crew, it was manageable. Life and death depended on the strength of the opposing side. But if they confronted a Four Emperor pirate crew, it could lead to retaliation from the Emperors. After a scout quickly searched through the New World pirate bounties and saw the pirate flag on the Freedom, he soon found Chenos' bounty. Major, the pirate ahead is the Varys pirates, led by the strongest supernova, Chenos. We can score big. Upon hearing it was Chenos, the Major's face broke into a greedy smile. Ha, a bounty of 300 million for his head. Since it's delivered to our doorstep, brothers, let's take down that strongest supernova. Once the bounty is in hand, we can all feast and enjoy. The Navy soldiers' eyes turned into symbols of berries as they raised their weapons and shouted, "Take down the pirate, feast and enjoy." If someone who didn't know the situation saw the fierce demeanor of these Navy soldiers, they would definitely think they had walked into a den of thieves. The Navy's behavior was no different from that of pirates. However, the Navy in the New World was indeed similar to pirates. The pirates there were too ferocious, and the Navy had to appear even fiercer to subdue them. Just as all the Navy soldiers were excitedly shouting, a clear voice rang out from the Navy ship. The Navy major looked up and saw that it was Chenos, immediately shouting, "It's the strongest supernova! Haha, he's come to deliver his head to us. Men, kill him." The Navy soldiers were not afraid of Chenos' sudden appearance. Instead, they excitedly raised their guns, ready to shoot at Chenos. At that moment, an invisible shockwave emanated from Chenos' head, crashing into the Navy soldiers on the warship. Conqueror's Haki. All the soldiers on the warship turned pale, their bodies frozen in place. And then they collapsed to the ground, knocked unconscious by Chenos' Conqueror's Haki. Only the Major remained standing, his veins bulging, gritting his teeth to endure. However, Chenos completely ignored the presence of the Navy Major and stood still, reflecting on the use of his Conqueror's Haki just now. Still not controlling it well enough. I can only roughly control the range of my Conqueror's Haki and can't yet accurately apply it to individuals. As for wrapping it around, that's even further away. Looks like I need to practice more. After awakening the Conqueror's Haki on Bow Island, Chenos has been practicing continuously, but he found that the Conqueror's Haki is much more difficult to master than other types of Haki. When training with armament Haki and observation Haki, Chenos felt it was as simple as eating and drinking, making progress almost every day, and the improvements were significant, especially after mastering the technique of washing tendons and marrow. Chenos' body was becoming stronger every moment. As his body grew stronger, his armament Haki was also continuously improving. Although the progress of his observation Haki wasn't as substantial as that of armament Haki, it was still steadily increasing, and now Chenos could sense a larger range. However, with the Conqueror's Haki, the progress was minimal. Even after a long time, he could barely control it roughly. In fact, Chenos was somewhat confused about what type of ability the Conqueror's Haki actually belonged to. Armament Haki is related to the energy within the body. The stronger the body, the more powerful the armament Haki that can be used. Observation Haki seems to belong to the mental aspect of energy, and mental strength can also be trained. Just like muscles, with constant use and training, mental strength becomes stronger. At first, Chenos thought that the Conqueror's Haki was a form of mental power, just used differently than observation Haki. However, after awakening the Conqueror's Haki, he realized that it was not mental power at all. Even with frequent use, it only trained the technique of using Conqueror's Haki and did not make it stronger. Chenos felt that it was his failure to fully understand the Conqueror's Haki that caused his slow progress in its cultivation. Once he grasped what kind of power the Conqueror's Haki truly was, his training speed would surely accelerate. The Major looked at Chenos, who did not take advantage of his poor condition to attack him. Instead, he stood still in contemplation, which made the Major feel a flicker of joy. He quietly drew his sword and slowly approached Chenos. When he got to a distance where he could unleash his strongest power, he suddenly erupted. Draw sword slash. A flash of white light appeared as the Major's sword struck like lightning towards Chenos, a slashing sword aura cutting through the air, instantly appearing in front of Chenos. At that moment, Chenos was still lost in thought. Just as the invisible sword aura was about to strike Chenos, it suddenly vanished as if it had hit some alternate dimension. After witnessing this scene, the Major rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But when he finished rubbing his eyes, a slashing sword aura appeared before him, rapidly slicing towards him. The speed of the sword aura was so fast that the major had no time to react and was directly cut through, his body instantly split in half. Before he died, the major still couldn't comprehend that the sword aura wasn't his own strongest draw, sword slash. Did I not swing it toward the strongest supernova? How could it disappear and then return to strike me? Does that mean I kill myself? Chenos looked at the rear admiral he had just killed and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional about the perverse nature of his fruit ability. An attack from someone of the rear admiral's level was something he could completely ignore. The fruit ability that enveloped him could automatically rebound those damages back. And it was 100% rebound. Only attacks from a vice admiral level could pose a certain threat to him, requiring him to manipulate his fruit ability to counterattack. It could be said that as long as the attack was from someone below the vice admiral level, no matter how many people came at him, Chenos could stand still and let them hit him, and he would still wipe them out. At this point, the number of attackers meant nothing to Chenos. This was also the reason why Chenos chose not to follow the path of Kaido or Big Mom to build a massive force, but instead sought out elite crew members. No matter how many weaklings there were, they could never kill a strong person. It would even be difficult to exhaust them. Chenos didn't wait long before the Freedom approached the naval warship. The others looked at the sailors sprawled on the deck and weren't surprised, knowing that this was Chenos training his conqueror's Haki. They all jumped onto the ship to choose suitable naval uniforms to change into. Only Shaq remained on the Freedom, saying to Chenos and the others, "I'm currently in a critical phase of my research, so I won't be going. I'll stay on the ship to keep watch. If anything happens, just contact me, and I'll come and get you." Chenos had previously looked at the map around the Kingdom of Clav and knew that there were no uninhabited islands nearby. He asked Shaq with some concern, "Without any uninhabited islands around, how are you going to conduct your research? If others attack the Liberty, you probably won't even notice. Should we leave someone behind to watch over it with you?" Shaq revealed a disdainful smile and said to Chenos, "Who says there can't be a stopover just because there are no small islands?" As he spoke, Shaq pressed his arm, causing a row of buttons to pop out. He then pressed one of the buttons, and two openings appeared on either side of the Liberty's deck, releasing several deflated balloons. With a roar of jets, the balloons began to inflate. As the balloons continued to expand, the Liberty began to rise off the water, ascending into the sky. In no time, the Liberty was nearly touching the clouds. Shortly after, Chenos's phone bug rang. "I'm waiting for you up here. If you can't find a ship when you arrive, just call me." As soon as he finished speaking, Shaq hung up the phone. Chenos smiled nonchalantly. He knew what Shaq was researching and had even given him a lot of suggestions. Haha, I wonder what Shaq will come up with, Iron Man. Or maybe a Terminator. It's really exciting. At that moment, the bottom of the Liberty changed color, shifting from black to white, blending almost seamlessly with the white clouds in the sky. If you didn't look closely, you really wouldn't be able to see where the Liberty was. Let's go find a chef on the ship. The Kingdom of Clav is said to be quite large, so we should be able to find a chef. After speaking, everyone laughed and steered the warship towards the Kingdom of Clav. The warship was not far from the Kingdom of Clav. After less than half an hour of sailing, they reached the harbor of the kingdom. Chenos initially thought it would be easy to slip through unnoticed. After all, many pirates had rather low intelligence. Just adding a beard could count as disguise and fool the vast majority, which was ridiculous. However, when the warship they were on entered the harbor, the Navy did not immediately let them pass just because they saw it was a Navy ship. Instead, they approached to board and conduct an inspection. "The warship ahead has stopped for a routine inspection. Please do not make any movements that could be misunderstood. Otherwise, it may provoke a cannon attack from the harbor. Thank you for your cooperation." Everyone looked at Chenos, who raised his hand to signal them to remain calm. He planned to see if he could get away with it. If that didn't work, they would retreat and think of another way to enter. The warship slowly stopped, and the harbor's Navy ship approached Chenos' warship. Just as the Navy on the harbor ship was about to board for inspection, the harbor alarm sounded. "Woo woo woo. I am Vice Admiral Blake. The Plague Science Division of the Beast Pirates is attacking. All Navy personnel prepare for battle. All returning warships must immediately enter the harbor to replenish ammunition and come out to fight together." Upon hearing the alarm and Vice Admiral Blake's words, all the Navy personnel rushed onto their ships to quickly assemble, and the warships immediately set sail, heading out of the harbor. The warship that was about to conduct the inspection also quickly moved towards the harbor. The ship that was preparing to board for inspection left Chenos' warship and charged out of the harbor. Chenos laughed and said to his companions, "It seems that the Beast Pirates have really done us a big favor. Now that they're fighting with the Navy, we can take the opportunity to enter the Kingdom of Clav." The others responded with laughter, and then they steered their warship towards the port. Once they entered the port, Most of the navy had already rushed towards the conflict, leaving the defenses at their weakest. When Chenos and the others entered the port, they faced almost no resistance and smoothly made their way into the Kingdom of Cloth. After arriving on the island, they quickly spotted a huge city not far from the port. Even from the port, Chenos and the others could easily see the city walls. It didn't take long before they reached the base of the walls and headed straight for the city gates. However, just as they arrived at the gate, they were stopped by the kingdom's soldiers stationed there. The leading gatekeeper shouted at them, "What are you doing? Don't you understand the rules?" Rules? Chenos rolled his eyes and took out 10,000 berries from his pocket, subtly slipping it into the hands of the gatekeeper. Chenos ambiguously said to the general, "We understand the rules." After stuffing the money, Chenos planned to lead a few people towards the door. However, at that moment, all the soldiers guarding the entrance drew their guns at them. "Who are you?" "We, the Kingdom of Croft, have an agreement with the Navy. They can only be stationed at the port and cannot enter our kingdom. Even if a vice admiral of the Navy wants to enter, they must submit a request to our kingdom. This rule is known by every naval officer. Moreover, there is currently a report at the port that the Plague Science Corps of the Beast Pirates is attacking. It seems you are subordinates of that bastard Quinn. Someone, take them down." Chenos, well-reasoned and evidence-based. At that moment, Chenos found himself speechless and unable to argue. With someone so intelligent, he had no choice but to say to his partners, "Yang Yuji, you protect Lu Ji, and the rest of you act separately. Contact us as usual if you have any news. Let's go." After finishing, Chenos took a leap and vanished from everyone's sight. The members exchanged glances, shrugged helplessly, and rushed towards the gate, just as the other members were about to take action. Lu Ji waved her hand and shouted at the guards and soldiers at the gate, "Sleep." The guards and soldiers immediately became dazed, their eyelids struggling to stay open. In no time, all the soldiers at the entrance had collapsed onto the ground, deep in slumber. The others looked at Lu Ji in surprise, not expecting her ability to be so convenient. Lu Ji felt a bit shy under their gaze, but proudly said, "It's nothing much, hurry up and leave." This ability can only last for 2 or 3 hours, not for long. The members' expressions became even more surprised. Being able to make people sleep for 2 or 3 hours was quite a feat. They knew that just a little sleep was enough to kill enemies. And if it lasted 2 or 3 hours, it might even be enough for them to find a chef and leave the Croft Kingdom. Everyone gave Lu Ji a thumbs up and then rushed towards the Croft Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Plague Science Corps was facing off against the Navy at the port. Vice Admiral Blake stood at the forefront, shouting at Quinn, "Quinn, do you and the Beast Pirates want to go to war with our Navy?" At that moment, Quinn just wanted to find the strongest supernova quickly and had no intention of getting entangled with the Navy. "I'm not in the mood to fight with you. Get out of my way." Blake completely disbelieved that someone like Quinn, who liked to use biochemical weapons, was simply trying to pass through. If it were any other pirate wanting to pass, he might consider negotiating, but not with Quinn. Even passing through was out of the question. If Quinn went crazy and left some biochemical weapons in the Croft Kingdom, everyone there could die, and he wouldn't take that risk. "Quinn, you might as well take a detour. I don't know what urgent matter you have to pass through here, but you'll only waste more time with me." Hearing Blake's refusal, Quinn's eyes filled with killing intent as he pulled out a Gatling gun and menacingly said, "You really want to let me pass?" Blake didn't answer Quinn, but instead drew his long knife, pointing the blade at Quinn, while all the Navy soldiers prepared for battle. All the guns were aimed at the Plague Science Corps, and all the cannons were raised, targeting Quinn's fleet. Seeing that the Navy was ready to fight, the killing intent in Quinn's eyes vanished. He tossed the Gatling gun behind him and shouted to his subordinates, "Don't waste time here, detour." He had only intended to intimidate the Navy to see if he could make them back down and save some time, but he hadn't expected them to be so tough and not back down at all. Fighting the Navy was completely meaningless. Not only would there be no gain, but he would also lose some expensive weapons, which was too costly for Quinn. Moreover, wasting time here with the Navy could very well allow the strongest supernova to escape, so taking a detour was more economical. The Plague Science Corps began to retreat, opting to take a detour. Blake let out a sigh of relief after seeing Quinn retreat. He didn't want to face an opponent like Quinn. Once in battle, the soldiers he had painstakingly gathered could suffer heavy casualties. In fact, he believed that any of the soldiers who weren't particularly strong would not survive if they were hit by Quinn's attacks. Fortunately, Quinn had retreated. Blake directed the Navy to slowly retreat towards the port, his ship remaining until the end. After all the Navy had returned, he saw that Quinn hadn't launched a counterattack before finally heading towards the port. Meanwhile, Chenos had arrived in the streets of the Croft Kingdom. King Croft, who had announced joining the Navy, was considered a wise ruler effectively governing the country. With the protection of the navy, the economic level of the Croft Kingdom had been continually growing. The citizens became wealthier, making the Croft Kingdom very prosperous. Unlike the desolate disease island, the streets here were crowded with people, and various street snacks and delicacies kept appearing, making Chenos' mouth water throughout his journey. Whenever he tasted something delicious, he would ask the chef, "Want to go to sea and be a pirate?" However, whether it was the street vendors or the restaurant chefs, they all looked at Chenos with disdain. Even if I were to cook for a dog, I wouldn't cook for a pirate who only knows how to kill and rob. Pirates? Get lost. Why would I want to live a life of bloodshed on the sea when I can live well in a peaceful country? There are good and bad pirates. Figures like Whitebeard and Shanks treat their protected islands very well, and those people lead peaceful lives, making them have a good impression of pirates. However, islands under Kaido and Big Mom weren't so fortunate, especially the islands under Kaido, where most were embroiled in war, most of which Kaido had instigated. Once war broke out, neither side could stop and could only continue the endless conflict under Kaido's instigation. The Croft Kingdom had been like that before. The endless wars had made everyone on the island detest and hate pirates. Fortunately, King Croft led them to join the navy, putting an end to the relentless wars on the island and allowing the people to enjoy a few good years. In the situation, almost no one would agree to Chenos' offer to go to sea and be his chef. However, Chenos wasn't in a hurry. The Croft Kingdom was different from the islands he had visited before. This was a relatively large island, and he wasn't rushed. It was just right for him to enjoy delicious food while experiencing the unique scenery and culture of his country. When Chenos arrived at a roadside shop selling sashimi, his eyes lit up. Of course, it wasn't because the sashimi was particularly delicious, but because the owner of the shop had exceptionally skilled knife techniques. A fish was thrown into the air by the owner, and with a swift motion, the chef's knife sliced through the fish, turning its flesh into thin slices as delicate as cicada wings. Remarkably, after the fish was filleted, it was still alive, its mouth opening and closing as if wondering why it couldn't control its body anymore. "Boss, are you interested in becoming my crew and going to sea to be a pirate?" The owner glanced at Chenos but ignored him, continuing to slice the sashimi. Chenos, however, did not give up. The skill of the sashimi chef was clearly at the level of a swordmaster, capable of achieving the effect of a butcher skillfully carving up an ox. "Boss, I'll have a serving of sashimi." After staring at Chenos for a while, the chef coldly replied while plating the previously cut sashimi and adding a small dish of wasabi and sauce. 10,000 berries for one serving. Thank you for your patronage." After handing over 10,000 berries, Chenos smiled at the shop owner and said, "Big brother, don't be so cold. Not all pirates are bad people. For example, I'm not. It's really a shame to see your knife skills wasted here as a shop owner. You should seriously consider coming out to sea with me." Seeing that Chenos was still not giving up, the shop owner sighed and helplessly said to Chenos, "Young man, you are strong. If you had invited me 20 years ago, I would have gone out to sea with you. But now I'm old, already 47, and I can no longer wield a knife. Bruce, I have to take care of my foolish child who dreams all day and won't leave this island. You should find someone else. There's no need to waste time here." After speaking, the shop owner took off his shirt, revealing a scar on his shoulder. It was evident that if the scar had been a little more off, the shop owner would have died. Even now, living with the injury on his shoulder made it impossible for him to wield a knife again. Chenos picked up the almost transparent slice of sashimi with chopsticks, thin enough to see the boss's figure through it, and couldn't help but sigh in regret. With such knife skills, he must have been a master swordsman who once roamed the seas, but now, due to an injury on his shoulder, he could only be reduced to the owner of a sashimi shop. Such a huge contrast truly made one feel a sense of lament. Chenos no longer persuaded the boss, but simply sat in his seat, quietly savoring the sashimi before bowing to the boss and taking his leave. Watching Chenos leave the small shop and blend into the crowd, the shop owner felt a bit disappointed and glanced at his own arm. If it weren't for his injury, he would definitely have accepted Chenos' invitation. He had only seen such a dominating aura in two people, the Pirate King Roger and the currently popular Shanks. When someone like Chenos extended an invitation, he knew he could make a name for himself on the seas and remind the world of his prowess as a swift swordsman. Unfortunately, a few years ago, at the peak of his ambitions, he encountered a man with eagle-like eyes and, after a few days of fierce battle, he was defeated. What a pity! With this thought, the shop owner let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, young Yuji was also enjoying the cuisine of the Caliph Kingdom with Lu Ji. Having lived alone on the sick island, Lu Ji had mostly eaten what she cooked herself. She could only say that in the past, eating was for survival. But after leaving the sick island and tasting Chenos' cooking for the first time, she was astonished and regarded Chenos as a top chef in the world. Upon arriving at Caliph Island, Lu Ji felt as if she had entered paradise. Everything she ate was delicious. Even ordinary street food captivated her, and she wanted to try all kinds of snacks. Yang Yuji followed Lu Ji closely, and whenever he encountered a somewhat skilled chef, he would, like Chenos, ask if they wanted to set sail as pirates. In a small shop specializing in spicy hot pot, he met a fairly skilled shop owner. Although he couldn't become a combat force on the ship, at least he could hide away and avoid confrontation. "Hello, boss. Are you interested in joining us to sail as pirates?" "I'm not interested." "All right." Yang Yuji clapped Lu Ji, who was holding dozens of skewers of spicy hot pot, and was about to head to the next shop to search for chefs. At that moment, a person blocked their path. "Are you recruiting pirate crew members? How about considering me?" Yang Yuji looked at a handsome young man with a broken sword at his waist, who was looking at him with eager anticipation. Yang Yuji calmly asked, "Do you know how to cook?" The handsome young man looked surprised and asked Yang Yuji, "Are you testing cooking skills for pirate recruitment now?" "No, we just need a chef on our ship." The young man firmly replied, "I can't cook. I'm a swordsman, and I aspire to defeat the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk." At that moment, Yang Yuji suddenly drew his bow, his aura locking onto the young man, and an arrow wrapped in hunting energy shot towards him. The young man immediately placed his hand on the broken sword at his waist, his eyes fixed on Yang Yuji's arrow. As the arrow approached him, he swiftly drew his broken sword and slashed at Yang Yuji's arrow. A blade of energy burst forth from the young man's broken sword, negating the hunting energy on the arrow. Then the broken sword struck the arrow fiercely, splitting it in two. The severed arrow shaft shot towards the ground behind the young man, embedding itself into the stone pavement. The young man radiated a fierce aura, holding his broken sword and pointing it at Yang Yuji, coldly saying, "What do you mean by that?" Originally filled with killing intent, Yang Yuji smirked slightly upon sensing the young man's strong aura. "That was a test. You performed quite well and should qualify to board the ship. By the way, what's your name?" Hearing it was a test, the young man's fierce aura subsided a bit, and he said somewhat unhappily, "My name is Haifeng." "What do you mean by performed well?" "What do you mean should qualify?" "Isn't my strength strong enough? On this island, aside from my father, no one can defeat me." Yang Yuji laughed, "Ha ha ha. On our ship, you'll probably replace Tizolo and be the bottom of the rankings." Lu Ji, with her mouth full of food, nodded in agreement. It was then that Yang Yuji realized that most of the people on their ship were monsters. According to Chenos, almost everyone had the strength of a rear admiral. Although they were only mid to lower level rear admirals, a pirate crew with such strength was indeed rare. While the earlier encounter was brief, Yang Yuji could estimate that Haifeng's strength barely reached the bottom level of rear admiral. With such strength, he could be a vice on other pirate ships, but on theirs, he could only be at the bottom. Although they couldn't help Chenos find a chef, finding a decent swordsman should make him happy too. Fisher walked along King Street, and although Caliph Kingdom was a mixed place in the New World, his fisherman appearance still drew many pointed stares from the locals. At first, Fisher didn't mind, as he'd seen such looks too many times. However, when the people around him saw that he didn't react to their discussions, they assumed he was an easy target and began to push their luck. A few thugs blocked Fisher's way and curiously asked, "Hey big guy, what race are you? Why do you look so strange?" Fisher looked at the group blocking him and didn't care. After all, there were just a few weaklings who couldn't even use Haki, posing no threat to him. "I'm a fishman." "Fishman? The fishman from the sea?" The leader, a red-haired thug, suddenly brightened up and eagerly questioned Fisher. Upon seeing Fisher nod, the red-haired thug became excited. He said to his companions, "It's a fishman. We're going to get rich." The red-haired thug's companions looked at him curiously. "Get rich? Are fishmen worth a lot?" The red-haired thug rolled his eyes at his partners and, in front of Fisher, loudly declared, "Are you stupid? There are pearls and corals in the sea, and those are valuable. If we can catch him and let him dive for pearls and dig for corals, won't we be rich?" After hearing the red-haired thug's words, his companions' eyes lit up, looking at Fisher with desire, as if they were staring at a rooster that could lay golden eggs. At that moment, the red-haired thug pulled out a gun from his pants and aimed it at Fisher, threateningly saying, "Big guy, are you going to obediently become our tool? Or do we need to beat you half to death first before you become our tool?" Fisher's expression darkened. He had always followed the rule of not killing humans, hoping to reduce the conflict between humans and fishmen. However, after spending time with Chenos, he had been advised to abandon this pointless rule. Chenos once said, "In this world, humanity has no way to avoid killing each other, and humans will not treat other races well simply because they do not kill humans. On the contrary, such races will only be seen as weak and easily bullied. In my eyes, there is only one principle when dealing with any race. When friends come, there's fine wine. When wolves come, there's a shotgun. You cannot let others bully you to the point of defecating and urinating on you. And if you don't kill them, but only beat them up, it will only make them feel that the cost of bullying you is very low. Anyway, they want to die, and at most, they'll just let you beat them up. After that, Fisher changed his rule of not killing and adopted the principles stated by Chenos. Fisher ignored the red-haired man's pistol and coldly said to him, "Get out of the way, or die." The red-haired man, used to bullying in the kingdom of Clove, where ordinary people were in the majority, sneered when he heard that the big fishman dared to resist. He pulled the trigger and shot at Fisher. Fisher lightly flicked his hand, creating a wave of water that enveloped the bullet, then controlled the wave to condense in his hand, forming a droplet that hung in his palm. Strike the water. The water droplet, encasing the bullet, shot towards the red-haired man at a speed even faster than the bullet before, instantly piercing through the red-haired man's head. "Ah, he's killed someone. Run. The fishman has killed someone. Quick, run." The onlookers who had been watching Fisher being bullied were now enjoying the sight of the red-haired man bullying him, and no one stood up to speak for Fisher. When Fisher retaliated and killed the red-haired man after being attacked, not a single person applauded. Instead, they scattered as if they had seen a monster. This made Fisher sigh deeply. He had been in contact with humans for a long time, yet he still could not understand their thoughts. Why does it seem to him that he is doing the right thing? But in the eyes of humans, it appears as if he is doing something wrong. It seems that he cannot complete Chenos' task of making a friend on this island. And as for finding a chef, that is even less likely. It is better to leave here and go find Shaq, to avoid delaying others from completing their tasks. Fisher walked away from the city with a somewhat dejected back. At that moment, a figure walked against the fleeing crowd towards Fisher. "Hey, Fishman brother, I saw everything that happened just now. It's not your fault. You don't have to leave." Fisher suddenly looked up at the person, surprised that someone would actually speak up for him in this country. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The person laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. What do I have to fear from you? A strong person like you can endure the humiliation from others. You only retaliate when others attack you. You're simply a person of extreme gentleness. What is there for me to fear about someone like you?" As Fisher listened to the person's words, a smile gradually returned to his face. Chenos is right. Most people among humanity are ignorant, and most have a dark side within them. These people are never worth befriending. However, there's a very small portion of people among humanity who are truly awake and can see the essence of things without being blinded by appearances. Such people are worth making friends with. "Ha ha ha, interesting. My name is Fisher, and I am a fishman. What's your name? Are you interested in making a friend?" "Making a friend? Ha ha ha, sure. I don't have any fishman friends yet. My name is Clove, and I am a human." The two of them laughed and chatted as they walked towards a tavern, ready to drink and celebrate their friendship. Meanwhile, on the sea, Quinn, who was taking a detour, received a call from his informant on the sick island. "Lord Quinn, the strongest supernova has left the sick island for a day and has taken Lord Fumamori's trade map, learning that our beast pirates control those islands. If they haven't taken a detour, they should have arrived at the Clove Kingdom by now. If they did take a detour, they should have reached the Jix Kingdom. You can confirm with the Jix Kingdom whether the strongest supernova has gone there. If not, they must have gone to the Clove Kingdom." After finishing the call, Quinn immediately confirmed with the Jix Kingdom and learned that the strongest supernova had not arrived there. Thus, Quinn set his sights back on the Clove Kingdom. "Turn around. We're heading back to the Clove Kingdom." The shrill alarm sounded again at the port, but fortunately, the assembled navy had not gone far and quickly gathered to set out, driving their warships towards the sea. Vice Admiral Blake had a dark expression. He had just seen the footage from the sea monitoring snail, realizing that Quinn was turning back. This time Quinn returned, and it was very likely that he was going to fight them. He immediately ordered all medical teams to gather at the port, as there might be a large number of Navy soldiers infected by the virus. He instructed them to be prepared and to notify the Clove Kingdom to evacuate the citizens in case Quinn released the virus into the Clove Kingdom, causing mass casualties. "All other Navy, follow me in a battle." After giving the orders, Blake took out the snail phone and dialed Marshal Kong at the naval headquarters. "Marshal, the beast pirates Quinn is attacking, and if a battle breaks out, it could cause a massive infection among ordinary soldiers. I hope you can immediately mobilize the nearby Navy, especially the medical teams, to support us." Steelbone Kong's expression became serious upon receiving the call. "Don't worry, I'll send people to support you. You buy as much time as possible for the reinforcements." "I understand. After hanging up, Steelbone Kong immediately called other Navy members in the New World, instructing them to rush to the Claw Kingdom. However, feeling a bit insecure, he quickly called a Navy member who was on a mission in the New World. Hey, Kazan. The Claw Kingdom is currently under attack by Quinn of the Plague. You need to go support immediately and freeze all injured soldiers until the medical teams arrive. Kazan, who was originally sleepy, focused immediately upon hearing the mission and said to Steelbone Kong, Yes, Marshal. I'm not far from the Claw Kingdom. I can get there in 3 hours. You let Blake hold them off. We've already instructed Blake to use delaying tactics. You hurry and provide support to reduce our soldiers' casualties. After giving the orders, Steelbone Kong's expression remained grim. Quinn from the Beast Pirates didn't seem powerful in his eyes, but his abilities were quite disgusting, using biochemical weapons that were a disaster for ordinary soldiers and citizens. If not handled properly, it could lead to massive casualties, which was the most troubling aspect. Moreover, the Beast Pirates were nothing but destructive bastards who didn't care about the consequences of their destruction, only looking out for their own interests, which was what troubled them the most. After all, the battlefield was on their Navy's territory. Once a battle broke out, it would take them years to restore the island to its former state. What puzzled Steelbone Kong was why the Beast Pirates suddenly went mad and attacked the Claw Kingdom. Previously, to gain a foothold in the New World, they had fought the Beast Pirates in the Claw Kingdom several times, finally managing to protect the Claw Kingdom and allowing their Navy to establish a base on the island. Over the years, Kaido had also realized that attacking the Claw Kingdom was thankless, suffering many casualties each time, so they hadn't invaded again. Why would the Beast Pirates, or rather Quinn of the Plague, suddenly invade the Claw Kingdom this time? With this thought, Steelbone Kong felt he needed to figure out the reason to prevent the Beast Pirates from invading again. He then took the office phone and called Sengoku, asking him to investigate the reason for the attack. After receiving the call, Sengoku activated his informants within the Beast Pirates, and soon he learned the reason. The informant said to Sengoku, Sorry, I'm not under Quinn's command, so I couldn't get the information to you in time. I just inquired. And Quinn is looking for trouble because his secret base was occupied by the strongest supernova Chenos. Now Quinn has gone to the Claw Kingdom, likely because the strongest supernova Chenos is there. After reporting the information, the informant immediately hung up. Upon hearing the intel, Sengoku fell into deep thought. It seemed that Chenos had chosen Kaido as his target, but he didn't know if Chenos could withstand the first wave of attacks. If he could, then in the future, it might be possible to use the battle between Chenos and Kaido to secure more bases for the Navy in the New World. With this thought, Sengoku got up to discuss the situation with Steelbone Kong, planning to closely monitor Chenos' situation. Meanwhile, in the waters in front of the Claw Kingdom port, naval warships were confronting Quinn's Plague scientific troops. Quinn, you come and go, what are you planning? Are you going to fight us, the Navy? Facing Blake's intimidation, Quinn didn't care at all. He had avoided fighting the Navy before to save time, but now knowing that Chenos was in the Claw Kingdom, he was no longer in a hurry. He was fine even if he had to fight the Navy. After all, he didn't care about the lives of his subordinates. Blake, I don't want to fight you, but the person I want to chase is in the Claw Kingdom. What do you think I should do? The Claw Kingdom is guarded by the Navy. Your target is not here. Quinn burst into laughter. If I say there is, then there is. Do you think I'm joking with you? Now I give you 2 choices. 1, within half an hour, bring the strongest supernova Chenos to me. 2, I will break in and find him myself. Faced with Quinn's extreme arrogance, Blake's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly wanting to confront Quinn directly. However, he really didn't want to fight against such a disgusting opponent. His soldiers simply couldn't defend against Quinn's biochemical weapons. Following the principle that any delay is better than none, Blake chose to endure. I choose 1, but the time is too short. We must confirm whether the strongest supernova has arrived on our island and verify his location. Change the time to 3 hours. Quinn, however, was not buying it at all. He directly told Blake, only half an hour. If you don't want to go to war, then bring that person to me. Blake's face turned red with anger. After a moment to calm down, he said to Quinn, fine, half an hour it is. After saying this, Blake turned and walked into the captain's cabin to confirm the situation with the people of the Craft Kingdom, checking to see if the damn strongest supernova who brought Quinn here was in Craft Kingdom. If this pirate caused them to go to war with Quinn, resulting in heavy casualties among soldiers and civilians, he would definitely tear apart this pirate named Chenos. Taizolo was wandering in the Craft Kingdom's casino with a big smile on his face. Thanks to his fruit ability and superb gambling skills, he had never lost in the casino. Having been involved in various entertainment venues since childhood, Taizolo was well aware of the casino rules. So he would leave after winning a couple of rounds and switch to another type of gambling. However, despite this, he was still being watched. After winning another round and earning hundreds of thousands of berries, a not-so-young girl with orange-red hair approached Taizolo. "Wow, you're amazing. I wonder if you can take me along to make some money?" As she spoke, the girl placed her hand on Taizolo's chest and gently slid it down. Although the girl looked young, she had an impressive figure with all the right places developed, combined with her sweet yet slightly innocent demeanor. For men, she was simply irresistible, filled with endless allure. But for Taizolo, who could only accommodate one person in his heart, no matter how attractive the girl looked, he remained unaffected. "No, you should find someone else." The girl smiled charmingly and said to Taizolo, "Rejecting me will bring the wrath of heaven upon you." Hearing this, Taizolo frowned, looked around his body, and found no signs of poisoning or being drugged, nor did he feel anything unusual. "Little girl, you're still young. It's better not to learn how to fish. If you encounter a tough opponent, you might end up being sold into slavery." Taizolo recalled some unpleasant memories, but didn't want to make things difficult for the little girl. He just shook his head and got up to leave. He still needed to go to the gold shop to exchange some gold, increasing the amount he could control, thus allowing his fruit ability to exert even greater power. Since he couldn't win in quality over other crew members, he would win in quantity. Just as he stood up, his head bumped against the pole of a nearby gambling machine, bending it and causing him to grimace in pain. However, he didn't mind, thinking he had simply been distracted by the girl. He awkwardly smiled at her while rubbing his head and continued toward the exit. At that moment, a winning gambler next to him excitedly tossed a banana peel aside and jumped up to dance. The banana peel landed right at Taizolo's feet, and while he was rubbing his head, he failed to notice it and stepped on the banana peel, slipping and falling hard to the ground. Above where he fell, a screw on a large crystal chandelier had come loose, and when he hit the ground, the force caused the screw to drop, sending the entire chandelier crashing down toward his head. If it were an ordinary person, being struck by such a heavy chandelier would certainly be fatal. However, Taizolo was not an ordinary person. He immediately controlled the gold on his body to wrap around him, forming a golden armor that protected him completely. When the crystal chandelier smashed into Taizolo, it shattered into pieces, but at the same time, the wires connected to the chandelier also touched him. Gold is an excellent conductor of electricity, allowing the current to flow directly into his body. Sparks flew as electricity coursed through Taizolo, causing him to sizzle. At that moment, Taizolo, relying on his strong physique, rolled to the side with all his might, avoiding the wires and escaping the fate of being electrocuted. He removed the gold from his head, revealing a face charred from the electricity. His once smooth golden hair now turned curly, and he let out a puff of black smoke. "Cough, why am I so unlucky?" Taizolo suddenly remembered the girl's words and turned his gaze toward her. "Was this you?" The girl looked somewhat surprised at Taizolo, not expecting him to still be conscious after such an attack. This made her realize the situation was turning unfavorable, and she quickly hid among the crowd behind her. Taizolo's eyes lit up. It seemed this girl's ability was related to luck, and there were no signs of its use. If he could team up with her, he could rob all the casinos. With money, he could buy a large amount of gold, allowing him to control even more gold. This girl was simply his best partner. With this in mind, Taizolo used his fruit ability to gather the scattered chips on the ground, then rushed toward the spot where the girl had disappeared. Just as he took a couple of steps, he heard a loud alarm outside. "Warning, warning. The beast pirate's plague is upon us. All citizens, please hurry to the palace basement to take shelter." Upon hearing the alarm, the gamblers around him immediately panicked, hurriedly gathering their chips and rushing outside. Taizolo couldn't help but clench his fist in frustration. If things hadn't gone chaotic just now, he might have been able to find that girl, but now everyone was running around, making it impossible for him to find anyone in such a situation. Meanwhile, Fisher, who was drinking with Kraft, was happily chatting about things on Fishman Island. However, after finishing, Fisher said sadly, "Kraft, you have no idea how hard it is for us fishmen. Before we joined the world government, do you know how humans defined as fishmen?" Kraft curiously asked, "How are you defined?" "Haha, as fish, not even considered human, just a type of fish. Humans could kill our fishman race at will." "Ha ha ha, it's like killing a fish. Isn't that funny?" Kraft looked at Fisher, who was laughing heartily, but there was no trace of humor in his laughter, only sadness. Kraft patted Fisher on the shoulder and comforted him. "It will all pass. Haven't you come to land now? In the future, more fishmen will stand on land." "Yes. To fulfill this wish, my captain has given me a task, to make a human friend on every island we visit." Kraft laughed out loud. "Haha, your captain really knows his stuff. This method is great. By the time you travel the whole world, every island will have friends from your fisherman tribe. Fisher also laughed and said, "Yeah, I think this method is good too, and you are my friend on this island." The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter again, raising a toast to each other. Just then, a group of soldiers rushed in, guns drawn, pointing at Fisher's back, and shouted, "That big guy! We received a report saying you committed murder in the street. Come with us." Fisher turned to look at the soldiers and, feeling a bit regretful, said to Claff, "The soldiers are here. I guess there will be more coming soon. It's a pity they didn't arrive a little later. Claff, I enjoyed chatting with you, but I don't want to cause trouble for my newly met friend. After all, you're a local on this island. It's better if you leave here first. Next time I come to this island, we can drink to our heart's content." With that, Fisher stood up, ignoring the weapons in the soldiers' hands, and walked straight towards them. "Ha ha! Fisher, my fisherman friend, have you forgotten the name of this country? This country is called Claff," Claff said, turning to face the soldiers. Upon seeing Claff, all the soldiers immediately lowered their weapons and knelt before him. "Your Highness, how did you end up here?" Fisher looked at Claff in surprise, realizing that the name of this country was indeed Claff Kingdom. At first, he thought it was just a coincidence, but he didn't expect Claff to actually be the king. Claff strode up to the soldiers and scolded them. "What did I tell you before? Why are there still thugs shooting at my friend in the market? My friend Fisher killed that thug to help us eliminate a threat. He should be commended, not punished. Get back to your posts and tell the captain of the guards to reflect on his actions. If I see any more thugs attacking people on the streets, I'll kill as many of you as there are dead bodies, starting with the captain of the guards." The soldiers of the royal guard immediately bowed their heads, cold sweat breaking out on their bodies. They knew that Claff was not just someone who spoke lightly. He would actually kill. It seemed that the entire Claff kingdom was about to undergo a major purge of those thugs. Just then, an alarm suddenly rang out from outside. "Warning, warning. The Beast Pirates Plague is coming. All citizens are to immediately head to the palace basement to take shelter. Warning, warning. The Beast Pirates Plague." Claff's expression suddenly became serious as he looked towards the harbor. He thought to himself, I just received news that the Plague Quinn retreated? Why is he back? And now the alarm is sounding in the city, which means the Navy isn't confident they can stop Quinn and can only let the citizens hide. Claff was about to say goodbye to Fisher and go to direct the crowd when a man riding a wild boar rushed over at high speed. When a man reached the tavern, he didn't slow down and crash through the wall, stopping only after entering the tavern. The man shook his slightly dazed head, looked at Fisher, and then pulled out a stack of bounty notices. After finding Fisher's likeness among them, his eyes immediately filled with killing intent. "Ah, you're Fisher Tiger, the partner of the strongest supernova. It seems you guys really sneaked into our Claff Kingdom. Come with me obediently, because of you rat-like pirates. The Claff Kingdom is facing an attack from the Plague Quinn. If you dare to resist, I'll kill you on the spot." With that, the man charged towards Fisher, ready to strike. However, Claff quickly stepped in front of him and asked, "General Carter, what is going on?" Only now did the man who just rushed in, Carter, notice Claff's presence. Carter looked at Claff, who was facing Fisher, and quickly pulled Claff to his side, then looked at Fisher with a wary expression. "Your Majesty, this man is the partner of the strongest supernova, Fisher Tiger, with a bounty of 330 million berries. He is extremely dangerous. You should leave quickly to avoid being harmed by the thief." Claff looked at Fisher in surprise, not expecting such a gentle person to have such a high bounty. It's known that the Navy sets bounties based not only on a pirate's strength, but also on the extent of harm they pose to the world. Some vicious pirates, who frequently kill innocents and wreak havoc in other countries, are also given high bounties by the Navy. Just from their earlier interaction, when Fisher told him about his experiences, Claff had not sensed any of that brutal, destructive emotion from Fisher. This made Claff feel that Fisher Tiger was not the kind of person who would indiscriminately kill innocents and cause destruction. So despite being surprised by the high bounty on Fisher, he firmly believed that Fisher was not a bad person. "Don't worry, Fisher is my friend. He won't harm me. You just said that the Plague Quinn is attacking us because of them. What is going on?" Upon hearing Claff say this, Carter became anxious. "Your Majesty, how can you be friends with a pirate? It's because of them that Quinn is coming to attack our country. I just received a call from Vice Admiral Blake, who said that Quinn is attacking us because the strongest supernova gang is in our kingdom. Quinn has already issued an ultimatum. We must deliver the strongest supernova gang to him within half an hour. Otherwise, Quinn will launch an attack on our kingdom." Fisher frowned upon hearing Carter's words, realizing that Quinn had discovered their presence in Claff Kingdom and intended to attack. He looked at Claff, the friend he had just made, and then smiled. "Sorry, my friend. I didn't expect our arrival to cause trouble for your country. Don't worry. I won't let you be put in a difficult position." With that, Fisher strode towards the door, intending to go outside and fire a signal flare to gather his partners and leave the country together. Carter shouted at Fisher, "Stop! Fisher Tiger, are you planning to run away? There's no door. Come with me obediently. You'll trade your lives for the safety of our country." Fisher coldly glanced at Carter, saying, "I won't run, but that doesn't mean my partners and I must die to ensure your country's safety. A plague like Quinn isn't qualified to make us die." Carter didn't care about what Fisher said. In his eyes, these shameless pirates were definitely trying to find an excuse to leave, letting the people of their country deal with Quinn so they could escape. How nice it sounds. Once you run away, it's our country that suffers. I won't gamble with my country's safety and the lives of our citizens. Today, you will come with me, no matter what, to hand you over to Quinn to avoid war. Enough. General Carter was about to attack Fisher when Kraft shouted loudly beside him. Kraft walked up to Fisher and stared at him. At this moment, Fisher felt somewhat indebted to Kraft. After all, Quinn was indeed brought here by them. They just didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. "Kraft, trust me. I will deal with Quinn with my partners and won't let your country be harmed." After seeing Fisher's sincere and apologetic gaze, Kraft burst into laughter. "Ha ha! I believe you. Don't worry, my fisherman friend. I trust you." Then Kraft turned to Carter and the soldiers, his expression darkening. "Are you all so afraid of Quinn? He asks us to hand over people, and we just obediently comply. Today, they say a pirate they want has escaped from our kingdom, and they demand we hand someone over, or else they'll go to war. If we give in and hand someone over, will they say again tomorrow that another pirate they want has escaped? What will we do then? If they say they want your life, Carter, will we hand you over?" Carter replied seriously, "If it can spare our country from war, if it can save our people from dying in conflict, I willingly sacrifice myself for the country." Upon hearing this, Kraft kicked Carter. "Foolish. What if they want my life? Will you hand me over? If they threaten us with war, and we hand someone over for them to kill, does our country still have any reason to exist? Why do we join the world government in the first place? Why do we let the Navy station in our kingdom? Was it to avoid war? No. It was so we could say no to the beast pirates who want to oppress us. Do you understand?" After saying this, Kraft reached out to Carter. "Give me Admiral Blake's transponder snail." Carter, momentarily stunned by Kraft's words, just wanted to protect his country and people from the suffering of war. He didn't want to start a conflict with the beast pirates over a few unrelated pirates. Now, however, the king he admired was telling him that this was wrong. At a loss, Carter instinctively obeyed Kraft's command and handed him the transponder snail. Kraft dialed the number and said to Blake, "Blake, this is Kraft. Tell Quinn, damn it. If he wants to fight, then let him fight. No need for any more nonsense. I'm not afraid of him." After finishing, Kraft didn't give Blake a chance to respond and hung up the phone, tossing the transponder snail back to Carter. "Carter, remember this. We want to avoid war. We want peace. But if others bully us, then hit back hard. All peace is not achieved by handing over one or two people. It is fought for." At this moment, Fisher's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Kraft, knowing they were facing one of the four emperors, the beast pirates. Even ruthless pirates often seek profit and avoid harm, unwilling to confront them directly. Many things are endured if they can be. But Kraft's approach was completely different. Even if the person Quinn demanded was a pirate completely unrelated to them, Kraft had no intention of handing anyone over. He understood that once his subordinates became accustomed to handing people over to obtain peace, used to sacrificing a few for the majority's peace in the future, this country would surely face more oppression and exploitation. This also reminded him of their fisherman tribe, which was perceived as weak and easy to bully. Even when fishmen were captured and sold into slavery, they didn't dare to resist, only sacrificing those individuals to suffer. If they had taken a hard stance and rallied to protect their kin whenever one was captured, wouldn't there be fewer fishmen sold into slavery? If human traffickers captured their kind, and they eliminated those traffickers, wouldn't no one dare to capture fishmen for sale? If they had dared to resist humans, wouldn't they have long been able to live on land? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Fisher's mind. He began to understand many things that Chenos had previously said and realized why Chenos had wanted them to form a pirate crew. The reason for forming a pirate crew instead of Fishman Guard or an adventure group was that the fishermen pirates were meant to kill the traffickers, kill invading enemies, and kill those who disagreed with their right to live on land. Furthermore, because they were a pirate crew, even if the world government condemned them, they would have room to maneuver, claiming it was the pirates who did it and had nothing to do with Fishman Island. Once the fishmen established a fearsome reputation, others would think twice and would no longer treat them so casually. Realizing this, Fisher looked at Kraft with gratitude. This newly made friend had taught him a very important lesson. At that moment, a voice came from behind Fisher. "Brother Fisher, this new friend of yours is great. He's a real man." Fisher didn't turn around but sighed. "Yeah, Chenos, you really set me up with a good task. I made a good friend and learn a lot. Chenos, let us deal with Quinn together with my friend. After all, this situation started because of us." Chenos smiled and said, "All right, your friend is our friend in the Vari's pirate crew, and we have no habit of causing trouble for friends. Since they came because of us, let's deal with them." With that, Chenos walked outside the tavern and fired a signal flare. After launching the flare, Chenos said to Fisher, "Although I didn't find the chef, it's a bit of a pity, but since we can make such good friends on this island, it's worth it." Not long after the signal flare was fired, 3 figures appeared at the end of the street, namely Yang Yuji, Lu Ji, and the newly joined Fumura. On the other side of the street, 2 figures also appeared, dressed in golden armor. It was Tezelo and a girl. After giving instructions to Carter, Kraft turned around and saw that extraordinary individuals had gathered around Fisher. Their presence shocked Kraft a bit. Just the overwhelming aura from these people made it hard for him to breathe. At that moment, a handsome young man, whose looks were comparable to the reader's, walked towards him. "Hello, I am Chenos, the captain of Fisher's brother. Could you do me a small favor and ask the Navy not to attack us? Because we're going to take down Quinn." Quinn was sitting on a chair, eating red bean soup, while asking his subordinate, "How long has it been?" The subordinate serving Quinn replied, "Lord Quinn, there are 3 minutes left. Once you finish this bowl of red bean soup, it should be time." Quinn nodded in satisfaction and continued eating his soup. After 3 minutes, he tossed the bowl away and walked towards the deck. "Time's up. Let's start the battle." Just as the Epidemic Science Corps was preparing to attack, the Navy's warships suddenly retreated towards the harbor, and a small boat was heading towards them. The small boat was merely a wooden vessel, and there was only one person on it. Interestingly, that person was not controlling the boat. It was making its way towards Quinn and the others by itself. When the small boat reached Quinn's ship, the person smirked and said to Quinn, "I heard someone was looking for me." Quinn looked at the person through his binoculars, then glanced at the bounty notice brought over by his subordinate, feeling a bit surprised that Chenos really showed up. Then, he burst into laughter, as he had originally given the Navy half an hour to prepare their viral weapons, while also pressuring the Navy and the Craft Kingdom. He never expected to have such an unexpected gain with Chenos actually appearing before him. "Ha ha ha, Chenos. You actually dared to kill Fujimi Satoru and occupy our beast pirate's base, and now you even have the guts to appear before me alone. You really are bold to the extreme." Chenos looked up at Quinn and said somewhat irritably, "I hate looking up at others." As he spoke, an invisible wave emanated from Chenos, rapidly crashing towards Quinn's fleet. On several of Quinn's ships, some of the weaker individuals were directly knocked unconscious by this sudden burst of Conqueror's Haki. Chenos jumped onto Quinn's ship, standing in front of the deck's pole, looking down at Quinn and calmly said, "So, you call me here to seek revenge?" Quinn glanced at the fallen crew members on the ship and replied somewhat irritably, "Another kid with Conqueror's Haki, how annoying." He then sneered at Chenos, "The strongest supernova, with a bounty of 300 million berry right from the start. It seems you got a bit too proud." "Huh? I'm Quinn, the plague of the beast pirates." After saying that, Quinn took out a massive Gatling gun from somewhere and began to spray bullets at Chenos. However, in the next second, Chenos vanished from his sight again. When Chenos reappeared, he was already among Quinn's subordinates who had not yet passed out. Quinn's subordinates were completely unprepared for Chenos' sudden appearance, and just as they were about to attack him, Chenos stabbed them in the heart or head with his finger gun. Watching Chenos flickering among his subordinates, taking one down each time he appeared, Quinn glared angrily with his small eyes, disregarding the fate of his men, and directly fired his Gatling gun at them. As Chenos dodged Quinn's attack with a frown, his speed allowed him to evade Quinn's Gatling gunfire. However, Quinn's subordinates were not quick enough to avoid it and were hit by the bullets. "Ah, Lord Quinn, we're on your side. Don't shoot at us." "Lord Quinn, we are your subordinates." "Ah, it's so hot. What's happening?" The subordinates screamed in agony as they were struck by Quinn's Gatling gun, but the bullets did not penetrate their bodies. Instead, they shattered upon impact. After shattering, the bullets left patches of green pigment on those hit. The affected individuals began to smoke, repeatedly exclaiming how hot it was. Just as they attempted to remove their clothing to alleviate the heat, the intense temperature rapidly spread throughout their bodies, making them feel as if they were being burned alive. Unable to bear the heat, some pirates tried to jump into the sea to cool down. However, before they could take a few steps, the heat made their blood feel like it was boiling, surging wildly within them and gathering in their mouths and noses. At that moment, one of Quinn's subordinates collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Soon after, he visibly shrank and withered away. In no time, he lay on the deck, emaciated, resembling a dried-up, decaying plant. Their appearance reminded Chenos of certain images from films in his past life. Mummies. Watching his subordinates die in extreme agony, Quinn felt no sorrow. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is my first masterpiece. The heat will start to spread from the point of impact throughout the body, causing excruciating pain. And soon all the blood will gush out. Ha ha, writhe in pain, suffer, attack indiscriminately, and transmit your suffering to my enemies. Let them feel your pain. Amidst Quinn's maniacal laughter, his subordinates collapsed one by one, turning into mummies. Before long, these mummies began to rise from the ground, seemingly sensing something, and charged towards those who had not yet been infected. Chenos looked at the pirates who had already become zombie-like and couldn't help but frown. These people's mobility was the same as before. They didn't slow down after being infected by the virus. When they encountered others, they would immediately transmit the virus to them, turning those people into mummies like themselves. Moreover, the most disgusting part was that these people were actually dead. Therefore, they completely feared no death and desperately charged at every living person around them. Fearless of life and death, infectious upon contact, and with normal mobility. This was simply a nightmare for ordinary people. Unfortunately, they were facing Chenos. Chenos extended his finger towards the approaching mummies, and a light spot appeared on the tip of his finger. Micro-rebound ray. The micro-rebound ray is a weakened version of the previous rebound ray developed by Chenos. Although the previous rebound ray had immense power, it consumed an astonishing amount of energy, roughly half of Chenos' total energy. Since Chenos significantly enhanced his fruit abilities, he attempted to reduce the energy required for the rebound ray. After a series of experiments, he finally created the micro-rebound ray, which required less energy and had strong lethality. Thin beams of light accurately struck the mummies, blowing apart most of their bodies and turning them into scattered chunks of flesh, none of which could stand up again. After the chunks of flesh flew off, they would continue to infect more of Quinn's subordinates, causing them to turn into mummies in agony and ultimately be killed by Chenos. One could say that Quinn's infection virus was indeed powerful and despair-inducing, but that was only for ordinary people. For strong individuals like Chenos, who had long-range attack capabilities, even if he was attacked by numerous infected people, they could not harm him. In no time, Chenos had killed all the other crew members on Quinn's ship. He then turned to face Quinn. It's your turn. Quinn's massive figure was sitting on a relatively small railing compared to his body. At that moment, he was holding a small notebook that was less than half the size of his palm, observing the situation below while recording something. The infection speed was up to standard. After being hit by an infection projectile, infection could be completed in less than a minute. Once turned into a mummy, the infection ability was enhanced, allowing rapid infection upon contact with other uninfected bodies, with an infection speed twice that of the infection projectile. This is not bad. It can quickly spread in densely populated areas. However, their combat power is almost non-existent, possessing only the abilities of being fearless and infectious, making them only useful against ordinary people. They feared long-range attacks, and once they encountered someone with such abilities, they could easily be eliminated. It seems improvements are needed. Let's see if we can enhance the mummy's defensive capabilities. This will be a direction for future research. After finishing, Quinn carefully placed the notebook in a groove on his mechanical arm, then closed and locked it. After collecting the data, Quinn was very pleased. Not only could he solve the problem of the supernova Chenos, but he could also gather experimental data for improving future research directions. Just then, upon hearing Chenos say it was his turn, he sneered. Chenos, you should be grateful that I want to collect experimental data, which has allowed you to live a little longer. Do you think you're impressive? That you can easily defeat my subordinates? Those crew members on the ship were merely experimental subjects for me. Now that the experiment is over, it's time to deal with you. But before that, I want to show you a grand fireworks display. Saying this, Quinn took out a din mushy and instructed the other Plague scientific team's fleet. Let's start, everyone. Let everyone witness a grand fireworks show. After saying that, Quinn raised both hands, eagerly looking towards the direction of the kingdom of Kraft. However, after waiting for a while, he noticed that nothing was happening. He awkwardly looked at Chenos and said, "Wait a moment, my din mushy may not have gone through." Meanwhile, Chenos looked at Quinn indifferently and made a gesture inviting him to continue. Quinn dialed the din mushy again, but after dialing, he found that it had not been connected for a long time. It was only then that Quinn sensed something was off and quickly pulled out a telescope to look at the other fleet members. When he used the telescope to look at the other fleet members, he discovered that everyone else was already lying on the ground, and only one person was standing on each ship's deck. What was going on? Quinn never expected that his subordinates would be taken out so silently. Although these subordinates were not particularly strong in combat, they shouldn't have been eliminated without even making a sound, right? What Quinn didn't know was that when Chenos released his conqueror's Haki, his companions had quietly infiltrated several ships behind Quinn while he distracted Quinn's attention and launched their attack. Quinn's plague scientific team had just been hit by the shock of Conqueror's Haki, and in that moment of panic, several people emerged to attack. Yang Yuji was the first to strike, continuously drawing his bow and shooting arrows in the air. Although he was using a bow, an arrow, it had the effect of an assault rifle, and the arrows shot out were as precise as if he were using a sniper rifle, almost hitting one target with each shot. Not only that, but the arrows shot from a bow did not produce the gunfire sound that a gun would, as after being released, there was only the faint sound of the bowstring vibrating, making it nearly inaudible from a distance. By the time the crew on the ship noticed something was wrong, most of the ship was already dead. The remaining crew members hadn't even had the chance to make a sound before they were all shot down by Yang Yaoji. On Tetsolo's side, it was also quite simple. He took advantage of the chaos to release golden powder, assimilating all the members of the scientific team and turning them into golden statues. As for Lu Ji, she didn't do much. After being brought onto a ship by Tetsolo, she quietly sat on the deck railing, swinging her fair little legs, eating snacks packed from the Kingdom of Craft while observing the situation of the other members. Before long, all the members of the scientific team on her ship had collapsed on the ground. As for Fisher, he directly grabbed a current and rushed towards the scientific team on the ship. The current swept all the members of the scientific team, washing them into the sea. Once in the sea, it was entirely Fisher's domain. He grabbed the current and twisted it, forming a whirlpool that led directly to the seabed. The members of the scientific team who had not yet regained consciousness after being swept into the sea were once again sucked into the depths of the whirlpool. Once these members reached a certain depth, they were crushed by the pressure of the seawater. Countless deep-sea fish were attracted by the blood, and they tore at the members of the scientific team. In less than a moment, all the members of the scientific team were devoured by the fish. Meanwhile, Hibiki, who had joined earlier, also displayed powerful swordsman skills. After arriving on the scientific team's ship, he directly drew his broken sword and swung it at the members of the scientific team, then sheathed the broken sword back into the special belt designed for it, ignoring the members of the scientific team thereafter. Those members only felt a gentle breeze brush against their faces, making them feel exceptionally comfortable, as if all their stress had been lifted and they completely relaxed. Subsequently, the members of the scientific team fell to the ground one by one with smiles on their faces, and a cut appeared on their necks. After eliminating the scientific team, Hibiki looked towards the other members on the ships, intending to assess the strength of this pirate crew, only to find that the surrounding members had also taken down all the members of the scientific team. This surprised Hibiki greatly. He thought he was the strongest person aside from Yang Yaoji, but he didn't expect the strength of the other members to be so formidable as well. However, Hibiki soon smiled. It was a good thing that the members were strong, as it would facilitate his growth. Having such powerful partners for practice would allow his strength to improve rapidly, giving him more confidence when facing Mihawk in the future. Meanwhile, Quinn finally realized that all the people he brought had been killed by Chenos' crew, and his eyes nearly bulged out. It should be noted that the scientific team on the other ships were not the same as these experimental subjects on his ship. Those were his elite subordinates, and he never expected them to be wiped out like this. He also hadn't anticipated that Chenos would have so many powerful partners. Initially, he had surrounded Chenos, but now he found himself surrounded by Chenos' crew instead. If it had only been one or two people, he was confident he could kill all of Chenos' crew. But now, facing so many, he felt intimidated. Quinn forced himself to remain calm and said to Chenos, my stomach doesn't feel well. Wait a moment. I need to go lie down in the bathroom. You have to wait for me to come back, and then we can settle this once and for all. Chenos said to Quinn, don't worry, they won't interfere. Your only opponent is me. Let's have a good fight, and you can be the nourishment for my strength. Nourishment for strength? Before Quinn could understand what Chenos meant by that, he saw Chenos disappear from his sight. Shock fist. The voice of Chenos rang in Quinn's ear. The figure of Chenos, who had just disappeared, appeared next to Quinn at some unknown moment. He then threw a punch towards Quinn's abdomen. Just as Chenos' fist was about to hit Quinn's stomach, Quinn had unknowingly transformed into the human-animal form of the ancient species Brachiosaurus fruit. His long tail, adorned with square-shaped spikes, blocked Chenos' fist. However, It seemed he had somewhat overestimated the strength of his tail, which was sent curling back by Chenos' punch. Although Quinn was a scientist, he was also a battle-hardened warrior, using the force from his tail being struck back. He drew the long knife that had been at his waist and swung it at Chenos. Taking advantage of Chenos' momentum, the strike was both powerful and swift. In the blink of an eye, the long knife was about to cleave into Chenos. At that critical moment, Chenos' right hand, enveloped in a dense layer of armament Haki, struck towards Quinn's long knife. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed, and Quinn's long knife surprisingly failed to injure Chenos' fist, as if it had struck against stone. Moreover, the recoil from Chenos' blow caused the entire blade to tremble, nearly making Quinn lose grip of the knife. Quinn increased the energy output of his armament Haki, intending to inflict damage on Chenos with the sharpness of the long knife. However, Chenos seemed momentarily dazed, his eyes fixed on Quinn's long knife. It was not until the knife was about to strike him that he reacted, enveloping his hands in armament Haki to block Quinn's attack. The reason why Chenos was stunned was not because he had become overly confident due to his increased strength, but because he had absorbed the damage from Quinn's attack when the blade trembled just now. He had spent a long time experimenting with Drought Jack and had been unable to figure out how to absorb damage while the opponent was using armament Haki. Yet that last strike allowed Chenos to do just that. This unexpected outcome left Chenos pleasantly surprised, which is why he stood there in a daze. However, the process of absorbing the damage was just a fleeting moment, and Chenos hadn't yet had the time to understand why he was able to absorb Quinn's attack, which was infused with armament Haki. Nevertheless, Chenos knew it must be related to Quinn's attack from just now, and he believed that as long as he continued to exchange blows with Quinn, he would surely find a reason. Chenos grinned, unsure if Quinn could help him awaken his fruit abilities, but as long as he could comprehend the fruit's power and absorb the damage from attacks infused with Haki, it would be a significant progress for him. This way, he could face those powerful Haki users without fear. With this thought in mind, Chenos' eyes sparkled like light bulbs as he stared intently at Quinn, making Quinn feel goosebumps, thinking that Chenos was mesmerized by his handsome appearance and solid muscles. Just as Quinn was about to tell Chenos that he liked women, Chenos had already dashed in front of him and raised his fist to launch another attack. Quinn had no time to think and raised his hand to slash towards Chenos again. Clang, clang, clang. Chenos kept swinging his fists, clashing with Quinn's long sword, while constantly trying to feel what kind of attack would allow him to absorb Quinn's damage. Perhaps because of the saying more haste, less speed, his continuous assaults instead failed to absorb Quinn's damage. Chenos furrowed his brow, and the rebound energy from his fist knocked Quinn back. Taking the opportunity, he distanced himself from Quinn and continued to ponder. The other teammates who had already finished their battles gathered together, watching from another ship. Having witnessed Chenos' combat for the first time, Hinamura unexpectedly said, "Is our captain a bit weak?" Upon hearing Hinamura's words, the others burst into laughter. Even Lu Ji, who wasn't very familiar with the combat strength of this world, covered her mouth and laughed as well. Hinamura frowned, thinking that perhaps it was because his realm was insufficient and he didn't understand the situation on the field. At that moment, Yang Yuji patted Hinamura on the shoulder and said, "You can always have complete confidence in the captain's strength. Even if we all combined, we might not be his match." After saying this, Yang Yuji looked at Chenos with a hint of envy. The most terrifying aspect of Chenos wasn't just his strength. It was his unimaginable speed of progress. When I first met Chenos, I felt that my strength was about on par with his. But now, he could probably defeat me with ease. The reason Hinamura was willing to join the pirate crew was also due to Yang Yuji's impressive strength. Seeing Yang Yuji, whom he regarded as incredibly powerful, speak so highly of Chenos made him look at Chenos, who was taking breaks after exchanging a few blows, with surprise. "What does the captain do that?" Yang Yuji enviously remarked. "He must have realized something that will help him progress again. Just watch. Every time he enters this state during a battle, don't disturb him or try to help, because once he steps out of this state, our captain's strength will become even greater." I have to say, our captain's talent is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Quinn, who was fighting Chenos, felt extremely frustrated, because when Chenos fought him, it didn't feel like a battle at all. It felt more like an experiment. Yes, an experiment. The state that Chenos is in feels almost identical to when he was conducting experiments. He keeps trying various possibilities. Although Quinn doesn't know what experiment Chenos is conducting, he knows he can't let Chenos continue like this. However, after glancing at the crowd watching from the ship, he couldn't help but frown. Now he is left alone, although he is not afraid to confront Chenos. He is concerned about being overwhelmed by the others joining in against him. Therefore, even though he knows he can't allow Chenos to continue his experiment. He wants to use Chenos' current state to find a favorable position, planning to escape danger first. Quinn, who often conducts experiments, understands that no experiment succeeds quickly. As long as he can move to a suitable retreat location before Chenos' experiment succeeds, he is confident he can evade a few pursuers when he escapes. Quinn maintains his previous offensive while subtly moving towards the edge of the deck. As he approaches the most suitable evacuation point, Quinn glances at Chenos, thinking, Chenos can't possibly finish his experiment in such a short time. Can he? What exactly is it? Chenos frowned and threw a punch, striking again against Quinn's long sword, causing the entire blade to tremble once more from the backlash. The eyes of Chenos lit up again. Here it comes. He once again absorbed the attack damage from Quinn, and not only that, he could clearly feel that this time he also absorbed a kind of energy that was somewhat different, domineering energy. Chenos ignored the energy he absorbed and instead fixed his gaze on Quinn's constantly vibrating long sword. Vibration? Only during vibrations can the absorption ability break through the defense of armament Haki and absorb damage. Could it be that during the tremors, the energy structure of armament Haki becomes unstable, creating some gaps that allow his devil fruit ability to absorb damage? Chenos watched as Quinn continuously changed positions. However, he did not pay any attention and continued with his experiments. This attack was triggered because the length of the long knife's blade caused vibrations during the strike, which in turn affected the protection of the armament Haki. But what if there was no blade to serve as the medium for the vibrations? How could he achieve such an effect with every attack? At that moment, while using the shock fist to continue attacking Quinn, Chenos felt the shock wave generated by the rebound ability in his fist, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, the shock fist utilizes the rebound ability to create an explosion during the attack on the enemy, resulting in 2 instances of damage from a single strike, thus increasing the lethality of the shock fist. What if he layered the explosive rebound ability several more times when attacking the enemy? If the layers of rebound ability wrapped around his fist exploded one after another, wouldn't that create a similar vibrating effect to the long knife's blade? With this thought, Chenos felt a sense of enlightenment, and a bright smile appeared on his face, his eyes becoming even more radiant. Chenos controlled the rebound ability, wrapping it layer by layer around his fist. Then, he threw another punch towards Quinn's long sword. After his fist made contact with the sword, the rebound energy wrapped around his fist began to explode layer by layer. First 1 layer, then 2, then 3. The exploding rebound energy continuously struck the blade, causing it to tremble from the repeated impacts. If one were to enlarge and observe the area of the blade that was being attacked, they would see that the continuous explosions were damaging the internal structure of the blade, creating a crack that spread inward. The long sword, which was previously covered by Quinn's armament Haki, was incredibly resilient and, after hundreds of exchanges with Chenos, showed no signs of damage. However, with Chenos' punch, which unleashed the exploding rebound ability, it was directly interrupted. After delivering this punch, Chenos looked at his fist in disbelief. He clearly felt that the damage from Quinn's strike was completely absorbed by him as the rebound energy exploded. Not only that, but the armament Haki wrapped around the sword was also absorbed by him. The layer-by-layer explosion of rebound energy amplified his attack power by more than 10 times. Each layer of energy exploded successively, increasing the damage exponentially. This caused Chenos' attack power to multiply geometrically. As a result, he could absorb the damage protected by the armament Haki and unleash an even more powerful attack. Although his fruit ability had not awakened, the way he utilized it underwent a qualitative change. This was not just a minor improvement for Chenos, but a comprehensive enhancement that elevated his combat power to a new level. Chenos had just begun to grasp this method. If he could master it in the future and apply this ability throughout his body, he would transform into an incredibly terrifying weapon of destruction. However, all of this was also due to Chenos' previous efforts. If he hadn't developed the shock fist earlier, he wouldn't have been able to quickly identify the key to breaking through his abilities. Had he not previously comprehended the subtle realm, allowing him to finally control his fruit ability, even if he found a breakthrough, he wouldn't have been able to use it so quickly. It can be said that it was Chenos' prior development and training that allowed him to recognize the key point of breakthrough and develop and utilize corresponding techniques. Everything falling into place was merely a reward for his earlier efforts. At this moment, Chenos turned his attention to Quinn, who was nearing the edge of the deck. Since he had successfully researched his experiment, Chenos felt it was necessary to thank him properly. Quinn, too, sensed a change in Chenos' aura. When Chenos was conducting his research earlier, his aura was relatively calm, but now that he had completed his research, his aura had become wild and ferocious, as if a primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. "Quinn, where do you think you're going?" At this point, Quinn had reached the edge of the deck and was preparing to retreat. Before he could escape, Chenos had already appeared beside him. Chenos raised his fist, his rebound ability enveloping it layer upon layer, and struck towards Quinn's side. Quinn's eyes widened in an instant. At that moment, the aura emanating from Chenos was similar to that of Kaido, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling, as if facing death itself. At that moment, Quinn had only one thought in his mind. This punch cannot be taken. He could only escape, or else he would surely die. Quinn suddenly shouted, "Armed dragon snake." He bent down, his body resembling a 90-degree bow, with his head and tail forming a straight line. Then his legs acted like a cannon support, and the connection point of his head and tail resembled a long projectile, launching forward. After being launched, Quinn's entire body moved like a long snake, quickly darting towards the direction of the Clef Kingdom with the momentum of the armed dragon snake. Meanwhile, his feet, which remained in place, were violently struck by Chenos' punch, shattering into pieces. Chenos frowned after looking at the fragments of feet on the ground. Because those fragments were all small machine parts and not Quinn's body, his previous punch had completely failed to harm Quinn. At that moment, Chenos' expression changed drastically as he saw the direction Quinn was rushing towards. Quinn had just wanted to secretly move to this position, likely targeting the Kingdom of Cloth. He probably thought that with so many people on Chenos' side, he wouldn't be able to beat them and wanted to create some trouble for Chenos before leaving. The way Quinn would cause trouble was simply by releasing a virus over the Kingdom of Cloth. As if to confirm Chenos' thoughts, Quinn charged towards the sky above the Kingdom of Cloth while pulling out a huge rocket launcher, firing it at the city of the Kingdom of Cloth. "Ha! Feel the pain?" Quinn's mechanical arm, extending from his back, launched a massive shell towards the Kingdom of Cloth, then flashed a wicked smile at Chenos. "Ha! Chenos, this shell is filled with the mummy virus from earlier. In a densely populated kingdom like Cloth, as long as one person gets infected, it will rapidly spread throughout the entire kingdom. Now, will you continue to chase me, or will you go save the people of this country first? Hundreds of thousands of lives, or just mine? Which will you choose?" Ha, it's truly intriguing. After saying this, Quinn transformed into the beast form of the Brontosaurus fruit and dashed away in the opposite direction of the Kingdom of Cloth. Chenos glared angrily at Quinn and then shouted towards his companions, "Lu Ji, get ready to heal." After saying that, Chenos charged towards a cannonball. Flash! The figure of Chenos kept flickering in the air, rapidly approaching the cannonball. Meanwhile, at the naval base of the Croft Kingdom, Blake was standing with Croft, watching the cannonball descending from the sky. Blake shouted at Croft, "I told you before, pirates are unreliable. The only ones you can rely on are us, the Navy." After yelling, Blake ignored Croft's reaction and, using the moonwalk, charged directly toward the cannonball in the sky. However, Croft firmly stated, "No, their spirit won't deceive us. They're not the kind of people who would harm ordinary citizens. I am very confident of this." After saying this, Croft also rushed toward the giant cannonball in the air, believing that something unexpected must have happened to cause the cannonball's appearance. As Blake and Croft both charged upward, they saw a figure flickering in the air, rapidly approaching the cannonball. Croft smiled at Blake and said, "Ha, I did not misjudge him." This greatly annoyed Blake, as the Croft Kingdom should not be making alliances with pirates, especially powerful ones. If Croft were to gain strong pirate allies, their navy would no longer be the only support for the Croft Kingdom. This would put the Croft Kingdom at risk of breaking free from the Navy's control. Initially, he had agreed to let Chenos deal with Quinn, hoping to benefit from the chaos between them, but he never expected Chenos' group to be so powerful, easily defeating Quinn's plague science team with little effort. This caused Quinn, who was quick on the uptake, to completely avoid confronting Chenos and instead think only about escaping. He had actually had the opportunity to block Quinn's retreat, but he was unwilling to do so. After all, even if he killed Quinn, it would bring him no benefit and only offend that madman Kaido, leading to massive destruction in the Croft Kingdom. As for Quinn launching cannonballs, he had already anticipated this and could have stopped it, but he chose not to. He thought about the virus Quinn had developed earlier, which their navy had already cracked. Even if Quinn's cannonball landed in the Croft Kingdom, they had a way to treat it. Once the virus inside the cannonball infected the island's people, their navy could treat the citizens of Croft, seizing a wave of goodwill in the process. Moreover, He planned to use this incident to make the people of the Croft kingdom blame Croft and the pirates like Chenos, positioning the citizens on the side of the Navy. In this way, the Navy would expand its influence in the Croft kingdom, allowing them to occupy it more deeply rather than just controlling a port, where even entering the kingdom's interior would require Croft's consent. With this in mind, Blake deliberately slowed down his movements, allowing Croft to take the lead and get closer to the cannonball. As they approached the cannonball, Blake drew the long knife from his waist and continued charging toward the cannonball behind Croft. Croft, seeing the cannonball getting closer, had countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Initially, he wanted to catch the cannonball and then throw it toward the sea, but as soon as this thought arose, he dismissed it. Quinn's cannonball was not an ordinary one. It was a virus cannonball. If thrown into the sea, it would fill the nearby waters of the Croft kingdom with the virus. At that point, they would have trouble fishing. If they weren't careful, they might end up eating infected fish or shrimp. After thinking for a long time, Croft could only come up with one solution: to throw it into the incinerator and use high temperatures to eliminate the virus. This was the only method he could think of. When the cannonball was right in front of him, Croft was already prepared, wrapping his arms in Haki, intending to catch the cannonball and then run toward the incinerator in the suburbs. Just as Croft was ready to catch the cannonball, he suddenly felt a push from behind, propelling him toward the cannonball. This sudden force left Croft somewhat dazed. Although he reacted very quickly and hurriedly adjusted his position to catch the cannonball, he was still a step too late. When the cannonball collided with Croft, despite his best efforts to adjust, he only managed to absorb some of the cannonball's force with his body. However, the already extremely sensitive cannonball lightly bumped into Croft and exploded in his arms. A huge shockwave sent Croft flying away. Countless green particles floated in the air, drifting toward the Croft kingdom and the naval base below. Croft angrily shouted at Blake, "Blake, what are you doing?" Blake, also looking furious, shouted back at him, "King Croft, why do you have to be stubborn? If you weren't sure you could catch it, you should have let it go. Now the virus has already spread. It's too late to say anything." Saying this, Blake took out a transponder snail from his pocket to contact other naval forces coming to assist, checking their progress while occasionally shooting an angry glance at Croft. This made Croft somewhat doubt if he had made a mistake that caused the cannonball to explode. "Kazan, where are you? The Croft kingdom has been hit by one of Quinn's virus bombs and urgently needs your medical team support." Blake was halfway through his sentence when Chenos appeared in front of him. Chenos did not give Blake a chance to react, grabbing Blake's head with his palm. "Do you deserve those 2 words behind you?" Blake widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that he had completely failed to react to Chenos' earlier attack. Just as he was about to resist, Chenos' other hand had already formed a fist and was smashing towards Blake's abdomen. Blake's body was knocked backward, but since Chenos was holding onto his head, he was pulled back again, continuing to endure the assault. With punch after punch from Chenos, Blake found it impossible to defend himself. With his eyes bloodshot, he stared at Chenos, completely abandoning defense, and engaged in a counterattack. He wielded a long knife and slashed at Chenos' waist. However, Chenos showed no signs of defending himself and threw another punch toward Blake's abdomen. Utilizing the length advantage of the long knife, Blake struck first and landed a hit on Chenos. Yet, his attack had no effect on Chenos whatsoever. When the long knife struck Chenos, it merely produced the sound of a blade hitting metal, with no other effect, not even a scratch on Chenos' clothes. Blake stared wide-eyed at Chenos in disbelief. This is impossible. Although it was a hastily executed attack, its power was not something an ordinary person could withstand, let alone Chenos, who stood there without any defense, allowing him to strike. Blake had intended to injure Chenos to force him to let go, so he could counter Chenos' attacks, believing that if he could just hold him off for a while, the Navy reinforcements would arrive. But he never expected that his attack would have no effect on Chenos at all. This situation had only happened before when Kaido attacked. He had struck Kaido with a blade and couldn't even leave a mark. But how could Chenos, a pirate who had just set sail, possibly possess strength comparable to that of the 4 emperors? It was simply impossible. What Blake didn't know was that if it had been before Chenos fought Queen, his attack would have been effective against Chenos. At least Chenos hadn't yet become arrogant enough to dare to take on an attack from a mid-ranking admiral infused with Haki. However, he had just comprehended the principle of resonance, allowing him to break through Haki and absorb the damage dealt by his enemies. Since Chenos' hand was gripping Blake's head, the resonance directly absorbed the power of Blake's attack. This was also why Chenos dared to not defend and allowed Blake to attack. Of course, Chenos wouldn't explain anything to Blake, instead continuing to throw a punch at him. Shock punch. Chenos has just realized a boxing technique that can break through armed Haki defenses, naming it the Shockwave Fist. The ability of his fruit explodes layer upon layer on his fist, shaking off the Haki and making it impossible for the enemy's Haki to defend against his punches, causing tremendous damage to the opponent. Blake feels a life-threatening danger from Chenos' punch. His instincts tell him that if he doesn't dodge this punch, he will die. However, his head is being held by Chenos, leaving him with no way to escape. Blake can only widen his eyes, staring desperately at Chenos, filled with despair as he waits for death to arrive. Stop! At this moment, a deep voice rings out, attacking Chenos' head. The newcomer is too late to save Blake, and can only use the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, hoping to make Chenos abandon his attack on Blake. However, Chenos completely ignores the attack from the newcomer and directly punches Blake in the abdomen. Bang! Blake's abdomen is directly blown apart by Chenos, creating a large hole in the middle of his body, with only a little skin remaining on either side to connect the upper and lower parts of his body. The newcomer never expected that Chenos would rather take his attack than spare Blake. Blake's eyes widen in disbelief as he looks at his hollow abdomen, and then, with the last bit of his strength, he says to the newcomer, "Kazan, kill him." The newcomer is none other than Kazan, who will later be given the nickname Akiji by the Navy. However, at this moment, Kazan's rank is still just a Navy Rear Admiral. Just now, Kazan's kick struck Chenos' head, and the power of the ice fruit encased Chenos' entire head in a layer of solid ice. But this layer of solid ice is disappearing at an extremely fast speed, as if it has been absorbed by something. Chenos released his palm, throwing the already deceased Blake onto the ground. Kazan immediately shot a beam of white energy at Blake, freezing his body to prevent it from being smashed into a pulp. With a cold expression, Kazan turned to Chenos and said, "Chenos, didn't you apply to cooperate with our Navy? Why go back on your word and kill Vice Admiral Blake?" In fact, Kazan only wanted to buy time for his technique by questioning Chenos, and he didn't expect Chenos, who had just assassinated Vice Admiral Blake, to respond to him. To his surprise, Chenos did respond. He pointed to the distant figure of Kraft, who was already starting to smoke, and said, "Blake ambushed Kraft from behind, causing Quinn's virus cannonball to explode. I don't know why your Navy would do this. However, I do know that if you stop me from saving people here, today will be the day of the downfall of the Kraft Kingdom." Kazan had been focused on saving Blake and hadn't had time to observe his surroundings. When he shifted his attention, his eyes widened in shock. Not only Kraft, but also the citizens in the city of the Kraft Kingdom and the soldiers in the Navy base below were starting to emit hot steam. Kraft kept tearing at his clothes, shouting, "Hot, so hot." After seeing the situation around him and recalling Blake's previous words, Kazan was convinced by Chenos' statement. He dissipated the energy in his hand, waved, and used a small amount of energy to freeze Kraft. Then, with a complex look at Chenos, he chose not to engage him any further. Instead, he turned and rushed toward the nearest Navy base below him. Upon reaching the ground, Kazan slammed the ground and shouted, "Icebound for 1,000 miles." The ground around him began to turn a bluish-white color and quickly spread outward. Everyone touched by the bluish-white was turned into ice sculptures, frozen in place. After freezing the Navy soldiers in this base, Kazan hurriedly rushed towards the Kraft Kingdom, using Icebound for 1,000 miles again to freeze all the citizens of the Kraft Kingdom. After using this large-scale freezing technique twice in succession, especially on the ground, Kazan's stamina was severely depleted, forcing him to stop and catch his breath. At that moment, a girl dressed in white happily skated on the icy ground he had created, arriving at the center of the Kraft Kingdom. She spread her arms wide and shouted, "Don't worry, patience, your doctor is here." Lu Ji stood in the center of the kingdom, her head slightly tilted back, bathing in the sunlight, arms open wide, resembling an angel fallen to the mortal realm. An invisible wave emanated from her, spreading outwards like ripples on a calm water surface, centered around Lu Ji. As the ripples spread, they quickly reached the entire Kraft Kingdom, including the station Navy personnel. Once the waves spread, they affected everyone in the Kraft Kingdom, and the citizens and Navy soldiers infected by the virus began to emit faint green light spots from their bodies. These light spots floated into the air, joyfully drifting around. When the ripples reached these light spots again, the faint green light spots began to fly towards the center of the ripples. When the light spots floated near Lu Ji, they rushed toward her as if they had found home, directly entering Lu Ji's body upon contact. Lu Ji seemed to enjoy this, a blissful smile appearing on her face, as if the faint green light spots were beneficial energy rather than a virus. Watching this angelic girl, Kazan's previously tense body relaxed, and he gazed at Lu Ji. After all the faint green light spots had entered Lu Ji's body, she slightly opened her eyes, shielding her face from the glaring sunlight with her arm. After absorbing countless viruses, Lu Ji appeared extremely pleased, sporting a sweet smile, but when she looked around, she noticed everyone was still frozen in ice, causing her to frown. Barefoot, she walked towards Kazan. "Hey, that big-haired uncle, why don't you hurry up and lift your ability? Otherwise, they'll catch a cold from the hot and cold." It wasn't until the girl approached him that Kazan snapped out of the picturesque scene. However, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Lu Ji's address. "Big-haired uncle?" The big hair is one thing, but what else with the uncle? Do I look that old? I'm only 32. Nonetheless, Kazan didn't argue, simply waving his hand to release his devil fruit ability, freeing everyone from the ice. "So, you're also part of Chenos' pirate crew?" Lu Ji, who had just left the disease island and didn't know much about the outside world, directly spoke to Kazan, saying, "Yes, I'm a crew member of Chenos. Your ability is impressive. Have you considered joining our pirate crew?" Kazan was speechless. Is it appropriate for a pirate to invite a Navy officer to join a pirate crew? Kazan shook his head and turned to walk outside the city. He had already grasped the general situation, but this also made him feel somewhat troubled. He wasn't an extreme pacifist like Sakazuki, who believed in using force to eliminate pirates for the sake of peace. On the contrary, he believed that there are good people among pirates and bad people among the Navy. One should view them based on their crimes rather than their identities. The viral infection situation in the Craft Kingdom was most likely due to Vice Admiral Blake deliberately infecting the citizens of the Craft Kingdom, allowing the Navy to take advantage of the situation to increase their influence over the Craft Kingdom. He understood this approach, but did not agree with it, because mishandling such methods could easily lead to the death of many innocent citizens and even many innocent soldiers, especially since Blake clearly intended to frame the King of Craft, even to kill him, causing the Craft Kingdom to lose the influential craft, thus allowing the Navy to gain complete control over the Craft Kingdom. If he had arrived earlier, he would definitely have rejected such a plan, because the goals achieved through such means will absolutely become a hidden danger between the Kingdom of Craft and the Navy once discovered in the future. Moreover, Blake has not yet completed such matters, which makes things even worse. If not handled properly, it could very well lead to the loss of the Kingdom of Craft, which was maintained by countless Navy soldiers. At that time, the Navy's influence in the New World will be weakened again. However, now that the situation has occurred and Admiral Blake has sacrificed himself, he can only try to clean up the mess and minimize the impact of this matter. As for dealing with Chenos and his crew, who helped the citizens of the Kingdom of Craft and save Navy soldiers, he is still hesitant. At least in his current understanding, Chenos is not a pirate who would do evil. When Kazan arrived outside the city, he found that the Navy reinforcements he had brought, along with the Navy soldiers at the port, were surrounding Chenos and his crew. However, the Navy soldiers did not dare to act rashly because the king of the Kingdom of Craft was standing in front of Chenos and his crew. When the soldiers saw Kazan return, they quickly made way for him to pass. At that moment, a Navy rear admiral saw Kazan's arrival and hurriedly walked over to report the situation to him. "Lord Kazan, His Highness the King of Craft is in the hands of Chenos and his crew. We need to rescue him first before launching an attack on Chenos. Otherwise, we might accidentally harm the king." Kazan simply nodded and ignored the rear admiral, instead walking straight towards the King of Craft. The partners around Chenos also noticed Kazan approaching and all took up defensive stances, watching Kazan warily. The aura emanating from Kazan made them feel a sense of threat. However, Chenos gestured to them,